Shepherding Humanity Chapter 730 to Chapter 784. The Six Paths of Reincarnation. Overwhelming spiritual chi poured into this barren land like a tsunami. It was as vast as the ocean, and thick white fog covered the entire mortal realm, and animal realm. What is this? In the mortal realm, countless private scholars and cultivators of various Buddhist sects walked out of the streets and looked up at the sky. How can there be such a huge amount of energy? Just the overflowing spiritual chi is enough to prolong the lives of mortals like us. A chi refinement Taoist wearing a grey robe said. That's not all. In the long run, the living beings of this land, if they cultivate a little, will most likely have the cultivation of the third or fourth realm as soon as they reach adulthood. A young bald monk put his palms together. His head was smooth and round without hair. Even his eyebrows were bald. It was obvious that this was the first sign of radiation in his body. Even a wild boar can become powerful after soaking in such a high concentration of spiritual chi in the world ocean. Unbelievable. All the living beings of the six paths of reincarnation were in disbelief. Looking up, the terrifying spiritual chi was like a huge dragon sweeping through the world. Its power was too terrifying. It was as if the entire world had entered the terrifying era of the ancient gods and demons. This would be a historical moment. The density of the entire six paths of reincarnation would instantly surpass that of countless old and mature transcendent worlds. The spiritual chi density would even exceed 100 times. What did 100 times mean? This piece of land would be the smallest, highest, and top-notch transcendent small world. There would be countless cultivators, heavenly minerals and earthly treasures that were nourished by spiritual energy, and demons that had gained intelligence, and this was only 10% of the total energy. This was the agreement of the major sects and magnates. Each of them would contribute a portion to increase the density of the spiritual chi in the world. The world was the foundation of the cultivators. The average quality of the common people would increase. To them, it was also a long-term development that would last for thousands of years. And what would it be like to kill an extremely large cosmic creature whose flesh and blood was hundreds of times larger than the entire world's land and condense the spiritual chi in its flesh and blood into this land? It could be said to be getting rich overnight. Before this, even the sages of this land could not imagine such a terrifying situation. It was as if they had been hit by a huge surprise and were still living in a dream. At this moment, the giant octopus was also living in a dream. What world is this? It had a blank look on its face, even wondering who it was and where it was right now. Everything it encountered was too unbelievable, and it believed that it was too powerful to be killed, so it didn't choose to completely accept reality. Voila, in a valley of the heaven path, the incarnations of powerful saints, surrounded by divine light, descended. They didn't even have the time to deal with the huge harvest before they hurried here, wanting to know some secrets of ancient history. There were representatives from the celestial path, mortal path, and animal path. After all, the celestial path was powerful. The mortal realm and the animal realm seemed to be working together to fight against each other. Moreover, the Asura warriors from the animal realm, the Buddhist realm, and the Taoist realm were from the animal realm. When they were preaching, it was reasonable for them to give them some face. What is a descendant of the ancient gods? What are world descendants? The eyes of the existences were engulfed in divine light. When the giant octopus heard the question, it looked over and saw those terrifying monsters. Each of them was unimaginably small as a grain of sand in the universe. How can there be such a low-level world? How can there be such a barbaric primitive civilization? The giant octopus couldn't help but mock. A bunch of creatures, crazily polishing the celestial emperor realm, don't even know the realm of gods. Don't even know the descendants of the ancient gods. Don't even know the descendants of the world. You bunch of country bumpkins, how laughable. Just a bunch of boorish people with combat power. What's even more shameful is that you have descendants with rank 8 bloodline. Descendants with rank 9 bloodline. Sitting on a treasure mountain but wasting it like this. You guys are just a bunch of barbaric and primitive fellows, how can you defeat me? At the end, the giant octopus was hysterical. It was as if it wanted to vent all the depression of being killed, that blank rage. If it was killed by a god, killed by an existence of a higher realm, it wouldn't be so depressed. The laws of the universe were so cruel, the weak were prey to the strong. But it was actually killed by a group of celestial emperors. It was simply a great humiliation. It thought that it was the top combat power of a celestial emperor. Who knew that the group of barbaric and primitive natives in front of it, with such a huge bloodline, had always been polishing at such a low-level celestial emperor realm? There were actually monsters that could defeat it at the celestial emperor realm, not just one or two, but a group. There was actually a group. Who would dare to believe it in such a strange world? Who would believe it? This world was simply crazy. It died too sullenly. These laughable natives probably didn't even know how to break through to rank 8 god. Sitting on a mountain of endless treasures, always complacently cultivating the celestial emperor realm, did they really think that celestial emperor was the end of the entire cultivation? It instantly gave birth to a feeling of mockery similar to summer insects can't talk about ice. At the same time, it was even more incomparably jealous. If it was the Galway alliance with such a great bloodline, forget about the bloodline of the world, even if it had the pure blood of their ancient god, it would have long become a supreme powerhouse of the universe, ruling over many low-level civilizations. It finished speaking. I've seen a lot of the roars of the defeated, there's no surprise. The terrifying existences of the great sage realm whispered and whispered to each other. They were incomparably calm, as if they were facing the insults of a beggar on the street. So that's how it is? I've roughly understood some of the meaning. In our bodies, there is the bloodline of rank 8 god and rank 9 god. In the eyes of the living beings of other worlds, we are extremely high-level living beings. Could this be related to the 6 paths of reincarnation and the underworld? How intelligent were they? In an instant, combining their previous actions, they already understood the meaning of the descendants of the ancient gods and the descendants of the world. The descendants of rank 8 god could control time and space. It was like the huge difference in the flow of time between the celestial realm and the animal realm. It was no wonder that when they saw this creature, its speed of thinking and movements were so slow, incompatible with them. As for the descendants of rank 9 bloodline, it should be their innate talent. After all, innate talent was indeed terrifying. Heaven-defying innate talent involved the laws of the underworld. Against living beings without innate talent, it was like a piece of paper. The 100 Lives saintly Xianxia walked out and said, "Then, do you know what the 6 paths of reincarnation is?" "What 6 paths of reincarnation?" The giant octopus sneered. Xianxia said, "When living beings die, they will enter the underworld, enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, and be reincarnated. According to the merits of their previous life, they will be reincarnated into the next life." The giant octopus was shocked, and its brain was shocked by the horrifying view of the world. It held its breath. Reincarnation? How could a dead person come back to life? How could living beings reincarnate? It felt that its common sense had been turned upside down. Life was a straight line. From birth to death, it was an incomparably straight line. It was not a circle, not a reincarnation. Life was not a cycle. Could it be the ancient laws of the rank 9 world, some kind of twisted laws? At the same time, it remembered something horrifying. They were clearly the descendants of the world, but after killing these living beings, there were no laws or organs in their bodies. Then what were they using to use the laws? The giant octopus looked at this strange and mysterious world and suddenly felt a little scared. Its hair stood on end. Could it be that some world-shaking ultimate existence of the universe was creating a certain chessboard? It was so frightened that its entire body trembled, completely terrified. Xianxia said, "In the reincarnation, there is the Bridge of Helplessness, Granny Mang's Soup, Stone of 3 Lives, Village Viewing Platform, and the Arcade Hell, which suppressed many ancient and evil existences." The giant octopus was completely stunned. Its face froze, and the mockery froze on its face. "Reincarnation's true name, do you know what it is?" Xianxia whispered, constantly observing its expression and reaction. He said calmly, "Those ancient existences that were suppressed in the underworld said that they had to retrieve the reincarnation's true name. Only then could they control their own fate." Underworld, reincarnation's true name? The Galway Alliance shuddered, as if it had sensed the great horror of this world. This was something that only a legendary advanced civilization possessed. It felt that there was some kind of unbelievable truth that was as deep as the abyss, making it have the urge to escape frantically. You're lying to me, aren't you?" It suddenly roared. When a person dies, their soul is destroyed. How can there be reincarnation? Could it be that the ancient existences distorted the laws of their own world? But distorting the laws and not changing the laws. This is simply impossible. Even its voice was trembling in shock. It was intermittent, stunned and at a loss. Suddenly, a terrifying thought rose in its mind. It panicked, as if cold water had been poured over it. You don't have nomological organs. Could it be that your nomological organs are in the reincarnation of the underworld? That reincarnation's true name is your real body, your nomological organs? The great sages also trembled, as if they had realized something. They slowly looked at each other. According to the rules and common sense of the extraterrestrial demons regarding realms, they could use their talents because their ancestors were terrifying ninth-level supreme existences. They had a unique advantage. But their nomological organs of flesh and blood did not grow on their bodies. It was no wonder that the other realm heavenly demon was so surprised earlier on. Could it be that the so-called reincarnation's true name is our real body? Our nomological organs of flesh and blood? They speculated. It was indeed a very reasonable explanation for the truth. Yes, but also wrong. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua stood up. Everyone looked at her. What do you think? A great sage smiled. After all, the warriors of the Azura Path had some knowledge and memories of the ancient era. They knew many secrets. In fact, the ancient Buddhist and Taoist lineages had reappeared in the present world through them. The Azura Path had once said that in the scorching hell of Avicii, in the ancient temple of the Magma Ksitigarbha, was their most ancient ancestor, an ancient god from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yes, but also wrong. Yuan Qinghua repeated this sentence. What do you mean? Li Sanqing's voice was solemn. Your reincarnation's true name. Now that I think about it with these theories, the truth will be revealed in an instant. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. At this moment, she also felt that the mysterious historical background of this online game world was slowly opening. She said, yes, because your real body, your reincarnation's true name, can basically be confirmed to be the nomological organs of flesh and blood described by this extraterrestrial demon. They are currently reincarnating. I said wrong, because you are not the real nomological organs of flesh and blood, but... Yuan Qinghua paused for a few seconds, her scalp tingling. Only now did she think of a terrifying truth. Back then, the super-ancient god took a rank 9 corpse to the Ashuttal people to make a mechanical armor, then changed its shape, turned it into reincarnation, and gave it to the Lord of Samsara. And it was because of reincarnation that the living beings of this world were born, so these living beings were clearly part of the reincarnation. They were creatures born from the pieces of flesh and blood of the rank 9 corpse. Your real body is indeed the nomological organs of flesh and blood, but you are not the descendants of the world. You are the nomological organs of flesh and blood of the remains of the world, the living beings that evolved into the 6 paths of reincarnation. As soon as she finished speaking, it was like a bolt from the blue. All the great sages present with heaven-defying combat strength revealed an uncontrollable trace of panic on their faces. They were speechless. Us, and to real living things, we are just the remains of an ancient existence, living beings born from the flesh and blood, and reincarnation is the remains of that existence. This information, the ultimate truth of the entire reincarnation, completely subverted their entire worldview. They all thought that they were normal living beings, but they did not expect that they were actually a group of living beings born from the remains of an ancient existence. They were completely at a loss of fear. At the side, the giant octopus was completely shocked, its face full of horror. Rank 9, this world is actually the remains of a fallen rank 9 existence? How is this possible? You are lying to me. Good plan. This was simply unimaginable, it did not believe it. You big octopus, you're practically a native. Previously, you said that the others were countryside barbarians, but you are. Yuan Qinghua shook her head, her hands behind her back as she said with incomparable arrogance, you don't even know what the truth of the world is. You don't even know that there is a terrifying war going on in the nearby 10,000 worlds. Both the new and old 9th ranks were involved in this. And the aftermath of the war has already affected your location. Even if our world did not come, you might be facing a terrifying rank 9 existence. The giant octopus eyes widened. This was simply unbelievable. Its face was full of question marks and confusion. I am in such a remote place, cultivating in peace. How did I suddenly encounter so many? Yuan Qinghua continued. You are making a fuss over nothing. You super country bumpkin. You are just a lowly creature from the countryside. You have too little knowledge, you don't even know, much less have you seen, the God of creation. Creation. World. God. The giant octopus was shocked, as if thunder had struck its mind, its entire body trembling in disbelief. How come I have never heard of it? Could it be that my inherited memories have long since fallen behind the entire era of the universe? Could it be that I really am a country bumpkin? At the start, it would definitely have thought that the other party was speaking nonsense, but now, in such a terrifying and mysterious world, the remains of a fallen rank 9 being had been reincarnated by another rank 9 god. This was incomparably terrifying work that it could not even imagine. Instantly, it trembled with incomparable excitement. Its Galway alliance had actually come into contact with the upper echelons of the universe's core, a terrifying secret. Even if it died, it would be worth it. And we were fortunate enough to have witnessed it. Otherworld creature, you are too young, too low level, unable to come into contact with the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Yuan Qinghua looked at the surrounding Devis and other great sages, her face full of pride as she spoke. He is the ultimate concept of the universe. He is infinite, eternal, and indestructible, an abstract entity of chaos in the entire multiverse, not belonging to any space of the universe. He resides in the interlayer between dimensions. The entire universe, time, space, dimensions, they are all personally created by him. Surpassing matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, the law of causality, the entire universe's past, present, and future, none can understand his existence. Hiss. The giant octopus sucked in a breath of cold air, its face full of shame. So that was it. I really am a country bumpkin. The giant octopus was obviously dumbfounded. Its worldview had begun to collapse. As a universe-transcendent being, it naturally had inherited memories. But now, it already suspected that its incomparably noble inherited knowledge was too low level. It was the real country bumpkin. It was a shame to have mocked it previously. Could it be that I have entered a high-dimensional transcendent world? Some world superdimension, where countless top worlds are fighting, and there is even a legendary rank 9 world overlord? Even a rank 9 has fallen here? Looking at the dumbfounded giant octopus, Yuan Qinghua was very satisfied. It seems that the introduction routine of the god of creation on Mount Akina is very powerful. It's very intimidating. He was not embarrassed at all and was full of pride. Who knew where this country bumpkin celestial emperor came from, but he was showing off here. Its only advantage was its huge size. This kind of low-level creature had never seen such a big scene before. Screenshot. Screenshot. The picture was of a dumbfounded cosmic giant octopus. There were some strange alien octopus creatures. He could not help but secretly post frowny face soul shock, taming the country bumpkin. Entering its body and conquering its soul. The netizens quickly replied. 23333 ha 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 ha. So high. F***ck, knowledge is the power of everything. Made the giant octopus obedient. Posture is indeed the power of everything. Even the opponent is dumbfounded. After Yuan Qinghua posted, he did not pay much attention to it. He did not even look at it. He bypassed the giant octopus and looked at the experts of celestial realm and human realm. He clearly knew that this wave was an opportunity to establish the prestige of the players and increase their favorability. He had just revealed the truth of his guess. The true secret of samsara was the same. At the same time, he would tell them the consequences of touching dickies, but, after all, they could not help but worry and be afraid now. He might as well ask others to go into the water and let them be afraid together. Everyone, to tell you the truth, the outside world is extremely vast. Yuan Qinghua said, pointing at the giant octopus. You have seen it. There are more infinite possibilities than you can imagine. The great sages nodded solemnly. The giant octopus could not help but nod. They had never imagined that there would be such a terrifying high-dimensional transcendent world. It was only now that the Galway Alliance came into contact with the truth of the universe. To tell you the truth, there are already 3 worlds in the outside world engaged in a terrifying war. Each of them has existences that are close to level 9, and some have even broken through level 9. Yuan Qinghua revealed a terrifying truth. The giant octopus was instantly terrified. 3 people who were almost at the 9th level were constantly fighting? And I actually didn't notice it. Just now, this strange tree said that if they didn't come, a rank 9 existence might come. The galaxy he was in was bound to be affected by this vast cosmic war. But that was the 9th level. According to the inheritance of ancient memories, that kind of terrifying cosmic war spread across more than half of the galaxy and affected countless gods under their command. Unexpectedly, the more the octopus thought about it, the more terrified it became. It felt like doomsday was coming. Yuan Qinghua glanced at the dumbfounded giant octopus, coughed twice, and continued. At this time, the spirit chi of our world is so dense. Although our combat power is only that of a celestial emperor, we still need to raise the ceiling of our combat power. Therefore, I will announce another path after Buddhism and Taoism, the martial path. The martial path is to hammer and forge the body, using a holistic method of the body, Yuan Qinghua continued to explain. The surrounding people heard it and were suddenly enlightened. Right now, it was indeed the right time. Because of such a huge amount of energy, the world's spirit chi was completely dense. It was indeed the most suitable place to cultivate the martial path. At the side, the giant octopus was stunned. It muttered in its heart, isn't this the most normal path of cultivation? These country bumpkins, celestial emperors. Each of them seemed to have seen a new world. It was simply ridiculous. For a moment, it had the feeling of summer insects cannot talk about ice. But on second thought, it suddenly thought of something. Listening to Yuan Qinghua's preaching, it could not help but ask, you guys actually didn't cultivate this before. Could it be that you cultivated a higher level of bloodline cultivation method? Yuan Qinghua was stunned. What did she mean? He stopped talking, his mind spinning frantically, lest he got slapped in the face for showing off. I deliberately said it to him just now to get him to join us and find a way to get the other party's world coordinates. Even if there is no civilization, or if there are any brothers or sisters, let us dig again. The fox uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. Don't let your pretense be exposed. Yuan Qinghua had no idea that this was a real cosmic creature, so naturally, he treated it as an outsider similar to the sorcerer world and the ancient tree planet. At this time, Yuan Qinghua kept thinking quickly, could it be that in this giant octopus's world, everyone cultivated the martial path? Was it the most common cultivation method? But it was also very likely. No extraordinary bloodline was required, and there was no threshold. No wonder the giant octopus's cultivation speed was so slow. The martial path was a system that required the most resources and time. Damn it, the world of this giant octopus is different from ours. Here, extraordinary bloodlines are everywhere, and everyone has a bloodline. On the contrary, additional cultivation methods that do not require bloodlines are treated as treasures. After all, there is no bloodline requirement, so one can cultivate 1 or 2 more systems. I almost didn't realize it. Yuan Qinghua instantly figured it out. But as a professional, how could he be surprised? Really, a country bumpkin. Yuan Qinghua opened her mouth and said proudly, previously, we naturally cultivated higher-grade bloodline cultivation methods. Now that we have cultivated 2 major cultivation systems, we can't cultivate anymore. That's why we're cultivating the lowest cultivation method. The giant octopus was completely impressed, and it agreed with her. However, on your side, if you have any ordinary cultivation methods without bloodlines, you can mention them to me, Yuan Qinghua said faintly. Perhaps there are some shortcomings, let us correct them. Those are the most primitive cultivation methods that have been tempered hundreds of millions of years. They are widely used, so there should be no shortcomings, the giant octopus could not help but say. Yuan Qinghua narrowed her eyes slightly. I, Yuan Qinghua, have done everything in my life. Why do I need to explain to a country bumpkin like you? A backward world is always complacent. Tell me about it. The giant octopus did not dare to utter a word, and did not suspect anything. According to my inherited memory, the 2 most common primitive cultivation methods are the martial path of the body that you mentioned, and the soul path, which is like the martial path, tempering the soul. Besides the martial path, there was also the soul path. Yuan Qinghua's eyes suddenly lit up, and she coughed twice. So, as I know, these are the two cultivation methods that require the least bloodline? Write down these two paths, the martial path and the soul path. I will tell you how many ways there are to write these two paths, and how many branches there are. There are branches? The giant octopus was frightened, and hurriedly wrote it out. Of course, it wouldn't think about why those races with higher bloodlines and their own extraordinary cultivation methods would covet these two most simple and common cultivation methods. Only a fool would cultivate countless cultivation methods at the same time. In its opinion, the other party really wanted to see how backward its cultivation method was. Watching a certain player in the online game messing around, Su Ji silently observed and learned in the dark. The soul path of the universe? Also a common cultivation method without bloodline cultivation. It seems to be a spiritual cultivation method? Similar to witchcraft? No, witchcraft is to increase spiritual power, but this is purely tempering, completely improving the soul. Just like the martial path, one tempering the body, the other tempering the soul. Martial Tao tempered the body. Soul Tao tempered the soul. Under the explanation of the giant octopus, two brand new basic cultivation systems of the universe were gradually laid out in front of everyone. The great sages listened attentively. Previously, they had been exploring on their own. Now, they seemed to have completed their cultivation foundation and received systematic knowledge. These were the two basic cultivation methods. Their characteristics were naturally extremely simple and refined. They had been polished by countless experts and improved generation after generation for hundreds of millions of years. They were the core foundational cultivation methods. Is that so? Yuan Qinghua listened and felt that it was an eye-opener. The other party's world seemed to be more primitive and ancient. It was likely to be a transcendent world not inferior to the three-pillar god civilization. After listening to these two cultivation methods, he also felt that there was a heavy feeling of a heavy sword without an edge, a great skill without work, without the slightest fanciness. That's it? Galway Alliance, you've disappointed me. Do you have any more advanced secret techniques? Yuan Qinghua, the green tree with his hands behind his back, scolded coldly, you ignorant creatures. He always liked to keep his treasures to himself, hiding some low-level cultivation techniques and being pleased with himself. Do you think we'll secretly learn your low-level cultivation methods? Ridiculous. The giant octopus hurriedly said, there's really only this cultivation method. It has been polished for hundreds of millions of years and has been recognized by time. The weakest experts cultivate it, and the strongest experts also cultivate it. In my inherited memories, creatures without bloodline talents all cultivate these two basic cultivation techniques. There is no exception. Only races and civilizations with special bloodlines will have their own cultivation methods exclusive to their own race and bloodline. And their cultivation methods are also evolved from the two concepts of martial Tao and soul Tao. They are more powerful and tailor-made according to their own bloodline. This was the origin of transcendent bloodline cultivation methods. In the netherworld, Su Ji sat quietly in the Samsara temple and listened. He was slightly stunned. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed the two basic cultivation methods, the origin of all transcendent bloodline cultivation methods. In fact, the Dantian Qi and blood method of the witch tribe, the Dantian furnace that runs through the meridians of the whole body, and even the more advanced 9 revolutions mysterious art based on this are all concepts of martial Tao. Su Ji stood up and paced back and forth. As for the various immortal seas of consciousness and the various meditation techniques of magi, they should also be classified as soul Tao. After all, they're all methods of soul cultivation. Su Ji had a feeling of enlightenment. As he looked around, he saw that the bloodline cultivation method of each of his transcendent worlds seemed to be fated to evolve from the two great bloodline-less basic cultivation methods. The reason why I didn't discover the martial path and soul path so quickly is because I have too many bloodlines. I made use of the player's hairlines to evolve various races with supernatural potential, giving all the creatures on the sand table various supernatural bloodlines. This is the advantage of the Zerg race, evolution. Therefore, they directly used their bloodline to search for bloodline cultivation methods, bypassing the concept of basic cultivation methods without bloodlines. Now that he thought about it, all of them were proud sons of heaven with powerful extraordinary bloodlines. Very interesting. The soul path is probably the same as the martial path. For us, it's of little value. Although it points directly to the essence and doesn't have any extraordinary bloodline threshold, ordinary people can cultivate it, but the cultivation speed is slow, and it consumes a lot of resources. Suji looked into the distance in the Samsara temple, already guessing the future of this cultivation method. It should be the same as the martial path. It won't be widely spread, but for experts who have too many cultivation resources, are very rich, and want to cultivate one or two more cultivation methods, it's the same choice as the martial path. Suji was very satisfied. From the giant octopus, he instantly obtained many basic situations of the entire universe's civilizations, and the laws of the world were completely clear. The path of the 8th stage god was the path of thinking and spacetime. The path of the 9th stage god was the path of soul and flesh as one. Both of them had their own bloodline descendants. Their descendants would inherit part of their parents' level of life, and they were born incomplete high-dimensional creatures. And the ordinary races in the universe without bloodlines would cultivate the soul path and martial path. The bloodline special cultivation methods of any advanced transcendent civilization would be improved based on these two basic cultivation methods. And the 9th stage god was the true overlord of the universe, a high-level figure. The path of the 9th stage god was the fusion of soul and flesh, which was the fusion of the martial path and the soul path of the two basic universal cultivation methods, distorting the laws and forming an extraordinary world. It was fated in the unseen world. Thinking about it carefully, the transcendent civilization deduced by Suji formed a circle, completely filled. I've been working behind closed doors, but the civilization transcendent results I've obtained are indeed not bad. The various transcendent bloodline systems are very heaven-defying. Suji had a kind of hearty joy. Previously, he was confused, but now that he had been confirmed, he was naturally happy. He felt that this giant octopus was simply his koi, bringing him good fortune. In front of me, the science of cosmic creatures has completely filled in my entire understanding of the world and the universe. These idiotic players were really wretched, and they had a lot of tricks up their sleeves, tricking this cosmic octopus into a daze. And at this time, after hearing this, Yuan Qinghua's face became solemn, as if she was a charlatan trying to trick this honest NPC. She said to the giant octopus, "Then what about your race and your civilization? This is a super opportunity. Maybe you can rely on the 9th stage ancient existence. A cosmic war that involves the entire galaxy is breaking out, and it's also a time of need. You can contact them to come here." He was very shameless, and he even began to want to dig the buttocks of the other party's siblings. Contact my race? The giant octopus looked touched. This creature had a kind face and was very considerate of him. Although it behaved very fiercely just now, calling him a country bumpkin, it was indeed a country bumpkin. Our race lays eggs on the planets in space, and we've never seen our parents since we were born. However, as my bloodline becomes stronger, if I break through to the god level, I'll vaguely have a bloodline connection with my parents. Yuan Qinghua was stunned, feeling a little regretful. It was very difficult for such an unorthodox race to find parents. Could it be that this race knows that their meat is too fat, and they're afraid that others will take them all? Uproot them? Yuan Qinghua fell into deep thought, feeling that it was very possible. After all, in the dark law of the forest, no one would expose their own coordinates. For example, the lava world and the 7 realms were fighting each other because their coordinates had been exposed. However, the small universe world was not involved precisely because its coordinates had not been exposed. Then, Yuan Qinghua cupped her fists and said to the great sages, "Right now, the soul path, martial path, and the 2 great basic cultivation techniques consume a lot of resources. However, right now, our world is not lacking in resources, and we can carry on cultivating." Yuan Qinghua said, "Right now, if we cultivate all of them, it will be martial, soul, Buddhist, Tao, and one's innate nature. A total of 5 major systems will be cultivated at the same time. This isn't as simple as 1 + 1, but an increase of several times. Great sages, all of you can completely become world-shaking and terrifyingly strong." When the great sages heard this, they couldn't remain calm. If one cultivated the 5 major systems at the same time to perfection, they would indeed be heaven-defying, and their battle prowess would be exaggerated. Of course, the requirements for one's aptitude and talent were extremely high. Ordinary people might not be able to thoroughly cultivate one system. Reaching the consummate heavenly emperor realm, however, they were also in deep thought. Lord Samsara was so assured in increasing their strength. Was he really so confident in his own battle prowess? At the same time, killing this terrifying giant monster in front of them was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. If they snatched away a terrifying existence, would this world be invaded by it? Currently, there are the 3-pillar god arcane art world, the divine clay world, and the primordial celestial court. Yuan Xinhua couldn't help but explain, then, I will briefly explain their experts and civilization system. Right now, we are a world without gods, so naturally, we are the weakest. First, there is the pillar god world. Their world is different from ours. They don't have reincarnation, and the dead can't be reborn. However, there is the mysterious heavenly Tao. The 3-pillar gods can see the future of the entire world hundreds or thousands of years later. The people of that land are born, and the future of their own death is already written. As she continued to explain, the surrounding great sages were greatly shocked, and their expressions changed. How was this possible? Heavenly Tao. Fatalism, demon core virus, crazy evolution, even the giant octopus couldn't help but roar and scream. The 3-pillar gods divined the past and future as the mysterious heavenly Tao of civilization, and then used all life as cells to form a rank 9? It continued to listen, and its mind was about to explode. This kind of exaggerated rank 9 existence was a heaven-defying exaggeration even among rank 9 existences. It was an unimaginably vast life form. How can there be such a terrifying person in Diqi? An existence of this level is too frightening. With his own strength, he forced back a weak rank 9? This is unimaginable. The god race actually lowered the threshold for rank 9. Rank 9 existences were born in the world, and they were as dense as stars. The entire god clan, in its shallow knowledge, was the most terrifying. Although each had their own terrifying characteristics, the strong were respected, and the rank 9 brought the greatest advantage. This race's bloodline was actually unheard of in the entire universe. They could actually mass-produce rank 9 existences, and a large number of beings had crossed the threshold. The center of the universe. The giant octopus's face was scarlet, and it roared excitedly. This really is the center of the universe. What a terrifying world, waging war against each other. Heavens! What have I come into contact with? My Galway alliance actually had the opportunity to come into contact with such a terrifying thing. No wonder it's said that it will affect the star I'm cultivating in. With such a terrifying combat situation, I'm afraid it will affect the entire vast galaxy within 1,000,000 light years. This kind of war will probably be earth-shattering, an unimaginably terrifying high-dimensional galaxy war. It was wild with joy. I actually entered an advanced civilization in the center of the universe, a world where the remains of a rank 9 died. Fortuitous encounter. Unimaginable fortuitous encounter. Whoosh. A cold wind whistled. Suji sat on the roof, looking at the orchard under the entire Dongqing district of Huaxia. This was also the center of the universe that the Galway Alliance, the giant octopus, had dreamt of. The 3-pillar gods and Diqi are still crazy. This time, another layer of the world has been evaporated. Looking at the bright red soil of the orchard, Suji sat on the roof and took a sip of tea. It will affect the vast galaxy of the universe tens of thousands of light years. How many medium and low-level civilizations will be destroyed? I don't know, but this war, my family's orchard has been destroyed several times. He stood up and paused for a moment, then turned and went downstairs. This time, let Diqi clean up the mess himself. In the end, the world's top great sages left one after another, their minds not calm. As for the cosmic octopus, it was completely convinced. It was too terrifying. It was simply unimaginably terrifying. After listening to it, it was at a loss and trembling. Then, after the great sages left, the entire valley was completely sealed, imprisoning the soul of this terrifying and vast cosmic octopus, filling up the entire valley. Seeing that there was only one tree left, the giant octopus could not help but say excitedly, "Didn't you say that you would correct my cultivation method?" "Of course." Xianxia said faintly, "I never go back on my words. Now that you're talking to me about the Soul Dao, I'll talk to you about the cultivation methods of the Soul Dao, the ways to write the Soul Dao. Wait for me to leave for half a day." The giant octopus was excited, its face full of anticipation. This was truly a terrifying and mysterious high-dimensional world. One could tell just by looking at the flow of time here. The living beings here even slept in the high-dimensional space-time. How would an ordinary person dare to waste their life here? Half a day later, Xianxia returned. He took out a black table-shaped cube and said, "Nuclear. Pui, an ancient Buddhist artifact driven by Buddhist light. It can also be driven by true qi." The giant octopus looked excited. Was this a machine similar to a technological civilization? No, this wasn't a pure machine, it was a hybrid psionic machine. Xianxia handed it over and said with a serious face, "Study it well, it contains several types of soul cultivation and soul forging knowledge, it will make you stronger." After Xianxia left, the giant octopus looked at it happily. It turned out to be all kinds of terrifying mathematical problems, as well as the equations of the various operating parameters of the universe. The strange words physical chemistry were written on them. Learning knowledge can temper the soul? Is there any other way? It was silent for a moment, looking at the soul sports in the corner. There was an icon for a relaxing course. Clicking on it, it turned out to be two octopuses intertwining together. Seeing these creatures that looked similar to itself, it instinctively blushed, but it continued to observe carefully. This is very likely where the mystery of cultivating the Soul Dao lies. On the other side, the entire forum was already in a frenzy. Previously, due to the urgency of opening the dungeon, this group of online players had no time to communicate at all. They could only take a screenshot and post a title to tell everyone that this had happened. Now that things had calmed down, the players inside could finally come out and describe the process of this war, as well as the harvest and the current situation. The entire Wizard Community online game section was completely boiling. This was a historic scene. The new expansion pack was completely opened. Because the online game that the players were in had finally completely connected with the transcendent world of the other solo players in Spore Evolution. What did this mean? It meant that in the future, the status of these players would rise. Originally, the online forum was still discussing the battle between Dicky and the three pillar gods. The discussion was unusually intense, and everyone felt that the battle was very terrifying. Screenshots. 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 Screenshots of the battle were released one after another. The three pillar gods are definitely the most pitiful rank 9 in history. They met Dicky. The most pitiful rank 9 in history. They survived the most difficult path, but they can't replenish their energy. The main reason is that the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is too terrifying. It's the strongest safe in the world. Back then, the concept of this art was to resist the darkness, resist Dicky, and kill all living beings to eat energy. Now, it's used on the three pillar gods. There were hundreds of posts on the internet, all discussing the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. After all, this art was too eye-catching and shameless. The more they thought about it, the more shameless it became. I'm starting to suspect that the three pillar gods will completely change their target after this wave. Find a way to locate the small universe and deal with Carolyn. When everyone heard this, they felt that Qiu Mingyu's words made sense. This safe couldn't be opened even if they were beaten to death. But it's obvious that the small universe is starting to become a daddy. The three pillar gods might even be beaten up if they go there. A group of super gamers, Where did Majin Bu come from? Yuanqi bomb. Everyone suddenly took a deep breath. What the hell? Could it be that this was really the development of history? In fact, they might not necessarily be able to withstand the three pillar gods because the structure of the world is different. There is no 9 Revolutions mysterious art on the other side. The three pillar gods can go to various planets and kill all living beings to absorb energy. Indeed, the rank 9 over there is too weak. Transforming into a disabled rank 9 and eating and drinking enough energy, their combat power is similar to that of the three pillar gods without absorbing energy. But what if they don't fight you? Many people felt that it was reasonable. The three pillar gods might be on par with you right now, but the three pillar gods were normal rank 9 existences. They could avoid fighting you and go around you to eat and drink to their heart's content, slaughter all living things, and become a complete rank 9. Cripples like you would be beaten to death. Thinking about it this way, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is still the nemesis of the three pillar gods. Everyone said. After all, everyone was a keyboard saint. Yes. Although many existences with similar battle prowess as the three pillar gods can be born in a pocket universe, the possibility of them being destroyed is very high. Unless the number of super scions reaches a certain level and can surround the three pillar gods to death, not giving them a chance to engage in guerrilla warfare. While everyone was discussing the outcome of the battle between Dicky and the three pillar gods, the players who had raided Dicky's back garden and intercepted the giant octopus had come out. Hello everyone, we're out. Xianxia posted a comment. It's done? Everyone couldn't help but ask. Xianxia, I'm sorry, it's done. It took longer than I expected. After all, Dicky's but is still very full. Everyone, aren't you guys too excited? Many people were incomparably envious. They felt that this wave of excitement was just too great. Going into the instance dungeon and fighting bosses was simply too great. It was a pity that they were outside and couldn't obtain a spot to enter, which made them feel incredibly pained. But when the time comes, you might be crying for your parents, someone couldn't help but say. Xianxia said, why would we be afraid? I killed the giant octopus because of love. After all, the essence of love is to lust for its body. A screenshot. The picture showed the remains of the giant octopus, as well as a bunch of flirtatious poems written on the corpse. They were all filled with love for the octopus, as if they had come here for a visit. Everyone was dumbfounded. These guys were boundlessly unrestrained. Dicky had already deeply remembered you guys. Xianxia, cough, cough, cough. Let me introduce the specific process of this wave and the harvest. We know that the ancient gods took the remains to the Ashuttal people and made them into mechanical armors. Then, they sent them back to the 6 paths of reincarnation as reincarnation, proving that the two worlds are not far apart. The magma land and the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation is obviously also secretly observing the battle between the three worlds. This wave is obviously a direct attack to steal Dicky. That's why we're following the big boss. Everyone here is a veteran online game player. You should have guessed that our situation is probably because we passed the beginner's village and opened a new section of the game, Cosmic Giant Octopus. Many netizens were listening attentively. Because of what, this was an online game, this meant that they also had a chance to enter. As long as their 1,000-man server won the PvP competition in the wizard community, they could enter the gourmet world. Now, thousands of players entered every season. The entire animal realm was already an online game, a world for many players. Although these players were really younger brothers. The flow of time in the animal realm was extremely slow, just like in the wizard community. They would be attacked by the heavenly realm and the mortal realm. But being a low-dimensional creature was better than nothing, not everyone could write a thesis and enter the supernatural world. Someone asked, then, will it be the era of the big online game? Xianxia, nonsense. Our lifespan is only 80 years. Because of the evolutionary characteristics of the Azura Realm warriors, their lifespan is only 1/10 of that of ordinary creatures. The earliest batch will die soon. They have already passed 2/3 of their lifespan, and there is no way to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm, so their lifespan can't be extended. Everyone reacted quickly when they heard this. This was indeed the case. They were too weak in all aspects. Although it was the era of big online games, they would soon be eliminated. Xianxia, so, according to our guess, to continue playing, the only way is to extend their lifespan and break through to the god level, which is to break through level 80 and successfully change their profession. But to break through to the god level, we have to overthrow the Reincarnation Emperor, which is back to the main line. Xianxia nodded. The god level was a watershed. They had not broken through to the god level. At the Celestial Emperor realm, they were still players. It was okay to die as an online game. But once they broke through to the god level, they would completely become their true selves. For example, he, cute girl, Thunder Emperor, and the others. But the gods could no longer keep up with the times. They were like the celestial emperor in the past, average level. It was different from the rare one or two gods in the past. Now, the gods were as numerous as dogs, and the high-level gods were weak chickens. The gods who set foot on the road to the 9th grade were the top combat power in the world, such as the daughter of Xinglin and the others. And the real suppressor-level combat power would be the 9th grade in the future. Xianxia, overthrowing the main line of the reincarnation emperor and breaking through the immortal path is not something you can achieve in a short period of time. Do you have any other goals? Yuan Qinghua, yes, we plan to help the big octopus cultivate. This country bumpkin, a bumpkin who has never seen the big world, his soul body will break through to the god level, and then let it faintly sense its parents, brothers, and sisters, and fish out their energy. Everyone was stunned, cursing these animals for being shameless. Not only did they want the body of the giant octopus, but they also wanted its family. An honest giant octopus is being played by a shameless kid, scary. You guys even gave it a question? Learning physics and chemistry will make it a bald octopus? However, the relaxation lesson is quite interesting. This might be the legendary classic food, octopus fillet. Roasted red octopus. JPG, what the F***ck is octopus fillet, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as a chill ran down their spines. These guys are too cool, however, there was still more to come. Someone actually continued. It can't be helped. If we watch Animal World all day, it might be led astray by you guys and become a classic food. Spicy octopus. Roasted red octopus. JPG, everyone? Indeed, it can't be helped. If it's led astray by these idiots, it's completely hopeless. I personally think that cutting can cure it forever. This might be the legendary classic food. Cut octopus, brother octopus playing a flute. JPG, everyone. No, you guys are underestimating these guys. I think the giant octopus will be killed by them soon. Classic food. Octopus is finished. Roasted red octopus. JPG, many people were very excited. The giant octopus restaurant had already taken shape. In an instant, the future of the entire universe's giant octopus was arranged clearly. Some netizens were shocked. Although they heard that the Spore Evolution Forum was very passionate about learning, they didn't expect it to be so. This group of people not only discussed the cultivation systems of the universe and the supernatural world, but also evolutionary biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and blockchain. Now, they were even talking about food. Even Bear Grylls has dabbled in it? Someone sat in front of the computer excitedly. I was right to come here. This is my dream. But at this moment, suddenly, someone started the discussion. In the wizarding world, there's a saying, eager for justice, the chicken that sends charcoal in snowy weather. Your good friend Brother Octopus is being played. Aren't you going to do something about it? Everyone's eyes turned. This was a provocation. At this time, Akina Sanzo spoke. Cough, cough, cough. In that case, let me say something fair. Here's the question. How are you going to help the giant octopus break through to the immortal spirit realm? Attracting siblings based on blood relations? In this era where the path to immortality is severed and the world is ruled by the mastermind behind the scenes. Yuan Qinghua, he didn't know how to react. Indeed, it was at most a great sage. Even if the giant octopus came from the outside, it would still have to lie down here. It was impossible for it to break through. Akina Mountain sped up. Idiot, aren't we back to the main plot? I still have to overthrow the Lord of Samsara, resume the celestial path, and break through the bottleneck of level 79. Only then can I break through to level 80 and advance my occupation. Yuan Qinghua was dumbfounded and didn't make a sound. Everyone burst into laughter. Everything had its nemesis. On the road, only the racing god of Mount Akina, who was good at overtaking, could beat the driver. Akina Mountain sped up. Ahem, 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 let's get back to business. Let me explain the current situation. The main battle in front of us is definitely between the seven realms and the ancient lava land. The mythical celestial court versus the arcane world. As for the microcosm world and the six realms of samsara, both sides are hiding in the dark and watching. No one knows when they will make a move. However, both sides are in a stalemate. Just like what I suspected before, the three pillar gods are likely to fall in love with someone else and search for Carolyn's world. It's very likely that a new cosmic war will really start there. Someone else chimed in. Just like how a big guy with the three pillar gods can't pry open the belt of Dickie's little wife? It's still some idiots. While the three pillar gods were taking off their pants, they touched Dickie's but from behind. Clapping and cheering, everyone was having a headache. Could you please calm down a little? They had been led astray by a Kina mountain all day long. They couldn't bear to look at it. They were clearly discussing an extremely serious topic here. Many serious people even thought that if it hadn't been for Akina Mountain Speed, this slut, at the beginning, it might have been a super serious academic forum. In fact, they also knew how terrifying the three pillar gods' invasion of the microcosm world was. The structure of the microcosm world was not as portable as the seven realms. In the seven realms, only the mortal world and the demon world were the main material planes. Most of the land existed in the inner space. However, if they really fought there, it would be too terrifying. The three pillar gods were fighting guerrilla warfare everywhere. How could they resist? They couldn't. Temporarily practicing the 9 revolutions mysterious art? Impossible. This was the symbolic foundation of the seven realms, just like the symbol of the lava land was the magic core. Even if you learned it, you wouldn't be able to learn it so quickly. That vast expanse of land in the starry sky universe had a population of more than 100 billion. The number of people was 7 or 8 times that of the seven realms. The demonic pillar Europe is really coming. Someone couldn't help but murmur in horror. Demonic, isn't it referring to the magic core? Isn't the world line of the pillar gods the European emperor's world? Everything is a miraculous development. Choosing the line with the best luck and combat power is the European emperor. Put together, it was 4 words: demonic, human, pillar, Europe. Indeed, each word had a terrible meaning. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Everything was fated in the netherworld. Everything was fated in the netherworld. As expected, they were all homonyms that hinted at the supernatural universe and the Dragon Ball manga. How terrifying. Everyone was not calm. However, someone asked, didn't the sacred cherry blossom emperor run so fast that the three pillar gods couldn't find him? Mount Akina quickly replied, according to Dickie's speculation, it's not that they can't find him, it's just that it's very difficult. However, he often appears and leaves traces on the lava land. He can greatly distort the laws of the world and reconnect the broken lines, then crawl over. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. A level 9 creature was too terrifying. Mount Akina quickly said, it's very likely that the three pillar gods have gone back to research a new war. That's an extremely difficult operation. As for Dickie, according to his information, he might be secretly monitoring the three pillar gods and observing the situation on the lava land, then secretly following them in. Everyone, Dickie was still very cunning. He had already predicted so many situations and even planned to follow the three pillar gods into the little universe to fish in troubled waters. Something big is going to happen. Some netizens felt goosebumps all over. It was fine that the three pillar gods had entered, but Dickie had also entered. Were they playing? At this moment, the leader of the digital beasts, space-splitting constellation, had already turned into a green digital tyrannosaurus. Bai Xiaojun walked out. Roughly when? Mount Akina replied, I don't know. About 200 years? Anyway, it's longer than finding Dickie to prepare for war. Otherwise, I would have gone to find Carolyn long ago. Indeed. The clues left behind were too hazy, as if they were in a fog. If it was so easy to reconnect the clues, the three pillar gods wouldn't have thought about finding Dickie. Bai Xiaojun felt that it was very scary. 200 years was a very short number, so short that it was shocking. So short? The current situation is that the Super Science planet has just been destroyed, and the civilization has entered a period of rapid development under pressure. Don't look at the current population of 100 billion, it's not a lot. According to my speculation, it might increase by several times in 200 years, reaching 300 billion. That's the normal population of this land. Everyone's scalps went numb. 200 years later, more than 300 billion, in such a terrifying and vast super large-scale world, the more people there were, the harder it was to guard against it. The three-pillar gods could casually eat the life energy of a few planets, and no one would be able to withstand it. Then what should we do? It's over. They were all sighing non-stop. And the big shots also began to discuss some matters, preparing to think of a way to deal with it. Suji watched the situation for a while. Through the strange comments of the netizens, he could not bear to look at the scene. It was also at this time that he knew the plans of the three-pillar gods. They had really been forced to find another way by Dicky. From the looks of it, in the entire universe, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is still the best. It specializes in all kinds of cannibalism and world destruction. Suji laughed involuntarily, not thinking too much about it. In fact, the war was beneficial to him. And originally, his idea was to target the energy for his goal of becoming a god in the small universe. After all, this was the largest sand table he had ever created. The land was large and the population was large, so naturally, the energy was the most abundant. Now it seems that with the development, this is really the case. The small universe war may be an extremely rare super-universe war. In the underworld, in the Samsara temple, Suji's heart was calm, carefully sorting out the information of the giant octopus and future development. But obviously, the spiritual energy of this world was too dense, and this was only 10% of the spiritual energy that had dissipated. Some top and powerful sects could bathe in the dense sea of spiritual energy liquid and build palaces and buildings on it. And this spiritual energy is in my inner world. Suji sat on the emperor's throne and thought, even if I don't absorb other energy, when I gradually digest it, it will be enough for me to break through and become a god, even a mid-level god, and there is also hope for a high-level god. Of course, the so-called gradual digestion referred to the creatures in the body absorbing and cultivating the energy, improving their realm, and then naturally dying of old age or other kinds of death, returning to him. Such a huge amount of energy, and he could only absorb 30% of the death of all living beings. The remaining 70% was plundered by the experts who killed them, or naturally dissipated into the air. But has the animal realm really become a world of online games? Suji lowered his head and thought, I don't know what those guys have achieved in these years, but I have never seen it. I'll take a look at that poor giant octopus. After a while, Mengpa walked in, a stooped, gloomy old lady. Your Majesty, are you going to the animal realm to visit incognito? Shangguan Man was extremely surprised. After all, he had just obtained such a huge benefit, and he was still processing it. The underworld had obtained the largest share. Although their combat strength was not too strong, and Shangguan Man and the others had also entered the Great Saint realm, their combat strength was not particularly exaggerated. But when the underworld went out to do business, they were in charge of the world's reincarnation order. How could others dare to be stronger than them? The world is changing, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is suddenly changing. I have to go and see, Suji said. In the green forest of the earth. It was a natural land full of vitality, and even this spiritual land with extremely rich spiritual energy had naturally given birth to many demons. They had developed intelligence and became demons, and it looked like a real high-level world. Clatter. In front of a mahogany table. A bald chimpanzee who looked like a flat top was wearing a golden kasaya, a golden Buddhist ring around his neck, and 2 golden Buddhist rings on his hands. His whole body was golden, and he was talking to a flea-shaped Taoist next to him. The two were obviously the receptionists of a certain force. Another batch of newcomers has arrived. I wonder what the quality of this batch is like, the chimpanzee said. I don't know, but most of them are from our Tai Dao sect, a flea said. We are a top orthodox Dao sect. As soon as the players came in, they would turn into various animals and be reborn everywhere. Therefore, every time a new player came in, there would be a sect reception network spread all over the place to take them away. The 2 people in front of him were the network in charge of this mountain range. We are acting as a beginner's village. Those guys can't come. They have to at least cultivate to level 10 by themselves before they can enter the major sects and change professions, the chimpanzee said softly and slowly. After all, level 10 is already a kind of test. It can test one's aptitude. I wonder who in this batch will come to our place first, and who will be the first to reach level 10. Anyway, the first genius who arrives first will definitely be from our branch of physics Buddhism, the Buddhism of electromagnetism physics. The chimpanzee said this with a face full of anger and a stomach full of bitterness. Compared to other Buddhist sects, we are the corrected Buddhist sect. The Buddhism of mechanical energy next door claims to be a Buddhist refining sect. Their so-called great accomplishment true venerate indestructible Buddha body, Nanwa Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium bombs, 3,600 revolutions per second, and immeasurable merit to the world. What a joke. The more it spoke, the angrier it became. Boom, behind it, there was a faint holy Buddhist light emitting, like a majestic Vajra Buddha. Endless blue thunder exploded all over its body, sacred and majestic. Among the newcomers in the last batch, the Buddhism of mechanical energy turned out to be the Buddhism of physics. Everyone learned craftsmanship? Using the relic in one's body to drive machinery using nuclear energy, called a Buddhist artifact, physics and mechanics, what an unorthodox method, being defeated by this guy. How embarrassing would it be for the Buddhism of electromagnetism physics, the cutting magnetic induction coil cutting Buddha, and all kinds of physics masters who were proficient in Tesla coils? It should be noted that many of their disciples were research assistants in universities. Their PhD and Masters of Physics in this field actually lost to the mechanical physics department next door. Shame, the shame of the sect. Although they also had many newcomers, they were ranked second in the peak of Buddhism. After all, the blue lightning cutting of the Tesla coils, crackling and flashing blue sparks, was indeed very cool. Their magnetic induction coils had formed a special Buddhist ring that could be used as a weapon, the Vajra ring of Orthodox Buddhism. It could even subdue demon beasts, wear it on their heads, and chant incantations, causing them to be electrocuted until they wished they were dead. Recently, he wanted to subdue a monkey with good aptitude and put it on him, but unfortunately, he couldn't touch it. Your internal struggle of ideas, the molecular dispute of the physics and radiation school, what does that have to do with my Taoism? Another flea sneered. Have you asked me before you want to snatch the first person? In the distance, a calm-looking young man dressed in green, like an elegant son of a noble family, followed by an old lady. Shangguan Man watched in the dark, stunned. Electricity, electromagnetism? And there's a mechanical Buddha? I don't know what system it is, but it looks amazing. She was very shocked. After all, these years, the cultivation techniques of the animal path have been flowing out, and they are very popular in the other two paths. Although they are all crude cultivation techniques, when they enter the other two paths, the flow of time will allow the celestial path and the mortal path to quickly perfect these crude cultivation techniques. Suji was also a little surprised. He had to say that these guys were very creative, reviving the various Chinese schools of thought. After all, the physics and chemistry schools were created by them. It seems that all kinds of detailed branches of cultivation schools have appeared. He gently bypassed these people in charge and went to the core city, which was very lively. On the streets, there were all kinds of creatures shouting, like a busy market. It really had the atmosphere of a virtual street city in online games, buying equipment, forming teams, discussing cultivation experiences, and alchemy rooms. There were even red-named players who robbed in the dark, squatting in the wilderness of the city, killing people and robbing goods. The current animal path has been unified by the players, and there are no natural enemies, but it still suffered serious losses. There are fights between the factions, and there are evil sects of red-named players. Suji had a calm expression. Suji walked on the street. The surrounding players weren't surprised at all when they saw a humanoid creature on animal path. They were used to it. Facing this kind of young master from a wealthy family who came from the human Tao or the heaven Tao, the various holy sons, holy daughters, and outstanding disciples of the sects were no longer surprised. There were even a few guides who walked up with enthusiastic faces. Young master, are you from the mortal world? Do you want me to take you around? A Taoist walked out with a serious expression. We are an ancient Qi refinement lineage with a long history. Our true Qi Dharma artifacts and secret arts are unique. If you come to our shop, you will definitely benefit greatly. We will give you a 20% discount for God Source transactions. The common currency was God Source. Normal radiation was negative radiation that decayed cells. It was the killing Buddha of the Avicii scorching hell and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Normal Buddhas were positive radiation, assimilating the other party and evolving them into a special kind of radiation creature. Their bodies emitted golden divine light, and the energy stones condensed by Buddhist power were God Source. That's not the case. This benefactor is fated with Buddha. I should be responsible for leading him around the city. At this moment, another bald tiger wearing a kasaya slowly walked up to pull someone. He had a benevolent expression and a bright halo behind him. He looked very dignified. Ridiculous. How can the Dharma artifacts and tools that those cultivators sell compare to our professional mechanical Buddha sect? A monk with a modern sci-fi feel slowly walked out. He was carrying a dark sci-fi streamlined Gatling gun on his back. He looked very domineering. Shangguan Man was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a warm scene before. She thought that it was hospitality. In fact, they all thought that they were tourists from other places and wanted to rip them off. Obviously, these players were also very serious about learning Huaxia's tourism culture. No, he should come to my side. I should be the one leading him. You mechanical Buddhas are affecting the image of the city and destroying Huaxia's ancient culture. You're not mainstream. You're just freaks. While they were arguing, Suji glanced around and walked to a nearby restaurant with Shangguan Man. Waiter, order, Suji said. This is the menu. What would you like to order? A rather pretty Traiant girl slowly walked over. She was clearly a lifestyle player and was in charge of serving customers. Suji did not say anything. He quietly sat on the chair and looked at the menu, preparing to order. The predecessor of the 6 paths of reincarnation was the gourmet world. Naturally, there were gourmet creatures everywhere, and these players had indeed developed all kinds of delicious cuisines, which piqued Suji's curiosity. After ordering a bunch of dishes, the Traiant girl left to prepare the dishes. It really does look like a classical Xianxia supernatural world. An ancient-style restaurant with an elegant and unique environment. Suji looked around silently. Although the players' brains were filled with water, they were still full of Chinese sentiments. These construction and farming players were extremely passionate about meticulously constructing streets, buildings, trees, and decorations. Previously, the sorcerer community was already very detailed, but now it was even more perfect. It could be said that it was a deliberate disguise to deceive an outsider NPC, or that it was because of true feelings. Anyway, it was like this. Soon, the dishes were served. Sit down and eat, said Suji. Your young master. The old lady hesitated for a moment. Sit down. Suji looked below the window of the attic and found that the players who were shopping guides were still arguing. They were getting louder and louder. You mechanical Buddhas call yourselves the Buddhist weapon refining sect. You carry machines all day and shamelessly call them Buddhist artifacts. Buddhist artifacts driven by relics, aren't they driven by nuclear energy? You're a disgrace to the ancient Chinese. Deceiving your masters and destroying your ancestors. A tiger player with a golden Buddhist ring around his neck was cursing. Its arms were adorned with rings of exquisite golden Buddhist bracelets, and its entire body was covered in crackling noises. Its face was full of majesty. Even if it wasn't standing on the clouds, it still had the appearance of an ancient holy monk or Buddha. What kind of monk would hold a Gatling gun and shoot? Scum. Bah. We're advancing with the times. This mechanical Buddha player was unconvinced. He carried a black metal mechanical Gatling gun and sneered. Who said we're really like this? We actually have weapon skins to choose from. We also have retro Chinese traditional skins. He put away the mechanical Gatling gun and the thick circle of Gatling guns that fired black bullets. He took out a golden Buddhist staff from his space ring. He took out a large string of exquisite Buddhist beads and hung it around his neck. Look, we're also the ancient Orthodox. He carried the Buddhist staff and had a string of golden Buddhist beads around his neck. He put his palms together and looked very attractive. He suddenly picked up the golden Buddhist staff and aimed at the sky. He straightened his waist and made a handsome gesture of holding a Gatling gun with both hands. This is the posture of slaying demons and purging demons. Da-da-da-da. A series of rapid sounds of mechanical bullets rang out. The circle of golden Buddhist beads around this player's neck kept loading and rolling forward. The entire long Buddhist staff was like a huge Gatling gun. Da-da-da-da, the crisp sound resounded through the sky. F***ck. The opposing tiger was stunned on the spot. He was scared out of his wits. F***ck. This works too. Buddhist staff Gatling gun, Buddhist beads nuclear bomb? The surrounding players were also stunned. They were seething and felt like they were about to split apart in an instant. They were horrified as if they had seen a ghost. It was too terrifying. This mechanical equipment refining Buddhist sect was worthy of being the #1 Buddhist sect. In order to prevent the counterattack of the second most flourishing electromagnetic Buddhist sect, they had actually developed such a move for the recruitment of new disciples? How terrifying. They shook their heads and felt that this move was too well hidden. It seemed that the Tesla coil Buddha, relying on the advantage of the traditional appearance, was going to be defeated again. It was no match for the opponent at all. You. The tiger player, wearing a golden Buddhist ring, had an ashen face. The opposing player carried the golden Buddhist staff on his back again. A string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck. He was wearing a golden monk robe. His appearance was not inferior in the slightest. He looked like an enlightened monk, like a golden cicada in the world. He said, "We're the most popular. Why do we have more disciples than you?" Now, it's obvious. In my opinion, you nouveau riche are so unsophisticated and primitive. The golden rings all over your body clanked and crackled with electric arcs. It's so unsophisticated. Just like those legendary web-based games with the Dragon Slayer sword. Golden bumpy special effects, uncle-level aesthetics, and you claim to be the orthodox traditional style of Buddhism. The middle-aged players present felt like they had suffered a critical blow. Also, what are you doing, domesticating and enlightening monsters and converting them to Buddhism? In reality? You're wearing an electric shock device on your head and madly electrocuting them. Thunder Dharma Buddha, animal protection organizations will condemn you. Bah. Gatling Buddha, disgusting, corrupting orthodoxy. Someone next to him couldn't help but say, "Don't think that you can be proud just because you changed your skin. You Tesla Buddhas are country bumpkins who can't keep up with the times." Someone scolded. There was still a ruckus below. Suji was a little confused. How long has it been since I came to see these idiotic players? What did I miss? He vaguely felt that he had missed a lot of wonderful scenes. It turned out that the ancient Buddhist bead faction and the Buddhist ring faction actually corresponded to the battle of mechanical physics and electromagnetic physics, respectively. Even at this moment, following the crazy development of the Buddhist era, he constantly suspected that ancient Huaxia physics Buddha might really exist. It was too similar. Ancient legend, Buddha's relics could drive Buddhist artifacts. So it was actually nuclear drive? The Buddhist and Taoist war that broke out in ancient times was actually an ancient nuclear war. Ancient legend, Buddha's Buddhist bead and Buddhist staff were the two essential pieces to deliver all living beings from suffering. So it was actually Gatling Buddha and bullets? Buddha bead suppressing demons turned out to be this kind of suppression method. Ancient legend, Buddha's Buddhist ring crackled and crackled, surrounded by sparks and electric arcs. So it was actually a Tesla coil? Blue electric sparks were a high-frequency series resonant transformer with distributed parameters that could easily obtain a high-frequency voltage of up to 1,000,000 volts. This is really modern physics, rejecting feudal superstition. Suji took a deep breath. The development of civilization to this point could be said to be accidental at the beginning, but now it has completely matured. All kinds of anomalies are completely in line with ancient actions and behaviors. There's nothing to wash. He already felt like he couldn't wash anymore. Physics radiation Buddha, maybe it was really so. Now that things have come to this, even if I stand out and say that it was all my imagination, no one would believe me, right? Suji's expression changed. He looked at the bustling atmosphere below as if it was the new year. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. It melted in his mouth and was sweet and delicious. After all, it was completely logical. The Buddhist land was the land of radiation. It was easy to explain why it was assimilated. Behind it was a symbol of the sun. The sun was the source of radiation. This was a metaphor. What about now? If one coincidence was a coincidence and two coincidences were coincidences, then what about now? When all the phenomena pointed in the same direction, there was really no way to explain it. Perhaps it was fated. Physics, Buddhism, chemistry, continuously deducing the sand table of ancient Xianxia civilization. What an interesting thing. Suji continued to eat. The taste was indeed amazing. Xianxia was a country with food. Now, food was really making flowers. Suji looked at the streets outside the mahogany window. There was a hustle and bustle below. They were still quarreling. However, the animal path is having an internal war. In the online game world, wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. Buddhism and Taoism. However, you said that it was an internal war. But it was also a flourishing age where hundreds of schools of thought flourished. Wasn't it the same for the 100 schools of thought? The clash of various ideologies and the struggle between factions would promote the development of the era. Halfway through his meal, Suji saw that there were no customers in the restaurant. He called the idle Traiant maid over. Has anything interesting happened in your animal path recently? The Traiant girl hesitated. Young master, there are some interesting things here. However, the owner of the restaurant told me not to slack off while I was working. Suji threw 2 pieces of God source on the table. The Traiant girl instantly beamed. She silently kept the God source and said, there are some interesting things in our animal path. Young master should have seen the struggle below. You should know the history of our Azura path. We obtained an ancient inheritance from the Xitigarbha temple in the Avicii scorching hell. It revived our civilization. The ancient mythological system from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Buddhism and Taoism, however, we are still trying to deduce it. Everyone feels that they are the true descendants of the ancient times. Isn't that right? Recently, the Machinery Buddhist sect and the Electromagnetic Buddhist sect have been working hard to recruit a new generation of disciples. The original Electromagnetic Buddhist sect adopted the method of subduing beasts. Familiar? Suji asked. That's right. Recently, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has become extremely dense. The wild beasts and plants have become extremely strange and fierce. Many of them have even gained intelligence and are able to absorb the essence of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. That's why the Electromagnetic Buddhist sect has introduced the Buddhist bracelets to the beast-controlling sect. Tamed beasts have been their selling point in recruiting disciples recently. But now that the Mechanical Buddhist sect has revealed their trump card on the streets, they might be surpassed by the Mechanical Buddhist sect again. Suji couldn't help but laugh. He found it very interesting. This is the crafting school, and this is the beast control school, Buddha bead faction versus Buddha ring faction? This is the internal strife of the Buddhist sects, but there are also internal strife of the Taoist sections. I heard that it's a group of radical evil and demon sects that are researching artificial organs. The Traiant maid said, it's an extremely evil organization that calls itself the Ancient Artificers. Suji, his face darkened and he was confused. What the hell was that? Refine. Artifact. Warrior. Forget about the internal strife of the Buddhist sections. The internal strife of the Taoist sects was between the orthodox sects and the evil sects that were hiding in the dark. Ancient chi refiners versus ancient artificers. No wonder he didn't see the people from the Taoist sects arguing. It turned out that the evil sects were fighting against the Taoist sects and were hiding in the dark. The artificers are researching artificial organs. Could it be that they have an innate talent similar to the immortal realm and the mortal realm? Suji was a little curious. Similar. The Traiant maid pursed her lips. As a matter of fact, artificial organs were originally a research project carried out by the alchemy factory of Mount Akina and the source of the great alchemy emperor. It was the same kind of bloodline plug-in organ that Dichi had. It was like a plug-in. A plug-in organ was installed and the artificial organ was implanted. However, the great emperor of alchemy and the alchemy factory of Mount Akina had succeeded in their research. They were envious and wanted to learn from them and plug some extraordinary organs into their bodies. This was like an online game. They could change their equipment, including various organs, arms, and legs. However, they encountered many difficulties. What about the specific situation? Suji asked. Were they determined to create a real online game world? Aren't we the Azure path? Our race has limitless possibilities of evolution. Every time we advance, we have to change our biological species form. The Treant girl said. However, in the radical view of the artificers, we are far from being able to bring out our evolutionary form talent. Suji listened very seriously and put in another 2 pieces of God source. The Treant girl looked left and right and secretly put the 2 pieces of God source in her arms. She lowered her head and said softly, in the Azure path, every stage and form will not evolve perfectly. They are all different. However, many of them have a special kind of powerful organ. It is the crystallization of their own core's hard work. For example, the antennae or the hardest bone. But when they evolve to the next form, they are gone. For example, I am now at the 3rd level. I have been working hard to study and learn knowledge. Now, I have evolved into a decent root. She pointed at her feet. They were green, soft, and dense tentacles similar to an octopus. They were very agile and could run very fast. They could take root on the ground and suck nutrients. However, I suspect that when I evolve to the 4th level, there is a high chance that they are gone. This is because I am studying the knowledge evolution and modification of tree bark. I plan to produce a stronger and improved species. The Treant girl rambled on. Of course, it is not that there are no powerful Azure path warriors. They have terrifying knowledge and keep the natural organs that evolve at different stages, finally forming a whole. According to our guess, after 7 evolutions, if every organ of the evolved body fits perfectly at the 7th level of the Sky Emperor, it will eventually form a creature with a powerful bloodline. However, that is only in theory. Because our level of evolution is low, we might be able to take care of the evolution of this organ, but the next evolution will be gone. If our level is not low, we would have long ago, she would have written an evolution essay and entered spore evolution. She wanted to say that. The players in the sorcerer community also studied the knowledge of biological evolution. However, their level was generally not high. Through their own evolution, their bodies were very handicapped. After all, the evolution form of the Azure Path Warrior was not perfect and natural. This was because they did not start from the beginning as a spore. Instead, it was a kind of half-baked evolution. So, you want to? Suji was startled. Yes, harvest these special and powerful organs and evolve to the next stage. At that time, we can insert them again. After all, they are our own organs, so there is no rejection. Some of the more extreme ones can even buy other people's organs. However, the compatibility may be very poor, and there may even be organ rejection. The Treant girl said in a low voice. Very scary, right? Suji was a little shocked. During the evolution process, specialize in evolving one organ, turn it into parts and organs, and then continuously reassemble itself in the later stages, as expected of a bald player. This was too showy. There was also this kind of fancy operation of breaking up the whole into parts. Suji was stunned by this idea on the spot. It's a very interesting idea. No, the potential is extremely terrifying. This way, there is a high probability of forming countless powerful organs, converging into a true transcendent bloodline creature. Although this kind of assembly and plastic surgery will not be as strong as the original body, it is indeed very powerful. The popularity of this method is very high. Powerful transcendent bloodlines were produced by chance by transcendent genes. The whole body was one. And they continuously refined their own organs, finally assembling and integrating into a transcendent creature. Most likely, the bloodline genetic talent was also very powerful. Perhaps, the best of them would not be inferior to the magic core bloodline, not inferior to the sorcerer tribe bloodline? We can even use this creature's bloodline as the foundation to develop our own powerful bloodline cultivation method. Just like the sorcerer tribe bloodline developing their own 9 revolutions mysterious art cultivation method. No, this seems feasible, but in fact, it is not realistic. No matter how powerful a transcendent bloodline is, there must be a world with this bloodline to develop a bloodline cultivation method together. The number of people in a bloodline race will generally determine whether their cultivation method is powerful or not. Individuals can't develop and perfect the cultivation method of a race. For example, the evil eye gene in the past, now it seems to be a very low-level spiritual power bloodline, and even has a strong effect on dark negative emotions. But such a low-level gene bloodline, with the efforts of countless generations of geniuses, forcibly climbed to such a high level. What if there were only 10 people with this transcendent bloodline? More than 100 people? How to develop the cultivation method? It was very difficult. It was not impossible. If there was an expert who reached the peak of the god, or even the 9th stage, they might be able to perfect the cultivation method with their own strength. However, Suji felt that the prospect was very scary. They are learning from Dickie's plug-in organs. These people are very shameless. Suji's mind was in turmoil. He continued to listen to the tree girl's introduction for a while, then he ate and drank to his heart's content and left the restaurant. On the way, Suji muttered to himself. They are researching the cultivation method of organ fusion, using the radiation of Buddha's light and the regenerative energy of the circulation of true qi to perfectly fuse the limbs again. This way, they can perfectly insert the organs and carry the body mods. This is the difficulty. Beside him, Shangwan Man, the old lady with a face full of wrinkles, was very surprised. She could not help but say, "What a brilliant idea." The Azura path has also developed their own bloodline cultivation method. This is not a cultivation method of Buddhism or Taoism, which requires the integration of their ancient ancestors' bloodline and racial talent in order to cultivate. This is a cultivation method that belongs to their race, which perfectly utilizes their bloodline. Suji said with a smile, "Indeed. They are now called the evil path, and it is also a battle of ideas. Although it is a bit radical, it still completely expands the evolutionary talent of the Azura path warriors." What was a bloodline cultivation method? Creating a unique cultivation method by using the advantages and characteristics of one's bloodline. Shangwan Man smiled. The concept behind this cultivation method is truly amazing. I can't help but applaud it. It is suitable for their own race to cultivate their bloodline cultivation method. However, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This subject also knows why the conservative faction is against it. That's because the compatibility of the Azura path's organs is very low, and they can only use their own organs. If they were to use other people's organs, they would be rejected, let alone other races. The Deva path and Mortal path might not care about their organs, but they would hunt them down and reassemble them into extraordinary bloodline creatures. Suji's expression was calm. It was indeed so. When the experts of the evil sects of the celestial realm and the mortal realm saw the potential and limitless possibilities of these organ parts, they would probably be interested in playing with the assembly parts. They would be able to fuse with each other endlessly and excitedly hunt and assemble them. The Azura path now had the power to resist. At the same time, they preached the Buddhist and Taoist lineages, and the other two paths were indebted to them. At the same time, they did not have too many benefits for the other two paths to wage war against the animal path. However, if they really did this, the balance would be broken. If they had benefits to gain, they would be invaded. The assembled Azura path warriors were of all shapes and sizes, with sinister spiral horns and all kinds of appearances. They were becoming more and more similar to the Azura of legends. As the two of them spoke, they had already wandered all the way and arrived at an extremely hidden dense forest. After passing through a pitch-black and narrow cave, they arrived at a dark green valley. It was bustling. Countless evil sects had set up stalls here, selling extraordinary bloodlines and all kinds of strange organs. Sharingan, Sharingan. The corpse bone bloodline talent, you deserve it. What does that mean? Shangwan Man was stunned. Looking at the bustling scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What Sharingan, bone vein? Bloodline boundary? It looks like a very powerful extraordinary organ. Maybe it's a tradition of their civilization." Suji didn't know and looked confused, as if he was ashamed to be associated with them. Shangwan Man didn't doubt him. It was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. She looked at the largest area in the distance, and the stall signs on that piece of land. They also sell things like Orthodox Taoist and traditional Qi practitioners' high-grade Thunder Spirit Root, Fire Spirit Root, Wind Spirit Root. She looked at the roots that were placed on the ground like root carvings. She couldn't understand why they were named after the roots of trees. Some people were even shouting slogans. Spiritual root is a must for the ancient Qi trainers. Qi trainers without spiritual root are destined to be unable to go far in cultivation. They will die sooner or later. Therefore, the disciples without spiritual root, mixed spiritual root, or inferior spiritual root were never accepted by the ancient sects hundreds of thousands of years ago, because they are destined to be unable to go far. The Mother Earth vine has the most powerful connate ancient with spiritual root in the world. That's why it can escape from the terrifying pillar god and live to this day. Spiritual root is the greatest advantage of Qi trainers. A tree without a super fast spiritual root is not a good Qi trainer. Shangguan Man was suddenly enlightened. Do Qi practitioners really need to cultivate their spirit roots? She had heard about this from the Azure Path before, but it hadn't been realized at that time. It seemed that it had been done now. The cultivation civilization of the ancient people was still very complete. Shangguan Man was even more curious. She felt that she had opened a whole new world. She was very excited. After all, she had read many books from Mao Tiao and had a good impression of the Azure Path. Also, why does this shop have such ambiguous red curtains and red lights on both sides, saying that female players are not allowed to enter, and it says that it sells all kinds of superior wisdom roots? What does it mean? Shangguan Man stood in front of the shop, full of curiosity. Why was the organ trade not displayed like other stalls, but hidden in the shop? I'm not sure. Suji slowly changed the topic. Looking at the trading market that had been born, he said indifferently, although they're all from the Azure Path, they're not their own organs, so there's still a huge rejection reaction. Even if they manage to endure it, they won't be able to use them as they please. However, there are still people selling them. After all, powerful organ equipment, even if it's less than 60% fusion rate, is still a very good increase in combat power. Someone will pay a high price. This is the market. Naturally, there will be poor Azure Path selling it. In reality, as a trading market for players, there was also a system of commoners carrying bricks. They worked hard to evolve their organs, and they worked hard to buy them from the rich. Many tycoons were addicted to purchasing equipment to form super powerful creatures. Just like in those online games, some tycoons would frantically purchase top-grade skill books to upgrade their weapons to +13 in order to create top-grade pets. There were even quite a number of tycoons in large online game servers who, in order to smash a top-quality item, would send all the bricks in the entire server to serve it, causing the entire server's prices to be out of balance. The two of them walked on this valley. There were exquisite wooden houses on both sides, and there were stalls in front of the doors. They watched the group of evil path players communicate. It's really like an online game. This animal path has already developed into a mature online game. It has formed its own social system. Suji stopped walking. He realized that most of these people were the so-called clickbait. The so-called corpse bone vein was a special kind of hard bone. It looked quite powerful. The so-called Sharingan was just an eyeball with a certain degree of mental charm. It was stronger than ordinary evolved organs, but not by much. Suji even learned that there were different types of evil path players here through listening to the conversations in the surrounding market. One type was the orthodox evil path. Although their cultivation philosophy was radical, it was just a cultivation sect that wasn't recognized. It was no different from the orthodox players. However, the other type of evil path was the real evil path players. They secretly killed people for their goods, killed people for their organs, and sold them. They didn't sell their own evolved organs. However, there were rare treasures in this kind of market. Wang Yan, don't lie to me. Someone in front of a stall said. Why would I lie to you? I'm specialized in evolving them. A player sat on a chair and pointed at his eyeball. Look at the color of this cataract. It's pure. With more force, the veins on the eyeball popped out. It's some kind of special spiritual energy array that can see through spiritual energy. It's a natural talent. When I was at level 4, I crazily evolved this pattern in my eyeball. It's like tiger-striped skin. That's how I got it. It's in line with the laws of heaven and earth. Let me tell you, there's a success rate. It's just like forging. There are more than 70 of us brothers. Some of us are experts who designed the route of evolution of the eyeball. The other 70 people all failed. Only I succeeded. I'm already very lucky. The success rate is less than 3%. Brother, you decide if you want to buy it or not. Instantly, countless players surrounded him. Looking closely at his eyeball, it was indeed the case. It was an extremely powerful mutated organ among the players. It could be said to be very rare and had special abilities. F*CK, this is a professional equipment workshop. Creating equipment according to the blueprint, and it appeared directly? This is too cruel. Brother, your eyeball evolution blueprint, are you selling it? Why don't you introduce the expert who designed the route of evolution of the eyeball to us? Our guild is very interested in this kind of talent. Everyone knew that this was equivalent to a special top-grade manufacturing blueprint. It was priceless. Don't ask. I'm here to sell this equipment today. The player said, 1 eye starts at 1 million sand sculpture coins. 2 eyes starts at 2 million. Everyone was shocked, and they did some calculations. It was equivalent to 1 million renminbi for an eyeball. This was an eyeball made of pure gold. Even an eyeball was expensive. Brother, I want to buy too. Can you sell it cheaper? The rich player said, you should know that this kind of incompatible external finished organ is not evolved by me. It's very repulsive. It's very risky for me. Even if I succeed, I won't be able to use the full effect. We can't sell it cheap. We have more than 70 people and we all need to eat. The player sat on the ground, surrounded by a group of people. He said casually. That's fine. The rich player agreed readily. If there's more next time, contact me specifically. At this time, a rich player suddenly stood up and said, I'll add 1 million. Hiss. Everyone turned to look. Brother, this isn't very good. The rich player was a little angry. At this time, another rich player also got the news. He hurried over and shouted from afar, I'll bid 4 million sand sculpture coins. The highest bidder wins. But we might not get that much. We can privately trade cash in the bank. I'm absolutely reliable and won't reveal my real identity. The surrounding players were shocked. It was too scary. This was a fight between immortals. They could just watch silently. There was a lot of discussion. I heard that every server with 1,000 people is sponsored by a rich player. These rich players mix in and do nothing but fight for the top 10 in the server competition and enter the game. Too ruthless. This is so F*King unfair. These rich players are too ruthless. So many low-level players will take the initiative to carry bricks, pave the way for them, provide resources, and form a guild. This is already relatively fair. Someone in the crowd said, if you can rely on knowledge and hard work, you can carve out a path. Money is an advantage, but if you work hard, there's definitely a chance that there will be a heaven-defying player. Even surpassing them. You have to know that none of the top players are rich. I see. Baldness and hard work are the power of everything? Suji silently hid in the back and smiled. He felt that these people were quite smart. It looks very good. The place where spores evolve will produce top transcendent species. Although they can't be the top here and are all spliced together, they may also evolve into all kinds of powerful bloodline creatures. It can be considered complementary. He and Shangguan Man turned and left the gathering place. Let Diding find out where the person behind the blueprint is, Suji said. Your Majesty, do you plan to recruit this Azure Path? Shangguan Man was also a little surprised and curious. Who was so powerful that they could evolve a transcendent bloodline organ? This was a structure similar to the Evil Eye's eyeball. I'm a little interested, Suji said. Soon, Shangguan Man silently communicated with the underworld and brought the specific location to Suji. The two of them calmly headed there. In a small dark green valley. In front of a thatched hut, a tree girl was bending over and sitting on a chair. She was using something that looked like a nail clipper to trim her feet. She's tidying up her spiritual roots? Shangguan Man was shocked. This tree girl was not simple. Her spiritual roots were very diverse and colorful, like the tail of a peacock. It might be the legendary all-spiritual root with terrifying effects. When Suji saw the treant digging at his feet, he instantly realized who it was. His face darkened slightly. Pan Yuxin. So it's you. I was wondering why someone who's so powerful doesn't write a thesis. Pan Yuxian was Pandora's box, the person who stood on the same side as Charlotte. She, Akina Yamaguchi, and the others lived secretly in the evil god era for hundreds of years. They experienced a brilliant era and retreated from the end of the sorcerer era. After that, unlike Akina Yamaguchi and the others, she did not directly use the results of the second species evolution. Instead, she gave it to her muscular sister, Pan Yuxian. That was how the system Terminator came about. That was how the group of muscular girls in the martial god palace came about. I should have guessed that she would definitely take the opportunity to come in. Suji was speechless. I should have guessed in an instant that she was the only one who could deal with mature evolutionary blueprints and was not in the sandbox. Just as Suji was about to think of an excuse, suddenly, another person walked out from the side. Suji was shocked again. This person was a tall and handsome scholar. He was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. He held a feather fan and smiled at the two of them. Your Majesty, it's been a long time since we parted ways in the immortal realm. Suji felt helpless. He knew that he had been caught red-handed again. He thought to himself. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, this person is really scary. Why is it that every time I go down to the mortal realm, he would catch me? He predicted my actions in advance. Is this another ambush? Suji was shocked for a moment. But very quickly, he calmed down. After all, he did not care about such things. The so-called incognito visit had always been a spur-of-the-moment thing. But at this moment, he was curious. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was a terrifying schemer and his methods were shocking. He definitely did not come here for nothing. That year, with his low cultivation, he activated the entire immortal Tao. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he created many unbelievable miracles and almost posed a fatal threat to Suji. He made all the celestial emperors of the immortal Tao surround and attack him. Finally, found it? A low voice of a man could be heard as he walked forward. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was unexpectedly calm. His tone was so calm that it was as though he was stating a fact. It is easy to find the ancient celestial emperors who are deep in the underworld and not involved in the 6 paths of reincarnation. I have doppelgangers in every era and every hot spot. I only need to wait for every possible place where I can visit incognito and calculate all the possible locations. In the end, a miracle will come. And the so-called miracle is to gamble on all possible paths, turning a low-probability event into a high-probability event. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord. Suji raised his head and looked over. After so many years, he was still a scientist of miracles and a philosopher of probability. The secluded mountain prefecture lord believed in unbelievable miracles but did not bet his life on luck. To be honest, Suji had never seen such a talkative villain before. He violated the law of villains that the more you talk, the more you die. He loved to talk, and his mouth chattered endlessly. In fact, words were his weapon. Back in the day, he had relied on his mouth to force the entire Deva into a desperate battle. His mouth was the best at bewitching people. He used his dream to gather many loyal followers and they risked their lives for him. However, back then, his cultivation could not keep up with the times and that was why he used his words as a weapon. Now, his cultivation should be at the peak of the world. Reincarnation Prefecture Lord, I have been waiting for you for a long time. He waved his feather fan and stood quietly in front of the forest. In the animal Tao, there are only 2 so-called era nodes. One is the alien octopus and the other is the place where the Azure Tao cultivates their bloodline techniques. Hence, I waited at these 2 places. It seemed like an inconceivable miracle. Once again, in the vast sea of people, he blocked the lord of the Samsara palace, who had descended from nowhere. It was hard to imagine, but it was reasonable. Oh, this time, what do you plan to do? Suji's expression was calm, as if he was casually chatting with an ordinary friend. It's not that I'm planning anything. Back then, even the heaven's path was ruthlessly uprooted. Even though the current era is developing extremely quickly, and even if all the peerless geniuses of the entire era are gathered together, they still might not be a match. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was extremely calm as he shook his head and laughed. According to the information that Emperor Yun sacrificed his life for us, the honorable emperor has cultivated at least 7 to 8 different techniques. Next to him, Pan Yuxian had a look of appreciation on her face. She liked villains who talked nonsense with a straight face. How was Emperor Yun sacrificing himself for the sake of all living beings? It was clear that you had messed with the other party back then and woke up from the dormant source of God. That was why you had to bite the bullet. It was obvious that Pan Yuxian was helping the secluded mountains prefecture lord. After all, her personality was different from ordinary people back then. She liked to help villains with ideals, start a fight, and then rule the world. The secluded mountains prefecture lord continued to lower his head and explained nonchalantly. It is ultimately very difficult to cultivate 7 to 8 techniques to reach your level. After all, every time you cultivate a technique, your battle power will increase exponentially, but the difficulty of cultivation will also increase exponentially. The further you go, the harder it gets. This is because stacking techniques on top of one's body is not an easy task. Normally, after cultivating 2 to 3 techniques, one's hair would have turned white. Even the peerless geniuses would only cultivate 5 to 6 techniques in their lifetime. As for me, I have countless doppelgangers and the Bodhi wisdom fruit. This is my innate talent. I reckon that I will need to spend half my life to cultivate 7 to 8 techniques to reach the great perfection, before I can reach the same level as you. Suji smiled and did not speak. The secluded mountains prefecture lord paused. Without the longevity bloodline, normal celestial emperors would not be able to reach such heights, and they would die of old age. Therefore, normal celestial emperors have less than 1 in 10,000 chance of surpassing you. This is also why you are one of the masterminds behind the celestial path. Living for so long allowed you to reach such terrifying heights, and also allowed you to have boundless ambition. You want to train your battle power to go against the heavens, and not rush to become a god. He spoke a lot, as though he wanted to express all the emotions he had after waiting for hundreds of years and finally catching an emperor. What happened after that? Suji's expression turned cold. After that? Reincarnation prefecture lord, you are a domineering, powerful, and ruthless person. You are very arrogant. The secluded mountains prefecture lord walked forward and said coldly. You cross the generations. You do not care about the geniuses of each generation. You, in order to continue cultivating the celestial emperor realm, you could have broken through to become a god. But in the end, you did not break through, and stopped others from breaking through. You let others die of old age. They are geniuses of each generation, great people of each generation, but they fell on the road and cried to death halfway. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. The secluded mountains prefecture lord said each word slowly, as though his voice was like a bell, hammering hard on one's heart. At the side, Shangguan Man was trembling. She looked at His Majesty with respect and fear, as though she was looking at a domineering and ruthless person. Although he looked gentle on the outside, he was actually such a terrifying and ancient giant. Although she had guessed it before, hearing it from the secluded mountains prefecture lord, it was still shocking. In a trance, she saw a chaotic and tragic era of darkness. The whole world was wailing, and all living beings were howling in grief. The reincarnation sovereign, who had an unparalleled might, blocked the path of immortality for all living beings. The earth was stained with blood, and the battle was world-shaking. Countless great sages fell, and blood flowed endlessly. And in these long years, only my talent was able to fight with you. I have the possibility of being on par with you. In the ancient times, I indeed fought with you for reincarnation, and I might even have won. The secluded mountains prefecture lord continued. If not, I would not have been called prefecture lord. Continue. Suji said calmly. The secluded mountains prefecture lord's analysis was perfect. Logically speaking, he had already deduced the truth based on all the information he had. The reincarnation emperor had a long life, which resulted in his battle power being so high. At the same time, it was also because of his long life that he had such a terrifying ambition. He continuously cultivated new techniques, polished his foundations, and was not in a hurry to break through to become a god. But that was a normal statement, and it didn't fit Su Ji. This was because the reincarnation emperor was not the real reincarnation emperor, but a doppelganger of Su Ji. They were just small people in the bottle of time, small people in his nine transference mysterious technique. Because his body had not broken through to become a god, his path to immortality was cut off. But this kind of analysis simply filled in the loopholes of Su Ji. Not bad, secluded mountains prefecture lord. You are still amazing in this life, and you know many truths. Su Ji said calmly. His eyes were calm, as though he was in the sky. We are not without hope. At the very least, my talent has the possibility of surpassing yours. The secluded mountains prefecture lord continued to analyze, and his face became colder. However, it's obvious that our chances are getting smaller and smaller with each successive generation. That's because you're growing stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Today, we're still cultivating from scratch. Can we defeat you again? I do not know. I can't help but feel lost. The secluded mountains prefecture lord lowered his head, and his face was filled with hesitation and confusion. He seemed to be a true person, and as he continued to analyze, he did not hide his uneasiness. Or rather, this was how a real person should be. If someone told you that a hero who fought against an era was never afraid, that he was born proud, that he would press forward, and that he would eventually create miracles and defeat an unimaginable enemy, it would be a joke. Those who were not afraid were only boorish men, hotheads. In reality, a true hero was first and foremost a human. Humans would be afraid and at a loss. Back then, when Emperor Yun was facing an incredible venerable emperor, he was also at a loss, scared, and trembling. However, he still chose to stand up and let out a hot-blooded roar of an era. You are at a loss, afraid, and facing the biggest fear in your life, and yet you still want to beat me. Su Ji said calmly. If you were really at a loss, and really wanted to escape, you would not have come to see me, to look for me, to face the fear in your heart. Yes. The way to beat fear is not to escape, but to face it. The secluded mountains prefecture lord's expression suddenly disappeared, and he looked at this ancient taboo existence calmly. I just want to ask, when will the Dizun become an immortal? What do you mean by this question? Su Ji suddenly smiled warmly, and did not hide his curiosity. The secluded mountains prefecture lord paused, and said leisurely. Throughout the ages, the path to immortality has been cut off, and no one is allowed to become a god. At the end of the day, it is because you have not broken through, and you are not allowed to become a god. Then, many ages have passed, and the path has been cut off. Now, I wonder, when will you break through? Have you accumulated enough? It should be not far, right? The secluded mountain prefecture lord said softly. From the massacre of the otherworldly demon, I have already deduced that if the Samsara official lord dares to take action and lead the people of the world to capture the prey of a terrifying existence, to be enemies with such a terrifying world of experts, he must be on the verge of breaking through and has the competence to go against it. Although our world is weak, we have accumulated for a long time, and your accumulation is even longer. If you break through, I wonder how strong your combat power will be. How terrifying will you be among the gods? The secluded mountains prefecture lord's voice was calm, and his tone was so calm that it made people think that he was merely stating a fact, and not his own speculation. Furthermore, in your eyes, if the other weaker rank 9 giants are not complete rank 9 giants, but just extremely strong rank 8 giants, do you, as a god, have the ability to fight against them? At the side, Pan Yuxian's eyes lit up, and she was extremely shocked. The secluded mountains prefecture lord is too scary. Everything in the Dizun's mind, including the descending location, historical background, current thoughts, and future plans, have all been seen through by you? There are no more secrets hidden? What a good secluded mountains prefecture lord, he was indeed a demon with unparalleled intelligence, he was a terrifying psychologist who could see through people's hearts. Previously, he had used a shocking miracle to attack the Samsara prefecture lord, and today, he had seen through all of his secrets with his shocking speculation. He is indeed a philosopher, a theorist, and a probabilist. She was extremely impressed. This was the terrifying demon in the transcendent world, and it was hard for the group of stupid earthlings to reach. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. As a player, Xianxia naturally chose to do a live broadcast. This was the animal path. The flow of time here was equivalent to that of the sorcerer community. Hence, one could open a game broadcast room and broadcast the content of the game. How many players were there in the sorcerer community? It was practically a huge social community. The name of the live broadcast room was, Return to the Mountains. The Scholar of Miracles, Secluded Mountains Prefecture Lord, has captured the real body of the D-Zune, and wants to fight the D-Zune again. Boom, the entire internet was in an uproar. This news was too shocking, and everyone's attention was focused on it. In the sorcerer community, many people walked out of their chess rooms and looked at the big screen in the central square, watching the live broadcast. Damn, the D-Zune skipped the immortal realm and the mortal realm, and directly came to this world with a low flow of time? Traveling incognito? So happy. Wait a minute, St. Benjamin, I met this young master and the old lady behind him in the city. At that time I was still promoting products to him. So it was the reincarnation D-Zune who brought Mengpa to travel around the world? Shocked, damn. Damn. You entered a treasure mountain empty-handed. If it was me, I would definitely go up and ask if there are any beautiful daughters that can be introduced to me. I want to be the son-in-law of a dragon. To be honest, my ID is cute Xiaoming Tian. I am the maid of this restaurant, and I personally served the D-Zune who traveled incognito, as well as the legendary Mengpa. Now, I am selling licked plates, licked chopsticks, licked stools. Tears of joy. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. This was different from the previous times. It was a live broadcast, and it was happening in their online world. Seeing the famous philosopher, the secluded mountain prefect, catch the D-Zune again, with their own eyes, was very exciting. It felt like an online game. What's the address? We would like to ask this person, what is the next step for our world to take in Di-Chi? Is it possible for us to go out again and take the opportunity to steal from the three pillar gods? In the midst of 3 world wars, we can take the opportunity to fish. Countless people sent rockets and gifts. Even some guild leaders and sex elites kept asking the host for the address, intending to join in the fun. Witness history. I want to witness history. Go and take pictures, flash the camera. Brothers, send more gifts, or I will turn off the live broadcast. It consumes a lot of electricity. Xianxia looked at the live broadcast and was very satisfied. The most important thing was the gifts. They were all money. At this moment, she turned to look at the screen in front of her. The question asked by the secluded mountain prefect, when will I become an immortal, she was also very concerned about it. It could even be said that she was the driving force of the entire online game. Everyone in the live broadcast room was watching intently. Suji thought about it seriously and smiled. As you said, in this era, I will break through and become a hidden dragon. I will be on par with the leaders of other worlds. Boom, when he said this, Xianxia trembled. Shangguan Man, who was beside her, trembled. The secluded mountain prefect was stunned. The live broadcast room was also shocked. As soon as he said this, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as though they had grown a pair of wings and were flying towards the white clouds. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was the most shocked. This was because this sentence meant that the chaotic ancient era was coming to an end. Countless ancient life forms had fought to open the immortal path. The immortal path would once again continue, and it would usher in a new golden age. Everyone in the world would be like dragons, able to become gods and attain immortality. The netizens knew more than the secluded mountain prefecture lord. After all, everyone was a keyboard saint. At this moment, they felt as though they were going to explode. Is the reincarnation official lord finally going to break through? The other successor of the ancient deity, and he even gave a rank 9 corpse, a treasure that even Carolyn did not get. Is he finally going to catch up? Although everyone felt that the rank 9 corpse, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the pocket universe should be treasures of the same level, and they should be given to 2 people to compete for the inheritance of the fallen ancient rank 9. That's what I said. The reincarnation official lord can't be like this forever. After eating so many resources, sooner or later, he will rise to the top. The era is changing. The rank 9 node, and all the worlds are working hard. What will the future be like? We don't know. At first, we thought that the situation on the other side was going to explode. Now, this side is changing too. This is a scary era. The winds are blowing and the clouds are moving. If we want to survive in this era, we have to work hard. Knowledge is the power of all things, Turban. JPG. In the live broadcast room, there were countless comments, covering the entire screen. This level of ancient taboo is very scary. Perhaps only the secluded mountain prefecture lord would be able to understand it. It is not something we can speculate about. Pan Yuxian was also very surprised, but she still stood far away from the thatched cottage, watching everything unfold. In this era? The secluded mountain prefecture lord did not look happy. His voice became louder and louder, as though it had turned into thunder, resounding through the entire animal path. Even the ancient giants of the celestial realm and the mortal realm could vaguely hear his voice, and their faces were filled with shock. It's the secluded mountain prefecture lord. He stopped the Dizun again? What is he doing? So daring. Is he not afraid of death? If you die, you'll have to pay back everything and suffer in hell. Could it be that he's plotting against us again? Could it be that he's deceiving all the experts of the celestial realm and luring us to come and kill the venerable sovereign? The 6 paths of reincarnation were in an uproar. The expressions of all the great sages changed drastically. They felt extremely uneasy. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was an ancient forbidden existence in the dark forbidden zone, a failure of the olden days. But it was still unimaginably terrifying. They still remembered that he had planned a terrifying operation to kill a venerable sovereign with a miraculous plan that could be called a textbook strategy. But today, what was he after? In an instant, all the top powerhouses' divine wills collided, none of them daring to act rashly. Suji also noticed everything. However, he was still very calm. He wanted to see what tricks the secluded mountain prefecture lord had up his sleeves this time. In this era, history is about to end. Whether you guys overthrow me or I end you guys. No matter who wins, in the next era, everything will change. Boom, at this moment, the divine wills of countless existences flickered. This sentence was not only meant for the secluded mountain prefecture lord, but also for the entire era. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "Does this mean that the people of our era are at the end and can't wait for the celestial path to be connected? We can only wait for the next era after us?" Suji could not deny it. This was to be expected. Because of the energy of the cosmic giant octopus, this huge encounter gave Suji the confidence to break through to the god realm quickly. However, the huge amount of energy from the outside world could not be absorbed by Suji directly. If he used it for his own cultivation, it would be very slow. The fastest way was to borrow the help of the living beings in his inner world to absorb it and cultivate, turning it into their own energy. Then, they would die of old age or other kinds of deaths. As the energy from the Zerg race, only then would Suji be able to break through to the god realm. Then, it was easy to understand. The people of their era would slowly die of old age, and the energy would slowly return. This would be the next era, and the celestial path would be connected again. Or, they could choose to overthrow themselves and fight on the celestial path again, absorbing the energy to increase their cultivation. Terrifying battles would erupt, and a large number of them would die. They would then return to the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reborn. This would allow them to break through quickly. So that's how it is? I've gotten the answer I wanted. The secluded mountain prefecture lord took a deep breath. The celestial path is in sight, but it is not in our era. Regardless of the victory or defeat of our era, the next era will eventually end. What we are facing now is our final fate. Regardless of victory or defeat, we will have no more regrets. Whoosh. He raised his head, and beams of white light descended like pillars, piercing through everything. Countless figures descended. Those were the divine wills of the experts. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil, and they hated themselves for being born at the wrong time. Suji only looked at him. He was very interested to know what the secluded mountain prefecture lord was planning. The secluded mountain prefecture lord only laughed, as though he was relieved of a huge burden. So, the question of the celestial path has been answered. There is no turning back, and we have to follow the previous plan. This is just the last era, and regardless of victory or defeat, it is over. Much better than I expected. He laughed softly, and it was very gentle. What was the previous plan? Shangguan Man could not help but ask. She was very cautious, as after all, there was already a precedent. Goal? Of course it is. As always. I am a stubborn person. He said softly, and slowly raised his head to look at the sky. His gaze was complicated, and it was another beautiful day. Of course it is to create an unbelievable miracle. Today, the celestial path will be continued, and the emperor who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation will fall. He spoke word by word and tossed aside his feather fan. His heroic bearing was terrifying. Whoosh. His hair fell down slowly, and endless divine light enveloped him. It was as though he had turned into an ancient immortal, and he was covered in light. Boom, the entire 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently, as though the world was turning upside down. Countless celestial emperors and great sages who lived in seclusion were overwhelmed with shock. Their gazes trembled and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Even if they were extremely calm, they couldn't help but be frightened by this disgraceful and heinous statement of slaughtering the Lord of Samsara. Pan Yuxian's gaze was calm as she looked into the distance. And the entire live broadcast room was completely torn apart. Oh. Ah. What the F***ck? Again? I feel that it is impossible. This is too arrogant. This is a miracle that is less than 1 in 100 million, but if it is a miracle master, a probability expert, or a great speaker, then it might be possible. Back then, when he said this at first, I did not believe him. Until later, I was dumbfounded. The leader has appeared again? Could it be that this leader is secretly cheating people everywhere again? This time, it is happening in our online game world? World War in online games? Super big event. The Lord of Reincarnation was dumbfounded. What the F***ck? Why do you always come to mess with me every time I visit incognito? Ah, forget it, pick up your equipment and form a guild team. Brothers, charge. Be prepared. If the secluded mountain prefecture lord really does something big, and there is a possibility of success, we will follow behind him and drink the soup. This time, we will abandon Emperor Qi and touch the Lord of Reincarnation's butt. It will definitely be big and fat. Everyone, don't be afraid. Immediately gather 800 executioners and lie in ambush 100 miles away. Prepare the nuclear weapons and 3,000 Gatling Buddhist staffs. Rotate 3,600 times and deliver all living beings from suffering. Watch my eyes. Winking emotion. JPG, yes. Don't be afraid, this is obviously a level 80 main quest. Once we break through, we will change jobs at level 80. We can give it a try. We will die if we try, everyone will die. Looking at the frontline battle report in the live broadcast room, a group of people immediately came up with a plan to fight the boss. Their blood was boiling. In the broadcasting room, countless players were fired up. It was time to go against the heavens. This was the dream that they had been dreaming of, the passion of men. Charge. When the reincarnation is in chaos, I will dye the skies with my demonic blood. Many players started to move. This would be a huge event in the game, and it would affect the future of the entire 6 realms. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was going to act again, no one knew what he was going to do. However, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was a scary person. He would not act unless he was confident. He would definitely create a miracle in the world. Everyone who knew him and had seen his shocking methods could not help but believe in this. This was a unique charisma that could always give people a sense of reliance in times of despair. Compared to believing in the cruelty of reality, it was more likely that the secluded mountain prefecture lord would be able to do something unexpected. Screenshot. Screenshot. A high-definition drawing that was so exquisite that it could be used as a poster was displayed. The figure of the reincarnation prefecture lord was a gentle young man in black robes. He was blurry, as though he was hidden in the chaos. His eyes were deep, and behind him was a hunchbacked old lady with white hair. Opposite him was a tall and handsome scholar in white robes. His feather fan was thrown on the ground. He was tall and sturdy, and his black hair danced in the wind. He looked like an ancient hero who had just woken up. Behind him was a tree man with 5 colors of spiritual roots. Rumble. The wind howled. The two of them were facing each other, and each of them had a servant. This scene gave people the feeling that they were in the eye of a storm. F***CK, how did that girly Traiant livestream player suddenly mix in and become a member of Painting Style? A hidden strange encounter mission? She is connected to the secluded mountain prefecture lord? Why didn't I see her? I'm so angry. No one knew Pan Shuexian's true identity. She had hidden herself very well. Even Mount Akina Zizi and the others in the sorcerer world did not know that she was a player. They all thought that the demon sword was a native. Now, she had officially revealed her identity as a player. However, no one knew her true identity and only thought that she was a newbie. At this point, Suji was curious and looked at the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Are you going to create another miracle? The secluded mountain prefecture lord did not reply. Instead, he was deep in his memories. Reincarnation prefecture lord, do you know? A long time ago, I was thinking of how to defeat you and break the sealed immortal path. He slowly poured out the sorrow of the past, but he took a step forward. Suddenly, his voice turned cold and harsh. Finally, after traveling the world year after year, visiting the mountains and rivers, observing the customs of every expert, and constantly analyzing, I finally found out why the era of talent, why the talented experts were never able to defeat you. That's because the talented are ultimately the weak, those without talent are instead extremely strong, possessing unlimited possibilities. Success is due to talent, and failure is due to talent. As soon as the secluded mountain prefecture lord finished his sentence, the entire broadcast room was filled with confusion and disbelief. Success is due to talent, failure is also due to talent. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the great sages hidden in the 6 paths of reincarnation were shaken, and their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? Everyone knew that those with innate talent would have a huge advantage on the road of cultivation. It was something that ordinary people could never hope to achieve and catch up to. This was also the case in this era of Buddhism and Taoism. If this was the era of pure talent, those without innate talent would not be able to cultivate and would only be ordinary people, and ordinary people were stronger than those with innate talent. That was simply a fallacy. Why? Suji asked calmly, as though he was asking an ordinary friend. He then said gently, is there any shortcoming in the reincarnation era that I created? No, it's not because of your inadequacies. You have a perfect reign and a terrifying strategy. It's because of our inadequacies and the inadequacies of our talented people that we can't overthrow your rule. It is very simple. Those with innate talent can see their personality through their innate talent. For example, the type emperor. In order to make himself smaller and smaller, this kind of obsession gave birth to his innate talent. The secluded mountain prefecture lord placed his hands behind his back and stood on the peak of the grass hut. He spoke in a tone that sounded like he was discussing Tao. For example, Li Sansheng. In order to be with someone in his next life, he gave birth to that kind of hatred and memories of his previous life. Everyone's innate talent is formed from the obsession of countless reincarnations. In other words, everyone with innate talent has an extreme and flawed personality. This is not a bad thing. This is because extreme and stubborn courage can motivate one to move forward, and many experts will be born. However, many talented experts with flawed personalities are unable to make use of their strong innate talent. For example, the type emperor, such a terrifying innate talent is in the hands of a coward. Isn't it a pity? This kind of person has no ambition. He does not have the heart to advance bravely. He actually occupies 50% of the innate talent. How huge is that? Most of the innate talents are destined to guard a mountain of treasures and not achieve anything because of their innate talent. His voice gradually became more agitated and had a bold and decisive aura. Therefore, the era of innate talent is ultimately an era of failure. Therefore, for hundreds of years, I have been thinking about how to reform it. When Suji heard this, he smiled and said, "How bold. You actually want to bring reform to this world? The world is in urgent need of reform. If there is no reform, how can we overthrow reincarnation? Reverse heaven and earth? Overthrow the world of the dead? Overthrow the master who controls reincarnation?" With his tall and straight body, he paced back and forth with a worried expression. "Dizun, tell me. If we don't reform, how can we, the living, overthrow your rule?" His tone made people feel as if they were looking at a mighty emperor who ruled over the world. He had an aura of supremacy. In these years, I wandered around in the animal realm and secretly observed their culture and their rule. When I saw their cultivation system, they used their bodies as the so-called plugins. I was enlightened and thought of a new method, the innate talent plugins, right, innate talent organs. His eyes were shockingly cold. I want to seal all the innate talents and suppress them inside. They won't enter reincarnation and will be used by ordinary people. He flipped his hand, and a golden Bodhi Dao fruit was growing inside. It was the fruit of his true body, the Bodhi tree. I am the ancient reincarnation Bodhi tree. This is the fruit that seals the innate talents in the core and turns them into supernatural fruits. Everyone was shocked. Type Emperor. Within the fruit, there was a figure. It was actually the reincarnated Type Emperor. Ever since the battle that year, the Type Emperor had reincarnated and disappeared. It turned out that the reincarnation official lord had found him first. He was actually imprisoned and refined into an evil fruit. By refining the innate talents into supernatural fruits, ordinary people can also use their innate talents. Furthermore, they won't be restricted by their personalities. The secluded mountain prefecture lord said calmly. They can advance bravely. You're crazy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky. It was an ancient great sage who had awakened from the forbidden darkness. It was a tongue-back ape. It had a bad temper. You are subverting our rule. You are going against our position and pushing us into a pit of fire. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's method was simply building their own graves. Now, even though ordinary people could cultivate, when both sides were cultivating, the innate talent still had the absolute advantage. From the fact that many of the top great sages were still innate talents, one could see how great the advantage of innate talents was. Under the same level of heaven emperors, one's battle power was unimaginable. But now, once he created such a method, the era of innate talents would be completely overthrown. This was a terrifying change. Ordinary people would hunt down powerful geniuses, refine them, and imprison them, turning them into a kind of talent. Organ fruit. They would then carry it on their body and use their talent's supernatural power. In the future, the cataclysm was coming. Even great sages might not be able to escape. Many great sages had goosebumps. They could already see a bloody era. Innate talents would be hunted down everywhere. Even they themselves would not be able to escape from this cataclysm. Furthermore, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was also an innate talent, and the strongest one at that. Countless spiritual consciousnesses split into reincarnations. The Bodhi mother tree. That's not right. Since the form emperor is already here, the others should be. Many of the ancient existence's expressions changed. At this moment, they realized that over the past few decades, many of the strong innate talents had all died tragically due to various accidents. So it was the secluded mountain prefecture lord's doing. Secluded mountain, you are so ruthless. How can you be so ruthless? Another great sage roared in anger. At this moment, a majestic being descended from the heavens and bowed to Suji. Dizun, please allow us to settle such a rebellious person ourselves. The living in the mortal world are free. I only care about the reincarnation of the underworld. Everything that happened in the mortal world will be settled after death. Everyone, please do as you please. Suji stood calmly in the distance with a gentle look on his face. In the distance, the players started to rush over. They felt that the situation was not good. Previously, they thought that this was a probability expert and a great speaker who talked about miracles. After all, the secluded mountain prefecture lord's personality and tricks had garnered countless fans on the internet. Secluded mountain prefecture lord, is he courting death? The players were confused and started to discuss. He actually stole our skills. Dichi made bloodline plugins, we made body organ plugins, and he actually made talent organ plugins. Everyone has plugins and mods? Divine fruit? Could it be the devil fruit? He is too ruthless. He is an unparalleled ruthless person. He actually opened up a path with his own hands and pushed the gifted race into a dead end. He researched and imprisoned gifted life forms and refined them into living organs to be carried on his body. He's simply cruel, evil, and against the laws of nature. All the players thought that the secluded mountain prefecture lord would be beaten to death by the surrounding great sages before he could even fight against the Dizun. This was forcing all the gifted ones into a dead end. How could they tolerate this? This was making the whole world his enemy. However, some people's expressions changed. Brothers, this might not be the case. Let's think about the past. Back then, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was in a similar situation in the celestial restaurant. We all said that he was surrounded and killed by the celestials before he could do anything. What happened after that? What happened to the celestials after that? They were all forced to go against the reincarnation prefecture lord. Everyone had goosebumps. Could it be that this was also part of his plan? Rumble. One by one, the majestic great sages descended. It was as though there were countless gods standing on a cliff. Immortal light surged and was as vast as the ocean. All of them shouted at him and questioned him. Some of the great sages even glared at him and wanted to gang up on him to kill him. So what if we overthrow him? So what if we overthrow him? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's face was cold. I not only want to imprison the gifted ones. Ordinary people can treat them as peerless treasures and hunt them down to refine them into evil treasures. I also want the gifted ones to be locked up from birth until they die of old age and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. They will not know the situation of the outside world. Ting will be unable to find out what happened in the 6 paths of reincarnation through the memories of the dead. It is because we gifted ones occupy the top positions in the various sections. After we die, our memories will be searched by Ting and we will be able to listen to the 6 realms. We will know all the secrets of the 6 realms. As such, the secrets will be seen by the reincarnation prefecture lord. How can we go against the heavens? If I do this, the reincarnation prefecture lord will lose his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The 6 paths of reincarnation will no longer be able to see the world of the living. He will be a blind man from head to toe. Cutting off his arms and cutting off his eyes and ears is the first step. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's voice landed. Everyone, listen to me. If you want to destroy the heavenly Tao, you must first destroy your own Tao. Rumble, desire. Attack. Heaven. Tao. First. Attack. Self. Tao. These words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's hearts. It was too cruel, too radical, but it made people instinctively agree with it. You. The Tongback ape was furious. Sinful. Sinful. You are pushing us into a pit of fire. You are cutting off our lives. You are cutting off our race. Mangpo's expression changed. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was too scary. He was simply an unimaginable revolutionary. He was too ruthless and wanted to kill all the gifted ones of his generation. However, it had to be said that putting oneself in a hopeless situation to survive was a very feasible method. This person's intelligence was close to that of a demon. The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked around and said softly. Do you know why we were unable to defeat the reincarnation prefecture lord in the various ancient eras? Because we stood on the stage that he built for us. We used our own talents as a way to compete with him. If we don't overturn the stage and push ourselves into the pit of fire, using our bones, our will and our blood to create a new era, then we will never be able to win. The moment these words were said, the heavens and earth shook. This? The minds of countless heaven emperors of the entire era went blank. Suji was also holding his breath. He could feel the determination of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. After the death of the Yun Emperor, the style and integrity of an era were carried by the secluded mountain prefecture lord. This was the spirit of an era. He was a terrifying person with an incomparably firm will. He wanted to overthrow the high and mighty Dizun and fight for freedom for the future. Suji suddenly laughed. Secluded mountain, do you know Diqi? Diqi? The secluded mountain prefecture lord asked. In our world, the otherworldly demon that we hunted was originally Diqi's prey. He was the world lord of the seven worlds Chongming Heavenly Court. Suji said softly. But Diqi went through a similar era. The surrounding great sages and countless immortal emperors all pricked up their ears. Suji said softly. This is an ancient legend. In the past, when the world was created, the Tao monarch spoke about the Tao and the Xianxia ancient gods ushered in a golden age. They were the sun, moon, wind, rain and thunder gods, and Diqi was the leader of the Xianxia ancient gods. However, the number of post-celestial beings increased and the Xianxia ancient gods were tyrannical. The post-celestial beings complained but were unable to overthrow them. After all, the post-celestial beings could not replace the sun, moon, wind and rain ancient gods to control the world's order. Another 100 years later, there was a human ancestor who opened the sea of consciousness and Dantian. He could kill the Xiantian ancient gods and refine them into the Dantian Yuanshin. The post-celestial beings could then replace the Xiantian ancient gods and control the world's order. At that point, the ancient gods were no longer irreplaceable and the calamity of the Xiantian ancient gods was about to arrive. At this point in the story, countless great sages were shocked. They were shocked. Kill the Xiantian ancient gods and refine them into the Dantian Yuanshin. How was this similar to killing the talented ones and imprisoning them to turn them into innate organs? Meanwhile, the player's expressions changed. This reincarnation emperor was really mysterious. He was so clear about the development of the other worlds and even knew about Diqi. He had probably been observing in the dark. He was really unfathomable. Suji continued. After knowing about the calamity of the world, the leader of the Xiantian ancient gods, Diqi, descended to the mortal world and became a post-celestial being woodcutter. He led the post-celestial ancestors to overthrow his own rule and establish a new post-celestial heaven. He replaced them and remained high and mighty as the master of the post-celestial beings. He still protected the Xiantian ancient gods in the dark. Everyone's face changed. This Diqi was really a terrifying person to overthrow his own rule. Suji looked at the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Diqi tried his best to protect the rule of the Xiantian ancient gods. And you, are you trying to overthrow the old rule of the talented ones? Are you pushing yourself into the fire pit? Many great sages felt that the whole world was shaking after listening to the mythical story of Venerable Sovereign. Unlike Diqi, who pretended to overthrow, the secluded mountain prefecture lord wanted to personally overthrow the era of the Xiantian ancient gods and bury them all in the fire pit. When the calamity came, no one would be spared. There is no such thing as a bloodless revolution. If the future era belongs to mortals, then what's wrong with giving it to mortals? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's face was extremely calm. If I have to use my blood to bear the infamy of destruction, then so what? Do you know? I have always thought that the so-called miracles of the world are a joke. He looked at the great sages around him, who looked uneasy, and said calmly, after they fall, they always curl up in the mud. They are poor, but they live in shabby huts, lying on the ground and looking at the sky. They look numbly at the outside world, secretly hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping for a change in fate. However, there are no miracles in the world. They are all stained with blood. The secluded mountain prefecture lord stood up and looked around. He shook his head and took a step forward. He looked at the reincarnation emperor with a burning desire to fight. Whoosh! He stretched out his hand and took out an endless amount of divine arts fruits. Dozens of them floated in the air. They were beautiful and beautiful. This is the last generation. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will end in this era. Everyone, the divine arts fruits are here. Are you willing to fight with me? A warrior cutting his wrist. All the players' hearts trembled, and they were filled with emotions. Looking at the back view of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, it was as though they were looking at a martyr burning in flames. Only someone with terrifying willpower and methods would be able to commit such a treacherous, cruel, and bloody path of self-mutilation to create a new era for the people. Just like what I said, there are no sudden miracles in this world. In a valley far away, Yuan Qinghua was whispering to the people beside him behind a huge gray rock. He was filled with emotions as he witnessed the development of a long civilization. He thought of the words recorded in the history of the stone planet. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, it still moved him. Those who create miracles are the miracles themselves. Behind all unbelievable miracles, there is a price tag. In the countless parallel universes, Zack died and fell on the path of blood. Countless failures in the parallel universes piled up to create the door of miracles. Everyone, rather than doing nothing and waiting for the illusory miracle to happen, it is too laughable. Yuan Qinghua looked into the distance. As expected of an expert in miracles. Only by working hard and risking one's life is the only way to create miracles. He looked into the distance and said softly, "Brothers, in this world, there is only one thing that moves people's hearts the most. That is the epic hymn of the legends. The roaring heroes in the legends, the unyielding heroes, and the voice of their own era. Brothers, I am touched. What about you?" The people around him did not speak. Someone shrunk back and said, "We don't dare to make a move now. Let's wait and see. However, we might be able to do it. Let's see what the other leaders are doing." Some of the players were emotional creatures after all. Although they usually messed around, at this moment, facing an ancient hero like the secluded mountain prefecture lord, who was extremely charismatic, it would be a lie to say that they were not moved. Humans were not plants. Which player would not be passionate? Which player did not have a hidden hero complex? At this moment, their blood was boiling. More realistically, some of the oldest players were about to die. Rather than dying of old age, they might as well give it their all and participate in this once-in-a-lifetime war to open the door to the gods. If they missed this chance, they might not have another chance before dying of old age. There was no time to wait. Fight the level 80 instance dungeon, a legendary battle to one's heart's content, retracing the past and the present, treading on the path of immortality, a wave of excitement, the final glory. What a hot-blooded phrase. Under the management of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, they managed to capture the traces of the venerable emperors who had descended to the mortal realm. Furthermore, they were able to display their new confidence in winning. A historical stage had been created, and the turning point had appeared. This was the first time the players in the game had officially participated in the history of the Legend era, changing the course of history and leaving their names in the annals of history. Before this, they didn't have the ability to do so. Only today did they have the confidence and strength to do so. The players also started their livestream. "Brothers, let's deduct 666 and send rockets. We welcome all the ballers to raise funds for courage. If we send enough money and give enough compensation, we will livestream online and fight Samsara Prefect. To tell you the truth, we Azura warriors have also used our talents to create super secret weapons. Do you want to see?" Instantly, the livestream room was flooded with messages. There were so many local tycoons, and they did not lack money. They just lacked excitement and passion. They wished they could join the battle themselves and lead the troops to launch an earth-shattering battle. "I'm touched. I'll personally donate 50,000 yuan. Help the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Self-immolation, self-cutting, that's so cool and domineering. Let's save some money and not eat breakfast for this month. I'll donate 80,000 yuan. Go." If they fight, it will be a terrifying and bloody battle. Who knows how many heroes will be buried in blood, becoming the waves of the era, sacrificing themselves heroically, turning into ruins of blood and bones. We have to participate in it so that we can live up to the expectations of these heroes. In the livestream room, there were even some companies who quickly contacted to donate money and asked to be named. It seemed like a brand new advertising company model was starting to take shape. On the other side, in the distance, a few great sages were moved by the words. "These magical fruits can be carried on your body." The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked at the floating fruits and said, "Everyone, you can take 1 or 2 fruits depending on your body's endurance. Everyone here is extremely powerful. You can imagine how this kind of mystique will work on your bodies. The surrounding great sages looked at the fruits passionately. They did not know how many talents the secluded mountain prefecture lord had secretly collected and suppressed over the years. These fruits were like a prison filled with blood, and countless experts were wailing in pain. They were still alive and suffering in the prison. Even though there was endless blood, cruelty, and wailing, one could not deny the power within. You guys don't have time. The reincarnation prefecture lord has also said that this is our last life. We will not be able to transcend and will die of old age. The secluded mountain prefecture lord stopped and continued to guide them. Finally, some of the talented great sages made up their minds. Their faces were filled with determination because they had no way out. Their path of retreat had been cut off by the secluded mountain prefecture lord, just like how he had cut off Emperor Yun's path of retreat. They could only give it their all. This was because after this time, the era of talents would be coming and they might not be able to escape. As for the ordinary great sages, they did not have any worries. Although some of them stayed, most of them had more than half of their lifespan. Some of the younger experts chose to leave quietly. Suji's expression remained calm as he watched. He allowed the secluded mountain prefecture lord to speak. He turned around and looked at Mengpo with his hands behind his back. Go back to Hades first. I have the power to control the dead and only calculate their achievements when they were alive. I have never taken the initiative to control the life and death of the living. There is only one reason why I control the life and death of the living. That is if they take the initiative to offend me and attack me. Suji looked relaxed. And now, I am looking forward to this moment. I am waiting for them to take the initiative to attack me. I want to see how this era will turn out. Yes, I will take my leave. Mengpa took a deep breath. She did not expect His Majesty to meet with such a terrifying ambush. She could not help him at all and could only nod and leave. At this moment, Suji turned around again. His expression was incomparably calm as he looked at them. Are you really ready? Have you guys started to queue up on the Yellow Springs Road? Undeniably, other than Emperor Yun, there were not many great sages in that era. Now, they had become stronger and their numbers had increased. But the era had passed. The current Suji had become so strong that he could not even imagine it. The secluded mountain prefecture lord said calmly, back then, I watched the great fusion of the Cloud Emperor. His core formation was the Fusion Emperor. Hence, over the past few hundred years, there were all sorts of transformations. Parents, daughters, neighbors, lovers, all of them appeared beside the reincarnated Fusion Emperor. They guided his obsession and improved his talent, until today. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's voice became louder. He reached out and took out a sacred art fruit. It was the fusion sacred art fruit. He fused it into his body. Everyone, fuse with me. Defeat him. Today, I will continue the ancient immortal path. Fight. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's blood boiled. He walked forward step by step. With every step he took, his entire body was sucked dry and his flesh withered. Whoosh. He fell to the ground slowly and turned into a black corpse. Within the corpse, a bloody body moved and stood up, turning into a blood energy body of himself. Oh? You improved the innate talent of the new Fusion Emperor? Suji looked at the translucent energy body with interest. His red hair danced in the wind and he looked like a blood-red energy war god that had walked out of an ancient myth. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was not the first to guide innate talents. Back then, Mengpa had also descended to the mortal world. Through many reincarnations, she guided those with talents to form the black and white impermanence of today. There are impurities in this energy body. This is not the end. The secluded mountain prefecture lord roared in anger. The blood on his body faded and he turned into a translucent glass-like figure. Suji gently raised his hand and smiled. So, are you going to do the same thing as before? Let those great sages use their divine fruit, and then let countless people fuse together? Do you think I will let you guys do it? Boom. The show is about to end. Suji raised his arm and a terrifying energy ball formed in his hand. It gave off an endless amount of light that covered the sky. The future of life. In the distance, a hidden heavenly emperor roared. The world sunk. Wind, rain, lightning, sound, everything stopped. It was the activation of the innate talent that could stop time. It enveloped Suji's body. Whoosh. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's body seemed to have turned into a statue. He did not move at all and held the energy ball high in his hand. Everyone, enter my body. The secluded mountain prefecture lord opened his arms. Many talented great sages entered one after another. Whoosh. One by one, the great sages flew into the energy body of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Their bodies fell outside, at the feet of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, turning into dried corpses. But their souls were reforged. The great sages had no way out. Firstly, their lifespans were nearing the end. When the celestial path opened in the next era, it would not be their turn now. In this era, they could only die of old age. They might as well give it their all and continue the destiny of the ancient era of conquering the celestial path. If they could overthrow the Samsara Lord and become an immortal, then the dream that they had all along would be realized. Their group would replace them. They would become the new Lord of Samsara. At that time, they would be the new masters of Samsara. They could be assigned to several rulers similar to the 10 Yama kings and rule the world together. Secondly, the talent catastrophe was approaching, and countless geniuses would be targeted. Their combat prowess might not be affected, but in their later years, their combat prowess would decline, and they would inevitably encounter misfortune. It was foreseeable that they would be hunted down by many powerhouses. Other ordinary great sages without talent might be able to wait to be sealed in the source of God until the next life, waiting for the possibility of the celestial path opening. However, they sealed themselves. They were simply treasures that were exposed to the outside world. They would definitely die. In the distance, the secluded mountain prefecture lord has cut off all their escape routes and built a stage for them to win in the future. Amidst the rubble, a group of Azura Dao warriors looked at everything in the sky. Under such a serious and hot-blooded battle, no one dared to joke around. This is the final fate of the entire celestial path, the last roar of the heroes of this era, regardless of success or failure. Wang, a loud clang. Countless pure white arrows tore through the sky. A majestic and domineering figure formed from the fusion of countless energy, souls, and flesh had completely solidified. It was extremely domineering. Just by standing there, it distorted the chaotic domain, collapsed the mountains, and overturned the sun and moon. This was an ultimate life form. He was covered in golden chains that were similar to the armillary sash. His entire body was filled with storm-like energy that engulfed the surroundings. He was divine and majestic. An unimaginable, unrivaled, and incomparably terrifying pressure swept across the land. Boom boom boom, an exquisite heavenly halberd was like an intricate and fine gear. It slowly rotated behind him, forming a circle of platinum Buddha wheel, as though it was an ancient sacred Buddha. In the heavenly earth, I am the only true God. His entire body was cast in platinum, eternal and immortal. Every inch of his skin was emitting a dazzling radiance, eternal brilliance. Let's begin. Halos of light soared into the sky. A faintly discernible hymn came from the high clouds, shaking the entire 6 realms. 10 times the strength. Attack immunity. Taoist technique immunity. Soul enhancement. Life is connected to eternity. Void concealment body. Like the howling of the wind and the crashing of the rain, like a folk song from a distant myth, they turned into beautiful and elegant notes, endlessly distorting the phenomenon to bless his body. Celestial realm, mortal realm, animal realm. What happened? What? Countless people pricked up their ears. Women carrying children, scholars teaching, all kinds of people walked out of the streets, looked at the sky, and muttered to themselves. What exactly happened? Rumble, in the underworld, heaven and earth shook. Something terrible is happening in the world of the living. At the side, countless ghosts waiting in line on the Yellow Springs Road felt dizzy, and it was difficult for them to stand still. Boom, the entire bridge of helplessness was shaking faintly. Walala, the river below the bridge was tumbling like a raging river. Bang bang, the entire Fengdu ghost city was smashed by countless stones, and the ghosts living there were instantly thrown into chaos. The world is changing, someone wants to rebel against the underworld, reversing yin and yang, messing up the order of the world, and the 6 paths of reincarnation will be thrown into chaos. The black and white impermanents who maintained order, Judge Cui who was holding a judge pen, looked at the sky with a solemn gaze. Animal realm. Everything returned to normal. At this time only 3 seconds had passed, but for the powerhouses, it was a relatively long time. Suji opened his eyes. Future of life? This time, did you guys use this ultimate ability so early? Just to delay the time of fusion? Suji turned around, looking at the heavenly emperor who had used the future of life talent. He had completely fallen to the ground, dead. He just shook his head. You guys had a bad start, wasting one of your strongest trump cards from the beginning. Suddenly, his eyes were stunned, as if he had sensed something. He turned his head. Buddha body, monster. Suji slowly let out a breath, not concealing his incredible admiration for this creature, who was too powerful. In fact, compared to the crippled and weak rank 9 3-pillar gods, who looked like a dying rank 9 old man who didn't have the strength to execute any moves, the figure in front of them was more like a true rank 9, just standing there. It distorted all kinds of phenomena. Heavy rain poured, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, the sun shone high, the sky was clear, countless phenomena seemed to gather together, converging to form the only ancient true God in the world. Dominating all laws, twisting all laws. As if he was the only power in the world. Suji was stunned, thinking in his heart. You guys have finally developed the power of the talent system of the 6 paths of reincarnation that I have created to the fullest? Talent is spread all over the world, it has infinite possibilities, let you all fuse, create infinite miracles. He put his hands behind his back, his heart was incomparably calm. Back then, the reason why I defeated Emperor Yun was because their fusion was not complete, it was broken into pieces, forcefully pieced together, there were too many flaws, even their souls were like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle squeezed together. Therefore, in that era, I easily used soul illusions to hit the flaws of their souls, like a butcher dismembering a cow. After all, they were not truly fused, just like a bad tailor stitching together a bunch of pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, one by one, the pig's feet, dog's feet, horse's feet, sheep's legs, all walking on the ground, all wearing high heels, walking unsteadily, not looking good. Suji had a leisurely look on his face. Until today. Suji looked into the distance. There were no flaws. The secluded mountain prefecture lord learned his lesson, spent hundreds of years, guiding the reincarnation of the fusion emperors, abandoning the hard to fuse flesh and blood, directly fusing energy and souls. In this era, they were not much stronger in terms of quantity and quality, but they had used all their strength to the limit, without any flaws. In such a situation, with the distorted laws, even the bad 3-pillar gods would be destroyed by you all in the same realm. Suji was shocked. Dizun, fight with us. That one true god's voice was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His body was covered with all sorts of unbelievable phenomena, it was resplendent and beautiful. In the distance. The netizens were shocked. Terrifying, too terrifying. Just the pressure alone is enough to make us unable to breathe. All the cultivator players who witnessed this scene were aghast. In front of such unparalleled power, as heaven emperors of the same realm, they were as weak as ants. The movement of assembling a golden nuclear large-scale star destroyer Gatling also slowed down. Brothers, they are still the big shots, their trump cards are so weak compared to ours. I feel that even an ordinary god would be beaten to death by the phenomenon of the laws that they have mastered. Fighting across realms, it's impossible, right? Why is it impossible? Gods are strong because they control a high concentration of power, to the low energy power of heaven emperors, it's like wood meeting tofu, but this group of tofu has the law phenomenon that can only be possible by mastering rank 9. It's like tofu picking up iron and turning it around to dry wood. I think this analogy is very inappropriate, but a rank 8 god, facing so many rank 9 laws, may really be crushed. It depends on the specific situation. In any case, I can't calculate it clearly. However, I've never seen before a heavenly emperor holding such a terrifying 9th tier law phenomenon, while not going to break through, just like a child holding a Gatling gun. In this world, this group of heaven emperors are all freaks, the way a rank 7 heaven emperor plays is 2F** king crazy. Then, do we still need to assemble? Someone murmured in a low voice. All the players were silent for a moment. At the same time, they witnessed this scene, a terrifying ultimate creature with unknown combat power, such power, it was shocking, it was very likely that it had the power to beat up an ordinary god. No matter how strong their research power was, it was impossible to reach that height. Buzz. There was a clear buzzing sound. This is your strongest trump card? Dizun did not look nervous at all, looking at the handsome and tall figure in front of him in the bright divine light with great interest, speaking with assurance. I am no match for you. Suji's face was extremely calm, full of admiration. With so many powerful talents perfectly gathered, this is already an oppressor-level world weapon. No matter how strong an individual life is, it will not be a match. Before, it was a pile of fragments, but in essence, it was still a pile of individuals, so it was naturally possible for Suji to break all laws with force. But how could he be a match for this truly perfect gathering of laws? Only laws could fight against laws. Just like the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, containing a world of life, as a world furnace. Just like the 3 pillar gods, fusing a world of cells. Just like Carolyn, summoning the entire god of death to eternal life. Their cultivation methods were all heaven-defying, carrying the entire world on various levels. They themselves were taboo oppressor level. Behind them stood a group of people, and no matter how strong an individual's combat power was, it was impossible to reach that level. Neither could Suji. Because this doppelganger of his did not carry a creature with the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Clatter, the sky was blue and boundless. Everything suddenly became extremely quiet. It was as if the whole world had lost its inherent sound. In other words, the ultimate creature in front of him was like a black hole, silently sucking the energy of the whole world, including sound. Right now, is this the final fated battle in this long and endless world? Dizun looked solemn, looking into the distant sky. All the ancient things will end today, no matter victory or defeat, or grievances. Then as you wish. Suji stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Puff, in the underworld. It was rumbling and shaking. A terrifyingly enormous black wheel slowly revolved. It was deep and brilliant, and it contained an ancient and distant feeling of history. What happened this time? On the road to the underworld, on the Bridge of Helplessness, in the ghost city of Fengdu, countless ghosts were looking at the sky. Countless ghosts, before they could even make a sound, instinctively turned into countless wisps of green smoke, sucked into the ancient 6 paths of reincarnation. Including the black and white impermanence, Mangpa, and everything else. Hell is empty. Mao Tiao looked at all this in a daze, sprinting on the ground, and said in shock, in the whole underworld, I am the only one left. Is this the legendary? If hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha? Then, why is hell empty? Boom. In the animal path, ripples appeared in the sky. A massive and exquisite black wheel containing a vast and unimaginable power and a terrifying aura slowly appeared in the sky of the animal realm. Joy, happiness, anger, wailing, fear, joy. Countless emotions intertwined, as if everyone could feel an endless mix of consciousness. Reincarnation, this is reincarnation. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was shocked. He looked over in disbelief, his eyes constantly falling on the tiny black squares inlaid on the wheel, each marked with an exquisite carved number. Without a doubt. In an instant, he clearly understood what it was, and his expression became completely unnatural. Reincarnation, the legendary true spirit. The players were also shocked. This was the first time they came into contact with reincarnation, and even Mao Tiao did not have the authority to get close to it. Today, you have finally walked the path of the ancient times, and today, you are able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, and force me to use reincarnation. Behind Dizun, a mysterious huge wheel slowly rotated, the intricate and complicated carvings seemed to contain the truth of the world. Today is the end of all fates, as you wish. Dizun's voice was like a bell, his cold eyes looking down at the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the celestials, all the players, looked at the vast reincarnation, and a sense of disbelief and fear arose in them. Rumble. The entire reincarnation was suspended in the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. They finally saw the core of the entire world, the entire underworld, the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. However, they were shocked to find that a large part of the ring was missing. It was strange. The secluded mountain prefecture lord could clearly feel that his true soul was not on it. Based on his deductions and ancient history, all the gifted living beings in this world had their true names embedded in the reincarnation. He should be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, an angry roar could be heard from the Azura path. This is only a portion of the reincarnation shards. This was an urgent message received from Mao Pao. In the underworld, Mao Pao looked from afar and realized that a portion of the reincarnation was missing and had flown away. The players did not have the ability to interfere and could only shout, "Now the underworld is empty." The Lord of Samsara allowed all the souls of the dead in the ghost city of Fengdu and the road to the Yellow Springs to return to their own reincarnated true spirits. Then, he brought a portion of the reincarnation of the dead in the underworld. The secluded mountain prefecture lord understood immediately. In such an urgent situation, he only gathered the souls living in the underworld to return to the reincarnation true names and then brought this portion of reincarnation here, the reincarnation of the mortal realm, the animal realm, the human realm and the immortal realm were still in the underworld. There should be 2 reasons. Firstly, the reincarnation shards of the living could not leave the underworld. After all, people were dying every moment and no one knew which living person would die in the next second. Naturally, it was not appropriate to bring the true names of the living out of the underworld. Otherwise, the souls of the dead would not be able to enter the underworld without the guidance of the reincarnation true names. That portion of reincarnation had to maintain the operation of the living. Secondly, it was to prevent the living from stealing their true names in the underworld. Hence, they did not bring it along. The reincarnation true souls here are all the dead in the underworld? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's pupils constricted and his expression relaxed. He was slightly shocked. Dizun, is this the time to force out your true strength? Only now will we be able to truly fight against you like Qi Tiandi and the others in ancient times? His expression was bitter. Previously, the battle similar to the Cloud Emperor's was not even considered playing house. But, just like that. I've been waiting for this moment. Hope is right in front of me. Ha 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 ha. His laughter gradually grew louder, mixed with hearty madness, joy as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and a carefree and unrestrained feeling. The whole world trembled slightly because of his laughter. Then, today, we will break the cycle of reincarnation and take our true names. His voice deepened and his expression became more and more resolute. His eyes were filled with the madness of a martyr. Kill. There was an angry roar. Endless light of Buddha shone on the earth. The entire animal road was a land of Buddha. It was golden and gorgeous. Flowers, grass, trees, and countless creatures were quickly assimilated into Buddha and turned into his Buddha kingdom. He walked in his own Buddhist kingdom and suddenly let out a crisp buzzing sound. He leaped into the sky and punched forward fiercely. Crash. Suji disappeared in a flash. He looked up at the reincarnation and slowly opened his mouth, as if he was whispering something silently. Triple strength. Tough carapace. Thorn's reverse armor cloud mist body. All the souls that had just been sucked back into the reincarnation cycle had completely returned. At this moment, with the help of reincarnation, they used the power bestowment talent to superimpose their talents onto Suji's body. Even though the top talents had long been secretly intercepted by the secluded mountain prefecture lord and turned into mystical fruit, there were simply too many people in the underworld. No matter how ordinary their talents were, they could still be chosen from among them and carry out a perfect combination to augment their own body. Boom, boundless power surged through his body. This is the power of the laws. Suji felt that his body had also turned into an endlessly dazzling living god. His body flashed with lightning and thunder. Wind and rain intertwined, tsunamis surged, and the sun and moon alternated. All sorts of distorted phenomena of the laws superimposed on his body and blended into one. Lord of Reincarnation, please die. Both sides exchanged blows. Their fists seemed to shatter the universe. They fought violently and fiercely. Every time they clashed, there would be endless radiance. Some of the phenomena of the laws shattered and turned into a large rain of light. In the distance, the players were completely shocked. This is too terrifying. It is as if we are seeing a battle between two grade 9 worlds and not two weak celestial emperors. It is even more magnificent than the battle between the three pillar gods and Diki. The laws are endless. It is because the realms of this world are too high. Although it is a weak power of the celestial emperor level, the laws can reach the heavens. It looks magnificent, but in reality, the laws are used to the extreme. They finally revealed a nervous expression. Their secret weapon was the Gatling gun, a nuclear bomb. It could kill a great sage in an instant with one shot. At the same time, it could fire hundreds of times in succession. They thought that their trump cards were terrifying, but in such a situation, they could not interfere at all. They could not even keep up with their speed. Boom, the secluded mountain prefecture lord flew backwards and spat out mouthfuls of blood. It is useless. Dizun's voice was cold. His body was burning and he looked down on the world. He stood in the starry sky and made people feel despair. When the laws and talents are of the same level, it is comparable to the basic combat strength of an ordinary person. As for everyone here, as great sages, without the advantage of talent, can you really enter the great sage combat strength? Those ordinary great sages who left are the true experts. You all just have the advantage of talent, which is why you all have the combat strength of a great sage. Dizun said softly. Secluded Mountain is right. Talent does restrict some things. Dizun clasped his hands behind his back and walked in the void. Suddenly, he disappeared from his spot and a golden fist landed on the head of this figure. Boom, it was dazzling. This fist was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it exploded. The entire body of the secluded mountain prefecture lord retreated and the entire void exploded. When our talents are of the same level, we cannot withstand a single blow. Dizun's expression was cold and calm. He walked forward slowly and said calmly, "Is this the final counterattack of this era? I am a little disappointed." The secluded mountain prefecture lord spat out mouthfuls of blood and laughed bitterly as he stood up. Truth be told, we have an even stronger talent. Our combat strength is 5 times stronger than before. Soul frenzy. Boom, his eyes turned red and his combat strength increased. A look of disappointment flashed across Suji's eyes. Your strongest trump card is only 5 times stronger than before? One punch. The secluded mountain prefecture lord flew backwards and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Cannot withstand a single blow. We cannot withstand a single blow. All the great sages in the body of the secluded mountain prefecture lord were in despair. Was this the true combat strength of an ancient emperor, the ancient taboo that severed the immortal path? At this moment, it brought with it a terrifying pressure. Previously, he did not rely on any talent to possess such an exaggerated combat strength. They felt an unprecedented fear and despair in their lives, yes, when the trump card that they thought was their greatest battle prowess and the advantage of the indestructible divine body, which was a fusion of countless talents, was removed, and they were forced to fight against venerable sovereigns with pure cultivation and battle prowess. They finally realized how weak they were: fear, depression, shock and despair. No, a miracle. Believe me, the miracle of fate. It is in our hands. The secluded mountain prefecture lord roared and calmed all the great sages in his body before leaping up. Kill. Endless brilliance showered down. Amidst the horror of the players, his unyielding figure had been completely engraved into the eternal mural of history. The heavens and earth were shaking. A legendary battle of the century had begun. Mortal Realm Dao, Meru Wu Wei Temple. Suing Luo sat quietly on the ground. Her face was jade-like and her body was covered in Buddhist light. It was as though an ancient Buddha was chanting scriptures. Behind him, Xianxia was waiting quietly with a gentle, silly smile on his face. His face was filled with happiness. Today's scenery is beautiful. The two of them watched the sunset quietly. The sky was dyed golden by the setting sun and it was breathtakingly beautiful. I really hope to be able to watch such a sunset with you again. Suing Luo's voice was a little hoarse. You should know that our love for each other cannot be compared to the world. I don't know. Xianxia only smiled. In his world, in his karmic fire obsession, there was only her. In her world, in her karmic fire obsession, there was only the world and only the world. He had long known that it was a great misfortune to fall in love with such a kind person. Otherwise, he would not have reincarnated to this day. In the end, someone has to stand up. If I don't go to hell, who will? Suing Luo said, if I can survive this time, if there is a next life. I promise you, Li Sanqing did not speak. He just stood up and turned around. Clatter. Behind him, Suing Luo sat on the futon and died. There was a bright Buddhist light. There were only 13 relics left in the place. A giant overlord of the mortal realm, one of the strongest great sages in the entire 6 paths of reincarnation, did not choose to go to the front line. Instead, she died in her own temple. In the bamboo forest, Li Sanqing first raised his head and stretched out his hand to cover the dazzling sun. Suddenly, he felt that it was a little dazzling. He turned around and looked at Suing Luo's corpse. After a moment of silence, he began to cry. This was his life's obsession. And the cruelest thing was only today. Knife God Su Xiao asked me to save the world, to prosper humanity, to open up freedom for future generations. You want me to do the same. What use do I, Li Sanqing, have for the world? What joy does the world have for me? Why bother with me? I'm an ordinary person. I don't have any grand ambitions. I only want you. He prostrated on the ground. A strong black flame of resentment burned his body. His resentment had reached its peak. His entire soul was soaring. It felt like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. He was the only person who could remember reincarnation. The only person who could escape from Granny Meng's soup. And now, he seemed to have formed a certain degree of talent transformation. His black flame of talent burned even deeper, with countless obsessions. Clatter. The void shook. Li Sanqing tore open the space. Following that vague longing, he entered the netherworld of the dead in the body of a living person. His talent had finally reached its end. He had completely communicated with the netherworld. The obsessions and love that he had accumulated for thousands of lifetimes had not only passed through reincarnation, but also life and death. Reincarnation, the living entered the dead, the sky was gloomy. Bridge of Helplessness, Yellow Springs Road, Fengdu Ghost City. Everything was empty. In the distance, there was still half a fan of 6 paths of reincarnation. Mount Yao was lying on the empty Bridge of Helplessness. He was holding the Granny Meng soup in one hand, pretending to be Granny Meng and taking pictures. He was shocked. Suing Luo, why are you dead? Isn't the war still going on? Who in this world can kill you? Suing Luo's voice was simple. Where is the hell of Avicii? Bring me there quickly. Mount Yao broke out in cold sweat. Could this be a heaven-defying scheme by the secluded mountain prefecture lord? Suing Luo actually killed herself to come here. She wanted to use this opportunity to lure the reincarnation prefecture lord to save the ancient forbidden existences that were suppressed in the ancient hell? This is impossible. Mount Yao roared and stopped her. He pointed to the sky. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky have already formed a law that binds the dead. You can't do anything that goes against the law in the netherworld. Even if you did, as the dead, you can't leave the netherworld. What if it's a living person? A living person doesn't have to follow the rules of reincarnation. Can you bring a dead person from the netherworld away? At this moment, a living man walked out slowly. He felt bitter in his heart as he looked at the dead Suing Luo. This was the secluded mountain prefecture lord's plan. Using his innate talent to witness Suing Luo's death, he stimulated his innate talent and allowed him to find the netherworld alive. This was also a gamble on the probability of a miracle. However, a miracle had finally happened. Very quickly, Suing Luo and Li Sanqing pried open the hell of Avicii and looked at the hell of Avicii. Seniors from the ancient past, please forgive me. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Everyone, you are all emperors and emperors from the ancient past. It is truly tragic for you to be defeated. You brought the bitterness of the entire era with you and were suppressed. You should be filled with unwillingness and despair. Today, for the sake of the world, we can only invite everyone to battle. Today's battle is the final battle. The juniors of our era have overestimated themselves and snuck into the netherworld to save everyone. We will gather all the outstanding talents from the ancient past to open the immortal path for the people of the world. This is a battle of all the powers from the ancient past to the present. It will be a glory that will shock the world, and everyone will be remembered by the future generations. Defy the heavens and overthrow the venerable emperor behind the scenes. This is the moment. Su Yingluo roared. We are born free, who dares to act high and mighty? Boom, as soon as she said this, the entire hell of Avicii shook. An elegant and domineering poem was heard. The Tao and suffering realms met with a demon disaster, the gods descended on the human world and the apocalypse arrived. The Yundu celestial realm fell, the 9 prefectures were destroyed and the 9 prefectures were destroyed. Chief Xu Wu defied the heavens and the 3 Xiantian realms turned the tide. The path of swords appeared again and the Nirvana heavens would eventually abandon the heavens. As the poem was recited, an old and domineering voice was heard. Today, is it the final era? Then success or failure will depend on this. Cat Hop looked at the person and had goosebumps. It was the legendary Qi Tiandi. At this moment, many ancient taboo existences walked out from the depths of the hell. Terrifying divine flames exploded and covered the entire sky. Buzz, the ancient existences walked over slowly. Blazing flames seemed to have burned the entire dark underworld. Their battle intent was soaring. Ancient existences, Su Yingluo and Xianxia were shocked. The ancient mythical figures who walked out of the gates of hell felt an endless aura surging towards them, dyeing the sky of hell. It was unimaginably powerful. It even pounced towards them like a heaven-defying talent. They instinctively felt a strong pressure from their talents, and they could not help but bow down in worship. Too powerful, too powerful. At this moment, they seemed to see a magnificent ancient mythical era. Countless eras ago, this group of ancient almighty figures roared, caused disasters, destroyed, and fought against the legendary supreme existence. There was no time to say anything else. Today is the final battle. It's time to cut off the past. Su Yingluo bowed slowly and said solemnly with great admiration, the situation is urgent. We have to break into the underworld, enter the dead zone, and destroy hell. Only by gathering the power of all eras can we have a chance of winning. Ancient seniors, please help us in this battle. Beside her, Mount Yao was the most horrifying. He looked at Qi Tiandi, a dignified and noble peerless emperor, and a holy and compassionate look on his face. How can this be? Do they really exist? This is clearly an arcade character that I created in the hell of arcade to accompany Lord Samsara in his lies. It's a character from Earth, and only Ju Wuxian is the real one. Could it be? Mount Yao looked at the elegant and dignified peerless ancient heroes, and an incredulous guess rose in his heart. Yes. They have always existed. They must have been suppressed in the Avicii hell for too long, and they have lost all their memories under the erosion of time and the baptism of karmic fire. I misunderstood. Lord Samsara distorted history not only to deceive outsiders, but also to deceive these ancient heroes who have lost their memories. To add fake memories to them who have lost their memories. Mount Yao's conclusion was too shocking. It made him extremely horrified. But it was indeed very reasonable. The Avicii hell was scorching, and it was filled with endless suffering. After countless years, it had long been burned and lost its sense of self. This is terrifying. Is this the true face of the Avicenaraka hell? Not only can anyone control their body in the arcade game, but now, they want me to modify their memories. Mao Pai was terrified. I want them to become someone else. This purgatory was too cruel. However, His Excellency Samsara has miscalculated. No matter how many memories are added to the amnesiac, their obsession cannot be easily destroyed. They are still a great threat to His Excellency Samsara. Mao Piao was deeply impressed. Even if their memories were masked and they became someone else, these heroic spirits would never forget their past glory and their monstrous battle intent. It's an emotion that's engraved in my bones. I want to overthrow reincarnation and find my true name. Even if I die, I will fight. Cat Hop was shocked. He thought of a sentence Xing Tian brandished Gan Qi, his ferocious will always be there. At the same time, the events that transpired further confirmed Cat Hopping's suspicions. At this moment, Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan walked out slowly. Su Yingluo and Xianxia were overjoyed. Cloud Emperor! Suing Luo shouted. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord? The Cloud Emperor said softly, did he ask you to come? Break the shackles of hell? Save us? The Cloud Emperor was extremely intelligent. Naturally, he knew that such an earth-shattering move was made by the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, who had schemed against him. This was his style of doing things. Yes. Suing Luo replied. Emperor Yun, how are the ancient great sages doing now? The Cloud Emperor shook his head and laughed bitterly. They don't remember many things from the past. No matter how we ask, it's all very blurry. Even when we asked about the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord's past, there was no response. However, this is to be expected. Under such a terrifying karmic fire environment, they were still controlled by others. If you came a few hundred years later, no matter how strong Lord Yun Zhongjuan and I were, our consciousness would be completely blurred and we would end up like them. Indeed. Mao Piao was completely convinced. He was filled with admiration and bitterness. Everyone, do you have any thoughts on the remaining half of the reincarnation fan? Suing Luo suddenly raised her head and looked at the reincarnation fan in the dark and gloomy hell. Qi Tiandi shook his head and looked into the distance. He said coldly, that isn't something that we can control. It's impossible to do so in a short period of time. Now, the best way is to fight the reincarnation emperor. With so many ancient great emperors and emperors reviving, and all the power from the past to the present gathered in this era, he can't escape this calamity. He might be able to deal with the existence of an era easily, but if all of them were to swarm out, the venerable emperor will fall today. Fight. Beast Dao. The entire animal road was almost blown to smithereens. It was boiling, and it was chaotic and distorted. Suji continued to exchange blows with an elegant posture. The light from his hands rained down and swept into the body of the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, shattering him. Even with all sorts of terrifying talents, he had reached his limit and his body was being destroyed bit by bit. Ah, the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord roared with all his might. This was the first time he had seen such terror. This exaggerated battle power scared him out of his wits. Although he had calculated everything and his battle power was incredible, in the face of absolute power, he seemed so weak. The venerable emperor seemed to have cultivated all the techniques in the world. His soul, flesh, body, energy, and he was a perfect existence. We will not lose. He roared into the sky and released an earth-shattering aura that shocked the entire world. Endless Buddha light covered the entire Buddhist land. It's useless. The venerable emperor's gaze was cold as he reached out. Everything will end here. Pung, suddenly, a beam of light came from afar. Buzz buzz buzz, a peerless purple divine sword pierced through the battle between the two. Suji turned his head in shock. A sonorous poem was heard, half god, half sage, half immortal, all Confucian, all Taoist, all sage. There are thousands of books in the brain, and you control half of the world. Boom, it was a white-haired and handsome cultivator. He appeared in the void and grabbed the purple sword in his hand. I am Su Huanjun. He was dressed in a black robe and had a lotus crown on his head. He had a sword sheath on his back, a horsetail whisk in one hand and a purple gold sword in the other. There was a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. He said elegantly, the Jianghu is a bloody path, and the heart of the lotus is bitter. Today, I will follow all of you to battle the Jianghu, to renew the celestial sect, and to conquer the ancient celestial path. Rumble, at that moment, all the great sages in his body were shocked. Who was this? How could he be so domineering, a peerless almighty from ancient times? They were shocked. These great sages could feel that this person's talent was a unique and powerful combination of talents. It was more than 10 times stronger than a single great sage talent. Although it was not as strong as their combined talents, it was still too strong. They had only reincarnated for 10 lifetimes. Based on this situation, they would have to reincarnate for another 500 to 600 lifetimes before their talent would reach such a terrifying level. He was indeed an ancient emperor, Su Ji's eyes shone. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord was indeed a genius. He was only trying to buy time. There was also this move, taking drastic measures from the bottom of the pot. Li Sanqing? Su Ji stopped in his tracks and said. A living person entering the dead domain, breaking through hell and saving those existences. Is this your greatest trump card? Before he finished his sentence. Boom. Another voice rang out. Another ancient Buddha that could shake the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep had awakened. It was another earth-shattering poem. How arrogant the north horse is, when it reaches the south wind, it dies. I am south wind, not competing. This was a handsome, tall, and carefree young man. He only reported his name and didn't say another word. This poem's title was so domineering and unrestrained. It was the peerless beauty of an ancient emperor. It was as though they saw a chivalrous martial artist. Wherever he went, bandits would tremble in fear. Everyone was shocked and could not react in time. Wang. A blade intent soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. A white storm swept across the sky like a heavy downpour. A transparent blade descended from the sky and pierced into the ground. The huge blade was as big as a mountain. Everyone was blown away by the wind. A poem was heard, advance one blade, retreat one blade, I only have one blade, who dares to block my blade? Kill for life, kill for death, kill for my name, kill for all. This is? The entire 6 paths of reincarnation were in an uproar. Many powerful beings from the immortal Tao, animal Tao, and mortal Tao did not choose to fight and only left a portion of them. However, they were already paying close attention to this terrifying mythical battle. They could not help but look over with their spiritual senses. Who is this? That overlord from the ancient era? The ancient Blade Emperor? Unimaginable. Talent formed from the extreme killing intent. This was a ferocious-looking blade user. His hair was gray and black and he held a huge blade in his hand. He had a curly beard and an angry face. He looked ferocious and violent, as though he had killed for his entire life. His killing intent spread. Kill for my name, kill for all. The blade user stared at the ancient Dizun. This was a young man dressed in black and he was filled with battle intent. Everyone was shocked. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's calculations were so terrifying. One by one, the gods and devils that had been suppressed in the ancient times had been born. Pooh. In the distance, the secluded mountain prefecture lord spat out a mouthful of blood. He then laughed out loud to the saints within him and the entire world. Ha 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 ha. They were all emperors and emperors in the past. In the ancient times, they ruled over this broken universe. They had ascended to the throne and were worshipped by the masses. They were all supreme in their era. And today, they have all awakened from the ancient hell and have been rescued. The secluded mountain prefecture lord laughed heartily. Dizun, as the mastermind, you have dominated the eras. You have disregarded the geniuses of each era. In order to continue cultivating the heavenly emperor realm, you could have broken through to become a god, but you chose not to. Instead, you obstructed others from doing so. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. But today, all the geniuses of the eras, the emperors and emperors who were defeated by you have come to find you. What can you do? Dizun is tyrannical, the world will fight against you. His voice gradually became cold and severe. Today is the day you die. So what? Dizun clasped his hands behind his back and said softly. They are just a bunch of losers. Even if they are all dug out from the ancient tomb, can they go against the heavens? Another fine day. Dizun raised his head and looked at the sky. Everything that has happened today is destined to be extraordinary. Everything has to end here. When everything is over, we can go back and have a cup of tea. All the Azure Path warriors were terrified. Dizun was indeed terrifying. The bento he gave out in each era could circle the earth once, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Yuan Qinghua's expression changed. She looked at the sky full of gods and Buddhas and said emotionally, the Tao strikes the sky, the Buddha flies to the bottom, the gods and demons compete for freedom, the cycle of reincarnation, ask the land of the 6 paths, who will rise and fall? Boom, the next moment, Qi Tiandi appeared. The poem covered the heavens and earth. The Tao and bitterness realms meet with a demon disaster, the gods descend to the human world. All the living beings in the 6 paths of reincarnation did not even have time to be shocked. At this moment, another terrifying flame swept across the heavens and earth. It was another taboo existence of the same level. It was a poem frowny face the Dharma doomsday destroys the heavenly Tao, Bo Sun kills Rolai. This was the shortest verse, but the context of the description was the most shocking. This is. What kind of terrifying demon is this? Countless experts in the 6 paths of reincarnation looked over. It was a pitch-black Buddha. It was tall and straight, and the light wheel behind it was strangely sacred, extremely noble and extraordinary. Even Su Huanjun turned her head to look, and her expression changed. The Lord of the 6th heaven of the desire realm in ancient times, the ancient demon Buddha Bo Sun. He has a terrifying talent, and the darkness of all living beings is endless. His demon heart cannot be destroyed, and he is a top ancient evil existence that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. Suji's expression was extremely calm as he looked at the demon Buddha. Boom, then, various kinds of poem chants pierced through the ancient times. One by one, the existences seemed to have followed the long river of time to the present world, walking out from the depths of hell. It was shocking. The shocking plan of the secluded mountains prefecture lord had finally appeared in front of him. He had gathered the power of the past and the future. The ancient emperors, as well as the legends and myths of the past, had reappeared today. One by one, the unyielding ancient mythological figures reappeared in this world, composing a solemn and stirring hymn for the last battle on the immortal path. Is this the final battle of the reincarnated beings? Suji's gaze finally turned solemn as he looked at the legendary figures in the arcade hell. Secluded Mountains Prefecture Lord, you have exceeded my expectations time and time again. Their talents were different from the ordinary reincarnated beings in the reincarnation cycle. They were special. Their talents were the gathering of the terrifying wish power of all living beings. The dead souls of the Yellow Springs path were worshipped, and offered incense. In fact, among those who offered incense, there was no lack of peak great sages present, celestial emperors, and stunning existences that dazzled the world. They saw the stone of 3 lives in death and understood their past and present lives. After lamenting their failures over and over, they went to pay their respects and mourned the unyielding spirit of the immemorial emperors and sovereigns. Hundreds and thousands of years had passed. Every single person of the era had paid their respects through countless reincarnations. That was why there were such heaven-defying talents and monsters. Their talents were special. Ordinary reincarnated beings could not achieve this simply by accumulating their resentment. Ordinary talents had to go through hundreds of reincarnations before they could reach the level of their resentment. Hong. Everyone, fuse into one body and fight on the immortal path. Qi Tiandi said coldly. The talents of the Fusion Emperor were terrifying. He was able to fuse talents into one, and this was the core of the Secluded Mountains Prefecture Lord's battle. However, the ability to fuse talents was something that many of the ancient great sages present possessed. You can enter my sleeves. Su Huanjun waved her sleeves. In the Miluo Palace, many great sages will discuss the Tao on the wall. There is a universe in their sleeves, and they can carry the heavens and earth. The great sages, Nanfeng Bujing, Emperor Yun, Lord Yun Zhongjuan, and many others entered instantly. Su Huanjun's aura surged. Qi Tiandi's expression was calm. I cultivate the sacred origin demon embryo, and I can enter my alternate demon world, the mortal world. The great sages entered at the same time. All killers, those who loved to kill, and those who were violent, entered one after another. Devil Buddha Bo Sun rapidly transformed into a 3-faced and 6-armed Devil Buddha. Enter my Buddha country. Buddha does not save the masses, but uses himself to save the masses. In an instant, countless demon Tao giants, Ju Wushan, and the rest entered. Devil Buddha Bo Sun continued to fuse, and he transformed into a 1,000-faced Buddha. Brothers, it is time for us to show our strength. The Azure Path players saw this and secretly brought a group of people and their top secret weapon, the Gatling gun, and snuck in. In an instant, Devil Buddha Bo Sun's posture changed again. This was an ancient Devil Buddha, and behind his back was an exquisite and vast Buddha ring. He held a huge black Gatling gun in his hands, and he looked mighty and domineering. It was very modern. Righteous, evil, and devil, you have combined all the ancient powers of hell to suppress. Do you want to fight me? Suji looked at the 3 of them, and then at the Secluded Mountains Prefecture Lord. And all the powers of the current world, all of them are here. Hong, the four of them surrounded the D-Zune in the middle, and turned into a terrifying storm. Fight! 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 At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. This was the battle that they had the best chance of winning. Heroes of the past, there are too many of you, and every one of you is shockingly talented. I alone am not your match. The D-Zune was surrounded in the middle, and he said softly, every living being has a limited amount of talent. No matter how many talented living beings I have, I can't fuse too many. Just like you, the four of you have reached the limit of fusing talents, and it is impossible for the four of you to fuse as one again, but... Suji's body kept growing, and he turned into a vast mountain giant, and grabbed the void. Reincarnation True Spirit Sword. The huge reincarnation quickly changed shape, and it turned into a black mechanical exquisite demon sword, which fell into the hands of Suji. Then, let's use all our trump cards, and fight with all we have. A truly terrifying battle had erupted. This was an unprecedented and shocking battle. Every great sage had terrifying combat power. They had honed the Celestial Emperor level to perfection. If they broke through, their combat power would far exceed the same realm. Meanwhile, at this moment, there were even more unprecedented emperors and emperors. All of them had once reigned supreme in this world, the main characters of an era. They possessed the most terrifying domineeringness and self-confidence, believing themselves to be unmatched throughout the ages. In his vague memory, losing to the legendary venerable sovereign was the greatest humiliation in his life. Kill. The four existences finally made their move. They had all fused with many powerful heaven-defying talents, and it could be said that they had split into four teams. They had reached the limits of their bodies and were close to the true embodiment of natural laws. Every move they made was like a brilliant heavenly might, and all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena revolved around them. Send D-Zune to hell. The four of them ascended one after another. His entire body was surrounded by a greenish-golden radiance. Fresh blood spilled out, dazzling and dazzling, making people feel as if the universe was about to explode. Suji held the Samsara True Spirit Sword in his hand, which contained countless laws and phenomena. Each and every one of his movements contained shocking might. Is that so? The so-called physical immunity and Taoist immunity earlier made it so that attacks couldn't land on my body. The essence of it is really the phenomenon of distorting the laws of nature, similar to the Great Joy Emperor's mirror reflection. At this moment, it was truly a battle to its heart's content. This clone of his finally brought out his trump cards and weapons. Countless cultivation systems erupted one after another, and he completely let go of his hands and feet. Beast said. In a faraway valley. CK, the giant octopus abruptly covered its mouth and couldn't help but blurt out the language of the Azura Path warriors. It was so frightened that it broke out in cold sweat and had goosebumps all over its body. He was trying not to make a sound of fear. Oh my God! The center of the world. This really is the center of the universe. At first, the giant octopus thought that it was a battle between a group of terrifying existences that had set foot on the 9th stage. Then, he felt that the energy fluctuations weren't as condensed, so he thought that it was a group of heaven-defying 8th-grade gods with a 9th-grade bloodline. Who knew that when the energy fluctuations were completely released, shaking this place, he finally realized that it was really just a group of heavenly emperors. However, Sky Emperor? It was instantly at a loss. He already had real doubts about the world. In the beginning, it had always felt that it was one of the strongest celestial emperor lifeforms in history. It had been absorbing stars to cultivate in the universe, but it turned out to be its own fantasy. It was just a country bumpkin's dream. So I'm the weakest kind of Sky Emperor, the giant octopus curled up in the canyon. Countless octopuses clutched their heads as they lay on the ground. They were so scared that they had goosebumps all over. A group of Stage 7 heavenly emperors actually used a special power that only a Stage 9 could possess. From this, it could be seen how deep the foundation of their world was. I still underestimated him. The battle of the Stage 7 heavenly emperor is already so exaggerated, then what about the Stage 8 gods of this world? What about a Tier 9 world? They said that a war between worlds was about to erupt. If several powerhouses close to a Rank 9 world are fighting in the dark, I'm afraid it won't just affect a single galaxy. Its mind was blank and horrified. The more it thought about it, the more terrified it became. It should be a super-galactic system-level war in the area of millions of light years. What kind of terrifying war world have I gotten myself involved in? In the distance. Pan Yuxian looked at the Taoist figure in the distance and went completely crazy. Every move he made was a phenomenon of distorted laws. The center of the war seemed to have turned into a slow, semi-static scene of collapse. It was a distorted and collapsed space-time region. Waves of terrifying tremors came continuously and swept across the land. The sky was wailing. She was still broadcasting. Too scary. Is this really the Heavenly Emperor? The 6 Paths of Reincarnation world has refreshed my understanding of weak beings like the Heavenly Emperor. After all, this was an era where everyone was a keyboard god. After the era of Ermine Sorcerer Heavenly Emperor, many people looked down on the Heavenly Emperors. The NPCs in the game are really intelligent. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is really scary. He actually has such a plan? He took drastic measures and secretly sneaked into hell to save all the heroes of history. But can he really win? I don't know, but that group of players has already joined the body of Devil Buddha Bo Sun. They are holding Gatling guns. They are emitting blue flames. It is a terrifying ray of radiation. The Gatling guns are fighting against the venerable emperors. Their movements are so fast that they can't be seen clearly. At this moment, countless players of the sorcerer community stood on the streets and squares and looked at the big screen in the center. It was bustling with people as if they were watching a big movie. Everyone knew that this would be recorded in history and change the fate of the entire world. Fighting against the ancient venerable emperors would definitely be a huge event. Killing such a character and overthrowing the Dark Era would open a new chapter in history. After all, it was too important and was the dream of countless generations. There were even people who started to record the scene. This was a very amazing scene that surpassed all the top special effects. It could be made into a blockbuster movie. I wonder what will happen. At this moment, Pan Yuxian clenched her fists and ignored the crazy discussions in the live broadcast room. She stared at the terrifying battle and her fingernails were about to sink into her palms. The battle prowess of the Lord of the Samsara Palace is too exaggerated. Furthermore, he has the Samsara divine artifact. Even though he has gathered the power of all the geniuses since ancient times, with hundreds of geniuses surrounding one person, the outcome is still uncertain. Boom. For the first time, this avatar of Su Ji felt the immense pressure from someone in the same realm as him. A real opponent had appeared in the same realm. Boom, beams of light bloomed like the Milky Way. Gods and demons sang praises in the sea of stars and surrounded him. The chaotic wind, rain, thunder, and lightning intertwined and countless substances were destroyed. The situation is urgent. The venerable emperor has only brought 1/3 of the reincarnation out. This is his weakest moment. This is the best advantage. Qi Tiandi said coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness and astonishingly cold. However, such an existence doesn't fall behind even under the siege of the entire era. This kind of battle power is simply shocking, Su Huanjun said. We may not win. Devil Buddha Bo Sun's words were a blow to the morale. But everyone knew this was the case. The battle power of the venerable emperor was too strong and made people feel hopeless. It was undeniable that such a terrifying hero was indeed unparalleled. Even with such a strong force gathered, they still couldn't win. Kill! Kill! Countless great sages roared loudly in their bodies. The battle continued and the sky fell and the earth cracked. They fought with all their strength for half a day. This was a battle between experts that could end the battle quickly. It was unimaginable. After all of them were blessed by the law of talent, and their energy level was that of a celestial emperor. They were relatively weak, not condensed enough, and had low destructive power. How amazing was the battle power of the great sages, all kinds of marvelous moves were used. Finally, under the siege of the four, their cooperation became more and more perfect. The venerable emperor's body began to break down. Blood flowed from his lips and he was defeated. He can win. It's too terrifying. All the heroes of the past are besieging one person. He can still fight until now and only show signs of defeat? One person can fight the entire past and present. It's hard to imagine. At first, I thought he was still invincible. Someone laughed with tears. Today, I will overthrow the nightmare in my heart. Kill. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight the entire era of heroes of the past and present. This battle lasted from day to night, and dawn was vaguely appearing. The body of the venerable emperor was completely bathed in blood. His snow-white skin was exposed, and his whole body was stained with golden emperor's blood. Even his bones were exposed. Everyone's eyes were red and they fought crazily. They displayed all kinds of unique skills and kept attacking. Kill the venerable emperor and open the immortal path in this world. They roared angrily. Another 3 days passed. The body of the venerable emperor kept breaking down, but he was still bathed in blood and fighting. He refused to fall. On the contrary, the ancient emperors and emperors who escaped from hell gradually couldn't hold on. Although they had temporarily obtained a large amount of energy provided by Xianxia, their foundation was not stable at all. Venerable Emperor, why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? After another half a day, the besieging great sages gradually became hoarse and could no longer make a sound. Their voices were extremely hoarse and even a trace of despair appeared. How can his physical strength be so strong? It's unimaginable. The great sages roared in grief. Their eyes were red and almost popped out of their sockets. Even for a moment, they couldn't hold on anymore. They had a vague feeling that they were going to collapse. Are you all exhausted? The Lord of Samsara said leisurely. I haven't experienced such a bloody battle for a long time. You let me experience the feeling of meeting my match on the edge of death. Very good. The venerable emperor was obviously covered in blood, and his bones were exposed. His eyes were extremely dim and even withered. It seemed that his physical strength was completely exhausted and he was in a state of near death. But he didn't care. His eyes were cold, and endless pressure descended. Then, everything in this era will end. The 4 people on the opposite side had been defeated. The outcome had been decided. What awaited them was the fate of being dealt with again. You've done a good job. Dizun was covered in blood. For the first time, he looked tired. Obviously, he was also close to the end of his rope. Drip, 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 the blood droplets were like bright, translucent dewdrops rolling on his jade-white skin, falling to the ground along his skin. They were like dazzling meteors that heavily struck the depths of the earth. It was as if meteors were falling from Dizun's body. It was beautiful. You're the first person in history to force me to this extent. If it were a few generations ago, you might have killed me. Dizun said coldly. His expression was indescribably indifferent. His slender and handsome body was like a dangerous black mountain, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. Unfortunately, your numbers are increasing with the times, and my combat strength is also improving with the times. All the improvements are mutual. The 4 people in front of him were on the verge of collapse. Their eyes were empty and lifeless. There was only blood and darkness in them, as if they were walking corpses that could fall at any time. They were really too tired. Even though they had recovered from the ancient Avicii hell and regained the invincible momentum of the past, they were still fighting with great difficulty. Their blood was drained. Their bones were broken. Their souls were burning, and their consciousness was collapsing. In the end, they were fighting with their lives on the line. Inside them, countless great sages were crying and sobbing. Why is it like this? We just had hope, but it was wiped out again. Hope, it was right in front of us. They were stunned, looking at the ultimate mythical creature in front of them, Dizun, who was bathed in blood. Yes. Perfect theurgy, his body was perfect, and his soul was perfect, every part of him was polished to the extreme. It was as if all the cultivation methods of the whole universe had been added to him. How could such a terrible creature's endurance and recovery not be perfect? Every part is perfect. We should have expected it. In the world, countless great sages were sobbing. They had never been so hopeful. There was a glimmer of light at the end of the darkness, which opened up the path of cultivation for them. Their fighting spirit was burning, and they had achieved unimaginable results in the old era. For the first time, Dizun was injured, stained with blood, and exhausted. They had never been in such a miserable state before. All the heroes of this shattered universe were bleeding and fighting. The unparalleled emperors from the ancient era were almost drained of their blood. From past to present, all of the powers in this battle were gathered. It could be said to be unprecedented, but because of this, all of their resources were exhausted. However, at this moment, the entire world was covered in darkness, no light to be found. There was only blood and sorrow left. Voila, there was dead silence in the sky. The bright red land was riddled with holes, turning into the most ancient and sorrowful bloody battlefield. Only 5 people stood there alone. The venerable sovereign was still standing there quietly and had not made a move yet. Pucci, the 4 people on the other side could not hold on any longer and were instantly smashed into pieces. Bang! They collapsed and turned into hundreds of heroes of the past and present. Their blurry and weak figures almost collapsed to the ground. They did not even have the strength to fight for the last time. All of a sudden, one of the scattered ancient great sages couldn't hold back his fear, and turned to flee. I've lost, I've still lost. It's impossible to win. There's no more hope. It's all fate. Why do we have to pursue the immortal path? There are no immortals in this world. Before I became a god, there were no gods in this world. Another great sage turned to flee. He cried tears of blood, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Why do we have to struggle? We are fated to become immortals after the venerable sovereign. Before he becomes an immortal, we can just wait for death. That would be a wonderful and fulfilling life. No one stopped him. Suddenly, the secluded mountain prefecture lord's expression turned sorrowful. He looked at the lonely bloody sky and started to cry. All of you. All of you. The people of this era, are you still not going to make a move? Living beings must have a bottom line. You don't even have the dignity of an expert. You can only watch as we rush to the front line like moths to a flame. Now that the venerable sovereigns are exhausted, it's the best time to do so. Yet, you are still afraid? There was no sound between heaven and earth. Previously, only a small portion of the great sages chose to merge with the secluded mountain prefecture lord. The rest left on their own, unwilling to participate. Yun Zhongjuan, who was drenched in blood, couldn't help but mock them. He raised his head and roared. You bunch of bastards! How dare you call yourselves great sages? In the era of the immortals, how united are we? We fought against the emperor together, but you are too timid. As experts, you have inner demons, fear, and respect. Even if the immortal path opens, you are destined not to become immortals. Everyone's slayer raised his blood knife and pointed it at the sky. Ha 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 ha. At the last moment, you are still running away, unwilling to do anything. You are supposed to be extraordinary people, but now you are scared like rats on the street. If I was still at my peak, I would kill all of you first before fighting against the venerable sovereigns. The mocking words reverberated in the bloody sky. The entire 6 paths of reincarnation shook. Between heaven and earth, countless ordinary people, billions of daybreak citizens, heard the voice and felt what was happening in the beast path. They knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Woo woo woo, killing the ancient venerable sovereigns who were in charge of the underworld and the order of heaven and earth. How can mortals fight against the heavens? The ancient emperors and emperors are all going to be defeated. Where will this era go? The era is too long ago. In the recent era, only Emperor Yun is remembered. In the era before that, it was Zhu Wuxian. In the future, we don't even know his name. There are too many peerless heroes. The people were wailing, feeling very miserable. They couldn't help but cry. This era was too sad. They gathered all their strength, but still couldn't win. They couldn't change the fate of all eras. In the end, they could only stop at the celestial sovereign. We, some timid great sages who left at the beginning and were unwilling to merge it among the ordinary people. Listening to the public opinion of the people around them, their calm faces began to become complicated, and they were a little moved. Finally, golden meteors streaked across the sky. After leaving the time of merging with the body, they went back again. Boom! Dozens of meteors, like fiercely burning meteorites, fell on this bloody land with long starry tails. The sky was filled with rolling red clouds, day and night. Kill. Venerable Sovereign is exhausted. Both sides are injured. Kill him and you can reach the top. A great sage, who had fled in fear and returned, roared. His figure was like a sharp knife, stabbing at Venerable Sovereign, who was covered in blood. Puff. His whole body was instantly sent flying like a broken blood bag. The great sages who rushed over were suddenly shocked. How is this possible? His combat strength is so incredible. This is impossible. They had clearly felt that Venerable Sovereign's breath had been exhausted to the extreme, his chi and blood had dried up, and he even seemed to be on the verge of death, but he was still so powerful. His whole body was withered, but he still had such an incredible combat strength. It was hard to imagine what kind of combat strength the four horrible figures in charge of besieging and killing Venerable Sovereign in his prime would have. Perhaps not even ordinary immortals could defeat him, right? Even if a tiger is injured, it's not something an ant can kill. Venerable Sovereign's voice was hoarse. He was still covered in blood, stumbling as if his body would fall at any time. But none of the great sages dared to act rashly. Even if you are exhausted and covered in wounds, you are still not someone you can fight. You're just a bunch of scattered soldiers. Your main combat strength has been completely exhausted. The few people with fusion talents no longer have the strength to stand up and absorb your power. You're just a bunch of scattered people. So what if you're at your peak? The outcome has been decided. Venerable Sovereign's voice was calm. Ha ha ha. The outcome has not been decided. At this moment, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord laughed out loud and struggled to support his body. You great sages who escaped were not willing to merge with us. But after all, you are brave and have returned. You are willing to fight for the world, for the immortal path, and for the past and present. You. For the world, the experts of this land will definitely be grateful to all of you. The great sages heard this and were ashamed. Someone frowned and asked, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, you know human nature. You know that even if you cut off the path of retreat of the gifted ones, you can only drive the gifted great sages. As for us ordinary great sages, most of us will leave. Could it be that our return is also within your calculations? That's right. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord's face was gentle. Everyone was overjoyed. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord's intelligence was indescribable. In order to create miracles, he had already created many impossibilities. The first miracle. With his own strength, he had actually encouraged and persuaded the gifted great sages to cut off their path of retreat. He had opened up a stage for them and said that there was a possibility of winning. In the end, he had forced them to think that there was a possibility of winning and thus fought against Venerable Sovereign. To be able to do this was already shocking. The second miracle. He was betting that Xianxia and the rest would be able to enter the death domain alive. Using the time that Venerable Sovereign was held back, they would be able to save all the talents and gather all their strength to fight, and now, there was actually a third backup plan. The activation of this backup plan was betting on the return of the great sages who had left previously. That was why he roared at the 6 Dao sects to force them out. What a good plan, it was indeed a good plan. Everything was still within the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord's plan. Everything was linked to each other and it was a brilliant plan to kill the emperor. No wonder he wanted to create an unbelievable miracle. A great sage was encouraged and asked anxiously, so, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, do you have a way for us to gather our battle prowess and fight against Venerable Sovereigns? That's right. In fact, I have already mentioned it from the start. There is already a metaphor. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord said, we still have an ancient great sage who can combine all the talents. He has yet to make a move. What metaphor? A great sage asked. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord's eyes turned cold and he bowed slowly. If you want to destroy the heavenly Tao, you must first destroy your own Tao. Fellow great sages, please die. The expressions of the surrounding great sages changed. Whoosh, a cold light shone in the sky. All of a sudden, a figure flew out from among the weakened great sages, radiating killing intent. An ancient poem officially appeared at this moment. Peerless beings ask for my surname, the first on the supreme God throne. Boom, the domineering poem resounded in the sky. The great sages turned their heads and saw Zhu Wuxian, who was wielding a heaven-killing blade and slashing towards them. They were extremely shocked. Run! A great sage's expression changed. Secluded mountain lied to us. Pucci, a bright head flew up. The great sage's expression froze as he circled in the sky. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Run! He is luring us to death. Another great sage was terrified and couldn't help but roar. No wonder he didn't combine previously. Every great sage has a different way of combining. Zhu Wuxian's way of combining is to kill. That's why he didn't do it earlier and let the other great sages fuse first. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, you are so cruel. Another great sage broke out in cold sweat and retreated in fear. He only lured us here now. He wants to kill us great sages who are still at their peak. Because a great sage who is exhausted cannot obtain any power. Everyone, this is his obsession. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord said leisurely. This is a terrifying demon. He is not inferior to Qi Tiandi and the rest. However, he is an extreme person. Zhu Wuxian is known as the god of misfortune who gives birth to hope and despair. First, he kills the mortals, then he kills the heavens. Only, the peerless god, can kill the heavens. His obsession is very difficult to raise his battle power. He has to kill and despair and fight with his life on the line. Only then will he be able to raise his battle power to the highest level. However, he won't be stronger than the previous four. However, under such circumstances, the venerable emperor is already exhausted. A fifth great sage at his peak is enough to reverse the situation, giving birth to hope and despair, the peerless god. So, this was the meaning of the name. A great sage's head flew in the air. Extreme hatred, fear, resentment, regret, and complexity flashed across his face. Finally, it turned into a carefree indifference. Zhu Wuxian. I have been running away and don't dare to move forward. The head flew in the air and cried out hysterically. Then I will leave it to you. Please use my power. Please use it as you wish. End the final fate and open the ancient celestial path. Open the celestial path? Zhu Wuxian's blood saber slashed across without stopping. It was extremely steady. Heads flew in the air amidst the howling. In the distance, the venerable emperor stepped forward. The group of great sages who were already extremely weak roared and took a step forward. Their faces were filled with determination and they turned into an indestructible wall. I will not let you take another step forward. Me too. Zhu Wuxian needs 10 breaths of time. Then let us, the hundreds of exhausted great sages, fight for it. We are willing to fight for the future of the world. We are willing to fight for the hope of the past and the present. The venerable sovereign was covered in blood. He stopped and looked at them. He was on the verge of collapse, but he forced himself to hold on to his last breath. In an instant, the final battle broke out. Finally, it is my turn to save everything again and open the celestial path? In the distance, Zhu Wuxian moved extremely fast. He killed people very quickly. He had not really used up his power. He had hidden it in his body and was still at full strength. He had been waiting for this moment. When I have to fight, it means black despair with no hope. This is really sad. His blood-red fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. It was like an endless sea of blood, which covered the whole land. He recalled the first scene. It was a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. It seemed to be a memory of ancient times. Finally, he killed all the great sages who had come to help and slashed straight at the venerable sovereign. It was like the scene in his memory was replaying again. You don't need to stop me. Let me do it. He jumped up. I will reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Today is the day. With a roar, the dark universe was torn apart. In the long years, I have been dormant for a prehistoric time. Today, I have finally ushered in a brilliant era. In this era, I will join forces with the proud sons of heaven of this era. I will take the true name of reincarnation. I will only fight for this era, not for the next one. This era will not be defeated again. The roar was endless. It was the first time people had seen Zhu Wuxian say these words. Sob, 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 some people burst into tears and whimpered. These words were the exact same words that the players had seen in Hell's Arcade Hell all those years ago. They were both sorrowful and solemn, and there wasn't a single word that was different from each other. Everyone was filled with bitterness when they recalled these words. At that time, Zhu Wuxian had appeared. This sentence had opened the prelude to the history of the ancient celestial path. But now, Zhu Wuxian's words seemed to indicate the end. The world seemed to have formed a perfect circle. Emperor. Venerable. Ah. Everything has returned to the present. It's like fate. He raised his head and roared with all his might. His bright red hair danced wildly. He was like an unknown bloodthirsty wild beast. He raised his blood knife, filled with endless killing intent and hatred. He rushed straight towards the venerable emperor, who was covered in blood. In an instant, they entered the most dangerous stage of close combat. Bang bang bang, the weapons of both sides clashed. Get out of the way of the celestial path. The two figures collided fiercely. Countless blood-colored obsessions exploded. Zhu Wuxian carried the ancient obsessions of the past and attacked the cold figure of the venerable emperor. Boom 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 boom, the terrifying figures collided completely. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens were shouting. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, countless living beings and even scholars from the various sects were shouting. Is he finally going to succeed? The secluded mountain prefecture lord is too strong. Only he can create such a miracle. Zhu Wuxian, your obsessions have crossed thousands of years. You are the god of misfortune, the god of destruction, the god of slaughter, the peerless god. Kill him. You won't lose. The venerable emperor is almost exhausted. It's your turn to finish him off. Don't let all the unparalleled heroes of the past and present go to waste. Bastard. Countless voices that sounded like landslides and tsunamis roared. Hot blood surged and danced in the air. Seeing Zhu Wuxian continuously penetrate the body of the venerable emperor and send him flying, their blood boiled. War broke out again. Dizun and Zhu Wuxian fought again. As the final fifth person and the final trump card, he had already carried the hopes of the entire world. If he was defeated, then the world would fall into darkness. We must win. Dizun is already at his limit. This is the final battle. The entire world was shrouded in despair and fear. Countless people shouted. Countless experts on the path of cultivation whispered. It was as if millions of people were wailing and wailing. They were not willing to give in to their fate, so they used this method to express their last strong and unwillingness. Fight. Zhu Wuxian waved the massacre blood blade. Both sides were severely injured, and large amounts of blood flowed out. Although Dizun was exhausted and blood flowed out, he still could not fall. On the contrary, Zhu Wuxian was gradually getting injured. Is he so strong? Qi Tiandi and the rest were still calm. Even so, with the addition of one more person, he has not reached the final limit. Even so, he might not win. Su Huanzhen looked at the sky in shock. It was hard to imagine that Dizun's vitality was so strong. Even with so many ambushes, he was clearly exhausted, but he still did not fall. The most tragic battle, heartbreaking. Demonic Buddha Bo Sun put his palms together, still calm. In the live broadcast room, all the netizens were extremely shocked and touched. Brothers, we have been supporting them all this while, and we have no sense of existence. We have to think of a way to help them at the final moment. This is too tragic. We have to help them. We cannot let secluded mountain prefecture lord take the lead. That's right. Main storyline, level 80 boss dungeon, we have to fight it. We have to win. In the end, it's all because you players are too useless. It's not that we are too useless, it's that the enemy is too strong. Crying, but what can we do? How can we help? Can we be smarter than secluded mountain prefecture lord? That's right, after all, secluded mountain prefecture lord has already used up all the power he could gather. Indeed, there are no great sages in the entire 6 paths of reincarnation world. Even the group of great sages that escaped were tricked and killed. All that is left are ordinary celestial emperors who are not even great sages. And ordinary heavenly emperors could not even take a few moves from great sages, so what was the use of numbers? Currently, all the combat strength that could participate in the battle had all gone up. Many of the netizens shook their heads and felt sorrowful. The secluded mountain prefecture lord had used up all his energy and could only rely on his last bit of confidence, Ji Wuxian. At this moment, another well-known big shot stood out. Mount Aquina sped up. Brothers, to be honest, I have a way to defeat venerable sovereign. Hiss, all the netizens were stunned, causing an uproar. The secluded mountains prefecture lord had used all his strength, what else could you do, or was he certain to win? You also want to walk the path of miracles, become a renowned miracle scientist? Everyone knew that the speed of Mount Aquina was also terrifying. He was simply the secluded mountain prefecture lord among the players. He had the highest IQ among the players and was constantly coming up with ideas. Previously, when Ermin became a god, all sorts of things happened after that, and even the invasion of the three-pillar gods, they were all his ideas. Then, he lured a father-level monster in and called the Tai Jun into the village. What method? Someone couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't believe it, he was also somewhat looking forward to it. Mount Aquina sped up. Xianxia bullet. Everyone was shocked. Their minds were in a blur and they couldn't understand. Mount Aquina sped up. Have you all forgotten? The principle of the Xianxia bullet is to absorb the qi in everyone's body and gather it together with the radiation. The essence of our system is the same as the small universe era. Naturally, our techniques can be used. As for these ordinary celestial emperors, although they aren't of much use, there are enough of them. This is an era where there are as many celestial emperors as there are dogs and immortals aren't allowed. We can summon a group of celestial emperors who are willing to sacrifice themselves. They can raise their hands towards the sky and contribute their strength. When they die of exhaustion, they can gather the energy bullet and attack. This idea was simply audacious to the extreme, bold and imaginative. But it wasn't impossible. This was because now that the fighting spirit of the entire era had been mobilized, there would definitely be many celestial emperors who were willing to sacrifice themselves at the last moment. Many people's eyes lit up. Mount Aquina's speed was indeed impressive. Knowledge was indeed the power of everything. If you couldn't solve the problem, then you weren't bald enough. The idea provided by this knowledge was very feasible, but very quickly, it was splashed with cold water. The number of celestial emperors who are willing to commit suicide is probably the minority. It isn't enough to gather a terrifying Xianxia bullet. After all, reality is cruel. In an instant, many people nodded their heads. You want the celestial emperors to commit suicide, for their bravery? Yes, there would be such people. But not too many. Reality was cruel. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was the one who understood human nature the most. That was why he lied to those people and killed them forcefully instead of letting them commit suicide willingly. This idea seemed feasible, but in reality, it wasn't very useful. Mount Aquina's speed, no. This time is different. There will definitely be a large number of martyrs who are willing to sacrifice themselves. They will be willing to reach out to the sky and contribute their life energy. This is because the order of the world here is different. There will be reincarnation after people die, and they will just enter the underworld. What if they promise to overthrow the Dizun and a group of elders take control of the underworld? What if they reward those who die early and enter the Yellow Springs Road? In their next life, they will join a good family, or let them become officials in the underworld, or even set up a city god or a day and night wandering god, or should I say, promise to return their reincarnated true names? Brilliant. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Yes, if there were benefits, and if they won, most of the Sky Emperors would be willing to die. After all, if they overthrew the Dizun, even if they entered the reincarnation cycle after death, they would still be considered as founding heroes in the underworld. The benefits were huge. In an instant, everyone felt that it was feasible. It was simply perfect. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Let a large number of Sky Emperors commit suicide to form the Xianxia bomb, that works. At this moment, Mount Aquina said, personally, I feel that this might not be enough. The Dizun's life force is so strong, we can go even further and let those Sky Emperors eat their fill first. How do we eat their fill? Let them absorb the energy of the giant octopus, let the few top sects with great sages not hide so much energy. Let them spend a lot of money and open up their storage. Many ordinary celestial emperors were unorthodox cultivators who came from small sects without any cultivation resources. They were sallow and emaciated, allowing them to absorb the energy of the giant octopus and forcefully transform it into their own celestial emperor cultivation base. They would eat until they were full, and then commit suicide, becoming a ghost that died from hunger. This way, they would be able to contribute more death energy, and the energy of a celestial emperor would increase by more than 10 times. And the sky emperors of the entire era will absorb the energy of the giant octopus and commit suicide. They will go to the Yellow Springs Road and gather the essence chi bomb. The Dizun will definitely die. F***ck, everyone's breathing quickened. That was indeed the case. If Ju Wuxian might be the straw that broke the camel's back, then the essence chi bomb might be the second straw that broke the camel's back. However, coupled with the enhanced essence chi bomb that was fully absorbed from the giant octopus's energy, it was like a mountain that broke the camel's back. It was extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha, the Dizun will definitely die. I'm happy that we, the netizens, can also help those hot-blooded heroes of different eras. I can already imagine how grateful they will be to us. Wonderful. At this moment, Qi Tiandi and the rest were looking at the battle from afar. Actually, I have one last method that can turn the situation around. Yuan Qinghua, who was also exhausted, said after a moment of silence. Oh? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's eyes lit up. The azure path was indeed mysterious. Their foundation was beyond expectations. One had to know that even at this moment, he had already used all his trump cards and had no more backup plans. However, the price might be huge. Yuan Qinghua muttered softly. We have no way out. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was very calm. I have gathered all the talents from the past to the present just for this battle to start a new era. Even if I die, no matter how big the price I have to pay, there is no way out. Dang. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. In the distance, Suji looked calm as he continued to fight with Ju Wuxian. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is indeed powerful and has many tricks up his sleeves. In this situation, this avatar of mine is indeed exhausted. Fighting against Ju Wuxian at his peak, the chances of him winning are only 50-50. At this point, there was a 50% chance that he would lose. Although he had the reincarnation weapon, it was already very scary to fight to this extent. This was because no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to defend against the combined attacks of so many terrifying monsters. From the words of the giant octopus, there had never been such a strong and terrifying Sky Emperor in history. Although it might be lacking in knowledge, Suji's strength should be one of the most terrifying existences in the Seventh Order realm in the entire universe. And I am still not in my complete form. This avatar's 9 transference mysterious technique is not complete. This avatar of secluded mountain prefecture lord does not have a living being from the same world as a power furnace. Otherwise, under such circumstances, he would not be exhausted so quickly and would still be full of energy. However, at this moment, Suji muttered to himself as he continued to fight with Ju Wuxian. He was very calm and did not intend to use external forces to cheat. He would let nature take its course. If he won, he would suppress them. If he lost and their rule was overthrown, he would leave and take the opportunity to hand over the underworld to them. He would be much more relaxed. He could finally get rid of this heavy burden and there would be someone to take over the management of the underworld. Furthermore, after he left, he could return at any time and once again rule the era. This would create a sense of oppression that would motivate the entire era to move forward and prevent the venerable emperor from descending again. Therefore, regardless of whether Suji won or lost, it was very natural. However, in the next second, Suji's expression changed. He looked into the sky and was extremely shocked. This is? His mind was blank and his plans could not keep up with the changes. Finally, he could not help but look at the vast amount of snow-white energy bullets that were gathering in the sky and mumbled to himself. I am going to become an immortal. Hung, across the land, countless living beings heard the news of the spirit spreading innate skill. Fellow heavenly emperors. This is the essence chi bullet technique. All the big sects, please cooperate and develop the resources. Hearing the voice transmission, the sect leaders could not help but roar in anger. Quickly open up the resources. Previously, after killing the giant octopus, the few great sage sects had obtained 80% of the resources. The ordinary small sects did not even get a share. How powerful were these overlords' sacred grounds, but now, a large number of the sage sects had opened up their sect storage, allowing the ordinary itinerant heavenly emperors to absorb. These sage sects had no way out, all the great sages in their sects had staked everything. If they were defeated by the Samsara official lord, they would definitely be suppressed forever. Their sects would definitely fall. Now that they had stored up the vast ocean of otherworldly demon energy, it would be hard to preserve it as the sects fell. They might as well open it up now. Betting on the great sages of their sects would return triumphantly, the secluded mountain official lord and the other great sage overlords had no way out. The sects they created had no way out either. Kill. Cultivation resources are free to take. With a roar, it was as though the era had opened up a new chapter. Finally, at this moment, everyone's blood was completely ignited. With the huge amount of energy in their hands and the promise they made after death, in addition to the opening of the immortal path, it was also closely related to their future. If they did not break through and become immortals, these heavenly emperors would also die of old age in this era. A new era will be opened by us. In the Tao of Heaven, a heavenly emperor roared and stood up. He continuously absorbed the terrifying ocean energy of the otherworldly demons and raised his hands high. My power, please take it. In the Tao of Beast, countless spiritual beasts and heavenly emperors were shocked too. They all stood up, no longer sitting on the sidelines and watching the fire burn. Call yourself the king and ancestor, this is the time. Overthrow the old era and enter the underworld. We will also be rewarded according to our contributions. At the very least, we will be able to become the city god, earth god, and mountain god. In the Tao of the human realm, a young heavenly emperor was hugged tightly by a girl. The girl could not help but shake her head and burst into tears. No, no. The young sky emperor didn't say anything. He just turned around and looked at the terrifying battle. Just by sensing that terrifying aura from afar, he instantly lost control of his mind. The celestial arch was silent for a moment before pushing the little girl away and leaping to his feet. Wait for my return. He flew into the air and raised his arms high. My power, please take it. Boom, the light in the sky became denser and denser. Hualala, the threads of light were like a white rainstorm. The overwhelming death energy turned into a vast ocean. The energy of the entire giant octopus was madly digested by the countless heavenly emperors of this era. They were all given away. I'm willing to open the gate of immortality for all under the heavens. I'm willing to open the gate of immortality for all under the heavens. It was as if a storm was pouring down, as if a tsunami was crashing down. The hot-blooded sorrowful song resounded throughout the world, turning into a hot-blooded hymn. This was a dark great era where immortality couldn't be achieved. Quite a few people were praying, quite a few people were mourning. This type of grand occasion had never been seen since ancient times. Boom, the ball of light condensed, and the entire world was illuminated. It was as if the final battle was about to begin. How could this be? Suji suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the huge ball of light. Essence Chi Bomb, I'm going to become an immortal. He was also dazed for a moment. The huge essence Chi Bomb gradually gathered in the sky. An earth-shattering death energy surged forth. There was too much dead Zerg energy. In order to increase the energy intensity of the essence Chi Bomb, the heavenly emperors of this era rushed into Suji's body with the energy of the giant octopus, pushing the door of the immortal path. Boom, like a flood bursting through a dam, it rushed toward the immortal path that Suji had already walked halfway through. Why so fast? Suji was dazed. He didn't want to become an immortal so quickly and break through to the Eighth Order God. Because he had just obtained the basic cultivation method, Soul Path, and was still in the middle of cultivating it. Originally, he thought that since he had reached the level of having so many systems, he planned to completely cultivate all the systems and then break through. But now, Dizun is distracted. In the distance, Yuan Qinghua was shouting. In the live broadcast room, people were also ecstatic. Dizun is finally panicking. He looks shocked. Countless bullet comments were shouting excitedly. This is the first time I've seen him so shocked. He finally knows the fear of being dominated by us. We're teaching him a lesson. He's already panicking when he saw the essence chi bomb. Dizun, what the hell is this? Such a terrifying energy. Even in my heyday, I may not be able to take this blow. It's done. Come on, we'll do what the enemy doesn't want us to do. Quick, quick, quick. Let a large number of heavenly emperors kill themselves by sucking the giant octopus and contribute to the hymn of the era. The history of mankind is a hymn of courage. Countless netizens were shouting excitedly. This was the last moment of the final battle. Dizun would never have thought that they still had such an amazing trump card that could destroy him. Hiss, Ju Wuxian, who was already covered in blood and fighting crazily, suddenly turned his head and grinned. Dizun, your expression has finally changed. You've been calm before, as if you've been watching this battle forever. But now, you're finally moved. Suji's expression changed. He ignored the other party's words and suppressed the surging energy in his main body. He still did not want to become an immortal. Boom, in the living room, his main body sat cross-legged and opened his eyes. It's already very difficult to suppress it, and the deaths are still continuing. Now that things have come to this, I can only use this huge amount of energy to cleanse my soul at this last moment and complete the Soul Dao lineage's great perfection before becoming an immortal, Suji thought. The surging ocean of energy quickly turned and surged into his soul. It was like a violent waterfall of energy washing every corner of his soul. The huge energy was being suppressed again and again. Breakthrough to the 8th level. A clear thought emerged in Suji's mind. He opened his lips and muttered softly. Bear with it a little longer. Use this energy to cultivate the Soul Dao to perfection before breaking through. Suji's expression changed again, revealing the natural pain of forcibly suppressing the energy in the process of breaking through. Boom. Elemental Qi. In the next moment, the secluded mountain prefecture lord floated high in the air, his hands holding up a huge energy ball. His eyes flashed with a tinge of vicissitudes. Give me your elemental Qi. He roared. Not enough, not enough. Not enough. A little more, a little more. The energy was endless and surged crazily. Ugh, ah. The secluded mountain prefecture lord roared. His roar was filled with pain, determination, anger, and the frenzied battle intent of a martyr. 1,000 celestial emperors are not enough. Then 10,000. 100,000. 1,000,000. 10 million. The entire world. Rumble. The snow-white light became brighter and brighter, and the surging energy lit up the entire universe. The light covered the entire heaven and earth. Wheel. Return. Prefecture. Lord. He roared angrily and swung his strong arms forward, causing the light ball to fall. This is the final blow of the era. Get lost from the immortal path. Boom, the huge light ball covered the entire space. Heaven and earth were filled with blinding light. It was as if time and space were being distorted, like a black hole, distorting the entire area. In the next second, it turned into countless beautiful spots of light, evaporating the entire land. In an instant, the light dissipated. It was as if the shockwave from a nuclear bomb had dissipated, covering the entire world. Is he dead? He should be dead? Such a terrifying energy ball, even a venerable emperor at his peak would definitely die if he was hit head-on. Everyone cheered and couldn't help but shed tears. In the future, this touching and moving battle would be recorded in the mythological murals of history. They had fulfilled their lifelong dreams. In the next second, everyone's expression changed. Boom. Rumble, the earth was shaking, and the sky was buzzing. The entire space of the 6 paths of reincarnation spread out rapidly, like a folded linen cloth, spreading out tens of times, even hundreds of times. The earth split apart rapidly, and the distance between people expanded to thousands of meters in an instant. What's going on? The venerable emperor is dead, and the sealed ancient land has opened up naturally? Before they could react, an unprecedented aura came crashing down from the void. At this moment, all the living beings in the 6 paths of reincarnation felt that a terrifying, ultimate creature had descended. What is that? Everyone looked up in shock. In the ruins of the energy ball, an ancient and unparalleled immortal stood in the void. Light flowed around him, and a vast and terrifying immortal aura pierced through the sky. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a living true immortal who illuminated the ages descended and stood in the void. This young man was handsome and dignified. He had the aura of a lion and a dragon. His gaze was sharp and he gave off the aura of an ambitious and ruthless person. This is Dizun, he actually. Everyone looked up, their eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Dizun had not broken through in countless dark ages and blocked the celestial gate. But now, he had broken through so suddenly. Although Dizun had previously said that he would break through in the next era and that the celestial gate would be opened, it was too hasty and it was hard to imagine. The heavens and earth are facing a calamity. This era will be pushed to the next era. Dizun stood in the air, his aura surging. The sages fought for the celestial gate and fell to open a new era. The next era will be born. I will become a perfected immortal and will not stop the next generation. Everyone was shocked. They had thought that they would have to wait until the next era for Dizun to become an immortal and the celestial path would be reopened. But at this time, wasn't it the true meaning of the next era? Everyone had fallen. The great sages and even the celestial emperors had all died. How could this not be the end of this era? Their battle to open the celestial gate was in line with Dizun's prophecy. They had unintentionally pushed for change in a different way. Although they had failed to open the celestial gate, they had succeeded. However, this kind of success made everyone incomparably shocked, horrified, and difficult to accept. Everyone was stunned and had goosebumps. It looked like a victory, but it was a victory for us. In the end, we lost. Their faces were filled with sorrow. Before they could finish their words, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was stunned. His body trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. He looked into the sky. Samsara official lord, was this part of your plan? He suddenly thought of a saying, there are no dreams in the world of adults. In the broadcast room, all the netizens were terrified. No one had expected this to happen. It was too shocking. Dizun is so scary. Why did he suddenly become an immortal? I'm afraid this is Dizun's plan. It's too scary. Could it be that even the secluded mountain prefecture lord's trump card is within his calculations? Open the celestial gate in the next life. Dizun replied as such. In actual fact, he had already predicted the secluded mountain prefecture lord's actions at the start of the battle. It was a pity that even the intelligent secluded mountain prefecture lord could not decipher the meaning behind it. The goal of the venerable sovereign is to wipe out all the potential rebellions and seize the opportunity to start a new era. That's too scary. The old era has been completely hacked to death by him. The new era has indeed been born. The battle of wits between two peerless geniuses is simply splendid. In the sky that was illuminated by endless divine light, the majestic immortal God gently reached out and pressed down. All the destinies of this era have ended. Bang, none of the remaining great sages were spared. One by one, they perished, and not a single sound could be heard. Death was instantaneous. The great earth was quiet, full of corpses and remains, mountains of blood piled up by white bones. A mournful wind blew past, as though it was blowing through the tombs of a group of heroes. The air was filled with the aura of the common people. Heaven follows the heart. Earth follows the heart. The road is created by the heart. Dizun looked down at the entire blood-red land. It was as though he had achieved Tao and returned to the mortal world. He sat on the throne and said leisurely, "This is the order of the world. Your heart, observing the sky, observing the earth, paving the way for yourself. This is called talent. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. The so-called talent is the study of the heart. The direction of the heart, the persistence of the heart, is called talent." His voice resounded throughout the 6 realms and reincarnation. Every living being in the world could hear it. Countless people on the streets and in the houses had complicated expressions as they looked up at the sky. Today, everything will continue. The old will enter the underworld, and the new will enter the celestial gate. Boom, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire world shook. The blood-stained dark immortal path had ended, and the prelude to a new era was slowly opening. The underworld. The Yellow Springs Road was full. In history, there had never been such a moment, and there had never been such a large number of peak experts reincarnating into the cycle of reincarnation, piling up to the brim. The Yellow Springs Road was congested. The black and white impermanents were maintaining order. Some people couldn't help but sing and laugh. They were crazy, and their hair was disheveled like beggars on the street. Don't learn Buddhism when you're old. Most of us are young people. There is no old or young on the Yellow Springs Road, and there is no separation of flesh and blood on the bridge of helplessness. Another person's expression was very cold. Although we lost this battle, we have no regrets. In the end, the celestial gate opened, but it was not my wish. Dizun is not only powerful, but also meticulous. If we die in this life, won't we just enter the next life? It is indeed as the prophecy said. We lost for no reason. Mengpa was in the distance, and her expression was also very uncalm. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Too many, too many." All the ordinary celestial emperors and even great sages of the entire era. An old era has completely passed. The underworld was short of manpower. I wonder how the official lord will deal with them. Black Impermanence's expression was also not calm. He will continue to imprison these rebellious existences in the Avicii scorching hell, and let them suffer endlessly? White Impermanence said softly. But hell might not be that big. Although she was unwilling to say it, the law did not punish the masses. There were too many of them. Towards the end, all the ordinary celestial emperors were encouraged to participate. If all these people were sent to hell, then who would enter the reincarnation cycle? If the entire world lost these top talents, it would face a huge setback. But what if the Dizun did not deal with them? How would they face them? How would they establish the principles of heaven and earth? I'm not sure. Mengpa was also very smart. She could sense that this was a thorny problem, and she couldn't help but say, His Majesty's wisdom is not something we can guess. He definitely has the best solution. Deal with these sinners, and punish them for plotting against the reincarnation cycle, and disrupting the order of heaven and earth. Mengpa turned and looked towards the reincarnation hall, her face full of admiration. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was very powerful. All history began with Zhu Wuxian, and he ended with Zhu Wuxian. It was a perfect cycle. But an honorable emperor was even more powerful. From the start, he said that he would become an immortal in the next era, and at the end of the battle, after destroying an era, he would become an immortal in the next era. It was an even more perfect cycle. This is where the secluded mountain prefecture lord is lacking. Although he is good at scheming, he is still lacking. If not, why would the position of honorable emperor belong to the reincarnation prefecture lord? Her face was full of admiration as she respectfully stepped into the reincarnation hall. Mengpa walked into the grand and majestic reincarnation hall. She looked at the emperor's throne, and the mighty existence. After this battle, he was already an invincible peerless immortal. She couldn't help but bow and say, Your Majesty, the sinners have entered the reincarnation cycle. How should we deal with them? Before Mengpa came in, Suji was sitting on the emperor's throne with a relaxed look in his eyes. He was quietly adjusting the power in his body. When his main body broke through, the doppelganger in front of him also broke through. At the last critical moment, he used the surging power to break through the Soul Dao Great Completion and formed a leakless Dao foundation. Only then did he break through the celestial path and step into the 8th stage. I almost didn't even finish cultivating the Soul Dao. That would have caused my perfect multi-system foundation to be missing a piece. Suji was a little surprised. Although he knew that he had enough energy to break through after taking the giant octopus, he thought that it would take a long time to completely digest the energy. In this era, the Celestial Emperor sucked the energy from the giant octopus and then died before it was absorbed by him. It would take a long time to digest. Who knew that the accident would come so suddenly? Why were the players so proactive, MT? Xiaomingche was indeed someone he thought highly of. has this day finally come? I don't know how strong my combat power is after accumulating for such a long time. Suji pondered. Even if I have just broken through, an ordinary high-level god is definitely far from being a match for a low-level god like me. Let's see how the combat power of a god who has stepped into the 9th level is. Before Suji had time to calculate, he had to deal with the aftermath of the war. Ta. Shangguan Man walked in. Dizun turned his eyes and looked in front of him from his throne. He said softly, "How many souls are there on the Yellow Springs Road in the underworld?" Shangguan Man organized his words, thought for a while, and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, there are more than 117,000 great sages and ordinary celestial emperors in the underworld." This was a huge number. If they were not thrown into the samsara, there would not be enough space for them to be locked up for a long time. Even if they expanded the Avicii Street machine hell to lock everyone in, it would not be easy. If such a huge number of top existences were suppressed forever, they would lose the core of the samsara, and the operation of the samsara would be overturned. Faced with Meng Po's worry, Dizun looked calm and did not move. What about Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord? The Secluded Mountains Prefect is the only great sage who did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shangguan Man gave a matter-of-fact answer. The one who died should be a doppelganger that he gathered all his strength in. Although his original body was severely injured and his cultivation level might have dropped, he's still alive. Even if he loses his cultivation, he can still cultivate again. Suji's expression was calm. For someone like the Secluded Mountains Prefecture Lord to not use his innate talent to give himself a way out was the most unbelievable. Your Majesty, then what should we do? Meng Po felt that this was a thorny problem. Let the leaders of the great sages come in. Suji said warmly, the heavenly Tao has reincarnation. In the end, they have to bear the consequences of negative karma. Yes. Granny Meng withdrew. Not long after, Emperor Yun, Lord Yun Zhongjuan, the various great sages, Li Sansheng, Su Yingluo, Qi Tiandi, Su Huanjun, Devil Buddha Bo Sun, and the others were brought into the Samsara Hall. Dizun sat on a high place and looked down at the group of defeated people. He smiled and said, "How do you think you will be punished?" The great sages were silent. Suddenly, Emperor Yun's back was straight and his gaze was calm. He said, "Our sins should be suppressed in the Avicii scorching hell. We will suffer endless suffering and never be able to go out. We will suffer endless pain that is worse than death. Of course, we should suppress hell." Dizun stood up and flicked his sleeves. His voice was domineering and majestic. "You will suffer the most terrible pain in the world and suffer the most unbearable torture." The great sages were silent. Their gazes were firm and their backs were straight. They knew that this would happen. Dizun smiled. "Then, I will spare you from drinking Granny Meng's soup and send you back to the human world to be reincarnated." What? Everyone was shocked and then shocked. Their faces were filled with despair. On the road to the Yellow Springs, they had thought that they would encounter all kinds of hellish punishments and enter the Avicii hell. Who knew that it would be like this? Spare them from drinking Granny Meng's soup, send them back to the human world to be reincarnated. Wasn't this an unimaginably generous treatment? Not to mention sinners like them, even the most powerful talents and the kind-hearted people did not have such shocking treatment, right? After all, who did not want to drink Granny Meng's soup and secretly reincarnate with their memories? The great sages were uneasy and confused. Mount Yao was broadcasting from afar. The broadcasting room was also in an uproar. Dizun, what does this mean? It's hard to imagine. Isn't this a welfare? Why are they being sent back after just being captured? I can't guess what the big shots are thinking. Could it be that even Dizun can't do anything about it? He can only send them back? Why? Demonic Buddha Bosun asked. Do you think that the human world is a pure land? The human world is hell. Dizun smiled and looked into the distance. The human world, to you, will be a more terrifying purgatory than the Avicii hell. Without waiting for an answer, Dizun changed the topic and said softly, "Do you know that your era has ended? What will the future of the new era be like?" Su Huanjun took a step forward and said, "Previously, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord developed the divine fruit in order to force everyone to attack the emperor. The great tribulation of talents has descended into the new era. Ordinary people will hunt the talents. At this point, Su Huanjin's expression changed slightly. The expressions of all the great sages changed quickly and revealed a subtle change. If these babies were reincarnated into the mortal world, the moment they were born, they would be captured and refined into the divine fruit. They would then be fought over. If they did not bring their memories with them, they would suffer. However, if they brought their memories with them, it would mean that they would be filled with the pride of an expert. They would be tortured and molested by those lowly people. That would be a terrible torture to one's dignity. Talents are in danger. The great tribulation of talents is coming. Where is secluded mountain prefecture lord going? Suji smiled and asked. It was as if he was having a casual chat with his family. There was no stern expression on his face. Secluded mountain prefecture lord, everyone hesitated. They had already realized that on the Yellow Springs Road, secluded mountain prefecture lord did not appear. He was not dead yet. Could it be? All the great sages suddenly fell silent. Even the Lianyun emperor and the others began to wear astonished looks. Emperor Yun could not help but say, secluded mountain prefecture lord is different from us. He started the mortal era and overturned the rule of our innate talents. As the founder of this era, although he is a strong and talented person, he should not be killed by others. Instead, he should have an unparalleled position and power. If he is not killed, not only does he have the position of the founder of this era, he also has the ability to do so. Even if other people hunt down talented people and develop similar methods to refine them into talent organs and put them in their bodies, it is still far inferior to his original divine fruit. He only needs to let ordinary people hunt us and help them turn us into divine fruit as a god of contracts. Even if everyone relies on him, he will be worry-free. His status will rise day by day and he will become a supreme being in the mortal world. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. Although secluded mountain prefecture lord started the great tribulation of talents, in actual fact, he had perfectly escaped the great tribulation of talents. Previously, he was full of benevolence and morality. Now that he thought about it carefully, his words were actually filled with the word eat people. He harmed his own kind, but in actual fact, he did not harm himself. In fact, this was his greatest opportunity. He could make use of the power of harming his own kind and turning the ordinary people into divine fruits to become an indispensable god of heaven and earth. He would become another world with laws similar to the underworld of reincarnation. The underworld of reincarnation would send in talents. He would be in charge of hunting and killing the talents that would descend into the world. He would be the opposite of them and become another law of heaven and earth. How dare you, secluded mountain prefecture lord? You actually schemed against us with such a shocking plan. Bastard! Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will not lose anything. Lord Yunzhong was flustered and could not help but curse. If he wins, he will occupy the underworld and replace the Dizun with everyone else. He will open the gate of immortality and become an immortal. If he loses, he will become another order and start the great tribulation of talents. He will help the post-liminary living beings to kill us. He will still obtain the power to go against the Dizun. They thought of this person's back view, his gentle face and his words of miracles. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. This was a terrifying, peerless and ambitious character. He is a monster, a monster. Catapult also had goosebumps and could not help but shout. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. When the birds are dead, the bough is hidden. When the enemy country is destroyed, the advisor is dead. I do not need to target you. I do not need to throw you into the Avicii hell. I only need to throw you into the mortal world. To you, the mortal world is hell. The Dizun sat on the throne and held a cup of hot tea in his hand. He took a sip. How ridiculous. When you are betrayed by your best friends and chased by your trusted comrades, there is no place in the mortal world for you to hide. Yes. My hell is none of your business. The mortal world is your hell. Boom, as soon as he said this, all the great sages' faces turned dark and hopeless. Their previously straight backs bent and they seemed to have aged 10 years. They lost all their fighting spirit. Damn it. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Previously, if the Dizun's various actions were still giving birth to their excitement, At this moment, everyone could not take it anymore and exploded. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? That's so cool. So domineering. I felt like I could not take it anymore. Now I'm a complete fan. This sentence, reincarnated, you are chased by your trusted comrades. This is hell on earth. This is a villain at the level of a domineering president. I love those words so much. My hell is none of your business. The mortal world is your hell. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. Those great sages used to be outstanding heroes who would rather die than submit. They were lofty and unyielding, but now, they have looks of despair on their faces. Miserable. This is physical and mental devastation. This is too cruel. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Countless people roared. Many Fujoshis were so excited that their faces were red. They loved it. He was the most handsome villain in history, and his intelligence was close to demonic. Even those hot-blooded heroes had their faith crumbled with just a few words from him, revealing incomparable despair. No wonder he was the strongest mastermind behind the severed immortal path. He was simply a Prince Charming. His domineering words and actions perfectly matched their overbearing King of Hell falls in love with me style. Some of the vendors selling Taba figurines, wallpapers, and pillows were also excited. It seemed like they had to work overtime to produce Dizun's accessories. At this moment, in the reincarnation hall, all the great sages were in despair. Their backs were very proud. No matter how much they were tortured, they would not bend their backs. But at this moment, they were on the verge of collapsing. They were about to enter hell on earth. Suddenly, they remembered the story of Dichi. That year, Dichi felt that the Khanate ancient gods were coming. In order to avoid the calamity, he turned into a post-celestial life form and secretly descended to become the leader of the post-celestial life forms. Regardless of whether the Khanate life forms or the post-celestial life forms ruled the era, he was still the only winner. And now, the secluded mountain prefecture. Lord had truly become the leader of the post-celestial life forms and was killing all of them. Hell was empty, and the demons were in the mortal world. Dizun, you actually saw through the secluded mountain prefecture lord's plot. Emperor Yun could not help but exclaim. He lost his composure. At that time, you were already reminding us that there were traps everywhere. On the emperor's throne, Dizun lowered his head and drank his tea. He looked calm and did not speak. In the dark and quiet Samsara palace, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. They were shocked and sighed. At that time, Dizun told the story of Dichi's Khanate ancient god era. It was not only to punish secluded mountain prefecture lord, but also to tell these great sages the secluded mountains prefecture lord had ulterior motives and would be the second Dichi. He would personally overthrow his own era. No matter which side controlled the next era, he would be the winner, because he had secretly become the king of both sides. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was scary, but the Dizun was even scarier. Everyone raised their heads in shock, looking at the young venerable sovereign in black who was calmly drinking tea. Suinglua's voice was hoarse. She raised her head and said, he had long seen through the secluded mountain prefecture lord's tricks and did not care. It was as though he was looking at a clown. He even took the opportunity to scheme against the secluded mountain prefecture lord and broke through the immortal path. None of the great sages said anything. This was the true cruelty of Jianghu. The winner was the king, and the loser was the villain. They were not too angry or resentful. A loss was a loss. They could not see through it. That was all. So, are you all ready? Dizun sat high up, put down his teacup, and looked down at everyone. The great sages remained silent. If it was the Avicii hell, they would have answered without hesitation that there was no need to prepare. They could just enter the hell. But now, they hesitated. This was hell on earth. What they had to face was the constant escape, torture, and the ordinary people led by their former comrade, the secluded mountain prefecture lord, to refine them into the divine art fruit. They were imprisoned alive and carried around as evil weapons. What kind of attitude should they use to face the outside world? Face the entire era, that was the cruelest thing. You all have bitter and complicated expressions on your faces. It seems like you still need to ease up a bit. In that case, don't be in a hurry to descend to the mortal world's purgatory and be reincarnated. Dizun didn't take it seriously. He said seriously, obviously, your combat strength is too strong, and your level is too high. If you reincarnate as babies at the beginning, you may not be able to catch you. Why don't we let those ordinary talented people and celestial emperors be reincarnated first, let those hundreds of thousands of people be captured first and sent to this hell on earth. Let the ordinary people of the new era get used to it, and grasp the rules of the hunt. The old entered the underworld, and the new ascended to the immortal gate. They will be the golden age of newcomers. Gradually, under the leadership of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, they will have the ability to capture you. At that time, you will be able to reincarnate. This is your punishment, and also the fate that you have created. Sovereign Dizun leisurely stood up from the throne, flicked his sleeves, and walked down the steps, gazing into the distant sky. Did you see that? As soon as he was born, he was deserted by his family. His parents screamed that they wanted to kill him. The excited neighbor picked up the axe. The passers-by on the street were reveling. The girl who was having a rendezvous picked up the hem of her skirt and hurried over. You won't be able to experience any familial love. You'll go from a baby with the umbilical cord still wet with amniotic fluid to crying for the first time in the world, crying about the sufferings of life, suffering like purgatory. You'll use your talent to escape from home, running to the forest in the rainy night, crawling in pain in the mud. This was an ancient mastermind behind the scenes. It was as if he was narrating an ordinary birth story, but it caused people to tremble in fear. Whoosh! All the great sages bent their backs, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. Brute force could not bend the backs of these heroes, but it would make them old. The heroes of the past were past their prime, and they would become demons that everyone wanted to kill. Winner takes all. If the secluded mountain prefecture lord won, no matter how cunning he was still a hero. If they lost, they would become the evil ancient creatures that everyone wanted to kill. And if the sovereign Dizun won, no one would dare to slander him. This was the bloody truth and reality. If you were to suffer in the Avicii incessant scorching purgatory, you could choose not to fight, because there would be no hope and no way to escape. You could only endure in despair, without hope or sunlight. But the human world is different. You will struggle, want to change, and seek redemption. You will run in the muddy water of despair, climb the cliff in the dark rain, and cultivate again, even hoping to break through and become an immortal. Go to hate, go to madness, go to grief, and use everything you have to become a shocking obsession, to grow stronger and stronger, to chase after the secluded mountain prefecture lord, to kill the man that you hate to the bone. All the great sages were stunned, and they could not control themselves. Killing each other might be beautiful, the sovereign Dizun murmured softly. Boom, it was like a landslide and a tsunami. All the great sages shook violently at this moment, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Su Yingluo pursed her pale lips, and felt the world spinning. Was this also part of your plan? It was too horrifying, too vicious. You have no choice. The sovereign Dizun walked down, and his gaze was unchanging, as if he was hanging high in the sky, cold and emotionless. In my Avicii incessant scorching purgatory, that kind of hopeless despair is never true despair. In the endless cycle of life, because you see hope, you keep chasing, and because you keep chasing, you keep falling, despair, imprisonment, and falling into the abyss of eternal struggle, that is, incessant purgatory. Online forums. Screenshots. Videos. Countless people seemed to have gone crazy, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Looking at the scene of the sovereign Dizun, it was as if a historical drama had happened. It was as if the entire mythical movie had reached its climax, and it stirred the hearts of the people. These words formed an unimaginable qualitative sublimation. The sovereign Dizun, the mastermind of the ancient villain, was completely imprinted in their hearts. Too handsome, too domineering. Too shocking. In my Avicii incessant scorching purgatory, that kind of hopeless despair is never true despair. I'm going to be drunk. Such a handsome and domineering villain. Cool, despair with hope is the most terrifying despair in the world. Scary, don't be too strong. Didn't you guys always want to be reincarnated? Then let you guys be reincarnated. Such a method is simply unimaginable. Now, these great sages and the secluded mountain prefecture lord are at odds. Both sides are fighting, and the sovereign Dizun is still the mastermind behind the scenes. This is a good move to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. This is the real historical myth of the transcendent world, a song of praise for history, full of ups and downs. Darkness and light intertwined. His plan is heaven-defying. It's bloody and realistic. It's even more exciting than in the movies. I want to make a blockbuster movie, the second half of Dizun's life, to be released in the second half of this year. Welcome. Everyone was extremely excited, but there were some who had mixed feelings. These heroes were not afraid of entering hell to suffer the pain of eternal flames, but they had to endure hell on earth that was even more painful than purgatory, and they had to struggle continuously. The toughest thing in life was to bow down to a hero. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask. Those players, only half of you died. A portion of you went to travel around, letting the others shoot the elemental chi bombs, and you all survived? Yuan Qinghua was extremely pitiful, as though she was doubting life. She said weakly, too pitiful, too pitiful. I thought that the world wouldn't be so dangerous, but I didn't expect there to be such a limit. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is a miracle doctor, and he is so impassioned, we players shouldn't have trusted him. We boarded his pirate ship, and now we are losing so much that we don't even have our underwear left. Everyone was silent. It was too pitiful. Even the wretched players were hot-blooded, and they followed suit. There was no other way, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was too fierce, and when he beat the war drums, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Mother Earthvine, our reporter, cute girl, has evolved into a dragon. What are your thoughts? Stuffing the microphone, as the current representative of the players, Yuan Qinghua sorted out her emotions, and said, yesterday, the secluded mountain prefecture lord told us passionately, as long as you get off the train and pee, you will be thrown off by the wheel of history, because this is a miracle train that leads to the future. Hence, we were so touched that we didn't get off the train, and peed on our pants. It was warm at first, but now it's a little cold. Time flowed like water in the blink of an eye. Just as the forum was in an uproar, time continued to pass, and decades passed. The entire underworld's 6 paths of reincarnation and the Yellow Springs Road were once again in perfect order. Fengdu Ghost City was full, and every day, wandering souls would be reincarnated in an orderly manner. On both sides, ferocious Oxhead and Horseface, armed with pitchforks, pushed into the endless vortex of reincarnation. No, I don't want to be reincarnated. Please let me live in Fengdu Ghost City. Countless voices were heard. In the past, the Yellow Springs Road was filled with longing, eager to be reincarnated. But now, times had changed. Finally, he managed to settle most of the pressing matters and maintain the normal operation of the underworld, which freed up some time. Mount Yao, do you know your crime? Mengpa narrowed her eyes. This old woman was wrinkled and hunched, looking very frightening. Mount Yao felt a knot in his heart. His matter was big, but it was also small. At that time, the underworld was empty and he was the only one left. When Li Sanxing and Su Yingluo broke into the underworld, he was guilty of not stopping them. He even chatted leisurely at the side. This matter could be big or small. After all, he couldn't do anything about it. With his combat power, he couldn't stop the two from breaking through the Avicii hell. Mount Yao gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely speed up the construction of Fengdu Ghost City to atone for my crime. With that, he secretly stuffed a book into her hands. Mengpa glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. Muddle-headed ugly wife, Your Majesty, please conduct yourself too. She was instantly gratified. She patted his shoulder and told him to work hard, then turned and left. After that, the black and white impermanents, Oxhead, Horseface, and Magistrate Chui came one after another to beat him up. Mount Yao smiled and took out a few books of Xuanhuan, which were meant to slap people in the face. This was like getting shot while doing nothing. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. He felt very uncomfortable. All of his reserves had been squeezed dry these days. After Mengpa left, she took the book and read it as she walked, continuing to maintain the order of the entire Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the bustling scene in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh, "Your Majesty, you really have taken everything into account. Your words of becoming an immortal and beginning of a new era were also very profound. The sky is clear from the heart, the earth is seen from the heart, and the road is created by the heart. This is the order of the innate talent world. Observing the sky, observing the earth, paving the path for oneself, this is the innate talent. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. The so-called talent is the study of the heart." Granny Meng murmured, "Isn't it right in front of us?" This is also a new era for talented people. Their hearts are being tortured and filled with all kinds of resentment. It will also become a new era that will further motivate talented people. It seemed that the reincarnation cycle of the underworld was suppressed and that they were suffering in purgatory. In fact, as their obsession increased, the talents of these geniuses would become more powerful, and they would write more blood-stained hymns of their talents. It was simply perfect. At first, she was bewildered. How were they going to deal with so many offenders? To correct the principles of heaven and earth, to correct the majesty of reincarnation? Sure enough, everything was within His Majesty's expectations and was easily resolved. Samsara Temple. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is finally stirring up trouble? Suji sat on a high place and glanced at the Tao of the mortal realm. He was a little surprised. Times have changed so quickly. It has actually developed to this extent. In a remote mountain valley, in a thatched house, there were 2 gray vats and a rusty rake in front of the door. Accompanied by a ray of divine light, the cries of a baby could be heard. Wah, 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 no one rejoiced at the birth of a child. The parents screamed in fear. Devil, another devil has descended. The white-haired old mother bawled. Our family is so unlucky. How did we give birth to a devil? Our family has been doing good deeds all this while. At the side, the neighbor was suddenly overjoyed. He picked up the rake at the door and ran over excitedly. Where? It's not an ordinary devil. We ordinary people can't kill it. At this moment, the old midwife was very experienced. She was holding a sword that could ward off devils. She was so scared that her pants were wet. Her legs were trembling as she blocked the way of the baby. She screamed. Old village head, go quickly. Go and get the Taoist in the village. Subdue the devil. The neighbor with the rake felt that something was wrong. He stood at the door and looked in. What a strong devil fetus. He was scared out of his wits. His scream pierced through the quiet blue sky of the village. Quickly, go and get the virtuous senior monk from Yunshan Temple to come and subdue the devil. Wah wah wah, the baby cried and the door of the house was broken open. Hiss hiss hiss, a baby covered in mucus with its umbilical cord still attached. It looked ferocious and creepy. Like a lizard, it climbed up quickly. Deep in the forest. What awaited him was countless Taoist and Buddhist cultivators subduing the devil and subduing the mountain forest. There were originally no devils in this world. But in this era, devils have appeared. Suji sat on the throne and drank his tea. Buddhists, Taoist cultivators, subduing demons and devils. The fiend fetus's birth seems to have become a norm in the past few decades. Most of the time, it was just a matter of a few generations to distort the views of ordinary people. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's influence had spread to many places. Even the views of many ordinary people had been implanted with the history of these devils. In the stories that were spread among the people, the world was ruled in the ancient times. It was an era of cannibalism and the devils ate humans as food. It was extremely dark and tragic. Then, the secluded mountain prefecture lord pitied the plight of the humans and sought the help of the Dizun. He received the permission of the Dizun. Hence, under the authority of the Dizun, he wiped out these ancient demons. What a good story. The god of martial arts practitioners of the past were treated as devils. The vast wheel of history rolled over, crushing and covering everything. This is the real. Hell is empty and the devils are in the human world. Suji looked at the endless reincarnations and was speechless. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is a shameless person who talks too much. He is a tough enemy and a deadly opponent. Furthermore, he has the troublemaker, Pan Yu Xian. After all, if he did not use the power of the bug tribe and his main body, he would not be able to find the hiding place of the secluded mountain prefecture lord with just his Dizun's power. 8th grade gods were not omniscient and omnipotent existences. An immortal had to find a celestial emperor in the vast sea of people. It was still difficult. Of course, if he broke through the level 9 path and reached the realm of the 3-pillar gods, he would be able to distort the laws and connect the lines in the dark. Naturally, he would be able to catch the little tail left behind by the other party. However, that would require him to take it one step further. What an interesting secluded mountain prefecture lord. Suji smiled. He did not intend to cheat and just let nature take its course. He just had to adapt to the fighting power and identity of this doppelganger. After settling all these things that had to be settled, he finally felt at ease and could relax for a while. Suji turned his gaze and looked at his main body. Level 8 God, I have finally broken through. It is time to get down to business and test out my fighting power to adapt. In the orchard of Dongqing town. It was a bitingly cold winter, and the temperature had dropped a few degrees in the past few days. In the study, the seemingly long and hot-blooded battle was just a battle that broke out in the 9 revolutions mysterious art in his body. It lasted less than a day. But I broke through in just one day. Suji looked at the calendar on the desk and couldn't help but calculate the time. He felt that the speed was not bad. It had only been 3 months since he became an 8th-stage true immortal from a terminally ill ordinary person. Clatter. 8th-stage God. I'm starting to catch up with the first echelon. He closed his eyes and silently sensed his strength. His inner world had expanded more than 10 times after breaking through to become a god. His body had broken through, and the other 3 doppelgangers had also broken through. Hermes and the others had also broken through to the god realm. The basic mortal systems of the 2 universes of soul and martial arts, as well as all kinds of extraordinary systems based on bloodlines, magic core, inner world, and spirit, had all reached the great perfection, forming an unimaginable qualitative change. Using the soul Tao as the foundation to advance to the soul system, the mental universe, the mental world. The body system based on martial arts, 9 revolutions mysterious art, inner world. It was like a perfect pagoda made of gold had completely solidified. There are living creatures living in the dantian of the material plane and the mind on the spiritual plane. Has the real path of the creation school been completely formed? Suji thought and kept sorting out the huge gains he had made this time. The eternal death and spiritual universe were systems that could only be developed by 8th-stage gods. That's why I didn't truly start my cultivation. All I did was watch as Carolyn's eyes turned red. I even extracted the monster core and made it into a bottle, using it as an external spiritual world. Suji was in his study, looking at the bookshelf of the gray space system and Medusa, who was curled up in a transparent gas bottle. But now, I can finally make my move on the eternal life system of the death god of the spiritual universe. This was a great piece of news. His own spiritual universe could be practiced. But how to practice it? Suji also had some ideas. He connected the 6 paths of reincarnation world in his dantian. After all, in the previous era, talented people could reincarnate, but what about ordinary people? After an ordinary person died, they would basically become a wandering ghost, drifting away with the wind. Ordinary people did not have the concept of reincarnation, just like the other worlds that did not have the underworld. And this spiritual universe in front of me, perhaps it just so happens that it can accommodate the souls of ordinary people. Only then will it form a true cyclic universe where life and death alternate. There was no doubt that Suji's grand unified system of internal circulation was similar to Di-Chi's. But Dickie's improved technique was even better. His psychic soul universe wasn't in his mind. Instead, it was a fusion of the Joss flame dragon meridians that spread throughout his body, turning into countless surging blood vessels. It's not that we can't imitate him, but we'll have to wait for him to perfect it a bit more. Suji pondered for a while and said, it's naturally enough to build a simple spiritual universe. However, it's best to find someone to fight with to verify my strength. Suji took a deep breath. After all, he didn't know how strong he was. Although he was a low-level god, he felt that he could easily defeat high-level gods. He could also defeat some of the gods who had fused with cells and had embarked on the path of level 9. But as for the specifics, he still had to try. Who should I find? Suji's eyes flashed as he sat in the study and drank tea. Suddenly, he looked at the snake-haired girl in the bottle who was squatting on the ground beside the study. His eyes gradually brightened as he sized her up. She has the same body type. She might be a good opponent. After all, she's the oldest demon god. But in the next second, he rejected the idea. He felt that he was going to be beaten to death. Now, with the opening of the multivariate spiritual universe, Medusa's training speed had increased rapidly in the past few days. She also had countless god organizations and was ridiculously strong. As the strongest late-stage god, her ceiling was the highest in the same realm. Even Suji was far from her. Fight her in the same realm, hee. Suji even suspected that the weak level 9 gods like the 3-pillar gods, who did not absorb energy and only had 100% fusion of flesh and blood, would not be able to run away when they met Medusa, who was in the God of Creation's courtyard evolving version 2.0 and had consumed countless energy of the crystal wall. They could only let out a scream before they were beaten to death. If that's the case, then the 3-pillar gods are really the most miserable level 9 gods in history. Before they could absorb any energy, they were beaten to death. Although their bodies were the same size, he felt that Medusa was not someone to be trifled with. He did not want to look for a beating. He also did not have the mood to learn the Cthulhu diabolic god's technique from her. Not learning was not a problem of lack of energy. If Suji was really concerned about energy, he would not have trained so many systems. Not training was a problem of the liver. A normal person only needed to train once to become a level 8 god. But Medusa had to help 129,000 of her to train. What did this mean? A normal person only needed to go through it once. She had to go through 129,000 times. Not only that, Medusa also helped each of her organizations to train in a few systems. On average, she trained in 2 to 3 systems. Suji alone trained in 7 or 8 systems and already felt a headache. And her 129,000 of her, each of them trained in 3 or 4 systems, it was terrifying to look at, although practice makes perfect. Repeating it over and over again, the deeper her understanding of the technique, the faster her training speed, and the more thorough she became in each small realm. Helping every tiny version of her was a piece of cake, turning it into unparalleled wealth. This was also one of the reasons why Cthulhu diabolic god was the strongest. Thoroughly understanding all things and understanding the laws of all things. For example, if a pig walked 129,600 times on the cultivation path of an 8th level god, it would become the strongest 8th level saint. Therefore, Cthulhu diabolic god was strong not only because of the 129,000 strong organization body, but also because it had the corresponding strength of the terrifying and heaven-defying spiritual cultivation. The understanding of the laws of the world and all things became instinctive. In fact, from the beginning, Suji was very clear that Cthulhu diabolic god was the strongest and most heaven-defying technique in history. After all, each of her could train in multiple systems. For example, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art could train in all kinds of heaven-defying techniques. But his liver and stomach hurt. Suji refused. This technique was too bitter. It was enough for him to raise such a fighter. Only Medusa, with her tenacious and terrifying abnormal personality, could constantly repeat, research, and learn. This was also the reason why she could reach the top despite her ordinary qualifications. Therefore, Cthulhu diabolic god was only her, and it was difficult to duplicate. Just like Dicky, his Deluo Tion scripture could only be practiced by himself. It was about learning changes and progressive integration in battle. It was not suitable for others. This was a unique technique, not suitable for popularization. As for finding Dicky to fight, I don't consider it. Suji took a deep breath. His current technique is not as good as mine, and it is not as perfect as mine. Although he has integrated a new technique, he should not be able to beat me at the same realm. However, his realm is too much higher than mine. After all, I am a low-level god. What's more, if he sees me, I am afraid he will continue to secretly learn. As for Carolyn, Suji took a deep breath. He did not feel good, and he felt that he had treated her unfairly. As for the 3-pillar gods, perhaps they could be a target for consideration. Suji continued to organize his thoughts. He was very arrogant and wanted to find the giants to test his confidence, but in the end, he did not find a reasonable experimental subject. After all, apart from Medusa, in those small sand table civilized worlds, he could only use his doppelgangers to fight. But doppelgangers could not practice the complete 9 revolutions mysterious art and spiritual universe, and their bodies could not contain endless creatures. Their combat power was much weaker. The combat power of doppelgangers was always much weaker than the main body, and they might not be a match. As an ordinary god, I still can't be arrogant. In the same realm, there are people with combat power that is more exaggerated than mine. Medusa alone can make me despair. Suji took a deep breath and organized his gains. After I get used to the realm, I will find the 3 pillar gods to talk about life and see how the gap is. Suji pondered, organized all his thoughts, and left the study. Through the transmission array, he came to the vast universe where the giant octopus was. In the vast galaxy, in the boundless starry sky. Not far away, was the universe where the giant octopus had been encircled. On the other side, farther away, was the place where the ancient tree planet was docked. Finally, I have become a true god. I can easily cross the void universe with my physical body and no longer need to rely on others. A black-haired, black-eyed young man with exquisite white porcelain skin was leisurely wandering in the universe. Open. Suji looked at a distant star, and the magic core quickly calculated its position. The spatial coordinates between the 2 points instantly solidified, and with a light tap, the void shattered. Whoosh, in an instant, he crossed the endless galaxy and came to a new area, which was already some distance away from the ancient tree planet. If other gods saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Because even gods could not easily teleport through the void, and it would consume a huge amount of magic power. It was hard to imagine that it could be so easy, as if it was as simple as eating and drinking. Now, I can finally fly as high as the sky. Suji spoke softly, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. I did not expect that my Mercury power station would only work for me for a month, and it would be eliminated. He looked at the vast starry sky and the endless planets, and his face was full of excitement. It was as if he was about to cause trouble. Now, I no longer have to go to Mercury, which is extremely troublesome. I can wander around the planet at will, build a large number of sand tables at will, and raise countless civilizations. I no longer need to rely on the help of other gods. Yes. After becoming a god, he could completely let go of himself. Previously, as the Celestial Emperor, it was extremely difficult for him to leave Earth and enter the universe. He had worked hard to build a power station on Mercury and used Caroline, a high-level god, to barely build a small universe on a small planet in the vast universe. But now, Mercury's power station could be completely eliminated. If one could develop in the vast universe, who would be willing to plant trees on a planet? Greening the solar system, this feeling was very satisfying. Without restrictions, for Suji, he could finally do something big. Mercury's power station is simply a low-level, narrow area. Now, what I should do is to green a larger area, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and build a bigger power station. Breaking through to the god realm meant that he would be able to harvest even more energy in order to improve his realm. Mercury's power station could no longer satisfy him. It had died of old age in a month. It could be said that it had accompanied Suji for 1/3 of his cultivation time. But the next time he went back, he planned to destroy the nuclear power station and abandon it, lest the human aviation industry on Earth flourish. If the Columbo discovered the ancient ruins of Mercury, the ancient temple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and other mythological ruins, it would be impossible to clear his name. Whoosh, Suji waved his hand and leaped lightly. Let's do the ultra-long distance positioning again. Let's see how far my ultimate magical power can go. Then, an incredible scene appeared in the vast universe. The galaxy space seemed to blur instantly, turning into a slideshow. In the misty rain, he leaped around rapidly, as if he had entered a blurry space tunnel. Rumble, the space-time in front of him was bending. The vast planets around them were like bowling balls that were being thrown at them, rolling rapidly. But this was only for a moment. The next moment, the space trembled slightly, and Suji appeared in the void again. Turning around, Suji looked at the ancient planet behind him, but it was already gone. I flew in the opposite direction, not in the same direction as Dickie's ancient planet. I don't have to worry about him finding this place. The distance between us will only get farther and farther. Leaping further was also Suji's idea. After all, it was not good to be seen by Dickie. He had killed the giant octopus that had taken him thousands of years to discover. Perhaps he would advance bravely and continue to discover new life forms in the universe. If he saw his planting and greening, I still have to fly further and jump more than 10 times. Suji was panting slightly, obviously exhausted. However, even with the endless 6 paths of reincarnation in the 9 revolutions mysterious art, my physical strength is still very weak. I'm exhausted just like that. It seems that I really need to expand the entire inner world and the spiritual universe. The 9 revolutions mysterious art carried a huge universe with tens of billions of lives in it. The power of incense and power of incense poured into his body, forming the power furnace of the eternal world that quickly recovered. But for Suji, his foundation in this aspect was very shallow. After all, he had just broken through, and the God realm had expanded the boundless land, and the common people had not had time to reproduce again. When the expanded land and the underworld of the spiritual universe are established, the population will increase by 10 times, and my recovery will be 10 times faster than now. Suji silently calculated. Only then did he clearly realize how abnormal the recovery of the 9 revolutions mysterious art was. No wonder the 3 pillar gods could not be pried open. After resting for a while, he directly entered the high-thinking space-time to recover enough physical strength. Whoosh, the space was cut open again. After flying for a full 10 times and flying an unimaginable distance, Suji stopped in a galaxy. This is it. Suji's face was calm. There was no place worth choosing. He had developed very casually until now. To find an extremely rare natural life planet in the universe, to have air? Oxygen? Liquid water? Atmosphere, none of them were needed. After all, in the biological gene bank of his evolution, there were already vacuum extraordinary creatures. As primitive vacuum plants and animals, they could be used as biological seeds to be put into many harsh environments. I want to put it in a nearby light-year area. Suji looked at the entire bright and vast galaxy with a serious face. It was as if he was looking at his country. The universe was so big that the painting was his territory. Subbrain, spore release. First, set a small target, the 10 galaxies below that are similar to the solar system. Each planet is full of green plants, forming a huge galaxy power plant. Suji pointed to the vast galaxy below. Subbrain, seeing that the subbrain of the Zerg did not speak, Suji said, the process may be very difficult. Sowing a planet may be very laborious. The difficulty of countless thousands of seeds is hard to imagine, let alone 10 solar systems. But your fertility, your hard work, will help the great development of our Zerg race. In fact, Suji suddenly had a little realization at this time. No wonder the Zerg Queen took the initiative to shed her own body and used her body to create the subbrain control center of the Zerg race. Because she was responsible for giving birth, it was too miserable and painful. The orchard was fine before. But in front of him, a huge planet the size of Earth, how many spores would she have to put in, how many times would she have to squeeze herself dry? Moreover, it was 10 solar systems made up of countless such huge planets. Therefore, the Zerg Queen changed from squeezing herself dry to squeezing the subbrain of the Zerg race. This was a change of class oppression. She said it as a low-level intelligence AI. Not only was she afraid that it would have feelings and rebel, but she also knew that if it had feelings, it would definitely rebel, and no one could withstand it. Therefore, she directly turned it into an emotionless reproduction machine. This is inevitable in the history of the Zerg race. Suji was shocked. He felt like he was seeing the long history of the ancient Zerg race's development. However, according to Suji's high-speed magic core calculations, 10 solar systems, once the biological civilization was completely strong, could produce a huge amount of energy that far exceeded his imagination in a day. In fact, it could even produce a huge amount of energy that was equivalent to 1,000 giant octopuses in a day. As for before, why didn't they do this? Of course, it was because Suji's level could not keep up. As a celestial emperor, he could not leave the vacuum of the universe. It was already extremely difficult for him to wear a spacesuit, fly to Mercury, and plant a small power station. Even for the creation of the small universe, he had tricked Carolyn into helping him while he watched from the side. Now that he had broken through to God, he could fly freely in the sky. Naturally, he activated the mode of a human seeder, wildly sowing seeds and greening the entire universe. The sowing area is infinite. If I harvest crazily, in theory, the energy harvest is infinite. Suji took a deep breath. I can even obtain the energy of 10,000 level 9, or even level 10, in a day. Level 11? Based on this line of thinking, it was not impossible to reach the peak of the universe one day. The voice of the Zerg race's subbrain came, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. The protective shield that the Zerg spread is not so huge. The speed of the high-dimensional spacetime spread by the Zerg race cannot completely cover such a huge number of Zergs. Suji asked, as a ruthless seeder, there is actually a limit to the number of seeds it can plant. Suji had always naively thought that it could not be squeezed dry. The subbrain's mechanical voice resounded, that's not the case. The number of Zergs that can reproduce is unlimited, but the number of Zergs that can cover the high-dimensional spacetime is limited. Suji did not understand. The subbrain continued to explain. Not all Zergs can be brought into the high-dimensional spacetime no matter how many they reproduce. Although this is the core talent of the Zergs are able to evolve, mutate, reproduce, and evolve into countless species due to the natural perfection of the path to rank 8, as the innate talent of the Zergs. Although the consumption of the Zerg Queen is low, it is not without consumption. There is a limit to the number of Zergs that can be covered. Suji slowly sat down in a yellow crater on a planet. He had somewhat understood what it meant. It's probably a kind of innate talent of the Zerg Queen. As a heaven-defying creature, it can cover its own people and bring them into the high-dimensional spacetime. However, there is consumption when it is used. It's obviously not reliable to cover an unlimited number of Zergs. Suji finally realized what was going on. And beyond this coverage limit, the additional Zergs that were born would have the speed of ordinary creatures and would not be of much use at all. So that's how it is? The Zergs also have a limit. Suji suddenly laughed involuntarily. Sitting in the crater, he looked at the boundlessly beautiful sky of the vast universe. Just like eternal life, the universe is unknowingly balanced. There can't be a truly heaven-defying existence. If it's so simple to have an unlimited number of Zergs brought into the high-dimensional spacetime, they can reach the peak of the universe in an instant. This is a bug-like ability. Such a race is not the top race in the universe, but an invincible race with a bug in the universe. If the previous Zerg Queen could do it, how? Could she have been beaten to death? It seemed like crazily producing Zergs, covering the entire galaxy, and then driving at high speed was not realistic. I can't do it. That's right. The subbrain continued, just like the three pillar gods, the stronger the race under them, the higher the overall level, and the greater the power of the pillar gods. The limit of my coverage depends on the overall level of the entire race. Suji listened seriously and suddenly asked, then how old is it now? Although it's not infinite, it's still incomparably large. It's 10,000 times the current number of insectoids, which is more than 300 billion living beings, the insectoid subbrain replied. Suji, he was a little confused. For the current Suji, such a huge number was close to limitless. The Zerg really had an explosive army. The words of the Zerg subbrain could be summarized into one sentence: it was unrealistic to destroy the entire universe, but it was still easy to destroy the entire universe. Suji was speechless. He had just been dealt a heavy blow, and his expression was one of acceptance. It was a complete waste of his expression. The insectoids really had cheats. What are the details? He asked patiently. The exact number was an astronomical figure that was difficult to visualize. The subbrain of the insectoid replied, the exact number is roughly the maximum capacity of the insectoid barrier. Suji suddenly wanted to add some intelligence to it and let it experience the pain of a planter. Then how big is the maximum range of the insectoid barrier that you can spread now? Suji suddenly said calmly, can it cover this galaxy? Don't give me random numbers. Just point out something that's easy to understand. The intelligent subbrain was silent for a moment. It can barely cover that galaxy. It indicated a galaxy the size of the solar system. Suji took a look. Wow, it's so big. 9 planets revolving around the sun. After a moment of silence, he didn't care anymore. This area is enough. A great and brilliant civilization similar to the solar system, especially when they develop, the more places they can cover, the stronger the subbrain's control will be. Suji was very indifferent. This was a terrifying virtuous cycle of crazy exponential growth. He lowered his head and gently opened up space. Boom, he landed on a high place on a rocky planet. Looking up, it was a structure similar to the solar system. In the center, there was a golden star that was emitting heat like the sun, shining for eternity. It was surrounded by countless beautiful planets that slowly rotated, forming a beautiful star vortex. Subbrain, place it on every planet nearby. Suji planned to frantically sow seeds on every planet in this small galaxy, throwing in the most primitive vacuum plant and animal spores. He would first cast a wide net. Other than the sun in the middle, every planet would have a share. He would plant it as big as he could. He entered the high-dimensional spacetime and quickly sowed for a month. Suji spent a huge amount of energy to produce spores. This unimaginably huge land was comparable to the size of the solar system. He had almost emptied all his energy reserves. It could be said that he had spent a huge amount of money and emptied his entire foundation before he could barely plant some planets. After all, he couldn't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Everything was as it should be. However, what troubled Suji wasn't this. He realized that the subbrain of the Zerg had a limit. At the beginning, as long as he put in energy, the spores would be produced extremely quickly. However, after more than a month, no matter how much energy was put in and how much he replenished his body, it was like squeezing toothpaste. The speed at which he released spores was like an old cow pulling a cart. His body was hollowed out. It seems that it's really unrealistic to put in the 9 planets of the entire galaxy in a short period of time. Suji looked down. Now, only 4 of the 9 planets have been placed under the minimum requirement. Forget it, I'll take the remaining 5 slowly. His gaze was fixed on these 4 planets. He planned to take the core development plan. Focusing on the development of civilization on one planet, the other planets could be developed at will. The main goal was to become a power plant similar to Mercury, providing a huge amount of energy. It was mainly to plant vacuum plants and Bodhi fruit trees. After all, the entire solar system was too huge. It was impossible to take care of everything. Being able to achieve greening was already extremely taxing. It's you. Suji chose a planet that lived in the 4th solar system. It had a thin atmosphere, soil, rocks, and glaciers. The environment was relatively normal. Next, it's time to transform the environment. Suji turned around and looked at the surroundings of this planet. Back then, Carolyn had also transformed the planet, made it habitable, and took various measures. After all, it wasn't easy to create a land for living beings to migrate to. After all, he was going to create a civilization born in the solar system, a huge real civilization similar to Earth, a galactic civilization. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's lacking a giant moon. It seems that I'll have to create an artificial moon. Suji looked into the distance. It was a huge floating meteorite, rising and falling in the void. Whoosh. A meteorite drifting in the distance spun and floated in the void. After drifting for tens of thousands of years, it was quickly dragged over. Suji quickly smelted some of the small rocks around it and expanded it. Boom. Golden sparks flashed. The meteorite was smelted at high temperatures and expanded continuously. In the process, Suji modified the shape of the moon, hollowing it out and implanting some special structure warehouses, forming a special large inner space. This process was relatively slow. The creation of this moon took 7 years in the high-dimensional spacetime. Then, precise data was calculated and it was sent into the orbit of a satellite. The inner space of this moon is about 10,000 acres. Suji looked at the interior of the moon leisurely. It can even be used as a small space world. After all, it's small compared to the entire solar system. 10,000 acres is already incomparably large compared to my previous sand table world. The interior of the moon was a world that Suji had created. In fact, it was a new world rule that Suji had predicted. And this new world rule was the perfect result after listening to the arguments of the subbrain of the Zerg race. The essence and main goal of creating this solar system sand table is not to create a powerful and extraordinary cosmic galaxy civilization. Because big does not mean strong, but bloated. That's because being big doesn't mean being strong, but being bloated. Only an exquisite, high-quality civilization with high potential can be guided to become strong quickly, just like how Carolyn guided Planet Stone and Planet Cybertron, far surpassing ordinary civilizations that naturally developed. A civilization without guidance would slowly develop at a tortoise speed. For Suji, who had only cultivated for 3 months, it was too slow. The main goal of Suji's creation of such a huge solar system world was to use its huge land to build a super power plant, similar to Mercury's power plant. There were many beings, as vast as the ocean, and the energy harvested was huge. The bigger the land, the more living beings, and the more death energy. However, the number of Zerg in the solar system is already too many. This is because my one move was too big. The huge leap has already caused the number of Zerg civilizations to exceed the upper limit of the high-dimensional spacetime. So, since the number is limited, let's compare size. Size was very important. To make an example, if it could only accommodate a maximum of 100 Zergs, then was the energy of 100 ants or 100 giant octopuses? How nostalgic. He had already tasted the sweetness of the giant octopus, and his eyes were bright. Although being small is the way to go, and it's easier for elites and high-level creatures to appear, but if it's for farming, it doesn't matter. The bigger the body, the more energy. Boom. Suji gradually rose and left the interior of the moon. Looking at the 4th planet in the center of the new solar system, it was slightly larger than Earth. The super small ants are still on the moon, taking the elite route. The entire planet and even the solar system outside was a gigantic power plant and a gigantic organism. Even if the speed of energy compression is slow, and the speed of cultivation is not as fast as that of humans. But as a way of farming and greening the desert, their reproduction, iteration, birth, aging, sickness, and death all contain a huge amount of energy. If we ignore them, there will still be a continuous stream of huge benefits coming to us every day. Suji stood at a high vantage point, looked at the vast planet, and gave the order. The subbrain of the Zerg, other than the inner world of the moon, turn off all body size restrictions on the other planets. The mechanical voice came, body size restrictions in evolution have been turned off. Currently allowing body size to develop according to the environment. Boom, rapid evolution. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Under the flow of creation, the vacuum trees on the entire planet, as primitive life forms, quickly adapted to the planet's environment. Exquisite bonsai the size of an ant rapidly expanded and grew into towering trees. Some of the air sprites grew with each generation, and after a few hundred generations, they actually reached the size of a normal human. Boom, like a dazzling golden meteor from outer space, it fiercely fell into the vast thin atmosphere. Suji landed on this planet that was as large as Earth, walking on the rapidly evolving verdant land. Looking at the normal-sized trees and the creatures that were similar to him, he could not help but smile. In this galaxy, all the creatures have a normal body size. Those that are the same size as me are all giants that are tens of thousands of feet tall, to the ant creatures on the moon. Suji's expression was calm. What would happen between the two bodies, Suji did not care. In any case, this arrangement would bring him the most optimal and reasonable benefits. It would be enough for him to harvest and develop the energy of this galaxy to the maximum. Suji stood on a cliff and looked at the normal animals and plants on the planet that were the same size as him. He said calmly, "You're right. The space creatures here are all based on the two great space creatures of the past, the Bodhi tree and the air elf. They started the creation flow and entered the evolution process to adapt to the environment. Perhaps after countless years, they will completely lose the form of their ancestors. No one knows what they will evolve into. But if that's all, it's still not enough." He observed for a while, then landed on the back of the moon. A research institute rose from the ground. He flipped his palm. It was the flesh and blood of a giant octopus. "I need a bigger body, a true interstellar giant," comparable to a continent, to bring more energy. He was very calm. Since he was going to play, he might as well play bigger. In this galaxy, there were all kinds of creatures of different sizes. Races as small as ants, races with the size of a normal human, races comparable to a continent, begin extraction of the giant octopus genes and bloodline. Suji started his research in the temporary research institute on the back of the moon. But with such a huge body, it's also very difficult to obtain energy. Normally, living on a planet, they might starve to death. A planet might not even be able to support a creature comparable to a continent. I still have to extract the Dyson sphere form of the giant octopus and let them circle around the sun. The races living around the sun are still very simple. After all, this creature has this habit, I can completely extract it. Suji kept injecting the spores into them, trying to evolve new creatures. No. Speaking of the sun, speaking of radiation, how can I forget Buddha? An unimaginably crazy idea appeared in his mind. I still have the elemental world that I evolved for the phoenix. Among them, there is also the Buddha element. Perhaps I can let the Buddha element fuse with the giant octopus genes and form a new giant radiation creature. It will be a semi-elemental creature in the form of a Dyson sphere. It will constantly circle around the sun and finally live on the sun's surface. The true, eternal sun god civilization. Suji suddenly raised his head, looking at the huge blazing solar furnace. This time, it's not fake. Just like the 10 golden sun crows of Dicky. Mere birds of 1,000 degrees were already putting gold on their faces, flying around in the barren cellar of the orchard, claiming that they were 10 suns burning the heavens. They are truly the mighty and majestic sun god. He was shocked by his own reckless actions, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In this way, in the entire galaxy, 9 planets and 1 sun, there will be living creatures living on them. Suji's eyes gradually brightened. This is a very good idea. You should know that the energy released by the sun every second is equivalent to 91 billion 1 megaton hydrogen bombs. Just this 1 second of energy is enough for all humans on Earth to crazily use for 250,000 years. In the vast universe, no civilization could completely describe its supreme greatness and magnificence. Just a star alone made humans realize how insignificant they were. This was also the reason why the Dyson sphere was the inevitable path of advanced civilization deduced by existing scientists. Humans currently still used primitive coal, wind, water, and even incomplete nuclear power stations. However, as humans could walk out of the universe, this was the inevitable path of energy renewal. And Suji had already entered the inevitable path of such advanced civilization, the Dyson sphere. It was just that his method was very different. Perhaps it was different from the previous generation of Zerg Queen mothers who were technologically inclined and used mechanical Dyson spheres. He, who was transcendent, directly used the transcendent Dyson sphere, the sun god that lived in the sun. Creatures from ancient myths. These sun gods will be living Dyson spheres, solar power stations. Rooted in this huge and vast sun, absorbing energy for me. Suji's expression began to change. A stellar civilization, if such a Dyson sphere is established, it means that my energy has simply entered an unimaginably high-dimensional channel. No, it's not just that. Suji's voice was completely unnatural. He suddenly turned his head and looked at a beautiful and gorgeous storm planet, like a distorted and thick dark blue abstract ink painting. Not only the sun, but also gaseous planets. This type of gaseous planet was not a rocky planet, but a storm vortex planet with a large amount of hydrogen and helium. It was like a storm black hole rotating everything at all times, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Although Earth was a rocky planet, gaseous planets were not uncommon in the universe. In the solar system, there were Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and other gaseous planets. And in this special solar system, there were also 3 such gaseous planets. These 3 planets are energy storms all the time, and all of them are emitting violent energy like tsunamis and landslides. It's impossible for normal creatures to live there, not even plants or animals, but... Suji thought for a while. Other elemental creatures like the Buddha element will do. Elemental life forms lived on gaseous planets. These 3 planets can be fused with the genes of the giant octopus. The remaining 4 elements are electric, fire, and water. Suji took a deep breath. The Sun, Mercury, Mars, and electric star. 4 elemental planets. 4 Dyson spheres. The 4 elemental planes that I built before are simply foreshadowing the sandbox structure of this stellar civilization. If it could be built successfully, the power station of the 4 elements would reap unimaginable rewards. At this moment, he was simply doing whatever he wanted. Make it as exaggerated as possible. It was like a giant was wantonly sprinkling ink on a pitch-black ancient canvas of the starry sky, creating life and the origin of miracles and myths to his heart's content. If you don't make the best use of the entire civilization's sand table, that's the stupidest thing. Suji smiled. He was not a conservative person, nor was he a fool. He was like the retarded protagonist in the story who limited himself in all kinds of ways and even went out to explore. Of course, it was to cultivate in seclusion and make use of all the resources available to him. He would make full use of the hairline of other people, delay his development, and become the ultimate of the universe. Then, he would go out and see how exciting the outside world was. He would not go out unless he was invincible. That was the way of the king. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate in secret and slowly develop an extraordinary civilization? Then, let's begin. Suji began to set up a laboratory on the back of the moon and began his research. However, the more I pursue perfection, the more work I have to do. It's unimaginably large. How long will it take for me to create elemental creatures that can survive on this gaseous planet? It should take more than a few hundred years. After all, this is the real sun god of the universe. Suji exclaimed. He was always eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. For example, he cultivated many cultivation techniques and was very greedy or ambitious. However, if the strong did not have the heart to advance bravely, how could they reach the top? Building and opening up a civilization was often an extremely boring 100 years of research and exploration. If not for this, using one's profound knowledge to create, there would not be the prosperity and infinite possibilities of the future super civilization. The first step was to build a fixed teleportation array. After all, this was very simple. When he came, he brought the other teleportation array with him. He returned to his room in the orchard and packed his luggage. He planned to go camping for a few days and completely settle the matter of the new universe sand table. He took the table lamp and returned to the surface of the moon. I just became a god, but I abandoned everything and ran into the universe to start a new great sand table civilization. He had a strange expression. He looked at the crystal wall table lamp. Over the past few days, the plane of the phoenix had been living and working in peace and harmony. There were no disputes. The elemental creatures were laughing and chatting, and many elemental creatures were produced. Suji took away their main elements and tried to extract the genes of the giant octopus and fuse them with the Buddha element. Suddenly, he stopped again. However, before researching and experimenting with these universal elemental mythical creatures, I still have to guide the biological civilization on the planet. Suji stood on the moon and looked down at the huge planet that was comparable to Earth. Otherwise, my hundreds of years of research will directly waste their development time. Suji planned to first guide a planet's civilization like before, so that the rich would lead the rich later. As for how to guide them, Suji weighed the pros and cons several times. He abandoned the previous cultivation technique tablet inscriptions and built a stone tablet directly on the ground, so that they could observe and learn. After all, the era had changed, and he was already a high and mighty true god. If he used such low-level methods that everyone knew, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Since I'm already going to create the sun mythical creature, then I'll be more extravagant. I'll use the methods of a god. With the entire moon as the star god tablet, I'll observe the moon and know the universe. Suji smiled, looked at the entire moon, and rose slightly into the air. The moon is inscribed with 2 systems. The front side of the moon is covered with high-level technology totem inscriptions. The backside of the moon is covered with cultivation system totem inscriptions. The technology inscriptions on the front side of the moon were always facing this planet. When people can land on the moon and use the artificial satellites of technology, they will naturally see the backside of the moon. They will naturally be able to see the cultivation system and start cultivating. After all, with technology as the origin, civilization will be able to develop faster. Suji's expression became calm. As for the ants inside the moon, they will naturally be able to leave the moon's interior and walk on the moon's surface. They will be able to see the contents of the moon. Killing two birds with one stone. Boom, Suji flew on the moon and walked in the vast and desolate universe like an ancient immortal descending. Whoosh, mysterious mental array formations covered the entire surface of the moon. The moon's craters, moon's mountains, rivers, and craters formed a complex and precise painting that coincided with the heavenly Tao. Observing the moon, one could know the celestial phenomena and the path of civilization. On the planet, the trees were lush and green, and birds and beasts surged. The terrifying evolution speed of creation finally began to stop. It was difficult to see the primitive forms of the creatures on the entire planet. The thin atmosphere entered. As the entire planet continued to be greened and vegetation covered the land, the atmosphere gradually became thicker. As a huge and vast planet that was truly comparable to the size of Earth, its air concentration changed. As the atmosphere thickened, thin nitrogen and ammonia began to be retained. Even thin liquid water began to appear in the depths of the glaciers, and extremely thin oxygen began to spread. However, as a near-vacuum environment, it was still extremely harsh and not enough for ordinary creatures to survive. However, these creatures in the vacuum did not rely on external oxygen at all. Carbon dioxide and oxygen alternated and formed their own internal cycle. Countless tribes were still living like wild beasts that ate raw meat and drank blood. However, it did not develop. After all, the difference between intelligent civilizations and wild beasts was language and writing. Without language, there would be no communication, and there would be no inheritance. There would be no way to pass on wisdom from generation to generation. If wisdom could not be passed on, it would form a torch and civilization would not be born. However, sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum. Countless beasts like humans struggled in nature. They were incomparably insignificant and were hunted by large beasts as members of the bottom of the food chain. Until one day, the night of the full moon. The clear moonlight shone on the earth. In the cave, a pregnant woman dressed in animal skin was about to give birth. She struggled on the bed with a painful expression. Countless people were anxiously pacing back and forth. The pregnant woman bit the wooden stick in pain. Her fingertips turned white as she stared at the sky and the moon. In this barbaric society, no one knew who the father of the pregnant woman was. There was no clear marriage arrangement. The children born in a tribe were raised by the entire tribe. Therefore, all the men were nervous. The birth of every child was the hope of the tribe. Today's moon was different. Usually, the moon was waxing and waning. However, at this time, one could see a full moon. On it, one could clearly see blurry, mysterious and exquisite patterns. It was like a mysterious laurel tree, inlaid on the surface of the moon. Its branches were lush and gorgeous. The more the pregnant woman looked, the more dazed she became. It was as if all the pain in her body had dissipated. The bright full moon in the sky was like a golden pocket watch swaying in hypnosis. Her spirit seemed to be sucked into a mysterious vortex. In the next second, it was as if the laurel tree had turned into a mysterious toad, lying quietly on the full moon. All of a sudden, she felt as if she had entered a mysterious world of thoughts. A mysterious current washed over her ears. It was as if she could see a figure standing in the void. In an instant, she understood something. Entropy, the baby was born. There was a strange phenomenon. The baby activated a weak spiritual sense. It was a language that could be transmitted in space. The spiritual sense surged. The surrounding ancient humans raised the baby high up, parallel to the moon, and sang and danced. There was a word in the world, entropy. A new civilization had begun its journey. In the end, this part of history was blurred. There were two narratives that archaeologists believed to be the most credible. The ancient scripture, Ode of Entropy, Mother Entropy recorded Frownyface, the mother of entropy, gave birth. Observing the seasonal moon at night, entropy was born. The history written by the Great Entropy Dynasty, which was at its peak, was recorded in the biography of the Lords of Entropy. The saints had no father. The mother of entropy met the divine dream and was born from the moon. Both were born from the moon. However, the difference between the two was that this part of history mentioned that the father of entropy was the god who created the moon. According to the analysis of later archaeologists, it was very likely that the Lord of Entropy was unwilling to admit that his birth was chaotic. He believed that he was the descendant of the mother and the god. However, no one knew the specifics. The Entropy was born with a phenomenon. He grew up and used the mysterious knowledge in his mind to teach the ancient people of the cave tribes how to speak and create words, starting the era of hunting. Gradually, civilization was passed down. Every night of the full moon. 10 years passed. He looked at the complete moon in the sky and studied it. When he looked at the mysterious moon, it was as if he had seen the only true God. He worshipped it and finally discovered a special fact. When the moon was full, one could see the full appearance of the moon. There was a mysterious inheritance of knowledge on it that could be observed by those with strong mental energy and talent. Gradually, every full moon night, he would observe knowledge and study some knowledge civilizations. He used the various mathematical, physical, and chemical laws that he had learned to widen the use of radiation machinery. All kinds of machine weapons entered a period of rapid development and entered the era of city-states. Another 10 years passed. He began to establish a nation. The name of the nation, Entropy. The sacred symbol of the nation was a sacred and flourishing rose tree. A group of noble moon divination masters with special occupations began to appear. The night of the full moon was a sacred night with extraordinary meaning. On the astrology platform, a group of talented geniuses dressed in gorgeous black court robes embroidered with rose trees were offering sacrifices, worshipping, and offering tributes. They were looking at the sky, observing the celestial phenomena, and excavating mysterious knowledge. And this was just one of the ancient civilizations of the Entropy River Basin. After all, the entire planet was too big. It was as big as the entire Earth. Even as a rank 8 true god, Suji would not have been able to observe and control this enormous planet without the help of the insect subbrain. This was a real planet, thus, Suji built the stone tablet of the cosmic civilization and hung it in the sky. Only with the moon rotating in the sky could he bestow civilization upon the beings of this planet. In the distance, the tall westerners of countless tribes sensed it. Moon. God. Astronomical phenomena can understand the future. Holy Lord, we call you holy. Your moon illuminates the night, just like your knowledge cuts through ignorance, giving glory, power, bread, and happiness to the people of earth. Almighty God, you bestow upon us a paradise of happiness, your moon. Hallelujah. The moon revolved around the entire planet. Thus, there was a full moon. But at every moment, there would be a full moon in an area, ushering in their sacred night. They could comprehend the patterns on the moon steel. On the distant shores of this planet, ancient civilizations had also erupted in other river regions. They were like stars in the sky, and 4 geniuses as great as Entropy had appeared. The 4 of them observed the moon and became the great and immortal moon divination masters. Their names were engraved in the eternal murals, and the people of later generations called them the source of the rivers of the 4 ancient civilizations. Moon, the origin of greatness. Inside the moon. The extremely insignificant humans also walked out of the moon. They came to the surface of the moon and discovered the abnormality of the moon. They were different from the people on that planet. They could see the front and back of the moon. Logically speaking, they should be able to grasp the secrets of the entire moon at the same time. However, their bodies were too small. Standing on the moon, they were unable to see the full picture of the moon. Their development speed was also not fast. They were also in awe of the mysterious moon. Whoosh, in the vast starry sky, in the desolate universe. Only an exaggerated god like Suji could fly across the solar system so easily and wander around freely. Other ordinary gods would have been exhausted countless times just to wander around a vast star system. After all, the universe was too big. Far away from the sun, in a small and deformed meteorite floating in the void, the high temperature illuminated the meteorite bright red. On the meteorite sat a white rectangular laboratory with a window. Your dinner. Beside him, the young housekeeper had also brought him here for a trip. Suji's expression was calm as he received the lunch. All these years, after settling the moon steel, he ignored it and allowed the creatures on the planet to develop. To him, it was just a small matter. The universe's mythical creatures in the starry sky were more important than those on the planet. Now, 110 years had passed. Suji had used the terrifying computing power of the magic nucleus to finally research the first generation of semi-elemental creatures. However, they had a long lifespan, an extremely slow growth rate, and an extremely low reproduction rate. Such a power station, if it doesn't reach a certain scale, it will be a defective product. Suji sighed and continued to improve. Such first-generation creatures were extremely shabby. Generations of Zerg had been tested. Ji gradually discovered that they had almost reached the limit of their reproduction rate. No matter what method they used, they could not increase their reproduction rate. Even if he increased the desire of these sun creatures, constantly squeezing themselves and hollowing out their bodies, the efficiency was still very low. Even if the adult creatures were so crazy, on average, they could only give birth to one offspring every few hundred years. Obtaining such experimental results made Suji feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. It was the first time he had spent so much time, and with the super powerful magic calculation ability of a level 8 god, he still could not achieve such a huge amount of energy. Is everything faded in the dark? Everything is in balance, and the more powerful the high-level creature, the lower the reproduction rate? Is it impossible to adjust? Suji's expression was as calm as ever. After a few experiments and seeing that he could not change it at all, Suji could only give up. He turned to testing the other 3 major elements. With the previous experience with the Buddha element, the testing this time was much faster, and soon, a complete product was produced. This time, the 3 of them added up only took 97 years. For these 3 elemental creatures, Suji did not choose to increase their desire, because this method could not greatly increase the reproduction rate. However, as for the specifics, they are still first-generation test products. After putting them in, depending on the situation, they still need to be improved. After all, they are semi-elemental creatures and have no fixed form. After all, what Suji cared about the most were these power stations. Forget it, let's start putting them in and circle the planet. Suji gently stretched out his hand. Bang, semi-transparent creatures, half the size of a human, floated at the edge of the distant orbit of the sun, like sporadic meteorites. As they continue to grow, they will gradually enter the orbit of the sun, and finally, they will be able to completely withstand the scorching sun. Suji no longer paid attention to them. His figure flashed, and he came to 3 gaseous planets. He put in thunder, water, and fire elements respectively, and began to circle the planets as satellite creatures. I still have to continue to observe. As soon as he finished speaking, Suji completely disappeared. After going around the moon, Suji landed on the entire planet, and found that it was already different. The streets were bustling, and the style was unique. The pedestrians were dressed in moon and star ornaments, huge chimneys stood in the distance, and cars that looked like steam engines had begun to appear on the road. In the distance, there were signs with bright lights, and the names of nightclubs were written on them. There were beautifully dressed dancers at the entrance to attract customers, and many black cars were parked there. There were even young men selling newspapers on the streets, riding bicycles and shouting everywhere. Selling newspapers. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to buy newspapers? A young man with a face full of pimples rode his bicycle, waving the newspaper in his hand and shouting. Quickly report in the next few days. According to the report of the Lord Lunar Clairvoyant, yesterday we saw the greatest discovery in human history. Unknown black spots appeared on the sun. They have been named by the adults, sunspots. Sunspots? What's that? Black spots on the sun? Apart from the moon, the sun has also changed? There was a lot of discussion on the street. In a secret research institute, several cultivators in special moon suits were holding all kinds of research equipment in their hands. Next to them were bottles of test tubes and mechanical structures. They were not a traditional physical-mechanical civilization, but a civilization that combined qi and radiation in the body. They could be considered a semi-superpower technological civilization. There were many terrifying astrologists' black technologies that were not used by civilians. Those that were used by civilians were all traditional machines. There were no superpower machines involved. Ji Yang, have you found out? I don't know. Sunspots may be a phenomenon. Why is the telescope in our country's research not powerful enough? It would be great if we could see it clearly. Bastard. Do you think I'm not doing research? I'm using something like radiation to make more transparent glass. If I really succeed, I'll definitely look at the moon for the first time. There might be mysterious creatures on it. These people in the research institute could not stay calm anymore. This is too interesting. Suji's eyes flashed. He was a little startled. His exquisite white porcelain god appearance changed into a handsome aristocratic young man in a black robe, which was in line with the aesthetics of this planet. Many passers-by looked at him. Those solar creatures that orbited the sun would naturally be discovered. Other planets, such as Mercury, Mars, and Thunder Star, would not be discovered. Technology was indeed fast. As long as there was knowledge, there was no need for the accumulation of cultivation like the strong. In just over 200 years, they had entered the simple mechanical industrial revolution era from a tribal civilization. Everything could be quickly uprooted from the ground. All kinds of mechanical weapons, powerful airplanes, cannons, and so on would probably start to pour out soon. There was a notice next to the 7th private school of Red Flame City. School is over. A group of young middle school students, about the size of Medusa, wearing white shirts, black trousers, and leather shoes, swarmed out of the school. There were even a few impatient students who ran too fast and bumped into Suji on the street. Sorry. A few naughty kids shouted. You're really handsome, but you're not as good as me. However, he stuck out his tongue and made a funny face. He pulled his friend and turned to run. Suji dusted off his sleeves and put on a rare smile. This is the first time I've seen a creature the same size as me, a physical civilization, and not as a tiny clone. Unlike the previous orchard, this was a real planet, a complete large medieval planet similar to Earth. It could even be said that it was another Earth. This was still very refreshing. The surrounding streets were bustling with activity and were extremely lively. It seems that we can really spend our holidays here when we have time. Suji turned around and said to the young housekeeper behind him with a smile. Yes, master. The housekeeper girl bowed and said respectfully, you just created the sun god, water god, fire god, and thunder god on the sun. Do you want to rest on this planet? Yes, we need to take a rest. Let's go to the countryside. Suji looked at the sun in the sky. The sun was shining brightly and extremely hot. He felt that there was nothing more real and complete than this world. Go and get an orchard with verdant hills and limpid waters. In the future, it will be convenient for us to take vacations. Whoosh! At the edge of a lush green mountain, there was a rich town in the distance. Although the housekeeper girl's cultivation was low, she was still a rank 4. She was driving a white excavator and doing some civil engineering work, constructing a new farm manor. Suji was not in a hurry. He sat quietly on a bench under a green tree, holding a newspaper in his hand. The 7 continents and the 4 ancient civilizations have become a thing of the past. The entropy king of this land, the overlord of great talent and strategy, unified the land and repelled the ferocious grassland people. In his middle age, his power reached its peak, and he marched all the way to the Atlantis, killing the barbarians there, and establishing the largest territory in the central continent. However, he died of old age more than 100 years ago. The dynasty split, and now it's unified again? Suji was stunned. Before he died, he built the Entropy Imperial Mausoleum, which took 43 years to build. It's extremely magnificent, and he buried tens of thousands of terracotta soldiers? Then, he killed all the craftsmen of that time? This was the weakness of technological civilizations. Although civilizations developed rapidly, the technology tree at the beginning could not extend their lifespans. Only by developing to a higher level, building a DNA bank and researching life sciences could they extend their lifespans. With an average lifespan of more than 40 years, they naturally died of old age. As for the transcendent civilization, the means to extend one's lifespan appeared from the very beginning because cultivation could extend one's lifespan. However, precisely because the land is too big, the ambitious and ruthless people of the 4 civilizations spent their entire lives expanding their territory, constantly fighting on this planet. Yet, they never encountered each other. This is known as the greatest regret of ancient history. It was only 30 years ago that humans opened up a route and exchanged information about their territories, confirming that the entire planet is round. Flipping the newspaper, he leisurely took a sip of his afternoon tea. The ruler of the Elmo Desert civilization, the queen of the desert, the moon diviner, who was said to surpass the wisdom of humans by 300 years, spent 30 years and used countless manpower and resources to build the moon pyramid. It has mysterious astronomical functions and is suspected to be able to locate the moon. Bury yourself? The Lemuria dynasty, Suji slowly digested the history and discovered that the rulers of the various continents all buried their tombs very mysteriously. They probably froze themselves and went into hibernation? Maybe they used glaciers and radiation, but do they have such a level? Suji did not mind. He silently read the primitive and crude history of this planet to kill time. Gradually, the orchard beside him was built. Suji calmly moved in. Go to the town and buy some furniture and decorations. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Experience the exotic atmosphere. Yes. The housekeeper girl left. Half a day later, with a few carriages and a few muscular men, they put down the things as if they were moving and arranged the living room. Master, should I put it here? A muscular man looked very strong. He had an oriental face and looked very simple. He seemed to be a porter in the town who specialized in doing manual labor. Suji said, put the bookshelf in the corner over there. A few muscular men busied themselves and arranged the things. They were very respectful and even said that if there was anything, he could go to the town to find them. Before leaving, he even muttered that he had never seen this manor before. It might be too far away. The Lord Astrologer in the city came here for a vacation. After all, the astrologer was a very noble and mysterious profession. They could see the lines of the moon through the night of a full moon. They could also comprehend mathematics, physics, and all sorts of calculations. The whole room was filled with books and knowledge. After they left, Suji placed the luggage and some daily necessities in the living room. The civilization here can be considered to have built a good foundation. I can relax for a while. Let's see what has happened in the 6 paths of reincarnation these few days. Suji sat in the living room and looked at the world and his body leisurely. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, after a few hundred years, the era of innate talents had finally come to an end. Even the group of top great sages had been thrown into reincarnation and were being chased by the secluded mountain prefecture lord. And the beast Tao had also ushered in a change. Maybe it was because of the chaos in the human Tao and immortal Tao. Ordinary people were hunting the innate talents. On the other hand, the Azura Tao's organs were pieced together. No one cared about them and no one came to look for their organs to assemble. On the forum, there were many people trading. Brothers, my evolved purple equipment, Saima's tail, anyone wants it? My evolved 5-colored spiritual roots, anyone wants it? Brothers, my evolved fierce man's must have rabbit ears, anyone wants it? Suji had a bad feeling. What were they doing in his internal space? However, seeing these familiar fellows in a foreign land made him feel even more cordial. These fellows are really poisonous, and some are even shameless. They specially evolved to have a flesh regeneration ability similar to that of a lizard. They sold their broken tails and sold them as brick-moving people, but... Suji stretched his back. I have nothing to do. Since the others are not looking for them, let me do it. I will also sell some to assemble for fun. All of a sudden, a mysterious nouveau riche buyer appeared on the forum. What the heck? Where did this nouveau riche come from? Instantly wiped out the market. Who has so many stupid coins? If converted to money, it would be at least 7 million. Damn. Countless players went crazy. Crash. Suji sat on the table and a huge pile of broken limbs appeared. It was incomparably small. Let's assemble one for fun, Let's make a dragon. Creation must have a sense of ritual. Suji sat on the table and silently put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Swoosh. He put on the lunar divination master's robe with the golden stripes of the rose tree, which was similar to the lunar divination master's attire. It could be said that he was brought into this world's era. He looked like an elegant and gentle oriental scholar from the most famous god's capital university. He picked up a pair of tiny metal tweezers and a miniature microscope, sat on the table, and began to assemble. Poof, this was an extremely delicate work, using some special needles and thread to pick out the blood vessels of the limbs and suture them, comparable to a doctor on the operating table. As for the players, there were many types of evolved creatures, so they could be bold and decisive. Provoking the combination of organs with special talents, I need to be able to control water, wind, and thunder. But it's really doable. After all, it's a vital energy and radiation organ. The so-called Tesla coil was a lightning coil, generating water from the void, controlling fire. The players used this move before, burning hydrogen and oxygen to produce water. This chemical reaction has both water and fire. As for the fog, it's originally the circulation of vital energy in the body, evaporating into fog. The more Suji thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Wind, fire, thunder. Was this the essence of a true dragon? As expected, the ancient physics Buddha, the path of chemistry, could completely explain everything. This was a chemical dragon. No wonder dragons were divine beasts of Taoism. It turned out to be the symbol of chemistry. After all, this creature embodied the entire system of the path of chemistry vividly. However, after carefully observing the history of conflicts between ancient sects, the physics Buddha was not to be outdone. It used its own radiation to the land of Buddhism. This beast and I are fated to convert true dragons to Buddhism, and some true dragons also became guardian divine beasts. Perhaps the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism in ancient Huaxia's myths is true. The more Suji thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. He sat on the chair in the living room, drinking tea, thinking about ancient times. As he continued to deduce the extraordinary sand table, he found that the truth of ancient Huaxia's history was perfectly matched. Antlers, eagle claws, cow ears, snake body, fish scales, crocodile head. Suji continued to connect, pulling out the broken blood vessels. Fortunately, they were all organs of the Azura path. Although there was a rejection, it was not big. Whoosh, the fragmented organs on the table were completely stitched together, turning into a lifelike black dragon. It was ferocious and dignified, with 2 dragon whiskers dancing on both sides. If I get some more origin substance, not only will I be able to fuse with my body completely, I'll even be able to give birth to a soul and become a perfect creature. Suji reached out and took out some primordial materials. He smiled. This is an advantage that the players don't have. That's why they didn't create a complete living creature. I can see traces of splicing. After the essence dripped onto the dragon, it was as if the dragon had been painted with a finishing touch. For a moment, there was a special sense of spirituality. That does seem to be the case. If the evolved talents of these players are gathered together, perhaps they could really ride the clouds and all kinds of abilities. Universe true dragon. Even though it's extremely small. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Azura Path's natal cultivation system, the organ plug-in, was a powerful system with infinite potential. It could even be said to be a decent evolutionary sandbox. After all, the requirements for suturing supernatural creatures were low, and the quantity was high. Although the splicing of several supernatural organs was far from being as powerful as a natural one, it already had infinite possibilities. It could be considered the level of a second-tier supernatural creature. In fact, the Azura Path warriors. These players had already perfected their own system. There was already a profession, life creator. The players had already formed a secondary market, the creation market. They would constantly take the initiative to go bald and research various fusion schools for Suji to create new supernatural creatures. Of course, this system required a huge amount of financial support. Suji spent 7 million yuan to sweep through the market to obtain these organs. However, the storm that Suji set off only lasted for a day or two. After all, the current Azura Path's trading market is extremely huge. The land of the Azura Path has become a truly large-scale and prosperous online game. In the classical cities, there will be tycoons with paywalls appearing every 1 or 2 days. They will crazily merge their pets and refine their pets. They can't cause too much of a stir at all. The daily trading volume is too high. While Suji was creating a new galaxy sandbox, he was still paying attention to the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, this world was within his body. It could even be said that he had already brought the 6 paths of reincarnation to this galaxy. However, speaking of evolved creatures, the Spore Evolution sandbox has been quiet for a long time. Suji took a deep breath and put down the forceps in his hand. He thought of something and couldn't help but feel regretful. After all, the more I set my sights, the higher the requirements are. If ordinary supernatural creatures can't cause a revolution and are dispensable, then I won't let them in. However, ordinary evolutionary geniuses, no matter how talented they are, their knowledge is only accumulated for a few years or more. They can't create powerful creatures with great potential at all. It wasn't that there weren't geniuses like the Alchemy Emperor and the others. However, they couldn't enter at this time. After all, people as strong as the Alchemy Emperor and Akina Yamaguchi were still weak and lacked knowledge back then. They could only create creatures with low potential like evil eyes and slimes. Now, they couldn't even reach the threshold. It was also when the threshold was still low that Pan Shuexian, the Alchemy Emperor, Akina Yamaguchi, and the others entered and studied for a few hundred years before becoming absolute experts in this field. They had the second batch of heaven-defying creatures, substance source, alchemy factory, and so on. Thus, it was said that heroes are created by the times. Reality was very cruel, but it wasn't a dream. In the current evolution sandbox, those ordinary geniuses were just some good seedlings. Without time to accumulate, it was already very difficult for them to enter Suji's eyes. The recent papers were all filtered by the subbrain, so there wasn't anything eye-catching. Finally, the Spore Evolution sandbox, small groups of players evolving species. Is it going to be eliminated? It will be replaced by players from the Path of Azura, a large group online game with hundreds of thousands of players creating stitched creatures? Suji said calmly. Perhaps, this isn't too bad. He stood up and opened his mouth. A rectangular transparent glass fish tank flashed with a diamond-like luster and floated in the middle of the living room. Boom, the fish tank was quickly thrown into a pool of lush green flowers and trees, all kinds of rockery, and miniature terrains. He waved his hand. The entire glass fish tank was placed next to the living room. The black dragon was placed inside. Boom, the black dragon's body entered the Genesis flow. With the addition of substance source and the passage of time, the disharmonious parts of his body were perfected, and he had completely formed a complete creature. Raising fish in the living room is also a good choice. Then I'll raise a piece of the mountains and seas from ancient mythology. Suji's expression was extremely relaxed. He reached out and grabbed the air, and a gray book classic of mountains and seas fell into his hand. Since I have nothing to do, I'll stitch some creatures. For example, the famous one-legged ox. Kuei ox, shaped like an ox, black body without horns, and one leg. Suji kept flipping through it to kill time. In his laziness, he became a little interested. Speaking of which, Qilin is also a compound-type mythical creature. After a few days, Suji settled down peacefully. The orchard on this medieval planet was equivalent to a holiday villa. The farmers who passed by would occasionally become familiar with the housekeeper. They would often greet her and even give her some fruits and vegetables. Everyone knew that there was a mysterious astrologer living in the valley of this small town. In the living room, a glass fish tank stood in the corner. If anyone could see it, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The mythical animals from the ancient classic of mountains and seas lived in it, but to the owner, it was like some tiny plankton in the fish tank. And these days, Suji's inner space did not idle. He began to let the Lord of Samsara open up the underworld and the spiritual universe in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The days passed in an orderly and leisurely manner. A message was announced to the world: the underworld of Samsara will settle the talented. The ordinary dead have no place to go. From today onwards, build the underworld and bury the dead. Boom, the world shook. Previously, only the talented had a place to go. Now, even the ordinary people had a place to die. Although the ordinary people couldn't reincarnate in the land of death, the kingdom of death would undoubtedly allow the dead to live a second life and live in the paradise of the dead. Somewhere in the mortal realm. Finally, the venerable emperor has laid his hands on the ordinary people? The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked at the sky. To fight with me for the share of the ordinary people, you are indeed the Lord of Samsara. After hearing this news, the players in the animal realm were completely shocked. What the heck? The new version of the expansion pack? The venerable emperor is so domineering. He just wants to mess with the traitorous secluded mountain prefecture lord. The greatest shame of my life is believing in this miracle scientist who only knows how to talk about miracles. CK him. There was no doubt that the countless geniuses who had suffered great losses and the players who had been tricked into boarding the pirate ship hated someone to the core. He had become the world's public enemy. However, some of the players were also shocked. Brothers, the new expansion pack has been released. Indeed, the new era expansion pack, the end of the talented people. The establishment of the mansion of the dead. The ordinary humans will be the main characters of the world. It is indeed a new era. A few days have passed and the next batch of players has arrived. Ha 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 ha. After all, time passed very quickly in the sorcerer community. Every PvP fighting competition would be held once every few days in the real world. However, after hearing this, the players in the evolution sand table exploded. Why is it getting better and better over there? Even if you are beaten up by society, it is still so exciting. Our own son has become the child of the old one next door? That's right. We could have come in just by writing a thesis. It is very difficult, but it is so easy next door. Crying emoji, it is too difficult. I have finally realized. With the development of the era, the requirements for the extraordinary species are getting higher. If it is not a heaven-defying species that can change the era, it is simply. They were very indignant. However, in the next second, a piece of news completely broke their wailing. Ding, player Xianxia, evolved species, plug-in warrior, obtained achievement reward. In the evolution sand table, everyone. They had received a ton of critical blows. What strange thing had sneaked into our group? Wasn't Xianxia the boss of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation online game? Why did she come to our side to prove her Tao? She even used spores to evolve a new species and was preparing to enter the world. They felt like they were going to collapse. All the players in the evolution sandbox felt extremely humiliated. This guy had snuck in, but they reacted quickly. Xianxia and the other old players were about to die of old age. Now was probably the time for them to die. They knew that they were about to leave the game and fight on this side. Cute girl, no wonder you suddenly disappeared a few days ago when you said your pants were cold. I thought you went to wash your pants. Who knew you were up to something? Picking nose, these days, they were still discussing what would happen. Lord Samsara had become an immortal. Another giant had entered the All Heavens War, stirring up a storm. The Rank 9 World War would officially begin, the 3 pillar gods, Cherry Blossom Emperor, Lord Samsara, and Dicky. Who would win? After winning, even if they broke through to the 9th rank, and many of them did, they wouldn't be able to accumulate enough power to quickly gain shocking combat power among the 9th rank. After all, they had just broken through. Their combat power would definitely be weaker than the enemy, because the enemy of the ancient gods, the mysterious cosmic enemy that had destroyed the ancient Chinese civilization and made Xitigarbuk cry in the ancient temple, how powerful was it, who was it, when would it appear, could they survive after the ancient gods went into hibernation? They were all discussing it. The mysterious myth of the vast history, the peerless enemy hidden in the fog of the unseen world. The ancient Chinese civilization that had destroyed the ancient earth. Everyone hated it but wanted to know the truth. But now, a certain person's actions had broken the silence. Xianxia, ha 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 ha. Brothers, I finally succeeded. I've evolved into a creature and entered the All Heavens War. Brothers who have gone through life and death with me, I'm going to temporarily leave the game. By Xiao Jun and I left behind 7 children, please help me take care of them. To tell you the truth, ever since I became a warrior of the Azura Path, I was imprisoned by the Deva realm as a breeding pig. During those miserable days, I used the 80 years of my life to crazily research the theory of evolution. After all, the evolution of the Azura realm relies on evolutionary knowledge. At the same time, I've been studying the flesh of the giant octopus. Crying face, shameless, the faces of countless spore players darkened. Some animal players also had ugly expressions. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of this move. They would use the time in the game to study and then go back to prove their path. But he didn't expect the beast to be so fast. Moreover, the species that this fellow evolved into was probably related to the characteristics of the giant octopus and the Azura Path. This was simply blocking their path, leaving them with nowhere to go. After all, the same species couldn't have a similar occurrence. Xianxia said, "Brothers of the spore evolution, don't be angry. The reason why you hate the planning team and scolded them for having higher and higher barriers to entry is because you still don't understand the planning team's deep intentions and good intentions." Everyone was taken aback. Xianxia said, "As the saying goes, take a step back, and you'll see the sea and the sky. You're too obsessed with evolving here. Opening the online game world is clearly for you to go there to learn, and then come back here to prove your Dao. The lifespan of an Azure Dao warrior is 80 years. Why? These 80 years are for you to learn evolutionary knowledge. The correct learning posture is progressive. Wizard Community, 6 Realms online game, Spore Evolution. Through continuous learning, you can evolve again. You guys are shamelessly stubborn here. There's no time to accumulate learning, and your heads are not bald enough. It's definitely not going to work." Boom, everyone's head was about to explode, and they felt an intense blankness as if they had been enlightened. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed so. The timing was exactly right. After the speed of the spore evolution species slowed down, the 6 Realms of Reincarnation online game was opened. The original goal was for them to go there to learn, and then come back here to prove their Dao. But they had neglected the deeper meaning. F***CK. Brothers. Tomorrow, we'll fight next door. Is there anyone in that server who wants to take us in? In an instant, they all spoke up. Countless servers began to fight for these talents. After all, those who could write papers were not simple. If they could enter the 6 Realms of Reincarnation and evolve as Azure Dao warriors, their evolutionary talents would definitely make them powerful life creators. All kinds of extraordinary organs could be sold at a high price. Which game guild would not try to recruit such people? As for Xianxia's group, the dying players all expressed their opinions. F***CK. Brothers, it's our turn to write papers and evolve spores. After all, we've evolved the Azure Dao for so many years, and we have a lot of knowledge. I'm also confident. In an instant, the two sides exchanged territories, forming a prosperous era. A mature industrial chain was completely formed. Wizard Community, 6 Realms of Reincarnation online game, Spore Evolution Dao. Is that so? When Suji saw this, he thought it was going to be eliminated. Who knew that it would become a mature industrial chain for extraordinary creatures? As expected, I don't need to pay attention to them. They will develop on their own, update and iterate on their own. I just need to watch their exciting performance from the side. After taking a deep breath, Suji looked at the new species that Xianxia had evolved. It was a human-shaped skeleton with fine and tiny holes on the skeleton, like a sieve. Name, plug-in warrior talents, compatibility, super fast flesh regeneration, a creature with 2 talents. Suji was indifferent to this. It was not that having more talents was better. If it was a creature with 4 trash genes, its potential would be extremely low. After all, talents could be fused in the later stages, and it would become 4 genes sooner or later. Compatibility, does it eliminate organ rejection from different races? Suji pondered. It should be a creature talent created by studying Azure Dao warriors. As for super fast flesh regeneration, it was obviously a talent of the giant octopus. It was dispensable. It looks like a copy of Azure Dao warriors, but it has infinite possibilities. Suji thought it was not bad. After all, Azure Dao warriors are disabled creatures. Using the stage creation flow and continuous evolution, their lifespan was greatly reduced. Even if they advanced to Celestial Emperor, they could only live for 80 years. This was also the difficulty for the players at the moment. No matter how hard they worked, they could barely reach Celestial Emperor. It was difficult to break through the threshold of God with 80 years of life, unless they were extremely talented. After all, 80 years was too short. This itself was also a kind of screening for Suji. After all, in a large online game world, there were a lot of people. To become a god and completely transcend, no matter how harsh the conditions were, it would not be too much. And this creature is a normal creature. Although it does not have the characteristics of evolution, it is very compatible. Suji looked calm. It can insert all kinds of bloodlines, such as magic cores, and it can achieve the level that Dicky could not even steal bloodlines to achieve. For example, Dicky could not steal the bloodlines of the entire race. After all, the cells of the entire race were the whole body, not a plug-in. But this skeleton was different. It could install the cells and flesh of the entire race of others into its body. It could even exceed the limit of 5 genes. There was no upper limit, more than 10 kinds of bloodlines were added to its body. Of course, its combat power was not really heaven-defying. After all, each bloodline was not original, and it was good to have 60% of the standard. It was very heterogeneous. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let's meet in the multiverse. At this time, in the Spore Evolution Sand Table, Yuan Qinghua was high-spirited. You are all short-lived ghosts who are only 80 years old, but I was born with super potential. After entering the multiverse, I have a lifespan of 800 years. With my previous cultivation experience, I don't have to worry about breaking through to God. I wonder what world I entered. In the Spore Evolution Sand Table, all the trees and players looked at him with bitter expressions. They had worked hard here countless times and failed. But this guy had just entered and quickly succeeded. Who wouldn't be angry? At this time, Suji's expression was not good. Looking at Yuan Qinghua, who was swaggering and preparing to enter the multiverse, after being messed with by the secluded mountain prefecture lord, you Animal Path players knew that you were going to die of old age, so you came to mess with me? I was not prepared at all and there were no signs. He felt a little speechless. There was not a single person who did not cause trouble. He wants to come in. In such an urgent situation, there is no preparation at all. This primitive civilization, letting him in is simply destroying the balance. Suji suddenly had a weird expression and looked at the fish tank at the side. Then, whoosh. In the world tunnel, it was pitch black. After walking for a long time, light gradually appeared. When Yuan Qinghua, the skeleton warrior, opened his eyes and saw everything, he realized that he was in a huge glass fish tank. There were vast mountains and rivers, green trees, valleys, and even pools. So beautiful, this is the multiverse. Yuan Qinghua was very satisfied. Roar, suddenly, a dignified and handsome black dragon flew into space and let out a roar. A golden qilin swam gracefully on the ground. It was handsome and sacred, radiating with endless radiance and auspiciousness. This place. Yuan Qinghua was suddenly stunned and his entire body was numb. Every pore on his body was constricting and he was in a state of shock. Suddenly, he turned his head. Luo fish, fish body, and bird wings, sound like mandarin ducks, see the river. He looked at the river. It was a handsome beast, sacred and extraordinary. Roar, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. Yuan Qinghua turned his head and saw this beast. His body trembled violently and he completely lost his composure. He recited the ancient records of Huaxia. Luo Mountain, there is a beast on it. It looks like a cow and has hedgehog fur. Its name is Xianxia, sound like a dog and it eats humans. How could this be? There was no mistake, it was the classic of mountains and seas. How could there be so many ancient mythical beasts from Huaxia and Earth being put on display in a fish tank? Yuan Qinghua turned around in horror and looked at the scene outside the glass of the fish tank. It was a huge living room with sofas, chairs, tea tables, and flowers in porcelain vases. It was a very classical and elegant style. Ancient Huaxia mythical beasts and the beasts in the classic of mountains and seas are all kept in fish tanks for people to see as if they are trophies of war. This. Yuan Qinghua was sweating all over in horror. He suddenly remembered the topic discussed by the netizens. Who was the enemy back then? His whole body trembled like a sieve. He lay in the fish tank and looked outside, his hands touching the glass wall. Could it be that this is the residence of the legendary, terrifying, and mysterious 9th-level existence that destroyed the Huaxia god system? This. Yuan Qinghua's face was full of fear. She felt her legs go weak. The mysterious giant fish tank in the middle of the living room with all kinds of ancient mythical beasts was like a magnificent ancient painting. But at this moment, it was like a hunter who hunted in the mountains all year round showing off his ancient trophies. It was too shocking. As for coincidence, how could it be a coincidence? The true dragon, Kirin, and countless ancient mythical beasts were filled with the special smell of Buddhism and Taoism. Is this the real ancient true dragon? It seems that our direction in deducing and reviving ancient Buddhism and Taoism is correct. It's exactly the same. It can be seen that our generation of heavenly talents on earth is also full of heroes. Each of them is amazing and can already restore the glory of ancient myths. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. This true dragon was the culmination of all the ancient Huaxia system deduced by the players of the Azura path. Just by looking at this true dragon, I completely understand the truth of ancient times. Dragons are indeed the representative mythical beasts of Taoism. They appear in all kinds of Taoist myths and stories. At this moment, he seemed to see a condensed period of ancient myths and legends. Later on, dragons gradually began to appear in the stories of Buddha. Now it seems that the ancient Buddhists used radiation to transform the land of Buddha into a true dragon, which became a guardian divine beast of Buddhism. It was completely in line with the ancient history of Huaxia. It turned into a radiation golden dragon, and its body emitted golden light. The truth of history was revealed. At this moment, he had the same reaction as Su Ji. Sizzle, he became more and more solemn as he looked at the sky. That majestic true dragon was discharging electricity. Electric sparks flashed and divine power filled the air. Yuan Qinghua was completely shocked. Look carefully. This is a true dragon and a principle of our Tesla coil discharge. Next, Yuan Qinghua curled up in the corner of the fish tank and observed the next scene. Yuan Qinghua was completely dumbfounded. This true dragon was coiled up in the shape of a snake and was still making magnetic wire cutting. This? Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened and her mind went blank. She looked around and saw that no one was looking at her. She hurriedly stretched out her right hand and clenched her fist, trying to calculate the direction with her thumb. Knowledge is indeed the power of everything. Saying that it was a coincidence could not be justified. At this moment, the ancient mythological creature of Huaxia had truly appeared in front of them. As a pure earthling, no one could remain calm. Naturally, he was no exception. In fact, the impact he brought was far more terrifying and massive than any sand table world. The truth of ancient Huaxia history? Lying in the glass fish tank, he looked at the living room outside and murmured, I didn't expect that when Venerable Sovereign has just become an immortal and all the 9th stage reserves have started the final competition, a horrible enemy has appeared, the enemies who destroyed the ancient gods of Huaxia, the Buddhists of physics, and the Taoists of chemistry. That was the last batch of earthlings who ascended from ancient times, and all of them died in the hands of these beings. The most ancient forbidden existence. Shocked and frightened, he looked at all the furnishings in the living room, hoping to find some information. It seems like their civilization isn't very developed. It's similar to the medieval Huaxia? However, this could not be used as a basis. That's because the world of the 3 pillar gods looks even more primitive, and it's also easier for people to lower their guard. But according to the scale, it's too big. The furniture in this world is simply terrifying. Our bodies are even smaller than ants. No wonder these ancient divine beasts are put in the fish tank. What kind of extraordinary universe is this? Fortunately, after seeing the giant octopus of life, he had some resistance and could reluctantly accept this horrible scene. Suddenly, there was a sound in the distance. Dong, 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 a bunch of unknown divine thoughts fluctuated, as if someone was talking outside the door. In the living room, another door was opened. A beautiful maid in a white dress came out to open the door. Her body was extremely large, and her perfect curves were exquisite and attractive. She looked like a panga giant who had used the 9 revolutions mysterious art. This person is so big. Yuan Qinghua was shocked. She stopped observing the mythical creature in the fish tank and curled up in a corner. Click, the beautiful maid opened the door. Outside the door, there was a middle-aged woman dressed in simple clothes. She had dark skin and handed over some vegetables and fruits in a basket. They talked for a while, then handed over the vegetables and closed the door. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like an ordinary rich family. There was a very normal social interaction, and there was even a village woman delivering vegetables. But just by looking at the fish tank, it couldn't be ordinary at all. He had goosebumps all over his body. Could it be that it was hiding somewhere and living in seclusion? But it's so huge. That red carrot-like vegetable alone is as big as the demon-subduing tower of Mount Shu. A basket full of demon-subduing towers. Yuan Qinghua was scared out of her wits. She curled up even deeper, feeling that it was too scary. Fortunately, the beautiful maid took the basket and walked directly through the living room, ignoring the fish tank, and went to the kitchen without noticing him. He heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly dug a hole in the ground, buried himself, and suddenly posted on the internet for help. Brothers, help! A mysterious unknown world has appeared. An ancient Huaxia divine beast has been found. It is suspected to be the culprit behind the destruction of the ancient Buddhist civilization on Earth. As soon as the post was posted, the whole forum instantly boiled over like boiling water. Before, everyone had been discussing what the future would be like after Venerable Sovereign became an immortal. Were the ancient gods asleep? How mysterious was the enemy? After all, these were all on the agenda. But in front of them, it was really screenshots. 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 One screenshot after another. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. True dragons, qilins, and all kinds of divine beasts from the classic of mountains and seas all exuded the aura of Buddhism and Taoism. Their behavior was even somewhat similar to some of the limbs of the Azura warriors. No wonder they were their ancient ancestors. Cute girl, isn't this too exaggerated? The divine beasts from the classic of mountains and seas were made into a fish tank in the living room for exhibition. How arrogant and domineering. Dumbfounded, Akina Mountain sped up. This is our old enemy? The one who destroyed our ancient Earth? The great enemy of human civilization, another Trisolaran? How did you come in? You're in the fish tank of the Trisolaran. You're still alive? Scary, I'm still alive, but I feel like I'm going to die soon. Yuan Qinghua screamed in pain, so scared that she had goosebumps. It couldn't be helped. It was too miserable. Was it easy to evolve a species? Just a few seconds ago, she was struck by lightning. Life was too difficult. He gave everyone a brief explanation of the process. Alchemy Emperor, don't panic. According to our speculations, the mysterious existence of this cosmic civilization probably didn't notice you because the teleportation to the world is very likely random and undetectable. As for why you were teleported here coincidentally, maybe it's because the aura in the fish tank is the same. After all, there was a method to use aura to determine the location of the arrival. Ollie, Akina Mountain sped up. Yes. Don't panic. Take a look at what that terrifying existence looks like and the situation of this world. It's not too late to die then. Good luck, cute girl, don't worry, normal people would probably be dead. They are feeding the fish tank, and if they see someone different, they will definitely notice that there's no chance of survival. Don't you have a talent plugin? Put some flesh on a skeleton and transplant some organ plugins, and you can become a mythical beast that doesn't look like one of them. Everyone gave their ideas. All the netizens did not expect another wave to rise before the previous one subsided. They had just defeated Lord Samsara and opened up the path to immortality, but they were beaten up by society. The players complained and more than half of them died. The leader of the players, Yuan Qinghua, fled. In the end, he escaped to an even more terrifying transcendent universe. This was too exciting, it was not enough to describe it as a turn of events. Brother Yuan Qinghua, hold on. You have received professional beatings training. The celestial Tao's babies, breeding pigs, are all for this moment to infiltrate the enemy. For humanity, for the people of Earth. Olivia, charge. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red. Yuan Qinghua did not feel good. Why are all of you so happy? I am going to die soon. This kind of terrifying and mysterious world overlord comparable to the ancient gods, an eternal and vast life form, is jumping around in his fish tank. The members of the major research institutes on Earth were completely unsettled. The terrifying enemy that destroyed the mythical civilization of Earth in ancient times, it was as if they had seen a terrifying, taboo existence in outer space, overlooking their base camp, Earth. If he knew that those ancient mythical heroes all came from this planet, he would definitely tear the void and descend here to destroy human civilization. And in the face of such an existence, any leakage of information could be found. And now, even after so much hard cultivation on Earth, there was only one rank 2 warrior. It was simply unimaginably weak. Without 100 or 200 years of development, it was impossible to have a true powerhouse. The enemy that destroyed the prehistoric civilization of Earth. Oh. My God. That is a galactic-level overlord civilization. We Earthlings are finished. Mr. Hawking is right. Don't reply to the cosmic signal from outer space. Don't reply. Don't reply. Hurry up and stop him. Stop that bastard with water in his head. He must have given birth to 7 children and turned himself stupid. The researchers from the major research institutes and the scientists in white coats could no longer remain calm. They quickly posted their comments on the message board. I suggest suicide, God will bless you. I suggest disemboweling yourself. I suggest feeding those divine beasts. A string of warnings was issued. Yuan Qinghua was dumbfounded. She didn't feel good at all. These honest foreigners had learned bad things from those idiotic netizens. How could they comfort people like that? What the hell was suicide? However, he was too lazy to care so much. After browsing the internet and asking them to leave any suggestions, he logged off and returned to the fish tank to lurk in peace. Watch me observe in secret. I shall be the Formica flower. There is only one truth. Home is naturally the closest place to the truth. He buried himself, revealing a pair of empty skeleton eyes, and continued to observe in secret. It looks like they're looking at me, their pet, in the aquarium, but in fact, I'm looking at those fish lips in the aquarium. He was full of confidence. Every day, the maid will come to the fish tank to feed them. According to the time in the sky outside the window, the sun is high up in the sky. She feeds the fish tank around noon. She puts in vegetables that look like carrots and some meat from the market that looks like pork. Is it really good to feed these mythological beasts with pork and carrots? However, even if they were vegetables, because of their huge size, they were quite rich in energy. He was even thinking that if he could kill an ordinary person who was strolling on the streets, he wouldn't have to worry too much about energy, right? She will cook regularly and send the food to that mysterious room. It seems that the real big boss is inside. Watch me dig out all his secrets, even the color of his underwear can't be hidden. At the same time, there are often farmers and farm women greeting and delivering food at the door. They are very enthusiastic. Yesterday, there were even a few young people dressed like students. They seemed to be wearing special robes and were quite handsome. They brought documents and came to ask for some academic knowledge. Of course, the big boss inside still didn't appear. It was the beautiful maid who answered the questions, which disappointed me. But from the flow of people, it can be seen that this mysterious rich family doesn't live in the downtown area. It might be some remote mountain forest. But they are still an authority in a certain field, a professor, and have a certain prestige in the local area. So, many people will specially make a detour. Even some students want to be apprenticed to them. They are very attentive. Naturally, they also saw the fish tank. They were very interested, but they didn't show too much shock, as if this kind of ant creature is very normal? But it might really be quite normal. After all, it can be said that some kind of foreign species of ants or insects will also appear relatively natural. After all, the fish tank was made of a special material that isolated energy fluctuations. If one couldn't feel its strength, they might really think that it was a species of ladybug or small gecko. Of course, the humanoid creatures in this world also have radiation energy. Maybe their subject is not only science, but also radiation? These students usually use radiation to transform species? Another day, I have already understood some simple words in their spiritual language. Today, the aggressive Xianxia and Taotai fought again. I took the opportunity to collect some minced meat and put it on my body. When I become a real creature, it might be possible to move around outside. At night, when there is no one around, I secretly communicate with these divine beasts and teach them to practice the system of Buddhism. It is really a rapid progress, as if the genes engraved in their bones have been reawakened, and it is too scary. Just feeding them is enough for me to practice in the early stage. I will soon reach the first stage. Today, I finally saw the master walk out of the door, sit in the living room, and he is still drinking tea. Suji sat on the chair, ignoring the two round eyes in the fish tank, like a perverted crazy person peeping through the crack of the door. I didn't expect that a random fish tank could cause such a big storm. Suji drank his tea calmly. After all, when he sat on the chair in the yard and drank tea, he was used to being stared at by a group of strange creatures, so he turned a blind eye to it. This situation is because the battle has been decided. My original body fighting against the three great clones, the super ancient god, the venerable emperor, and Hermes? Me fighting myself? He felt very speechless, but he didn't care too much. After all, the most important thing was to develop this new world that was still in its infancy. Sunspots? He stood up and looked at the sun from the window. As a true god of the magic core system, a god-level calculator, my computing power is too strong. Even if it is an ordinary creature, according to the news and information from various countries, I can almost see the future of a world with a high probability of development. Soon, time flew by. In just 10 years, science and technology entered the Industrial Revolution. The world map of the various continents was completely clear, and the countries of the various continents started a civilization explosion. According to the various scientific and technological parameters, the laws of the universe, and the laws of physics and chemistry, it was not difficult to apply them to create practical weapons. Soon, with the appearance of airplanes, trains, tanks, and artillery, the distance between continents began to shorten. Planets as large as Earth also began to communicate with each other. The distance between the worlds was shortened, and small friction began to appear. In order to stop the war, all the continents had the same goal: to improve the living environment. They used a large number of green plants to improve the atmosphere. The atmosphere of this planet was extremely thin. The weak atmosphere of the planet made it impossible to retain the gases in the planet. It was almost a vacuum, and liquid water could not be retained in a vacuum. It could only exist in large amounts in the form of solid ice and glaciers. The people on the planet lived in a vacuum environment of more than -60 degrees Celsius. They were downright vacuum creatures and lived on ice in primitive times. At this time, they began to improve the harsh living environment of the planet. After all, even vacuum creatures were unwilling to live in a vacuum for a long time. The vacuum would form a huge pressure difference with the circulation of qi in their bodies. As long as there was a certain degree of physical abrasions and bleeding, the gaseous blood would dissipate in the vacuum. In just a minute, all of the gaseous blood would be drained, oxygen and carbon dioxide would be depleted, and death would follow. At the same time, the huge pressure difference caused their old-age skin to become loose, unable to withstand the vacuum pressure. An old man suddenly screamed as he walked on the street. His body was torn apart by the strong pressure, and all the gas in his body turned into wisps that drifted into the air. The vacuum caused their lifespans to be very short, and their later years were very miserable. The leaders of all the continents began to hold a meeting, and the Moon Whispers of the Grand Atmosphere Plan was officially approved. The main objectives of the project are, through the release of gases from a large number of green planets, as well as various methods to thicken the atmosphere and improve the ecology, the environment of each continent gradually improved. After a few years, the outside world was not a strong vacuum, and the pressure difference between the inside and outside had reached a relative balance. Even if the blood vessels ruptured, the blood would not be quickly drawn out of the body, and they could still be quickly sent to the hospital for treatment. The vacuum pressure of this planet was rapidly reduced, and a large amount of nitrogen filled it. Later generations called it the era of planetary vaporization. In this era, the atmosphere of the entire planet was thick, completely suitable for the survival of living things. Another 10 years passed. The moon diviners of the various continents studied the information of the moon on the nights of the full moon. Finally, they thoroughly studied the entire knowledge of the moon. Without spiritual sustenance, the continents began to lose their faith. Those who had no faith would have to face chaos. In all the continents, there were constant skirmishes at the borders. Due to the exposure of the East Continent's expatriate human experimentation plan, the immoral behavior of using smuggled slaves for human experimentation was widely exposed and continued to ferment. The war between continents had completely broken out. Finally, World War I began. the East continent was the first to develop a nuclear weapon, which was called God's Arrival. The first atomic bomb was dropped on the coast of Guangbei in Yunzhou. Boom, a huge mushroom cloud was born. It was as if a giant mythical sun had fallen from the sky. It was as if a giant fireball had passed through the sky and smashed onto the ground. The world was blinding, and the air expanded rapidly. The terrifying high temperature distorted all the scenery, and endless matter was evaporated. More than 1 million people were killed by the explosion, and more than 2 million people were killed by the radiation. The number of mutated creatures affected by the radiation, according to the uncertain rule, was in the hundreds. A legendary forbidden weapon. The entire planet fell into complete panic. Bang, bang, bang. On this day, there was a knock on the door. Many students and nearby citizens came to inquire, and their faces were filled with fear. After all, they were the most knowledgeable people in the town. A few students were holding gray newspapers in their hands as they nervously questioned the female servant. It was obvious that they thought she was a knowledgeable professor. What the F***ck? A nuclear war on this planet? It exploded. Yuan Qinghua curled up in the fish tank. She was trembling in fear. One could imagine how panicked the citizens of this primitive land were. After all, the radiation caused by the nuclear explosion had already turned the land into ruins. Within a few hundred years, no one would be able to survive. Death, mutation, deformity, and distortion would cover the entire black wasteland. However, it was obvious that the students who were conversing in the living room were not panicking at all. They only treated the nuclear weapon as a powerful bomb. Oh my God! These people are too scary. Yuan Qinghua was stunned. You guys are too careless. That's a nuclear bomb. That's a nuclear bomb. 3 days later, more students came to visit. There were even some professors and high-ranking officials of some towns. They all came with a stack of the latest newspapers. After all, the reputation of the secluded family here was growing. Even the chief lunar divination master of the country, Ji Yang, who was known as the second generation of the moon of wisdom of the central continent, came to invite them, but was declined. In the living room, Yuan Qinghua learned from the conversations of these people yesterday, another nuclear bomb exploded. The two neighboring continents are completely at war. The central continent is also extremely vigilant. The cloud continent had also developed nuclear weapons. The Indra Arrow launched a counterattack. The core bridgehead city of the East continent, Mahabharuto, was blown up. Boom. A few days later, the war became more and more intense. Both sides kept producing lunar advent weapons and bombarding each other's land. Gradually, the other continents began to join the war and began to throw lunar advent level forbidden weapons. Terrifying mushroom clouds rose from the surface of the earth. A global nuclear war broke out. All the continents began to enter a state of emergency. In the research institutes of the major countries, the lunar divination master of the Military Strategy Bureau began to make announcements. War begins. The citizens began to build a series of underground shelters and began to hide. The nightclubs began to close, and the newspaper sellers on the streets disappeared. Travelers carrying suitcases, thick windbreakers, and crutches were everywhere. Tap, 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 a group of students and professors knocked on the door again. We should also build shelters, right? These weapons are really terrifying. The range of attack is too wide. It's 1,000 times stronger than traditional explosives. Countless students said. In the fish tank, Yuan Qinghua was completely shocked. What the F***ck, using explosives to compare, just how crazy were the creatures on this planet? That was a nuclear weapon. We're going to build underground shelters. The young housekeeper in the living room wiped the chairs with linen cloth and said without turning her head, but not only do we have to build shelters, but we also have to use a lot of wood to build an underground ark. Those who can't build an ark have to hide in the mountains. Why? Many students were puzzled. It was unimaginable to build a boat underground. Because the master said that the apocalyptic flood is coming. Flood, even a pin drop could be heard. In the living room, everyone was shocked. In the end, a representative from the research institute, astrologer, asked, "Can you meet your master?" After living in seclusion for decades, everyone knew that even a servant had such great knowledge. It showed how terrifying and mysterious the master was. The housekeeper just shook her head and refused. This scene ended on an unhappy note. In the end, they left with complicated feelings. However, it still caused quite a stir in the upper class of Xianxia. Some nobles and astrologers would rather believe it and began to build underground shelters and arcs to continue to resist the nuclear war. Because, at this time, the war could not be stopped. Boom, the entire world was shaking. Every moment, there were huge mushroom clouds rising and blooming in all the continents. The people at the bottom adapted very quickly. They lived in the underground cities and didn't care that the ground was plowed countless times. The war between the two sides had entered a white-hot stage. For them, the so-called nuclear bomb was really just a powerful bomb. They were radiation creatures. The reason they were killed was basically because of the huge high-temperature explosion that swept the entire land. And the most terrifying radiation of the nuclear bomb, radiation killing people, what a joke. They didn't feel anything at all. Unless it was the core area with a high concentration of radiation. As for ordinary radiation areas, it didn't matter at all because they were creatures with radiation genes in their bones. There was no nuclear threat at all. Therefore, the strategic nuclear weapons that humans on Earth were afraid of didn't pose a threat to them at all. Therefore, they were used as ordinary bombs and exploded once without any after effects. It was even called the lunar advent of the season moon god. After being bombed by God's weapons, they felt that life was more comfortable. They were healthy, full of energy, and even their appetite had increased. Therefore, they used it more unscrupulously. The war lasted for 3 years. And the terrifying scene finally happened. The constant high-temperature radiation finally caused the ecology of the planet to change. The global began to warm up. The high-temperature radiation began to melt a large number of glaciers. The endless glacial liquid water turned into a huge torrent that covered the entire planet. Boom, the Great Flood completely broke out. The people living in the underground cities and bomb shelters were the first to be drowned. Help! Someone save me! Countless people escaped from the ground, screaming, wailing, and climbing to higher places. Countless people were hugging driftwood and holding on to wooden furniture as they were washed away by the huge flood. It was as if a landslide and tsunami had swept through the entire planet. Only a small portion of them built arcs that rose from the submerged underground cities. Due to the huge buoyancy, they broke through the layers of soil and floated in the huge ocean. Nobles of the kingdom, who were dressed as astrologers, stood on the deck. Heavens! They had never seen a liquid ocean in their lives. The prophecy has come true. Could it be that the mysterious and reclusive astrologer is a servant of God? It's God's spokesperson. No, it might be a true God, the great eternal moon god, Ji. Ah. The ancient emperor of the great Shang dynasty, Ji Shang's father, Ji? What exactly did we miss? Only the humans on the mountains weren't submerged, and the nobles who had built the arcs floated on the surface of the sea. More than 90% of the planet's population died. Later, people called this event, God's Great Flood. The people on the ground, because of their greed and belligerence, were punished by the high and mighty moon god, who sent a great flood to destroy the world. The melting of the glaciers completely engulfed the entire planet, and the liquid water was retained by the strengthened atmosphere, covering the entire planet and turning it into an ocean. From then on, the entire land of the planet was no longer connected. Large amounts of seawater divided the planet into pieces, and they were called the 9 great continents. This is too scary. In the fish tank, Yuan Qinghua looked at the earth-shattering ocean outside the window, and the entire house uprooted from the ground. She had completely understood something. Radiation causes global warming. How many nuclear bombs are needed to explode? The Great Flood directly destroys the world. Can anyone still survive on the entire radiation planet? I'm afraid it has completely covered the radiation land and the radiation ocean. But, in the living room next to him, that mysterious and taboo whisper made him tremble all over. The new human era has begun, the era of spiritual energy recovery. Yuan Qinghua was instantly dumbfounded. This is too scary. This kind of taboo existence of a universal civilization actually called the nuclear radiation war of this planet. Spirit. Qi. Fu. Su. They were not on the same level. Yuan Qinghua's entire mind went blank. He sent his observation diary to the internet. Countless people on the internet were also sitting in front of their computers and cracking up. Some people stood up in shock. F***ck, so nuclear radiation is the revival of spiritual energy? The land of radiation is actually the land of Buddha, heaven? No wonder there are ancient records in the East and the West. When the world is peaceful, you can see the kingdom of heaven, enter the land of Buddha, and see the true Lord and Buddha. It is true. Doghead, now that I think about it, the development of this planet is extremely scary. The atmosphere thickened, the planet's environment improved, and then the nuclear war broke out, boiling the planet, using the thick atmosphere to begin to retain the melted liquid water, turning it into a habitable life ocean planet. What a terrifying cosmic work. Is this the terrifying existence of this taboo? To be honest, in ancient times on Earth, there may have been ancient human civilizations, and there is also the possibility of ancient nuclear war. There is even a lot of ancient evidence showing signs of radiation. F***ck, it seems that not only this planet, but the ancient nuclear war on our Earth was obviously a battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Convinced, Yuan Qinghua in the fish tank was still very confused. But in the end, after a great flood, a new era began. In the fish tank, he saw all this with his own eyes, this vast planet of giants. The Ocean Era. This era, after the era of planetary vaporization, was called the Planet-Ocean Era, also known as the Planet Recovery Era. Originally, the radiation on this planet was not high. Because it was not close to the Sun, it was the fourth planet in the galaxy, and its geographical location was the same as Earth, so the radiation was not obvious. But at this time, the high concentration of radiation left the entire planet in a special state of strong radiation, and many people felt that some ancient dust in their genes was awakened. In their daily lives, simple and crude qi had even appeared. Some people with extraordinary talents could even use simple radiation. This is too scary. This is indeed a weapon of God. Some simple and crude warriors were walking in this radioactive wasteland. A new era was being born, and it was returning to its heyday. The newspapers were full of praises. Many people even guessed that the mysterious astrologer who lived in the valley was the incarnation of the moon god. That maid was called the servant of the moon. Statues of the two were gradually built, and they covered the entire planet. The peaceful development lasted for 80 years. Civilization recovered again. After waking up from that nuclear war, civilization again ushered in a leap forward, moving from the era of World War to the modern era, and computers and the internet appeared. During this period of time, Yuan Qinghua had once again cultivated to the 7th rank. Ha 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 ha. He laughed happily. 100 years, level 7. This speed is not bad. I am already a peerless genius to be able to cultivate to this level by eating carrots and pork from the market. But he still curled up in the fish tank in the living room, not daring to make a sound. In order to calm the people's hearts, the new kings of the continents announced two major plans to the people. First, the scientific and technological knowledge of the civilization on the moon was only basic knowledge. They wanted to use it to deduce their own era of civilization. Second, the moon landing plan. They kept observing the moon, and they discovered a terrifying fact. From the beginning to the end, the moon had been rotating directly toward their planet, like an eye. The pupil on the front side surrounded the entire planet and stared at it, but they had never seen the back side of the moon. We are being watched by God. The moon god, G, is watching the humans on Earth. Even his doppelganger has landed on this planet before. Countless lunar divination masters cheered. Within Zhongzhou, the famous universities, and even the re-established Shendu University in Beijing, countless professors and scholars were extremely fanatical and started to research and develop the moon. They believed that the full picture of the front side of the moon was a guide given to them by God. There must be another God tablet on the backside of the moon. The truth of their bloodline was probably written on the God tablet. The moon landing plan was completely launched. The specific process was as follows: with the current technology, they launched a rocket with hydrogen fuel as the carrier, transported a manned spacecraft, rode on a gravitational slingshot, accelerated, entered the Earth-Moon orbit, observed the backside of the Moon, and even landed on the Moon. Inside the Moon, like the entire planet, the atmosphere had undergone a reform. The only difference was that the atmosphere was changed inside the Moon, isolated from the vacuum outside. Damn it! Those stupid humans are going to land on our side. Hurry up and get ready. An insignificant ant-like powerhouse was secretly observing the distant azure ocean planet through an astronomical telescope. Those people are going to blaspheme our true God. This is intolerable. God, why did your incarnation land on that planet? They had obtained the positive technological knowledge, so naturally, they had also obtained the negative technological knowledge. At this time, it could be said that technology and cultivation were progressing at the same time, so the speed of development was naturally very fast. The Moon was facing the planet. The back of the Moon was facing the entire galaxy. The cultivation system on the backside of the Moon was gradually discovered by the extraordinary beings on other ancient planets. They began to observe it and began to cultivate. After all, they were born to be powerful. Naturally, they could observe the distant satellite of a planet. They also had a special full moon night. They could even observe the movement of the surface of the celestial bodies of other planets. They discovered that there were also mysterious civilized beings living on other gaseous planets. On the distant planet Mercury, a storm swept through the ocean currents and layers of ice. A storm spirit wandered in it. It slowly opened its cold eyes and looked at the distant Moon. What is that? The beings on that planet are trying to launch things, including themselves, to the Moon? They are always too ignorant. They actually started a war on their own planet. But if they want to land on the Moon, rumble, they carried a small meteorite and also began their own moon landing plan. Don't blaspheme the ancient God. In the sparks of the fiery lava. With a splash, a rock was exposed in the high temperature. The hot magma slid like a slime, letting out a silent roar. Moon, in the endless thunderstorm abyss of the thunderstorm. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A large amount of helium and hydrogen intertwined to form a planet of airflow. A crack suddenly appeared in the thunderstorm hurricane. Lightning, in the sun, something even more terrifying was happening. A black shadow gradually appeared. Oh my God, what is that? Solar eclipse? Solar eclipse? Countless people held binoculars and observed the sun. It was a large black spot of the sun. It floated in the void and rushed over. Behind it was a huge sun. It was as if an ancient black beast was engraved in the sun, letting out a silent roar. Mythical revival. Spiritual energy revival. The Moon landing plan. The entire solar system and the world were about to change. Let's move. Suji suddenly said, let's go to the sun and take a look at the civilization there. The housekeeper girl widened her eyes and looked at the living room and the fish tank. Then the things here, stay here and come back next time. Maybe, we won't come back next time, Suji said. Yuan Qinghua, who was hiding in the house, looked excited. For such an ancient existence, even the divine beasts in the classic of mountains and seas of China are little goldfish that are casually thrown away. It seems that I have a chance to escape. I'm at the 7th level. I can beat everything in the world. Finally, this moment has come. He laughed. However, he didn't know what the entire planet was going to face. In the manner. It's gone, it's been gone for 3 days. Yuan Qinghua was very cautious, lying in the fish tank and observing secretly. After studying for a long time and confirming that there was no danger, he couldn't help but start to break the fish tank. Bang bang bang. Although the fish tank was extremely strong, it could not withstand the impact of a 7th-order Sky Emperor and soon broke. After eating pork and carrots in the market for 100 years, I finally recultivated and became the Sky Emperor. Yuan Qinghua looked at the strange beasts next to him. Follow me. Strange beasts smaller than ants crawled out of the fish tank like mites. They looked at the entire huge living room and the chandelier on the ceiling as if looking at the sky, feeling very shocked. Like a doll in a toy city, they broke into the giant city. Out of the door. Coming to a small road in the countryside, they saw a huge black beetle lying on a flower, flapping its wings, an overwhelming ancient giant beast. So big. This terrifying world, is it the legendary primeval world? Yuan Qinghua, who had turned into an odd shape, was shocked. Go, do it. The beasts present were at least at the third or fourth order. It was easy for them to bully a huge but ordinary creature, like a Hulk piercing through a 100-meter-tall building made of paper. Hua, the figure pierced through, the beetle seemed to be pierced by a tiny needle and thread, and the huge energy nourished its body. Kill, continue to kill. Don't let go of a single blade of grass. Yuan Qinghua completely let go. Killing a beetle was so profitable, what about killing other creatures? They killed all the way, and even encountered a wild rat-like creature. They were even more excited, the energy they obtained was ridiculously huge. They vaguely matched the school of the previous generation of Zerg Queen. Killing all the way, Yuan Qinghua couldn't help but post, "Brothers, this giant world has a great advantage for us super small creatures. After all, we are small in size and need too little energy. So what should we do next?" On the internet, it had become a top advisory group. A group of scoundrels came up with ideas in a disorderly manner. After all, they were all very excited, in the mysterious area that the ancient gods, three-pillar gods, Carolyn, Dicky, and others had not yet touched, they had already begun to explore this world. Of course, teach martial arts. Open the revival of this world, teach our system, let them become the descendants of Buddhism and Taoism, and break into the enemy camp. The dragon appeared on Mount Tai, the dragon flew in the sky, the starry ancient road opened, 9 dragons pulled coffins. The auspicious Qilin appeared on the Bohai Sea, the bridge across the sea, the golden light shone, parallel with cars and high-speed trains. You are poisonous, the beast the size of an ant, shocked with a magnifying glass? Everyone immediately reacted. Cough, 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 in my opinion, you should first lay low and let the divine beasts develop first. As the celestial sovereign, you can create an inner space ring, create an inner space to store in your body, and practice the fake 9 revolutions mysterious art. Yes, cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and then transform into the real body of Pengu, which is the same size as the people of this world. 9, and then become the same size. F*ck, I feel like I'm courting death. If things get out of hand, it's normal to be killed. Didn't they say that in half a year, the Central Continent and the East Continent will compete with each other in science and technology and invest trillions of research funds to land on the moon? What if we sneak in and peek at the moon? I think it's a good idea. Let's take the opportunity to practice the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The beautiful and mysterious divine beast of the universe will make the satellite image stupefied. They began to hammer out their ideas. I'm going to lay low and cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. I'll see how things go. When the time comes, I'll go to the moon and join in the fun. Yuan Qinghua also agreed. Are you going to the moon too? Suji's expression became strange. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them anymore. They could do whatever they wanted. In reality, the manor was only a temporary residence. There was no sorcerer's sand table, only the desolate cellar. The butler, the AI girl, arranged their luggage briefly before Suji and Roland left. They walked on the street. This was a pedestrian street paved with exquisite granite slabs. Many black motorcycles were parked outside. On the street, many voices were transmitted through divine sense. What kind of haircut? The colorful lights of the barbershop flickered as they draped black cloths over the customers and washed, trimmed, and dried them. Hello. Do you need anything in terms of clothes? In a luxury clothing store, there were many beautiful women in black slim-fit uniforms with exquisite figures. When they saw the customers coming in, they revealed professional smiles as they looked at the customers who came in. In some luxury jade stores, there was a rich lady holding a luxurious leather bag in front of the counter. A slender beauty explained, "This is a moon magatama. It's inlaid with gold. Look, this rose tree has exquisite carvings, symbolizing auspiciousness. You should know that our Manway International Ocean Shipping Company excavated this from a prehistoric ocean of war, from a mining area in the middle of a huge explosion at the center of lunar advent. It has a very strong auspicious aura. This is the blessing of the great moon goddess Ji. If you wear it for a long time, the magnetic field on it will nourish your body. There were more than 3,000 nuclear explosions in the prehistoric war. Most of them had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The deep-sea mining area in the center was still full of powerful radiation. It was a very precious spirit ore. Many ocean companies risked their lives to mine in the ocean between the continents. However, the core area with extremely high radiation wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Most of them were slave laborers who were smuggled over and forced to mine. Do you want a facial? We can use acupuncture to help you relax your blood vessels and meridians. In the room, a female masseuse was giving a facial to a customer on the bed. She smiled gently. There are too many pimples on your face because your blood isn't very pure. We can help you change your blood and change your oxygen. Don't worry, we aren't those black beauty hospitals. We have done a full set of sterilization procedures. When the time comes, the qi circulation will be perfect, and the skin on your face will be fine. On the street, there was a street performer singing. It was a special spiritual instrument with a vibrating structure similar to the strings of a zither. There were some Qigong masters on the street who were displaying their unique yet simple Qi ability and radiation ability. This attracted the attention of some people. They were very interested in this new so-called martial art. Rejected, discriminating against barbarians. A bronze-skinned young lady dressed like an ethnic minority. Her face was full of freckles, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. She was petite, but her legs were round and slender. She wore metal bells all over her body. Please give us a hug. Suji walked up and gave the young lady a hug. Thank you for your support. The young lady raised her signboard and said emotionally. This is a very beautiful era. Suji smiled warmly. Without waiting for the young lady's reply, he turned around and left with the maid. Yes, a very beautiful era, the young lady replied happily. She turned her head and looked at the large television screen at the side. A host wearing a black moon robe was currently broadcasting the day's news. Zhongzhou Moon River Research Institute, Jinghua 1 is about to land on the moon. A live broadcast. Let us witness the miracle of history. Let us witness the origin of planetary civilization. Witness God. Witness our story. The times are changing with each passing day. Walking on the street. Suji looked at the exotic civilization of this planet. With a single step, he traveled 1,000 miles. The surrounding streets turned into afterimages, rushing into his mind. For the first time, he felt an unprecedented sense of reality. Humans of the same size as him, with flesh and blood, and a sense of touch. Schools, streets, and companies. Living here was no different from living on Earth. In fact, their technological civilization was still exploding, and it was even more advanced. This was because the theory that Suji had given him was the basic scientific theory of the Isidal people. What a beautiful Milky Way civilization. Suji disappeared on the spot and sighed. Although it has only been developed for a few hundred years, it has already experienced 2 planetary environmental reforms. It is already another Earth, with its own atmosphere and liquid water. Although most of the air was extremely ordinary nitrogen, the oxygen content was only 8%. For humans, it was still a land of death with almost no oxygen. It was simply the plateau of the plateau, and it was also a high radiation zone. But it was no longer empty, and the body would not be torn apart. Ordinary Earthlings wearing auxiliary oxygen masks and radiation protection suits could also come to this planet and live for a long time. Theoretically, can Earthlings also live on this planet? Suji looked up at the sky, and his eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. Go back and tidy up your room. Continue with the housework. You don't need to follow me, Suji said to the housekeeper girl. Yes. She went back through the teleportation array. After all, Suji was going to take a look at the sun. Her cultivation was too low, and it was impossible for her to follow him. Rumble, Suji flew into the pitch-black universe. Without a doubt, this Milky Way contained all of Suji's expectations for the material sand table. It was his biggest energy source power plant. That was why there were so many large creatures. If the Medusa crystal wall universe in the study was the great expectation of the spiritual universe, then this one before me is the hope of the material universe. Then, this one before me is the hope of the material universe. Suji took a deep breath. Medusa is developing in the spiritual universe on the other side. As for the phoenix, perhaps it is better to place it in the physical universe. Only then will it appear balanced. After all the major elemental life forms are descendants that emerged from her 4 elemental planes. Suji thought for a moment. He took out a table lamp and looked at the distant sun. Perhaps, the sun is where the phoenix is placed. This was the result of Suji's consideration. After all, unlike Medusa who madly guided the war and excitedly influenced the development in the bottle, the phoenix did not like to go out and cause trouble. And the depths of the sun just happened to be the best place for seclusion, because the energy there was huge, and it was a perfect fit for one's origin attribute. It has reached the end of its lifespan and reincarnated for the 2nd time. It needs a huge amount of energy to break through to the 9th level. Suji looked indifferent. The phoenix did not choose a shortcut to reach stage 9. While everyone else was riding bicycles, airplanes, and motorcycles, it still chose the most primitive method of traveling by foot. She chose one by one and slowly fused with the cells. This path was the most primitive and took the longest time, but it was also the strongest stage 9 path, proving stage 9. It could be called breaking the path with strength, but this was not something anyone could do. Only the eternal bloodline could have such a long time without any fancy techniques. Let her slowly get used to it. Suji pondered. Breaking the technique with strength is the advantage of eternal life. It should also be the strongest and most boring stage 9 path, proving stage 9 path, proving stage. Perhaps, in the future, I will be like her. There is no need to use the magic core method or nuclear fission method. I will slowly accumulate my foundation and force a breakthrough. After all, my foundation system of the 8th level is already perfect. And the foundation of the 9th level should also be perfect. It's not a bad idea to let her try this path. Whoosh, Suji jumped up and rushed towards the sun. The most powerful ancient sun god had already left. The remaining young sun gods were like Dyson spheres, orbiting around the sun like satellites. From afar, they looked like sunspots. Rumble, the surface of the sun was burning with flames thousands of degrees Celsius. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the endless source of radiation that gathered and surged, turning into a terrible place of death. Thud, 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 Suji landed lightly and entered the corona of the sun. The golden flames around him jumped as if he was in a golden purgatory. It was extremely shocking. Even Suji was dumbfounded by the power of the most majestic star. Whoosh, the terrifying solar wind swept, and the golden flames slanted like waves of wheat. It was incomparably magnificent. Even someone as powerful as me, a stage 8 god with exaggerated combat power, may not be able to withstand the terrifying heat and radiation in the depths of the sun. Moreover, this is not something that any extraordinary creature with the current physical laws of the universe can withstand. He raised his head. There is a limit to life. There is a limit to the heat that creatures living under the laws of the universe can withstand. Just like the speed of flight, it can't exceed the speed of light. This is the universe. This is the law. Suji stepped into the golden clouds of fire, and his whole body was covered in divine flames. Every strand of his hair was burned golden, and his eyes were lit up with a golden light. Maybe only a stage 9 who can distort the laws can ignore this terrifying power of the universe, distort the upper limit of the speed of light, and distort the temperature of the sun. Maybe some stage 9 who can distort the laws can ignore the distorted black holes, the supernova explosions, and the death zones defined by the laws of the universe, and the laws can no longer affect them. Suji raised his head and looked at the universe with a face full of admiration, feeling that he was really humble and pitifully weak. The so-called gods, the so-called stage 8 extraordinary creatures, are all under the laws of the universe, a kind of slightly more powerful creature. With a rumble, Suji gently tossed. A stage 8 god is the strongest creature under the laws of the universe, and a stage 9 god is a great person who transcends the laws of the universe. Rumble, the strengthened white porcelain lamp fell into the layer of flames. The surrounding flames seemed to turn into a sea of golden magma, and countless solar particles swept. It was extremely safe to only float on the surface of the sun and not enter the depths. Go, the most simple path of the stage 9, go forward. Suji leisurely turned around and suddenly smiled. Then, these things are settled. It's time to deal with the deduction of the bloodline system of this galaxy civilization and the unique characteristics. Yes. In Suji's eyes, this entire solar system extraordinary civilization was just a semi-finished product. After all, true chi and radiation were only the two essential bloodlines of the vacuum universe creatures to live in the universe. However, they did not have their own civilization characteristics. In front of him, it was like a civilization that had only copied the small universe and the world of samsara. It was even a weakened version. The two vacuum universe civilizations had their own characteristics based on the two major bloodlines. The small universe was the whole race's cells, there was no threshold for the stage 9 road, and the world of samsara was the talent reincarnation. What about the unique extraordinary bloodline of this civilization? None. Because this time, and this was the only time, Suji did not evolve any unique extraordinary bloodline into the bloodline of these solar system creatures. Yes, this is the time I've been waiting for. This is the beginning. The corners of his mouth curled up into a calm smile. He looked down at the endless sun beneath his feet and continued to fly upwards. Humans have their limits, but eternal life has no limits. The reason why he did not create a bloodline for them was that the unique extraordinary bloodline defined by this civilization was eternal life. The greatest thing about life was eternal life. Swish. They are in a hurry to go to the moon. I have my own things to do. Suji revealed a meaningful smile. He tore open space and returned to Earth. He walked on the streets of Earth, in front of the Capital Cancer Hospital. I wonder how many times I can survive the chemotherapy, my family's savings, it's okay. My lesions are already very light. The surroundings were bustling with people. Some were happy, some were sad. They were all patients and their families. I haven't been back for a long time. Back then, I was treated here for cancer. Thinking about the time, it has only been 3 months, but it feels like 10,000 years. Suji's body was hunched, his face was pale, and his hair was sparse. He walked slowly into the hospital. Eternal bloodline, this is the talent of the Earthlings. He walked quietly into the corridor of the hospital. Looking at the bustling crowd, he thought seriously. I've already done a lot of consideration. Both sides have the same size and appearance, it's time for a transmigration. He looked at the hospital. A young man from the 21st century. What kind of spark would his eternal bloodline bring to the planet of giants, a super small civilization on the moon? Various planets with elemental life, what kind of impact would it bring? This was what Suji wanted. Whoosh, he was surrounded by anxious nurses and patients who kept coming back and forth. No one saw Suji. He walked in the former Beijing Oncology Hospital. Previously, he had spent a lot of money in this hospital for treatment. Suji recalled many memories. I wonder if those patients are still around. His expression flickered. Rustling sounds came into his ears. Doctor, how's my son's illness? We still have money at home. Don't worry about the treatment. Thousands of sounds from the entire building poured into his mind. They were quickly filtered by his huge magic core brain. As a god who transcended the human world, he did not feel the slightest sense of neurosis. Conversations, consultations, anxiety, roars, pain, and all kinds of other sounds came. The huge hospital was a social place that existed between life and death. It could best reflect the various aspects of life. Suji walked past one sick room after another, and he suddenly saw a familiar nurse. Nurse Zhang? Suji called out. You are Suji? The nurse was stunned. She recalled for a long time and turned around to look at him. His body became more haggard and his hair thinned. A trace of sympathy flashed in her eyes. I haven't seen you for 3 months. Are you here for a follow-up? Just came out from Professor Li's place? Suji did not refute. What's the result? That. The nurse suddenly stopped asking. She looked in the direction Suji was heading. Are you here to see Oldley and the others? Oldley is the only one left in that ward now. Suji said goodbye to the nurse and stepped into the corner of the stairs. He came to the once familiar ward and pushed the door open. Most of the faces were new, but their expressions were still blank, desperate, and dull. There was a familiar person sitting by the window. An elegant and calm middle-aged man in a hospital gown was lying on the bed. His face was pale and his hair was shaved. He lowered his head and played with his tablet. He heard movement at the door and suddenly turned his head. Suji? He was startled and said, I haven't seen you for 3 months. You have aged a lot. Are you still alive? It's me. Suji sat by the bed and put the fruit on the table. Are you here to revisit the old place? The others have already left. I'm the only one in the ward. Clearly, this wasn't his first time. Xiaochen, the one in the next bed, is only 21 years old. Half a month after you left, he suddenly couldn't take it anymore and passed away. His parents spent all their money but failed to cure him. During those few days, he cried a lot. His expression was very calm. Uncle Chang ran out of money and went home to recuperate. He said he wouldn't be receiving treatment. Little Cheng, on the other hand, comes from a wealthy family, but he can't afford to stay in the hospital and doesn't want to. He'll go home when his condition improves and come back for chemotherapy. He came to see me in the ward yesterday after chemotherapy, just like you. If you want to see him, ask the doctors and nurses. You might be able to find out when he comes to the hospital. The middle-aged man sat up on the bed and explained the situation to Suji. It was obvious that he was experienced in handling affairs. Faced with this kind of situation, it was clearly not the first time he, who had been hospitalized for several years, came to the ward to look for a fellow patient. Even Suji was just a small wave during his stay in the hospital. He had seen too many patients in different wards, and they had been separated by life and death. More than half of his fellow patients had left, but he still stayed in the ward. His family conditions weren't bad. This big brother from the south came to the capital for treatment. He was a senior member of society and also a small boss with a net worth of tens of millions. He owned a bar and KTV. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to stay in a single ward, but he liked to find people to chat with. He was a special person. At that time, he even helped Suji contact a doctor and sponsored some money. Suji lowered his head. He just felt that it was interesting. 3 months was really not enough to change the reality. He looked at his computer. He was actually looking at the Spore Evolution forum. It was a big movie made by the group of netizens. The man chuckled, his face full of longing. Have you seen Spore Evolution? It's very popular recently. Look at the history of the mythical civilization in it. This thing is quite fresh. When I think about it, it feels too real. In the universe, our Earth can't be the only civilization, right? That's too ridiculous. The universe is so big. There should be countless possibilities. It might even be those ancient gods and Buddhas. It's really physics and chemistry. It's wonderful. Suji just listened. I haven't seen you for a while. I feel a lot. He continued, after all, I really don't have long to live. When I was young, I committed too many sins. It's time to pay them back. I don't have a wife or children. It's good to die. Oh right, how's the treatment going? Young man, it's quite a pity that you died. The girlfriend who worked with you also ran away. Didn't you go back to your hometown to spend the rest of your life? The ticket back to the capital isn't cheap. The expressions of the surrounding patients changed slightly. How could he poke at someone's scars like this? They pretended not to hear it. It was as if they already knew this person's character these days. Suji didn't mind. He sat down and said, recently, no one came to find you? There was one this morning. To be honest, some people these days are quite heartless. His gaze was a little complicated. He raised his head and said, for more than 20 years, I've sponsored so much money for their studies. It should be more than 100. 99% of them didn't come to see me. They thought that sponsoring their studies was a matter of course. I've finally seen the true colors of those people. The world is cold, but I still have to help. I don't have a wife or children. The other patients around him secretly admired him. This Lily was an honest person. He was a carefree Cantonese boss. He was a good person. You asked me why I didn't go back to the big villa in Cantonese? It's so good here. It's like a group apartment. There are nurses in the ward, and there are people to chat with. Everyone is talented and speaks well. If you ask me, we're in the same ward. We've helped a lot of people in our ward, including you. Young people can still struggle for their lives. Xiaochen, 21 years old, why didn't you help? That person isn't a good person. His parents aren't good people either. It's retribution. They themselves know it's retribution. They cried miserably. I was still laughing at the side. The couple picked up a pillow and threw it at me. Pfft. A patient who had just been admitted to the hospital was drinking water and instantly choked. What are you laughing at? Tell me, in this society, many people don't know how to repay kindness, right? Oldley looked at the surrounding beds and asked for advice with a serious face. The patients did not dare to make a sound. Yes, yes, yes. Someone agreed. The world is cold. Not a single person knows how to repay kindness. Oldley continued, on the contrary, in my early years, when I had just graduated from university, I was full of enthusiasm to start a business. I brought a group of girls. Don't look down on them just because I brought them to do the flesh business. Everyone looked down on them and called them cheap. But after more than 20 years, they're all as old as me. They all traveled thousands of miles to Beijing to see me. Just yesterday, 7 or 8 of them surrounded the ward. The patients who didn't know about it all thought that I had good luck with women. The patients at the side were completely shocked. Wasn't he talking about them? So you're not a good person either. You did such a wicked business. You even scolded him before. Now that he's dead, you're laughing? What a scumbag you are. Also, the group of girls that I brought to sell came all the way to Beijing to see me after more than 20 years, but they gave me fruits and vegetables with a peaceful face. Some of them even choked and cried. They saw it too. Their expressions could not be faked. What kind of situation was this? This was a person with a story. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen pimps selling meat for money? Doing charity every year? Oldley glared at them. You youngsters are too inexperienced. And you, don't think that you've seen a lot of people just because you're a taxi driver. Don't think that I'm careless. This is just a disguise. I've killed many people. Besides, those women came to see me yesterday. They're all experienced people. Do you think their expressions are really on their faces? In fact, when I saw them enter the ward, I cried miserably in my heart. They were laughing in their hearts. Didn't they see me chase them away with a pillow? Before they left, they were still crying and saying that I'm a good person. They're so good at pretending. The patients at the side of the bed were stunned again. The world was big and full of strange things. Until now, no one knew if what he said was true or false. This was an old 1,000-layer cake. But everyone still respected him. They respected this maverick, weather-beaten man who had experienced many legendary stories in his life. Suji only expressed his condolences and listened to his careless talk. After waiting for a while, he left. He went around the hospital again, passing by each ward. After a careful selection, he finally decided on the candidate. Other than those who were talented, Suji did not consider them as young people. After all, in their 20s, compared to the long supernatural world, they were like infants. Only those with deep experience could make a name for themselves in that world. Even if one was in his 60s or 70s, to the experts of the transcendent world, he was just an ordinary young man with ordinary experience. This was the reality. Time could make up for many things. Even though there was a limit to a person's intelligence and talent, experience could be made up for with time. For example, if you were in your 30s and got scammed by a phone call because of your lack of intelligence, would you get scammed again when you were in your 70s? Of course not. That was when you were in your 70s and your intelligence would still grow with time. Was the intelligence of the 70-year-old you higher than when you were in your 30s? Of course not. It was already good enough that you did not have dementia. The reason why he wouldn't be cheated was because he had grown more experienced. He had suffered more losses, eaten more salt, walked more roads, and been beaten more by society. It was common for people to become shrewd with age. The experience that time brought could make up for your lack of intelligence. That was why those powerful people who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years could only live in stories. If he did not have this bit of potential, he would not be able to win against Di Qi, secluded mountain prefecture lord, and all sorts of terrifying and heaven-defying schemes. Even Yuan Qinghua and the others had innocent looks on their faces. They would teach you how to be a good person. Naive people would not be able to survive in such a lawless transcendent world. Talent aside, intelligence has to be maxed out. Don't talk about Emperor Qi, I have to be able to win against normal people. After all, apart from intelligence, in this primitive era where one's constitution is still unknown, talent cannot be seen at all. Is it better to compare whose cancer is better? Suji had a weird expression on his face. That night, old Li's ward was suddenly filled with anxious shouts. The nurse rushed him to the emergency room, looking flustered as she walked. He was fine in the day and his condition was stable after the chemotherapy. Why did he die so suddenly? Old Li was a good conversationalist. He had a good relationship with the doctors and nurses, and he even sponsored some patients who were acceptable to him. His unique personality was also a unique scenery on this floor. Whoosh, in the emergency room, the glaring white light shone on his face. Li's consciousness became hazy and the conversation between the doctors and nurses became blurry. Cardiac arrest. How did it happen so suddenly? A voice suddenly rang out. He collapsed on the hospital bed, his blurred eyes filled with exhaustion. Is this fate? Why did it suddenly come so fast? His entire body began to tremble inexplicably in fear. He had thought that he could safely accept all of this, but when his life truly came to an end, and the irresistible exhaustion began to eat away at his body, he couldn't help but be filled with fear. Death was an uncontrollable fear for all living beings. This kind of fear was innate and seeped into every part of their genes. Is this the fear of the creatures on this planet? It is precisely because of the immortal gene that you fear death more than any other life in the universe. Even your genes are emitting fear. If you can have a brand new life, what are you willing to pay? A deep male voice rang out. Everything. Li answered instantly. His vision blurred. Suddenly, a beam of divine light descended from the haze. He saw a young man whose face couldn't be seen clearly. He was wearing a long black robe. Although it was not very clear, he could still vaguely make out the mysterious laurel pattern and the familiar silhouette. Am I hallucinating? From the latest forum, he saw a similar outfit. It seemed to be a lunar divination master. As expected, my vision is completely blurred, he murmured to himself, I can no longer distinguish between dream and reality. After all, according to the analysis of those people on the internet, that laurel pattern was the mysterious ancient pattern on the moon. That was the terrifying enemy that destroyed the ancient mythological civilization on Earth. How could an extraterrestrial civilization suddenly appear on Earth? Do you want to live? Do you want to see the scenery from a higher place? The figure smiled. I want to live. Li answered without hesitation. What are you willing to pay? He was silent for a while, and his tone became more restrained. Anything other than dignity. I don't want to die, and I want to live with dignity. Anything other than dignity? You should know what you have to face to maintain your dignity. All the light in the surroundings gradually descended, enveloping his body. An endless burning sensation ignited in his heart, and a heart-wrenching pain began to surge. Ah! He screamed loudly. The pain made his face incomparably hideous. What is the price? The deep voice rang out again. A pain more terrifying than death? How many am I? How many before me? Did none of them make it? Or will I have to face this endless pain no matter how I answer? He clenched his teeth. The pain was unbearable, but he still endured it. He squeezed out the words one by one with great difficulty. It doesn't matter. Countless years ago, I had endured even crueler pain, and it transformed me. The god became silent. Suji didn't know what was crueler than this pain. It seemed that this middle-aged man who mingled in the underworld back then was also a person with a story. Swish. He seemed to have endured for countless years, suffering in purgatory of pain. Finally, with a flash of white light, the god disappeared without a trace. I survived. Suji dealt with the corpses in the hospital easily. The real difficulty was implanting the Zerg's bloodline. The heart-wrenching pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure, but he had endured it. Suji felt that his judgment wasn't bad. Sure enough, it was done in one go. It was already not easy to have such willpower. It seemed that this person had suffered enough from society. Swish. The moment he reappeared, a tearing pain covered his entire body. Lily appeared in a pitch-black corridor, surrounded by exquisite stone murals. In the distance, there were pearls inlaid, beautiful. This was a luxurious tomb, and the murals told the life of the tomb's owner. Where am I? Wasn't that a dream? Am I really still alive? He lowered his head and looked at his old hands. He was still wearing a white hospital gown, and his hair was sparse. He was still his old self, never young, never old. But I feel that the symptoms of cancer have eased a little, and I feel much better. He took a deep breath and looked at the murals on the wall. The moment he saw it, he was completely shocked. He had seen the screenshots and the description. This was the life of Ji Shang of the Great Entropy Dynasty, and this was the tomb of Ji Shang. He was in a daze. Everything was actually real. In the vast universe, the endless heavens beyond Earth. The Buddha of physics, the Tao of chemistry, the ancient enemy that once destroyed Earth's Xianxia pantheon, he kept recalling these memories in his mind, and he felt his hair stand on end. Could it be that the god he saw just now was the legendary moon goddess Ji that this world called? His hands trembled violently, and he cried out, also, what is that mysterious existence thinking? Why did he? He seemed to see the mastermind behind the scenes stirring up everything. The ancient god was saving himself, fighting with his back to the wall. Ever since that Xianxia Buddhist and Taoist descended from Earth had fallen, he had started to lay down all sorts of measures before he went into hibernation. How could his opponent just stand by and watch? He had actually come to Earth. What was he after? I can't think about it, I can't think about it. He kept muttering to himself, suppressing his wild thoughts. He looked around. The air here is very fresh, and the oxygen content is very high. Ji Shang must have stored air in his tomb. How extravagant. There are no obvious traces of radiation here, and no tomb robbers. If he had been outside, he would have died without a doubt. The 8% oxygen concentration was even thinner than at the summit of Mount Everest. It was difficult for people to live here. There was not enough oxygen, not to mention the radiation in the outside world. As an ordinary person from Earth, I can't possibly live in such a dangerous planet environment. Moreover, I'm going to die soon. Cancer. But what's with the immortal planet? Could it be a big secret? He kept sorting out his thoughts. The only way to survive now was to cultivate, but how could he cultivate? He took a deep breath and walked around the tomb. After spending half a day, his old body barely managed to pry open 3 stone doors. My physical strength has indeed improved. I'm afraid even a healthy adult would have a hard time. Boom, a terrifying chill hit him, causing him to shiver. It was as if he had entered the South Pole in an instant. What he saw was a group of terracotta soldiers, frozen in a huge layer of ice. Frozen? These are all living people? Living people buried with them? He had goosebumps all over his body. As a modern person, he was shocked to see thousands of ice sculptures. These were all living people, elite soldiers, and yet they were all buried alive? Living people buried with them was a scene that only existed in the feudal era. There are living people, trees, and courtyards. There should be food frozen. I can't eat these frozen terracotta soldiers' corpses. He took a deep breath and immediately thought of the possibility of survival. As a complete tomb, there should be food frozen, wine, and delicacies buried with them. This is the era before the cataclysm of the awakening of Qi, so the food hasn't been contaminated. Otherwise, I can't touch the radioactive food outside at all. I'll go look for it. He spent half a day searching everywhere, but to no avail. He could only come to the main tomb. There was an obviously magnificent main door. His entire body was trembling as he held onto the door. This was the legendary first emperor of the Central Plains, Jishang, who was comparable to Earth's Qin Shi Huang, the legendary first emperor of the Central Plains. Was Jishang still alive? This was not an ordinary world, but an extraordinary one. Who knew what kind of tricks such a monstrous overlord had left behind? The tombs of ancient emperors must be guarded against grave robbers. The reason I didn't encounter them before was probably because I directly transmigrated into the interior of the tomb, ignoring the outer layer of traps and arriving at the central area where the burial objects are. Lily had been very careful. He had opened the tombs just now, throwing in all sorts of things to probe. He had worked hard in society for many years. As someone who ran karaoke and bars, he had naturally come into contact with people from all walks of life. Even before he had come ashore, he had been involved in all walks of life and had seen many cold knives. Fortunately, Jishang's era was still very primitive. There were no modern chemical traps to prevent grave robbers. At most, there were sneak attacks. He carefully pushed open the door. What entered his eyes was a huge palace. The first thing he saw was a stone statue of moon god Ji. The carvings were very exquisite. Behind the statue was a full moon, and below it was a youth kneeling on one knee. It was Jishang. Divine authority. The meaning of this statue was very clear. Even after the passage of time and even covered in dust, one could still see the lifelike features on the statue's face. Moon god, Ji. The ancient god who sent me here might be him. He pursed his lips. The entire wall carved with gold was extremely luxurious. In the distance, there was a wine pool and a forest of meat. Countless fine wines and delicacies were frozen, as beautiful as ice sculptures. It seemed like he had found the right place. The tomb contained all the burial objects, troops, fine wines, and treasures. There are no traps in the main tomb either? He took a deep breath. His old body crawled on the ground, touching every corner as he advanced, preventing any traps from being triggered by stepping on them. Looks like I directly crossed the outer layer of the traps and didn't set up any defenses in the core area. After all, Jishang was an emperor throughout the ages. He had unified the various countries of the central province and swept through the plains. He had even almost conquered half of the planet's territory, which was equivalent to conquering Europe and Spain. Given the pride of such a person, why would he leave behind imperfect traps in the main tomb, the place he enjoyed? All the defenses against grave robbers should be concentrated on the outer layer. After all, if we can break through the outer layer, then there's no need to guard the inner layer. Lily took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. After all, he was an ancient emperor who was comparable to Emperor Qin. He was just an ordinary Cantonese boss. If he hadn't paid attention to that mysterious forum, he would have come here in the dark. He wouldn't know what was going on and wouldn't be far from death. He carefully took some of the frozen food on the dining table and planned to leave the main tomb chamber that looked like a freezer. He had no intention of opening the coffin. He couldn't guarantee that Jishang's coffin had a backup plan, or that he might still be alive. He strenuously dragged a few large stone sculptures and stacked them on top of the coffin lid. After confirming that it was impossible for a normal person to push it open, he mumbled something. Ba. May the Buddha of physics, Newton, bless me. Please help me close the lid of the coffin of this great emperor who spent his entire life on the battlefield and killed tens of thousands of people. Wait. His entire body was slightly startled. He was greatly shocked, and his body trembled violently. I see. He exclaimed. Newton was a peerless genius of Western physics. When he was young, he studied physics and all kinds of laws of physics. In his later years, he liked to study theology. He was extremely fanatical. This is extremely normal. After all, he was originally a disciple of the orthodox Buddha of physics. He was enlightened, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Look at his golden curly hair. Isn't that the Buddha's curly hair? And Tesla, the man who was said to be closest to God, actually studied machines that assimilated with ghosts and spirits in the netherworld in his later years. He was greatly shocked. He felt that the experiences of every great physicist were extremely similar. They all started with physics and then came theology. After all, the end of science was theology. After all, the Tesla coil and diamond hoop of the players were one of the symbols of Buddha. Coincidence? He didn't believe it. Everyone thinks that Buddha is in Buddhism, but in reality, Buddha is in all living beings. He muttered. Ever since he transmigrated to this extraordinary planet and learned that everything was true, he had become even more pious. What secrets are hidden in our ancient Xianxia mythology? What kind of greatness and glory did our ancient civilization have? He came to a small enclosed space, isolated from the outside ice cave, and took some finely carved furniture. He smashed the priceless antiques into pieces and tried to drill wood to make a fire. In the end, he found that the seemingly simple craftsmanship that primitive people had to have failed for a whole day. Even his hands were directly scraped and bleeding. Reality was cruel. In the end, he could only curl up in a corner and take some luxurious burial clothes to cover himself. He used his own body temperature to melt the ice and drink water and food. He shivered all over, like an old man who was down and out in the cold wind. This was an extraterrestrial survival in the wilderness. His teeth were chattering from the cold. Those novels are all lies. Transmigration to a different world, all kinds of operations to easily survive, even the simplest of drilling wood to make a fire is difficult for a modern person. He could still entertain himself in this frozen state. I think that those who want to transmigrate have to study how to drill wood to make a fire, familiarize themselves with the manufacturing process of gunpowder and nuclear bombs, master mathematics, physics, Buddhism, chemistry, and Taoism, and at least have a university degree. After all, the 9-year compulsory education is a way for the country to secretly cultivate successors of Buddhism and Taoism, to inherit the ancient mythological civilization. Everyone should cultivate, and the revival of spiritual energy was in the 9-year compulsory education. Master mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and you won't have to be afraid to travel to another world. At this time, he felt that from the scientific and technological revolution of Newtonian physics to the current society, it seemed as if the feudal superstitions of many eras had been eliminated, but in reality, Earth was leading to the extraordinary. If the supernatural were to be revived, the 9-year compulsory education on Earth, the sea of questions, the simulation of the 5-year college entrance examination, and the like would definitely produce a large number of peerless powerhouses. Students nowadays think that learning is boring, and yearn for the extraordinary of another world. But the most boring part of the so-called extraordinary path is learning. He murmured, as if he had seen the true meaning of the world. All things in the world are equal. How can one become strong without experiencing boredom? How can those who can't even persevere in their studies become strong without learning physics, chemistry, and the true meaning of the laws of the universe? The universe was inexorably predestined. No matter what world it was, a slacker who did not work hard would always be a slacker. There should still be an arms race outside, and the continents should still have about a year to launch their satellites. And that player, Yuan Qinghua, should still be secretly cultivating the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, waiting for the day to set off. A year, he silently calculated. All of this had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just a normal person. Moreover, how was he going to escape the traps outside the tomb? It was difficult for him to destroy them. I want to cultivate. I want to learn. A firm idea was born in his mind. But martial arts is impossible. Although the principles of this art are leaked, I don't have divine sense, so I can't train every part of my body. I can only cultivate the Tao of the soul. And those core players have always hidden it from us ordinary forum viewers, and there are no Tao of the soul cultivation art leaked. Do I have to create my own? His scalp went numb. How is that possible? Looking at the myriad worlds and the entire development of the extraordinary civilization, there must be a corresponding extraordinary bloodline to be able to create a cultivation art from the beginning. But as an earthling, what extraordinary bloodline do I have? No matter how he thought about it, it was a hopeless situation of death. The outer layer was full of tomb-guarding mechanisms, and an ordinary person like him couldn't get out. Moreover, if he stayed in the tomb, the oxygen, food, and water here would all be depleted. His time was extremely limited. He curled up in a corner. I can only hope that someone has raided the tomb, but is that possible? The mausoleum of Emperor Qin on Earth hasn't been excavated to this day in order to protect it. But in the central province before me, it wasn't just a matter of protecting the tomb, but also a country ruled by Xianxia's descendants. How could they dig up their own ancestral tomb? If only I could go to the forum to ask for help. In the following 3 months, he failed countless times. Forced by hunger and cold, he finally learned how to drill wood to extinguish the fire, but that was all. Even though he lived frugally and only ate 1 meal a day, and besides eating and defecating, he didn't move at all. He tried his best to reduce the amount of oxygen he consumed, but he still used up most of his food reserves. The frozen vegetables buried with him had already been eaten, and only meat was left. His body was getting weaker and weaker, and he discovered a terrible problem. Even though the mysterious god had treated his body before, his cancer was about to break out again. At the same time, he was being irradiated. His entire body was oozing with blood, and his gums, nostrils, and head were all bald. Only now do I realize that those vegetables and meat must have been treated with radiation to make them sterile. That's why they could be preserved for so long in the ice layer. He also discovered another terrifying thing. Those elite soldiers in the ice could actually still be alive. They might have also been treated with radiation before being sealed in ice and sleeping. He felt that there might still be some faint signs of life. This was too terrifying. If the frozen soldiers are still alive, then Xianxia must still be alive. He was no longer calm. Is he planning to wake up one day and lead his trusted troops, this group of terracotta soldiers, to conquer this planet again? It wasn't that he didn't put an effort during these 3 months. He wanted to make a move on those corpses, fuse with their radiation genes, and cultivate the Buddhist path. However, he stopped instantly. He didn't have enough knowledge and ability in this aspect to extract their blood and concoct transcendent bloodline medicine. Should he forcefully fuse with their blood? If he was at the 2nd or 3rd level, he might be able to resist. But now, given his current constitution, the mortality rate was 100%. Right now, he could only close his eyes and rest, studying the legendary soul path. His expression turned completely serious. Martial path and soul path are both foundational cultivation arts that are simple and direct. As an earthling, he could only start studying these things because knowledge was the power of everything. I understand the principles of martial path. Divine will, observing every part of the muscles and bones, training them as a whole, eating a large amount of food to replenish the body, and evolving the flesh and blood. I don't have divine will, so martial path is impossible. Moreover, the food here isn't enough to provide powerful energy. I can only study the soul path. As a cultivation art with no bloodline, it's also a simple way to train the soul. It should be an ancient meditation technique. Martial path was for ancient martial artists who tempered their qi and blood. Soul path was for ancient Taoist priests who meditated cross-legged. These were the 2 major systems. After all, any cultivation art would originate from these 2 systems. However, why didn't any Taoist priest or martial artist succeed in ancient meditation? Martial path required divine will. Could it be that the soul path required energy? He closed his eyes and took deep breaths. Clearly, it was useless. He still knew a little about Qigong and ancient breathing techniques. After all, as a middle-aged man, he had experienced the era of Qigong craze. Another month passed. He was almost done with the meat. If this continued, he would have to eat corpses. I'd rather die than eat corpses. I won't live for long anyway. Moreover, the most serious problem now isn't food, but oxygen. He could clearly feel the thinning of oxygen. He was suffering from altitude sickness, and breathing was difficult. I seriously suspect that Jihan stored so much seemingly useless oxygen in the tomb. It's very likely that he used it to breathe after they woke up. It's just like changing blood. After all, their blood is oxygen, and it's a backup plan for them to wake up. He took a deep breath. I've already used up all of their reserves. Now that things had come to this, he was at the end of his rope. 4 months was too short, and he had only cultivated useless qigong. He could only take a gamble. He first tried to melt a soldier in the ice layer. Observing his body, he discovered an even more terrifying fact. According to what he had learned in the forum, this soldier was in his 30s, had white hair, and was actually a stage 2. He was shocked. Although Ji Shang obtained technology as a moon seer, he's already begun to study the extraordinary system. Most of the soldiers who followed him back then were stage 2, and they're basically old people now. He himself is probably stage 3 or 4. He single-handedly opened up 4 realms. The average lifespan in this world is 40 years, so a stage 4's lifespan is around 70 to 80 years. In other words, when Ji Shang died of old age, he didn't die of old age, but in a fake death. He was still in his prime. He paced back and forth in the tomb, goosebumps rising all over his body. It was as if he had seen a huge ancient conspiracy. He fell asleep because he saw that his trusted subordinates were all going to die of old age. That's why he fell asleep. He wanted to lead his trusted subordinates to live until the next life. And it was also because he wanted to wait for the moon seers of later generations to completely study the moon. Then, he would come out and rule the world, reaping the fruits of their labor. The coffin in the main chamber was pressed down by several large rocks, but he was still terrified. Stage 4. The weight of those rocks, even Newton couldn't hold down such a coffin. In the end, he lowered his head and looked at the unsealed elite soldier. This corpse is already dead. It looks like the survival rate of ice isn't high, but since it's already dead, as a stage 2 life form, their energy is in their blood. Blood circulates oxygen and carbon dioxide, and this energy gas is the oxygen I need. Perhaps I can. With a look of struggle, he suddenly bent over the soldier's neck and bit down. Puff, he sucked in large amounts of oxygen. At the same time, he felt as if sweet spring water was pouring in, nourishing his aged body. He sucked in large mouthfuls, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Rumble, his mind seemed to enter a special state. When he came to, he felt abnormally energetic. It's useful. It's really useful. Soul Dao is a basic origin cultivation method. It's also very simple, but it requires large amounts of resources and energy for cultivation. Next, he began to cultivate. Looking at the countless ice sculptures of the terracotta soldiers, he slowly bowed. They're all dead anyway. Everyone, please bless me. I'll live on with your will. Ba, Newton, please bless me. Please press the coffin tightly, don't trouble me. He went to pick out the corpses of the soldiers that seemed to be completely dead, smashed the ice, bit their necks, and absorbed the energy cultivated within. Until one day, he accidentally melted into a living person. The person's heartbeat was weak, and it was slowly recovering. He was shocked. Should I kill him, or else I won't be able to defeat him, even if he's also an old man? He's a stage 2 veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles. He was so nervous that he pursed his lips. He held a self-made stone weapon and pointed it at his head, not knowing whether he should do it or not. It was impossible for modern people to turn into cold-blooded murderers in an instant. It was impossible to apply the law of the jungle immediately. People had to grow. But just as he paused, the white-haired soldier opened his eyes and sent out a weak message. He didn't know what he was saying, but after a while, the heartbeat stopped. Lily took a deep breath and felt that the soldier's body temperature was starting to drop. He should be dead. He only lived for a few seconds after coming out of the ice. After all, he's a person who died of old age. He hesitated for a moment, then directly lay on the corpse that was still warm, bit the throat, and sucked the blood and qi. Then he continued to cultivate and meditate. He found that this speed was very fast. After all, it was the energy cultivated by other people for a lifetime. Although everyone was at stage 2, under such circumstances, he felt that he was almost at stage 1 after digging up the terracotta soldiers and destroying the ancient ruins. Half an hour later, while Lily was still meditating, he suddenly heard movement. It was the sound of convulsions. Who? He opened his eyes in horror and saw an unimaginable and terrifying scene. The old soldier whose neck was bitten by him had come back to life. His whole body was convulsing, and his expression was as if he was fusing with the genetic medicine, struggling in pain. What the hell is this? He raised his axe in horror and pointed it at the white-haired soldier who was convulsing on the ground. Woo woo woo, the old soldier was actually becoming younger. His hair was black as if he was returning to his youth. This is. Lily couldn't help but scream in horror. His mind was in turmoil. How can this be? What the hell is happening? Lily lowered his gaze. He suddenly saw the bite mark on the white-haired soldier's neck. The hole was stained with his blood. It was his gums that bled and entered the soldier's body. It's my blood. He's fusing with my blood. No. It's our Earthling's blood. He looked at the ground, at the white-haired old man who was struggling in pain. There were teeth marks on the soldier's neck. A man who had been bitten to death, an old man who should have died of old age, was becoming younger. This scene reminded him of an ancient myth, a 1,000-year legend that belonged to Earth. His legs were weak, and he gritted his teeth. His widened eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, a horrifying prelude to history was slowly unfolding before his eyes. We Earthlings are actually... Before this, Lily had never thought that Earthlings also had extraordinary bloodlines. Even if they did, it would be the bloodline of Buddhism in physics and chemistry. However, the scene in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. Looking at the white-haired veteran whose throat he had bitten struggling on the ground with his blood, the familiar scene gave him goosebumps. He instinctively thought of a mythical creature. Zombies. In the East, they were called zombies, and in the West, vampires. Both were similar. Their lifespans were so long that one could not see the end. They bit people's necks, sucked their blood, transformed their descendants, and bestowed others with almost immortality. In ancient myths, they were also afraid of the sun, afraid of strong light, and loved to sleep, sleeping in coffins. Furthermore, Cain of the West and Xianxia of the East both had legends of the embrace. First generation, second generation, third generation blood clan, zombies. Then, why did the ancient myths and legends of all the states in the world have the same mysterious creatures like vampires and zombies? This means that they really exist. He pursed his lips. And why? Can they live forever? In our myths and legends, zombies are said to be immortal, beyond the 3 realms, and beyond the 5 elements. Is it possible to be immortal? You should know that every living thing has a life limit, because cells have a lifespan and a limit of division. However, there is only one kind of cell that is an exception, cancer cells, which can divide infinitely. So this veteran who should have died of old age in the ice could become younger because of the so-called essence of the embrace, like cancer cells were transferred to him? Original. Come. Like. Here, he was completely shocked. This was the truth of science. The ancient myths were too shocking. Buddhism in physics, chemistry, and zombie cancer. Maybe because many humans were ordinary creatures below the first rank and didn't have powerful supernatural powers to control such a horrifying supernatural bloodline, they accidentally stimulated and awakened the bloodline. The powerful supernatural bloodline turned out to be a horrible killer. That was why humans died, because their normal cells were devoured. Similar to a certain scientific concept, the general meaning was humans couldn't control the powerful power of cancer cells. However, if humans could control cancer cells, they wouldn't be far from immortality. Then, I think we can carefully study the ancient Xianxia information about zombies. There must be a deeper meaning. For example, they are afraid of the sun? He was startled and thought of many things. And the sun doesn't represent the sun but radiation? Was it Buddha? After all, it was said that behind the Buddha was a sun. After all, the Vairocana Buddha represented radiation. He was a transcendent being that cultivated solar radiation. Buddhism was a cultivation method that cultivated the ripple of the sun. The solar disk blade with the ripple of the sun in his hand. A perfect creature that can restrain eternal life and fear the sun? He continued to speculate, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He felt that he had fallen into the dark clouds of history, and he was slowly pulling away the clouds to see the truth behind it. Then why would cancer cells be afraid of solar radiation? Wait, they're afraid of strong rays. That's right, cancer cells are afraid of radiation therapy. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He had been in the hospital for many years. How could he not know? Radiation therapy was indeed a common method to kill cancer cells. Is this how Buddha restrained zombies? He could no longer remain calm. Some of the modern cancer hospitals and cancer treatment methods had already coincided with the ancient myths. It was just that they had not realized it yet. Everything is linked. Indeed, knowledge is the power of everything. It is extraordinary that can explain everything. So, ancient zombies like to sleep? Could it be a side effect of eternal life? After all, there have been suspicions that we humans on Earth have part of the God of creation's eternal blood. The humans on this planet might be the descendants of an ancient super deity who obtained the eternal blood. There are already 7 billion people, and they all have an ancestor. Could it be that ascended ancestor of Buddhism and Taoism? Or a super ancient deity? These two level 9, no, before they came, the living beings on Earth already existed. Could it be a powerful existence that is even more ancient than them, who spilled the eternal descendants of Earth? It might even be. Level 10, speaking of which, biting people's necks and transforming them to have a long life has already been realized. All kinds of legends still have to be carefully studied. At this time, we humans on Earth have yet to embark on the extraordinary path of cultivation. If we can embark on this path, everyone will be like me. Won't we? The entire planet will be immortal zombies. He was almost scared out of his wits. As an Earthling, he had transmigrated to this ancient tomb of the extraordinary world and discovered too many horrifying truths. The terrifying mythical history of Earth, and the true bloodline of Earthlings. This was a horrifying historical myth. If it were to spread, the entire Earth would be shaken. This was an unimaginable future scene. Just as he was immersed in his imagination and observing from where he stood, more than 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, there was another violent scream. The old soldier on the ground seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. His hair was black, and his old skin had become young. Roar! However, he seemed to be in extreme pain. His veins were bulging as he let out a violent roar and pounced at Lily like a wild beast. What's going on? Isn't the embrace my descendant zombie? Does it listen to me? Why is it trying to kill me like this? Lily swung his axe at him. Bam! It hit his shoulder. Lily broke into a run. He's as crazy as a real zombie. The old soldier's eyes turned even redder. His eyes were bloodshot as he dashed forward in a frenzy. Those eyes, those are the bright red from lack of oxygen. Lily's pupils widened as he reacted in an instant. Although he's alive, I've already bitten his throat and sucked it dry. His true energy circulation has been broken, and he's suffering from extreme lack of oxygen. His eyes are bloodshot as if someone is strangling his throat. It's so uncomfortable that he's going crazy. If he can't find oxygen, he's going to die. Lily was overjoyed. He broke into a run. I'm going to drag him down. He growled. His desire to live was tenacious. After all, he was already close to level 1. His opponent was exhausted, and his throat had been bitten to drain his energy. Without oxygen, the battle-hardened veteran could not outrun him in an instant. The zombie's eyes were completely bloodshot. He suddenly turned his head and smashed a terracotta soldier that was sealed in ice. He lay on its neck and bit it fiercely. Pfft, he started sucking the opponent's breath to replenish his oxygen. F***ck your mother. Lily was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He could not help but curse, he's sucking the blood of others to replenish his oxygen and energy. Then, he'll turn around and kill me. People in modern society had never experienced such an exciting and terrifying thing in their lives. Normal people would have been scared out of their wits, but he was different. Kill him. He gritted his teeth. He knew that if he continued to run, he would definitely die. In such a situation, it was either him or the other would die. He waved his axe and rushed forward. The veteran instantly dodged. Bang, 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 both of their figures flickered continuously. Don't panic, I can't panic. I have enough oxygen. He has just woken up and was drained by me. He definitely won't be able to outlast me. Lily's movements were ruthless. After exchanging a few blows, as expected, his oxygen consumption doubled. In an instant, his axe completely smashed onto the opponent's skull. Bang, blood splattered everywhere. Huff, huff, huff. Lily completely collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. This was simply too frightening. After a long time, how did I revive? My gums are bleeding, and he fused with my blood. It can be explained by genetic fusion, but without genetic medicine, the probability of natural fusion is absolutely low. I'm afraid the survival rate is less than 1 in 1,000. Am I that unlucky? He had a bitter expression. Not to mention forcefully fusing, even if it was made into a genetic medicine, there was a high probability of failure. One had to know that during the peak of the sorcerer world, the evil eye potion had a success rate of 50% to 70%, and this was the lowest grade gene. The higher the grade of the gene, the lower the success rate. For example, in the primordial world, genetic medicine was expensive, but the success rate was low. This was because the inner space gene was too high. Space was related to the mysterious supreme laws and could be used to cultivate the sea of consciousness and dantian. In the primordial world, ordinary people only had a success rate of 20% to 30%. The death rate was heaven-defying. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in Shushan who cultivated the mortal system. It wasn't just because they didn't have money, but also because the success rate was terrifyingly low and the death rate was frighteningly high. This was also why ordinary people and people with noble bloodlines were born. However, it was different after becoming an expert. With a higher life level, one could safely fuse with more genes. For example, those experts, which of them didn't cultivate several genes at the same time? Moreover, to break through to the next realm, one had to have a higher gene level. For a level 8 god, one had to be at least a 3-gene creature. For a level 9 world, one had to be at least a 4-gene creature. The ordinary people in Shushan would first cultivate the mortal system and then raise their life level. Then, they would earn money to cultivate martial arts and become a high-level expert. After that, they would fuse with the genetic medicine and become a transcendent bloodline. So, this guy in front of me fused in an instant and almost killed me. This doesn't make sense. I feel that the eternal zombie gene is definitely not inferior to the space gene. Even if I don't make it into a genetic medicine, the success rate should be at least 1 in 10,000, right? Why did I bump into him so quickly? Lily took a deep breath, and his brows flickered. But that might not be the case. That guy just now doesn't seem to have any intelligence. He's crazy and only has survival instincts. There's no way to communicate at all. Otherwise, the first reaction of a normal person wouldn't be to kill first, but to ask about the situation. Defective product? He took a deep breath. The fusion failed but partially succeeded. A defective beast whose cancer cells had spread all over its body. Ghoul? Low-level zombie. His expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at the entire terracotta army. I also have a transcendent bloodline. This tomb is simply the best place for me. It's like a cryogenic chamber with test subjects. I'll suck their blood and train at the same time. I'll experiment on them and try to transform them into a high-level embrace zombie with intelligence. After all, you guys are frozen and won't live for long. After the first time he killed someone ruthlessly, he began to change completely and gradually adapt to this world. He knew that he might not be able to go back. After transmigrating to this transcendent world, he had to adapt to this land and start a new life. Compared to the average person, he adapted very quickly. Half a month later, Lily kept experimenting. He bit the neck of each corpse and cultivated. Then, he deliberately kept some blood to fuse with them and tied them up for observation. He found that there was only a 30% chance that they would become those mindless beasts. After the death of more than 1,000 corpses, he finally obtained a zombie with some intelligence from a rank 3 frozen statue that looked like a general. However, due to the terrifying bloodline attack, its soul was incomplete and it lost most of its memories. It barely had the intelligence of a child. He finally came to a conclusion. It depends on probability and luck. That person's willpower, potential, age, and realm are all related. Moreover, my cancer cells have completely spread in this half a year. I must quickly increase my realm. This is a race against death. Otherwise, the transformation of cancer cells and the large amount of immortal virus will completely collapse my body. I feel that I have to reach rank 7 to completely withstand this bloodline. However, if I really transform all the immortal cells in my body, I'm afraid I'll start to sleep at the same time of immortality. He took a deep breath and looked into the distance. There was no food left. However, he had already made a decision. He looked at the coffin in the central hall. It was the legendary Eternal Emperor. He took a deep breath and strode forward. He overturned the stone and opened the lid. Boom, inside was a gentle middle-aged man sealed in ice. He suddenly opened his eyes, broke out of the coffin, and reached out to grab Li Li Pu. With a powerful grab, the palm tore through the air. The middle-aged man who had leaped out of the coffin grabbed Li Li's throat and squeezed. The immense strength of his arm caused Li Li's face to turn red. Even though he had devoured over 2,000 rank 2 elite soldiers and advanced to mid-rank 2, he could not resist at all. What creature are you? The man in the coffin slowly straightened up and lifted Li Li with one hand. He sent out a message. Grave robber? Ji Shang looked at the intricate patterns on the walls of the palace, not knowing what they were hiding. He said in astonishment, no, the external mechanisms were not damaged. Spatial teleportation? Jump or teleport? What kind of method? He actually knew about spatial teleportation. Li Li's face instantly turned red. This was an ancient emperor, one of the most powerful moon seers in history. He had studied the past and present, and had studied the creations of all ages. Even he knew about this, his thoughts were frighteningly advanced. No, what creature are you? Ji Shang grabbed Li Li's throat and felt a scorching hot liquid surging inside. Unlike their gaseous blood, this was liquid blood. I'm a good person, spare me, Li Li tried to send out a shoddy message. As a rank 2 soul path expert, his soul could naturally send out weak messages. However, in the end, there was still a language barrier. This sentence was obtained from that delirious zombie general, but it was completely useless. Language barrier? Foreigner? Ji Shang narrowed his eyes. Having fought in many continents, he had naturally seen some outer realm humans. After sensing that Li Li posed no threat, he swung his arm. Bang, he threw Li Li outside and strode toward the terracotta soldiers. He saw a shocking scene. All of them had their necks bitten and collapsed to the ground, turning into corpses. Only his great general, Wei Ying, was still alive. However, he was delirious and had gone crazy. At the same time, the old man who had aged to his limits had become incredibly young, and there was no sign of his lifespan declining. What's going on? Ji Shang turned around and looked at Li Li, who had been thrown to the corner. His expression was still calm, but there was an infuriating look on his face. They're all on the ground. Li Li pointed at the stone floor of the corridor and gestured. Ji Shang looked at the painting on the ground. This was what Li Li had been slowly carving over the past few days. Due to the language barrier, the only method he could think of was similar to the murals in the tomb. This was the only way for living beings to communicate. Ji Shang looked over. It was a scene that appeared to be from ancient times. This was an ancient and supreme eternal god. Moon god Ji had unintentionally wandered through the universe and landed on this planet, falling in love with the most beautiful and intelligent woman in the world. The next mural depicted a woman giving birth to a mixed-blood child. As the mixed-blood child grew up, he only inherited half of the god's bloodline. Although he was immortal, he spent half of his time in slumber. However, he had an eternal lifespan and slumber, as well as great power. On this planet, he established an ancient immortal dynasty. After a period of glory, but after a series of eras of development, he completely declined and could only live in seclusion in a tribe. In the tribe, there is an ancient prophetic mural in the temple. The people in the village worshipped a savior-like figure and gave him their eternal blood, which would open a new immortal dynasty to glory. One day, an old man in the tribe accidentally touched the mural in the temple and triggered some mechanism. He was unexpectedly transported here. The old man firmly believed that the legendary child of prophecy was in this tomb. Hence, he bit their throats and gave them God's blood one by one. However, none of the soldiers in the tomb could bear it. This kind of melodramatic story was very brainless to Earthlings, but to the people on this planet who lacked stories, it was full of ups and downs. This is where you came from? You're a mixed-blood descendant of Moon God Ji? Then, you accidentally touched the prophetic mural and were transported here? Ji Shang was shocked and delighted. He chuckled and said, then, this king is the legendary savior of your race? Li Li hurriedly nodded. Of course, he wanted Ji Shang to enter the water. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave. The tomb's mechanism could only be activated by the tomb's owner. Xianxia hoped that he was a mixed-blood human and god and was very dissatisfied with his lowly birth. Now that Lily had delivered God's blood to him, he had made up this story. You specially drew a mural to explain it, as if you're waiting for this king to come out. Do you think this king is a fool? Xianxia paced back and forth, but he was indeed greatly shaken. After all, he had suddenly appeared in the tomb and had not destroyed the chamber. Also, it was indeed a very mysterious blood and a mysterious race. He looked at the general on the ground and began to carefully study his body, his expression growing increasingly shocked. Lily took a deep breath. He had made the right bet. There's no need to believe everything. As long as there's a chance, he won't kill me. He will definitely keep me alive to avoid killing the wrong person. This was a psychological game. This kind of ambitious and ruthless overlord would naturally not be like that mindless beast who wanted to kill him instantly. His first reaction was to capture the other party and instantly understand the situation. In the next few days, Xianxia confirmed that Lily was so weak that he posed no threat, so he directly studied the mentally retarded zombie. Then, he began to try to communicate. What shocked Lily was that Xianxia's intelligence was terrifyingly high. In just a few days, he had learned a portion of Cantonese. He had even learned Lily's catchphrase, F***ck your mother. It was truly terrifying. Both parties were barely able to communicate. As for his origins, Lily insisted that he was the one on the mural. As for the specifics, he did not know. He had accidentally teleported in. The chosen one was very likely to be him. The chosen one? Perhaps? Xianxia laughed when he heard this. In that case, this king will believe you this once. Xianxia stretched out his neck. Give this king a taste like the others. Lily was stunned. Trust him that much, shouldn't he look for test subjects and be very careful? Immortality with God's blood and creating an army of immortals is the dream of every sovereign. This king should have someone try the elixir of immortality, but this king is also trapped here, he said. Why? Lily asked. If we leave the tomb, we should be able to instantly reclaim the power we had back then, right? There should be as many people as we want to experiment with. This king made an agreement back then to have an audience once every few generations. However, there has never been any activity in the tomb. In fact, the periphery might even be strictly guarded, Xianxia said. Lily was stunned. Several generations had passed, and these descendants had rebelled. They were unwilling to let Xianxia climb out of the tomb. As the emperor, he had gained an ancestor out of thin air. Good people don't have good karma. Your children's descendants rebelled, and you helped them conquer the empire. How tragic. He immediately understood. As it turned out, he was not the only one trapped in the tomb. This eternal emperor was also trapped in the tomb. Everyone was miserable. They were all trapped in the tomb, and he had no choice. Since we're all in the same boat, I'll be frank. Lily, the middle-aged man, said casually, I lied to you just now. Xianxia? He could not react in time. Xianxia did not react. We're all in the same boat. I think it's better to be honest. I'm not a person who likes to deceive people. Everyone in the underworld knows that I'm a sincere person who treats people with sincerity. Lily said honestly, lies. Our cooperation is destined not to last. Smart people can sense whether one is sincere or not. What a mortal dynasty. I made it up. I admit my mistake. I'm indeed from another realm and have the bloodline of a god. That world's technology is a level higher than your ancient eras. There are skyscrapers, cars, and planes. But now that you've been asleep for so many years, the outside world should be more or less the same. I suddenly met a god and was transported here. I don't know what happened either. Xianxia was stunned. Such a simple background, this king likes people like you. In that case, let's work together to conquer the world. There's a place for you in my world. This king has also said that regardless of whether what you said was true or not, I will naturally kill you in the future because you killed thousands of brothers who fought with me for most of my life. But now, they are fated to die. They can't bear the eternal blood. Lily laughed as if relieved of a heavy burden. This was his first time killing someone, and he had experienced so much. That's right. One must be rational. They were going to die of old age anyway. I didn't kill them, so I gave them a chance to live, perhaps so. Xianxia's eyes dimmed. Under these circumstances, he was trapped in the tomb. If he continued to sleep like this, those soldiers would die without a doubt because they had already reached a critical point. This recognition was mutual. If they could not completely trust each other, then there was no point in being on guard against each other. He recognized Xianxia because he had traveled the underworld for many years. From the terracotta soldiers, he had learned that Xianxia, who still had more than half of his Tier 4 lifespan, had entered the tomb because he could not bear to let his dying soldiers sleep with him. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia was the kind of king who would not kill meritorious subjects. As long as he treated him sincerely, he would naturally feel it. This was his way of doing business after traveling the underworld for so many years. If you lied to such an ambitious person, he would definitely be able to sense it, no matter how clever your trickery was. His intelligence was frighteningly high, and he had a photographic memory. He could learn a foreign language in 3 days. It was simply too terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to jump out of this trap. In the end, they would definitely be at each other's throats. Then I'll bite you? For you to be able to open up 4 realms on your own, your cultivation talent are definitely terrifying. You also have a firm will, so you should have a high chance of success. After all, you are the heaven's chosen one. After saying that, Lily bit down. 3 days later, Xianxia had successfully endured the gene fusion and regained his consciousness. His willpower was indeed astonishingly terrifying. At the same time, Lily was surprised to find that the Eternal Emperor had not become a 3-gene creature, but a 2-gene creature. Because of its immortal bloodline, its radiation bloodline had been replaced. Incompatible bloodlines? Lily said, the true Qi bloodline has also begun to leak. It's not that it's incompatible with the true Qi bloodline. It's because the cancer cells are constantly destroying the body's tissues and producing lesions, causing the trachea to be broken. It's better in the hospital. We should have taken an X-ray. He did a simple blood test and felt that the 2 double nuclear power cylinders in his heart, which was made of carbon dioxide and oxygen, were starting to leak. In Lily's words, Xianxia was like a leaking doll. After all, the internal circulation of Xianxia was the perfect and exquisite structure of the body. The structure before him had been destroyed. Side leak? Shatter? You mean the 2 internal Qi cycles, right? Xianxia did not understand. He only said, the internal Qi cycle is not a perfect one to begin with. According to my extensive research, we need to replenish it regularly. It's just that we replenish the oxygen and carbon dioxide that you mentioned through food. They are taken from the stomach into the bloodstream and circulated to the 2 left and right hearts. However, the degree of leakage before him was indeed countless times greater. It seems that this bloodline is too tyrannical. The degree of destruction to the body is too great. Based on this, we need to eat a large amount of food to replenish the carbon dioxide and oxygen to maintain the internal circulation. This is too slow. Lily shook his head. Especially when the amount of exercise is great. Fighting, running, and oxygen consumption increase. When there's a large loss, it's very difficult to quickly replenish it. We might have to suck blood to replenish the consumption. Xianxia nodded. Suck blood? In reality, Xianxia was only in his 40s, the same age as Lily. The 2 of them began to discuss and research. Xianxia said with a serious expression, indeed, we need to suck blood to maintain. If we become stronger, we might have to rear some blood people to replenish our blood regularly. Based on this, the price of immortality is terrifying. But according to what you said, after reaching the 7th rank, the body's normal cells will be completely devoured, and we will be completely perfected. Our internal circulation won't rupture, and we won't need to suck blood anymore. Lily took a deep breath. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Is this the essence of sucking blood? Cancer cells invade the body and rupture the blood circulation, so we can only suck blood to replenish our nutrients, so that's how it is. The ancients did not deceive me. Immortality of zombies, cancer cells. Zombies are afraid of Buddha, cancer cells are afraid of radiation therapy. Zombies suck blood, cancer cells destroy the body and need to replenish blood. But when the bloodline is completely awakened, we won't need to suck blood and become the true progenitor of zombies. Instead, we'll be in a complete half-sleep. Lily took a deep breath. After all, the great immortality blood that we lowly mortals have obtained is naturally imperfect. We, not the one and only ancient god, have to bear a terrible price. So, two people have to take turns to protect each other while they're asleep and become each other's guardians. When Lily said this, as an earthling, he actually had goosebumps all over his body. Wasn't this the path of the two ancient gods back then? It was a perfect match. Although the players were idiotic, their reasoning was extremely precise. Earlier on the internet, there had been people who said that they were making things up. Even he felt indignant for them. Another 7 or 8 days passed. The two sides had completely merged their bloodlines, and there was no more food. It's time to go out. There are naturally secret passages in the traps for me to wake up and leave. Xianxia opened an extremely secret mechanism that might lead to the periphery. But I suspect that sentries have been set up in the periphery, and the tomb is heavily surrounded. The two walked out of the trap layer of the tomb and arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. They sensed a lot of round covers connected to metal wires outside a pile of mud. What kind of mechanism is that? Xianxia frowned. It should be a vibration sensor connected to some mechanism. Let's see if your descendants love you or not. If they don't love you, a small nuclear bomb will explode instantly. If they love you, a small bomb will destroy you and force you back. That way, they might be able to survive, Lily said. Xianxia frowned. Then what should we do? Strength said, you're already at the 4th level, so your spiritual can still cast some simple spells. Cut the wires behind. Wires? Xianxia moved. Crack. The wires were cut first. They dug through the soil and did not trigger any mechanisms. They arrived at the 2nd layer, which was actually a modern laboratory corridor with white lights. This structure surprised Xianxia, an ancient person. Don't worry. It might be some kind of ultraviolet mechanism. See if there are any wires or circuit boards nearby. There won't be any problems if we cut them. The two broke through a few layers and finally arrived at the surface. The glaring sunlight was very uncomfortable. What's going on? Xianxia felt his skin rotting. These eternal cells were extremely fragile and sensitive to this kind of energy. It's different from ancient times. The radiation now is too high. Lily endured the pain and went to a small town. He obtained some umbrellas, leather, and the like and barely wrapped himself up. Only then did he feel less uncomfortable. There were shops operating nearby. Beauty salons. Apply for a membership card for a 20% discount. A tour guide wearing a cute little red cap held a small flag. Everyone, this is the royal mausoleum of Xianxia. Our greatest ancient emperor of Zhongzhou sleeps there. This place seemed to be a tourist attraction. Wait for me. The two of them wore thick black cloaks that were made into simple radiation protection suits. They looked like people who could not be seen in the light. They went to the side of the street and bought a newspaper from a newsstand. What's this? Xianxia asked again. Newspaper. Lily looked at the newspaper. Xianxia was very curious. He stood on the modern street with a face full of shock. Lily did not find it strange. It's like Xianxia Huang suddenly crawled out of the ground and came to the street. He looked at the modern people with a dumbfounded expression. Suddenly, Xianxia pointed at a shop. I have a feeling that something very scary has appeared there. I instinctively have goosebumps. It's very disgusting. Lily looked over. It was an accessory shop that sold jade jewelry. There was an advertisement posted on the door. Manway International Ocean Shipping Company's new goods have arrived. Moonfall stone mined from the core of Nanping's Moonfall Center. It has an auspicious aura. The moon god Ji blesses you to ward off evil, ensure your safety, and nourish your body. A Buddhist artifact that ward off evil. So that's how it is? This is the truth of history. Lily was shocked. He looked at the many upper-class ladies on the street. They wore ornaments around their necks. He had a feeling of wanting to stay away from them. Let's go. He felt very uneasy being surrounded by such streets. He directly went to a shadowy area with few people. Jishang started reading the newspaper. Fortunately, there was not much difference between ancient and modern Chinese. Yunzhou Sea Bridge. Thrilling ancient divine beast Qilin. Its entire body is covered in auspicious golden light. It's like a hanging ornament of the moon. It gives off an extremely comfortable aura. In the picture, a dazzling golden divine Qilin walked on the sea bridge. There was an endless stream of cars around it. The falling dragon incident. Ancient divine beasts have been revived from ancient times. What kind of enemy did they encounter? Why did they fall? Can humans cultivate? A huge dragon corpse over 10 meters lay on the ground. Countless onlookers were shocked. Divine beast? I have a feeling that it emits an extremely uneasy aura. Ji Shang frowned. Spirit Qi revival? Ancient myths and legends have been revived in modern times. Everyone cultivates? He read the keywords in the newspaper. Lili, he suddenly looked at the endless stream of people on the street. He felt very uneasy. Damn it. What were those idiots doing recently? It was too difficult to observe secretly without going on the internet. As an earthling who had transmigrated to another world, Lili did not want to communicate with those players for the time being. Because it wasn't just because the truth behind him was too shocking. Zombie cancer. Earthlings also had a mysterious transcendent bloodline. At the same time, it was because Buddhism and Taoism were the natural enemies of their bloodline. Both sides had different standpoints. If he went to look for him, his life would be in the hands of the other party. What level was he? If he allowed himself to be slaughtered, the other party might sponsor him or kill him. One must always guard against others. I'll observe them in secret first. They're playing a game, but I only have one life. He took a deep breath and was very calm. According to the current situation, combined with the scene I saw before I crossed over, could it be that they have begun to practice the 9 revolutions mysterious art and have begun to exert their power? So fast? The 9 revolutions mysterious art required a lot of energy, as well as a lot of living beings. However, there was enough energy here that it was possible to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art in a short time. It was just that its combat strength was average, but it was huge and looked very cool. He quickly looked at the newspaper and found that it really was a week later, the artificial satellite would land on the moon. Sure enough, they are building up momentum for the moon landing. They really want to create a satellite to observe the 9 dragons pulling the coffin in the universe? From the looks of it, they're waiting for the revival of spiritual energy. He looked at the newspaper. The dragon corpse in the camp's entrance was obviously a huge investment. It was a body of Pengu expanded by the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The ant inside had left, leaving behind an expanded body of Pengu to increase its authenticity and increase public opinion. In fact, they planned to really revive the spirit Qi and bring about a flourishing age of Buddhism and Taoism. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. In this world, there's also a 9-year compulsory education. Students also go to school from a young age and do questions, but it's very easy. Learning physics and chemistry was very free. Even in high school, he only learned simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. After all, it was enough for his daily life, but what about them? Their next step would probably be to disseminate the Huanggong secret scroll of cultivators and the 3-year college entrance examination and the 5-year simulation exam to the world and destroy the children of this world. They would teach them physics and chemistry and make them all bald. When the time came, everyone would graduate from high school and become a cultivator. What a grand plan! The cultivation dream of 300 million primary school students. Fu Lili took a deep breath. That was terrifying. The revival of Earth Spirit Qi that he had expected was directly realized here. The so-called 9-year compulsory education was actually to lay the foundation for physics, Buddhism, and chemistry to become extraordinary. The era was about to usher in a revolution. No one knew what would happen in the future. Even before the moon landing, many people on the observatory had discovered that some celestial bodies in the solar system had mutated. It was suspected that something big had happened. It was possible that there were mysterious creatures preventing humans from landing on the moon. However, there were also people who said that this was just a celestial phenomenon, that the entire galaxy was about to usher in a phenomenon that was rarely seen in hundreds of years. It was a special scene similar to the alignment of 9 stars. In reality, only Suji knew what was going on. As space creatures, although they were fast, it would still take them a few months to fly from Mercury to Earth. This was an entire solar system. At this moment, we have to hide. The radiation here is too strong. Let's do this at night when there are fewer people. The two of them used their divine senses to sneak into a hotel and began to search for information on the internet. Lily didn't intend to interact with the players. He wanted to see what they were going to do, because he couldn't observe them in secret. Start a fight with them? How was that possible? On the surface, they looked like a bunch of idiots. That was when they were allies. In reality, standing on the opposite side, one would realize that they were an extremely terrifying opponent. They were like a pack of hyenas, a group of natural disasters. They were ruthless and proficient in all kinds of military strategies. They didn't play by the rules and were very crazy. Di-Chi, the 3 pillar gods, who hadn't been messed with by them, he took a deep breath and planned to observe their actions. Would they be beaten up by this world until they cried out in pain, or would they really achieve results? After all, they were very strong, but this world was very complicated. Neither side was easy to deal with. The main goal now was to develop first. What he needed most was, money is money. In this modern society, it was difficult to do anything without money. But money, let me think. Is there any way to quickly make money, as well as expand our forces and manpower? He was a person of society and was proficient in this field. Soon, he had an idea. Half a day later, this world also had an epoch-making invention. It began to fill in this simple era where material technology was rapidly advancing and spiritual quality could not keep up. Many people received a special message, and they were extremely shocked. I am Emperor Jishang. Actually, I'm not dead. I just woke up in the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Shang and crawled out of the terracotta soldiers. I've taken the elixir of immortality and am already immortal. Let me tell you, I'm preparing to reclaim the world. You only need 888 yuan to sponsor me. As long as you send me money, I'll bestow you riches and even the elixir of immortality on the day I ascend to the top. I'm not joking. After understanding this, Ji Shang was shocked by this novel method of Emperor, send money. Although it was very real and sincere, there was no falsehood or fraud. However, could such a message be used to collect a large amount of startup funds? He was doubtful. Moreover, wouldn't this be exposed? You have to believe that this is a money-making method that has already been recognized by the market, Lily said very seriously. However, in just a few days, a large amount of money had surged into the account and refreshed this ancient emperor's worldview. Ji Shang held his phone and stood in front of the hotel's high glass window. Looking at the heavy traffic below, he felt that he could not keep up with the times. After all, no matter how smart he was still an ancient person. However, Lily said, it's time for us to start building an underground dynasty financial group. The next step is the elixir of immortality. We'll target the elderly who control 80% of the world's wealth. Suji's face darkened slightly. He was quite concerned about this transmigrator who had transmigrated from Earth countless light years away. At this moment, he was rather helpless. If you find a silly person, you won't be able to survive after transmigrating to another world. If you find a clever one, you'll have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. This world is indeed fair. Suji shook his head and took a deep breath. There's indeed no such thing as having the best of both worlds. However, Li Li's foundational theory of establishing a system had indeed greatly surprised Suji. After all, the foundational theory of a system was extremely important. It would establish his future development. Even Suji had begun to suspect that Earth had once possessed those ancient mythological systems. They were so perfect that there were no loopholes. There was nothing that was out of place. However, what he's doing now is indeed the smartest and most correct. Just like how he dragged Ji Shang into the water, now he's dragging the dying elderly who are in charge of this world into the water. Faced with the fear of death, those elderly can only be manipulated and secretly establish an underground dynasty to control the lifeline of this world. This was the most efficient method. Eternal life forms that fear Buddha will gradually spread here and form a mature system? Suji smiled. Regarding the use of unlimited lifespan, his first reaction was to think of the three-pillar gods gene-lock combat technique. That was Subaru's great technique. Burning one's lifespan to increase by 20 to 30 times was simply astonishing. In fact, among Suji's 5 major genes, only his eternal bloodline had not been used. This was indeed a good time to make deductions. But how exactly would it work? He still had to wait and see. I believe that we will soon witness a new era. Suji stood on the clouds with a leisurely expression as he looked down at the vast planet. The vast blue ocean was boundless, and the map of the 9 continents stood on it. A few days passed. The internet was boiling over. The incident of the falling dragon at Inko became the #1 trending topic. The second was the #1 trending topic. Some cities along the southwest coast saw a huge black ferocious ox walking in the sky. The land was barren for thousands of miles, and all the vegetation was withered. The wind was filled with black willow catkins. The third trending topic was a golden auspicious Qilin walking across the sea bridge. There were a lot of cars under its feet, which were the size of toys. What was more exaggerated was that the Qilin was wagging its tail and speaking in human language. Frowny face, there is a beast that looks like an ox with a white head, 1 eye, and a snake tail. Its name is Ho. Water will dry up, grass will die, and if it sees it, it will cause a great plague. Boom, this sentence was enough to shake the entire world. If it sees it, it will cause a great plague? Everyone was shocked, and they started to think about that terrifying strange beast from before. Could that true dragon have been killed by that disaster beast? It was too terrifying. What did the appearance of an ancient beast that symbolized plague and disaster mean? What did the fall of a true dragon mean? In fact, the body of the true dragon that fell at Inko had been taken away by the army and had been urgently dissected at a university called Zhongda Science and Technology. It was presided over by several chief lunar divination masters from the capital. Although it was kept secret from the outside world, there were already insiders secretly leaking information. This was not a man-made body, nor was it a biochemical weapon from other countries. This was the corpse of a true transcendent being. When it was still alive, it possessed unimaginable divine power and super-energy cells, as if it was at the level of an evolved creature. When it was still alive, its combat power was at least comparable to a weakened version of lunar advent, and it could easily destroy a small city. Oh my god! What the hell is going on? How can a creature destroy an entire city? True dragon? The entire internet was in an uproar. Even if it was driving a tank or a bomber, it would be difficult to destroy an entire city, let alone a machine gun, right? Some people guessed that it might be the sudden change of heaven and earth. After all, the current era was different from the prehistoric era. After the lunar advent weapon disaster that caused the Great Flood, the environment of the world changed drastically. The glaciers on this planet melted into oceans and isolated the 9 continents. Radiation energy filled the land and nourished their bodies, making them much stronger. Some people even began to awaken special abilities. At this time, people wanted to peek at the back of the moon, causing the myths of the archaic era to be completely revived. Humans were able to communicate with the gods and had the power to move mountains and fill seas. The ancient people lived for 100 years in spring and autumn, but their movements never stopped. At this time, someone claimed on a social media platform similar to Weibo that he had dreamt of a scene from ancient myths and legends. There were sects and factions, and immortal chi was everywhere. There were ancient immortals walking through the universe, holding the sun, moon, and stars in their hands. It was an extremely terrifying scene. The shackles of the world have been broken, and the spirit chi has recovered. Our world is about to change. A mysterious person said on the internet, our world will have a lot of mythical colors. We no longer rely on technology. Our individual strength is comparable to technological weapons, and our lifespan is very long. There were even conservatives who declared that they should stop going to the moon and stop launching satellites. That would be a blasphemy to the moon god season and would bring misfortune to mankind. There were also extremists who declared that this was a gift from God to us. We can also have and embark on the ancient path of divine power and have great supreme power. In short, the internet was full of content. The top 8 trending topics were all about the appearance of these divine beasts. Only the 9th trending topic was an exception, but it was also somewhat similar. Huang is immortal. Revive and make money. Under such circumstances, there were even more people making money. Even on the other side of the ocean, the internet was also full of such comments. Some people had already begun to search the internet for ancient cultivation secret books before the Great Flood, and they really found some ancient secret books. Huanggong Buddhist Secret Book of Physics Electromagnetic True Qi Sword Manipulation Technique. It turned out to be some advanced physics and chemistry formulas, as well as scalp-numbing calculation problems. The main character of the secret manuals was Little Ming. He was very mysterious, as if he was a peerless heavenly sovereign from ancient times. This sage, whether he stood, sat, or lay down, his daily life would evolve into extremely profound mathematical problems for him to ponder over. It was as if he was testing the effectiveness of these students and asking them questions. They saw that everything in Xiaoming's life could evolve into calculation. Even when an apple fell from his head, he was calculating the speed at which it fell. This is too scary. Isn't it difficult for such a person to live? They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Due to the social structure of this planet, it was difficult for ordinary students to understand all kinds of equations and solid geometry, except for scientists like the lunar divination masters. Even if they graduated from high school, they only learned ordinary addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and that was enough for their daily life. Their lives were very relaxed, and most of the reading was to cultivate their interests and socialize. Therefore, some people said that it was sensationalism. But some people thought that it might be true, or even inevitable. After all, only by understanding the rules of the world can one embark on that extraordinary path. Indeed. Not to mention other things, this Xiaoming is simply in line with the character of a lunar divination master. If he can do this, exploring and researching in his daily life, he will definitely be an unprecedented lunar divination master in history. Finally, in this hubbub, a lunar divination master came out to speak. Perhaps the mythical transcendents are just another form of lunar divination master, and they are also understanding the laws of heaven and earth. Xiaoming is investigating the principles of things and observing the mysteries of the universe in daily life. Hearing the discussion of these lunar divination masters, countless people were incomparably shocked. An incredible thought burst out, perhaps it was true. Soon, some people began to study and research. They felt that the existence of this Xiaoming was just a humble title. This kind of person was probably a mysterious ancient immortal, or perhaps it could be called Lord Ming Zun, investigating the heaven and earth and understanding its mechanism. His every move and every lie all coincided with the laws of the universe, and he was teaching people some of the laws of the universe. Some learning trends began to become popular. Taking Lord Ming Zun as a teacher, becoming a devout disciple, and seriously interpreting his calculation problems. But for ordinary people who did not usually come into contact with it, this was simply extremely difficult. For ordinary people, it was simply rare to be able to understand it. In a certain coastal city, in a small district. Oh my God, electromagnetic true Qi sword kinesis technique, I actually uncovered the answer to the first question. Xiaoming's final speed was 8.6 meters per second. A junior high school student sat in front of a computer. Next to him was a thick stack of paper, filled with densely packed calculation formulas. What, son, you actually calculated the secrets of ancient immortal cultivation? The mother next to him was extremely excited. The internet said that it is a lunar divination master, and it takes a long time to calculate. The mother was so excited that she hurriedly sent a message to the small district group, and the group immediately exploded. What? Your son actually passed Lord Ming Zun's riddle? Our small district actually has such a genius? Your son is only in junior high school. My son is not living up to expectations, I have to teach him a lesson. In the future, it is very likely that the era will be different. Divine beasts will appear, and a catastrophe will descend. We must embark on the ancient path of cultivation of the gods and demons. Countless people were discussing, and they were all shocked. The doorsill of their house was quickly trampled, and people came to watch. Time flew, and no matter how noisy the discussion was, the era ultimately did not move forward according to their subjective consciousness. The era was pushing the vast masses of people in the era. Very quickly, a week had passed, and finally, the day of the satellite launch. No matter how the opposition marched, or how tens of thousands of people held signs and paraded the streets to demonstrate, they could not stop the final launch of the satellite. The television began to broadcast the news. Two anchors in black suits, one male and one female, were broadcasting the news, and the picture behind them was a huge rocket launcher. The moon landing clause has officially been activated. Let me repeat, in order to protect the interests of all the continents, to prevent private countries from landing on the moon and destroying the friendship between the continents, led by Xianxia, today is a joint landing on the moon. Check the back of the moon, there is a very ancient inheritance. Let us witness history. July 21st, to the ancient and sacred land of the moon god. A small step for humanity, a big step for the planet. No matter what kind of uproar the legend caused on the internet, it was still the beginning of a new era of the universe. The satellite rose into the sky and landed on the ancient origin of the human world, the land of the moon god. Finally, countless people voiced their opinions. Can we meet the ancient moon god G? Humanity is looking forward to it. On this day, schools and work units all suspended classes. Today was the day when the entire planet's civilization took a leap forward. They were about to leave the planet and face the universe, truly entering the entire solar system. Oh! Daddy! Come out and look at the rocket. In front of the sofa, a boy shouted, holding a fluffy golden dog pet in his arms. So big. It's really big. It has begun? In the kitchen, a man was busy. He hurriedly popped his head out of the kitchen and stared at the TV while shouting. My dear little Jack, wait for me. Also, go to the room and wake up my mother who is sleeping in. Let's watch TV together as a family and witness this historic moment. In the blink of an eye, the family of three sat on the sofa. The man stared at the TV and muttered. It's a pity that your father doesn't have any talent for cultivation. He's not a studious person by nature. He can only rely on you, my clever little Jack. Cultivate diligently in the future and teach me and Jenny. Let your mother and I live longer and stay young forever. This scene was happening all over the world. The rocket on TV was unimaginably large. It was like a huge perilous peak piercing through the sky. This was a super-large rocket built by the combined efforts of the 9 continents. It stood tall on the ground and was nearly 100 times the size of ordinary rockets on Earth. In recent years, this was a world-class miracle creation that could be compared to the Earth Pyramid and the Entropy Emperor's Mausoleum. It was called 9 Provinces Interstellar Rocket. Their technology was derived from the basic knowledge of the Ashuttal people, and the technology to land on the moon had long been developed. Every lunar seer was extremely powerful. However, due to various political reasons and a combination of factors, it had been delayed until today. Rumble, accompanied by the huge spurt of flames, the rolling waves of fire scorched the earth. The bottom of the rocket seemed to ignite an inverted golden flame mushroom. The rocket slowly flew into the sky. It was a magnificent sight. Soon, it soared into the sky. Through the live broadcast on TV, the humans on the entire planet found that in just a few hours, they could see the howling wind around them. This was a wonderful journey. It penetrated deep into the clouds and the atmosphere. Finally, it became completely thin and pitch black as they slowly entered outer space. He actually entered outer space. Oh my God, is this the real universe? The world outside our planet is too vast and mysterious. When everyone looked over, their eyes were filled with shock and intoxication. The angle of view changed. Looking back from the universe, only then did they truly see that vast and beautiful blue planet. Was this the land they lived on? Poochie? After flying for a period of time, the rocket began to detach itself from the void, and the huge arrow body floated in the void. Rumble, 9 gigantic artificial satellites of different shapes and sizes slowly floated out. Some were in the shape of a flying saucer, some were in the shape of a traditional satellite, some were in the shape of a cigar, and some were in the shape of a tall hat. However, all of them were as huge as Mount Tai. They were majestic and magnificent as they slowly floated in the vast universe. They were like steel-reinforced space behemoths made of molten iron, giving off a shocking visual sensation. Voila, all the leaders of the various countries watched this scene nervously. It was a historic moment. Although the various countries were welcoming each other with smiles on the surface and expressed their willingness to explore the moon together, everyone was prepared with a large number of weapons. If there was any disagreement, they would start a war in space, and World War II would break out. It all depends on what is found on the far side of the moon. Is it worth fighting? A Central Plains leader took a deep breath. On the surface, it's a joint exploration and sharing. It's a common asset of mankind, but the specific moon landing plan is only known by their highest decision-making level. At the same time, what exactly are those divine beasts that claim to be from the ancient prehistoric era? It's surprising. We have to be more vigilant. 9 satellites were flying to the moon. Soon, some astronauts directly walked out of the spacecraft with a special rope, exposing their entire bodies in the vast universe. They slowly drifted in the air like kites, with an intoxicated look on their faces. Ah! Is this the universe? They could naturally walk in the vacuum of the universe. After all, they were originally creatures of the vacuum. Although the vacuum pressure in front of them was extremely harsh, it was more comfortable to live in the air. At this time, Xianxia was a group of ants, hiding in a satellite. It was very difficult for him, the celestial arch, to land on the moon with a group of 5th grade and 6th grade divine beast descendants, even though they were creatures of the vacuum. It was inevitable to take a rocket to the moon. After flying for a while, when they were about to reach the moon, it's starting. Voila, he and the group of ants quietly flew away from the satellite and came to the vast universe. In an instant, their bodies became extremely huge. He turned into a handsome humanoid young man, wearing a black robe and dressed very handsomely. With a few equally handsome young men, he floated in the vast universe. At this time, their bodies were the size of normal people, and they were still in human form. It was the state of Pangu's real body. The essential principle of Pangu's real body was to constantly expand flesh and blood, turning into a towering giant. Naturally, it could expand into any shape at will. In front of him, they expanded into human form. That was what he called transformation. This is the secret of the ancient divine beast. The 72 transformations can transform into a giant, an ant, and a human. Because the original body is an ant, it can expand and transform at will. Otherwise, how can a giant shrink? It doesn't conform to the laws of matter at all. He pondered and kept taking screenshots for the live broadcast. At the same time, he felt that this space landing on the moon was very similar to the atmosphere of the Soviet Union and the United States competing to land on the moon in the last century. In the distance, suddenly, the satellite observed these young men. The operators on the entire satellite were instantly shocked. The scene in front of them was too unimaginable. Oh my God, what is that? Humans? Why did they suddenly appear? Teleportation. In front of the TV, countless people were also shocked. Who would dare to imagine that there really was a mythical creature suddenly appearing in the void? This wave of pretense is not bad. They expanded their bodies and pretended to suddenly appear through space teleportation. After all, space teleportation is an ability that only gods can use. It's almost time to make a move. Xianxia took a deep breath, and her body suddenly expanded again. Boom, in the deep and desolate cosmos, the figures of these humans suddenly expanded again, turning into divine beasts. Their bodies were covered in black iron-like scales, and their edges and corners were distinct like ancient trees. There was a powerful feeling of power and majestic atmosphere as they floated in the cosmos. Oh! Oh my God! What is that? From human bodies countless times larger, they became divine beasts? That is their original body? This doesn't conform to the law of matter at all. Looking at the universe live broadcast captured on the television, everyone was so shocked that their scalps were about to explode. Countless lunar divination masters were trembling in fear, staring at the screen. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The mythological era. Oh my God, it is the ancient symbol of auspiciousness. Xianxia was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. His plan was very simple. When they landed on the moon, he would sneak onto the satellite and take a ride. Then, he would appear and cause a wave of shock. Then, he would instantly intercept them and explore the mysterious moon first. After obtaining the treasure, he would then leave. It was a perfect plan. Charge. He took the lead and moved forward. Soon, his speed exploded, and he surpassed the satellite. Instantly, he landed directly on the surface of the moon, on a crater. He suddenly looked up, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. What is that? In the sky, countless terrifying giant space beasts used their divine senses to hide their bodies and slowly floated over. At this moment, they seemed to have calculated the time and were about to land. They turned out to be semi-elemental creatures with all kinds of fire, lightning, water, and sun energies. They had wounds all over their bodies. Maybe they had fought on their way here and finally reached an agreement to kill those humans, then study the products of the land of the moon god. His face darkened. The target was the human satellite. He ran fast and ran into the muzzle first. After all, if it was a coincidence, it was almost impossible for them to arrive at the same time as the humans landed on the moon. Unless these mysterious space beasts deliberately calculated the time and came at the same time to stop the humans. Hello, he just tried to communicate. Boom, in an instant, countless lights bloomed, and all kinds of battle techniques were blasted over. Enter my inner space. Xianxia suddenly shouted. A few beasts beside him instantly entered. Xianxia only managed to block in the next second and was instantly sent flying. Boom, the battle instantly erupted. As a 7th stage heavenly emperor, Xianxia was instantly surrounded and killed by several supersized heavenly emperor monsters. Even though he had extremely rich battle techniques, as the champion of the elite PvP combat competition, and was an extremely powerful battle genius, far superior to these unorthodox people who had no moves, he was instantly defeated by these big guys. Bang 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 bang, his entire body felt like it had crashed into an aircraft carrier. His huge body, the fake Panga true body, was instantly torn and tattered, and he was sent flying. Rumble, the speed was unimaginably fast. At this time, the 9 continents satellites saw this divine beast flying back at a speed even faster than before. They were instantly dumbfounded. However, they only saw the meager divine will of this beast. Quickly go, that's not something we can resist. I've already used the last of my life as the price to send my other companions away, humans of the future. We were originally the mounts and guardian divine beasts of the ancient great emperors. We wanted to rush to battle before you, to open a path of blood for you, but who would have thought? It let out a mournful cry of a wild beast. Its huge body was still flying back, miserable and dim, and its divine will was getting further and further away. The other party is getting stronger. Yes, the enemies who destroyed the ancient human civilization can no longer be resisted in this era. This time, the ancient inheritance can only be handed over to them. Boom, the 4 odd beasts were sent flying backward. Finally, it stopped in the silent universe, staring blankly at a corner of the void. In the last moment of its life, it suddenly began to murmur, as if it saw the shadow of its master. Whoosh. An indomitable and matchless existence seemed to have traversed the long river of time and revealed his true body in the present world. Like a miracle, he gently embraced the broken divine beast into his arms. Woo-woo, the divine beast uttered its last murmur, revealing a gentle smile like that of a baby. After all these years, venerated Ming, I've finally completed my mission to protect the world where my master fought. After so many years, I can no longer protect my homeland. It completely lost its vitality. Boom. As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked. It was too touching. Could it be referring to venerated Ming? The eyes of the 9 major satellites astronauts widened. They leaned against the window and looked at the corpse floating away in the universe. There was no longer any breath of life. Woo-woo, in the live broadcast on television, countless people watched this scene in a daze. Their hearts were rumbling. Mom, Dad. Little Jack shouted and cried on the knees of his parents, who were sitting in front of the sofa. The same situation played out in all the continents. Everyone was silent. The dead divine beast's body was broken and floated in the void. There was an extremely strong, bitter, and uneasy fighting spirit emitting from it. Before, when the dragon fell from the camp, the Qilint's warning was already very sad. And today, at this moment, everyone was in a trance. It was as if they had seen a scene from ancient times. The figures of majestic, and unparalleled emperors appeared. They were sacred, majestic, and unusually bright, making people unable to look directly at them. However, an earth-shattering war broke out. The masters of these divine beasts died, and these divine beasts were silently protecting the humans of the later generations. Now, they were willing to go through fire and water. Damn it! Countless people were sad and angry. They clenched their fists in anger. But in the next second, they were replaced by fear. It was because they were too terrifying. Those mysterious ultra-powerful giant beasts' fighting prowess was ridiculously terrifying, able to smash apart the 9 great satellites. They were like giants, pinching a ridiculous fly to death. We humans are done for, tens of thousands of people, and I protested and banned the launch of satellites. Our words were right. We are going to face great misfortune. Countless people looked at the floating corpse in the void. They were moved and angry. Perhaps this day would be the end of the human race on this planet. Faced with the emergency of landing on the moon, all the continents immediately held an online conference. Alien life forms have been discovered. They are heading to the moon. Previously, when we observed the sunspots, we felt that something was wrong. There might be unknown mysterious life forms. Unfortunately, other than the sun, we could not observe the surface of other planets. After all, they are all liquid planets. We cannot see what lives under the ocean of energy. In the solar system, we might not be the only civilization. The universe is huge. Is it strange that we are not the only one? The leaders of countless countries began to discuss. Those divine beasts were the first to explore the way for us. They are indeed friendly. If we were the first to arrive, we would have been ambushed instantly. I'm afraid we would have met with misfortune. Indeed, to protect this land for us. They were touched. Those mysterious cosmic life forms that have mastered extraordinary powers chose to land on the moon at the same time as us. I'm afraid they also discovered that the moon is the ancient season of the moon god. They left behind the inscriptions on the moon. They have the same goal as us. You mean? Yes, according to the observation angle, as extraterrestrial life forms, what they see is always the back of the moon. Because the front of the moon is always facing the continent of our planet, everyone was shocked. This was a bold and extremely reasonable guess. They had obtained half of the inheritance, and the extraterrestrial civilization had obtained the other half. Then, according to their situation, the inscriptions on the back of the moon are their system, some kind of extraordinary cultivation system. You mean, our lunar diviners obtained the technology from observing the moon, and their lunar diviners obtained the extraordinary power from observing the moon? Yes. Right now, in space, the two civilizations have completely collided. Our goal is the back of the moon, and their goal is the front of the moon. The leaders present were all extremely intelligent people. From this short scene, they could see the other party's goal and details. Even if they did not see the back of the moon, they knew what kind of terrifying inheritance was engraved on the back of the moon. Someone looked around. Leaders of all the continents, humanity is on the verge of destruction. Facing this, we only have two choices. The first is to fight, and the second is to retreat. How can we retreat? We can escape for a while, but we can't escape forever. They have already reached the moon. It is only a blink of an eye before they reach our planet. Where can we escape to? Furthermore, if we retreat, the other party will obtain the inscriptions on our side and obtain the two great inheritances. We will be completely unable to resist. Fight? Seconded. Everyone, take out all your non-civilian hidden technologies. I know that you must have installed all your trump cards on the satellites to wage war against other states. Personally, I believe that we will definitely be able to put up a fight. Both sides will obtain half of the inheritance. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, it will depend on how much the geniuses of our respective civilizations can derive and comprehend. Will the moon seer of our civilization be defeated? We have sufficient confidence in our wisdom and in our development and perfection. At this moment, the billions of people on the entire planet were watching TV in panic. How could human technology stop that terrifying civilization? But in the next second, the television station's two hosts said, "Everyone, please do not panic. Our civilization has powerful combat power. We are not afraid of those special extraterrestrial civilizations. Everyone, please believe in our national strength. Please be proud of our country." Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the cigar-shaped, tall hat-shaped, flying saucer-shaped huge satellite suddenly changed shape, turning into a huge spaceship mothership. Mecha warriors flew out in large numbers, forming an incomparably huge cosmic troop, slowly moving forward. Rumble, in an instant, the two sides in the universe clashed. The huge elemental creatures of the transcendent civilization collided with the warriors of the technological civilization. It was like a battle between two great civilizations. Although those mecha were controlled by ordinary people, their combat power was at the level of a celestial emperor. In an instant, like a group of small ants, they began to besiege a mountain. The terrifying light bloomed brilliantly, and all kinds of strange phenomena erupted. All the people in front of the television were extremely shocked. It turned out that their country had hidden such a terrifying power and possessed extremely exaggerated combat power. Ah! The humans of our era are still powerful. Those ancient divine beasts that protect us protect this land. This time, it's our turn to protect you. Countless people in front of the television clenched their fists. Yuan Qinghua ran quietly. After shedding that huge shell, the main body slipped away without a sound. He grumbled and cursed. "I really ran into a ghost when I went out. How could there be such a huge super life form waiting for humans? I ran fast and directly took the bullet for them. Those humans are probably finished. I've already sold them a favor and warned them before I left. In this world, there was no such thing as a Xianxia drama. The development of the material plane was too fast, causing the spiritual plane to be very deficient. Just like Huaxia in the last century, people were full of trust between each other, so they fell for it in an instant. It was very touching. But it seems that their spiritual plane is also developing quickly. This pure land has recently begun to have phone scams." Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and slowly turned his head to look behind him. He was instantly shocked. F***ck, he looked up. The satellite actually began to transform to fight those extremely exaggerated creatures. Yuan Qinghua was dumbfounded. He didn't expect these humans to also hide so deeply. They had just landed on the moon and thought that it was similar to the 50s and 60s of the last century. Who knew there would be such exaggerated black technology? However, I discovered a terrifying fact. He took a deep breath and quietly logged into the forum. Spore Evolution Forum. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that their perfect plan would fall short of success in an instant. Fortunately, Yuan Qinghua is quick-witted. This drama queen got into character in an instant. That's so cool. No one can adapt in an instant. As expected of the big boss among the players. He's a true master of acting. Laughing and crying, he's a movie king. No, I guess he's been beaten up too many times. Back then, Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiaojun were captured to have children. Acting is already deep in his bones. But at this time, Yuan Qinghua came out and urgently said, "A screenshot. A picture of a cell. A screenshot. The appearance and shape of each elemental creature. These are some of the huge biological cells of those energy bodies that I collected when I was beaten up. Take a look and see if there's anything special about them." When everyone saw this, they couldn't stay calm at all. Especially the group of players from 6 Paths of Reincarnation. They were the fastest to discover the abnormal biological structure and were immediately dumbfounded. Isn't this similar to the cell structure of that giant octopus? Could it be the ancestor of the giant octopus clan? But how could it be a half-elemental creature? We'll know once we ask. Players from 6 Paths of Reincarnation, hurry up. This is an emergency. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, in the Grand Canyon. The giant octopus had already transformed into a dead fat octopus, silently playing with a tablet. A group of players came over with a stack of pictures and handed them to him. "We found a creature that seems to be of your clan. Take a look and see if it is." The giant octopus was dumbfounded. It looked at the pictures and instantly felt that it was indeed its biological cell structure. But something wasn't right. According to his inherited memory, their clan was of the same form. They had an ancient inheritance of tens of thousands of years and had no branches at all. How could there be an elemental clan? What was going on? It was dumbfounded on the spot. Its world had completely collapsed. Is it your ancestor or something else? The players asked. The giant octopus was completely dumbfounded. After thinking for a long time, it didn't dare to answer. It mumbled, I don't know either. After all, I'm a little country bumpkin. Maybe in this highly developed center of the world, there were ancient ancestors of our clan long ago. A few players instantly shook their heads and scolded it with a look of resentment. Hurry up and cultivate. After you break through to God, you can sense your clansmen. At that time, bring the other clansmen of your clan to find these ancient ancestors who have transformed into elementals and return to their clan. They lamented the misfortune of this clueless octopus and were angry at its incompetence. A descendant who didn't even know his ancestors and genealogy was obviously an unfilial child who treated others coldly. What should we do? We can't get anything from the octopus. How do we explain this to Xianxia's gang leader? They whispered to each other. After all, they used to follow Xianxia. Now that he had left and entered the infinite worlds, they might still have to follow him in the future. After all, the class system was already very clear: wizard community, samsara, spore evolution sandbox, infinite worlds. They were still in the samsara, the second echelon, but there was a high chance that they could also go to the proving the way in the future. After all, who didn't have a bit of confidence in themselves? They felt that they were geniuses. Someone shook the tree root and said, in my opinion, it's very likely an ancestor from the ancient era. It's normal for the infinite worlds to have connections. We met the octopus here, and on the other side, we met a mysterious similar creature, obviously a bit more powerful. It can float in the sun and Mercury, but what about the octopus? It can only float in the periphery and swim in the surface ocean of the sun. Wouldn't it become a charcoal octopus? Someone said. After all, everyone was a keyboard saint, so they still had a vision. The octopus hurriedly nodded, surprised and happy. I didn't expect my ancestor to be so powerful. Obviously, our clan is a backward and remote branch that can't keep up with the times. It also felt that it was too terrifying. I actually have such a powerful distant relative. When one cultivates to become powerful, they can float in the energy storms of the universe, extremely terrifying. Why didn't I know? Seems like I'm really behind the times. It was more and more convinced that it really was a country bumpkin. It always thought that it was the strongest celestial emperor in history, but it turns out that it was just looking at the sky from a well. Even its ancestor was so powerful in this world. It felt full of happiness. Then it settled. Another day, we'll bring you back to meet your ancestors. Perhaps seeing the octopus's excited expression, a player patted the octopus's shoulder in relief. Soon, in the Spore Evolution Forum, Xianxia received a message. So the octopus said that according to its genealogy, that's its ancestor? And it wants to meet its ancestor? He carefully calculated the cause and effect and felt that it was of great significance. After all, the gigantic creatures on the planets in this universe were obviously some kind of powerful super race. They had been reproducing and living in this galaxy for a long time. And the giant octopus might really be a descendant of this universe. He thought for a moment and made a statement on the internet. Everyone, the current situation is too difficult. Two tigers are fighting, transcendence versus technology. It's a cosmic war, equivalent to the two ends of the moon inheritance. I don't know who will win and who will lose. After all, everyone wants to occupy the moon and study the inscriptions on it. Besides, both sides have a huge advantage. They have immense energy and are invincible among their peers. It's like an adult fighting a swarm of mosquitoes. However, they have a small advantage. Their cultivation speed is fast, and the cycle is short. They can gather in a large area, and when hundreds or thousands of ants bite an elephant to death, they can divide the energy on the other side. Everyone naturally knew the benefits of dividing up the energy. Take the giant octopus for example. There was one more important thing. Having a large body was naturally a good thing. It was invincible among those of the same level. However, if one's cultivation speed was slow, others' cultivation speed would be faster. They would break through and advance and crush you. Those of a higher level would beat those of a lower level. You would be a huge energy treasure. And now, those mechas have unleashed the power of the ants to the limit. Let's see who has the advantage. I plan to watch from the side. Screenshot. Screenshot. Yuan Xinhua began to watch. Rumble, this battle lasted for more than a day. Nuclear-powered mechanical armors seemed to have limitless power as they were controlled by the AI to fight. Meanwhile, the huge creatures and giant beasts on the other side also had unimaginably terrifying stamina. On the television station, countless people were watching. When they were tired of watching, they fell asleep on the sofa and watched again when they woke up. The more they watched, the more terrified they became. They could see some bad signs. How can mechas defeat flesh and blood? That's right. Those mechas are destroyed one by one, but their flesh and blood are injured. Their wounds are healing very quickly. In the bar, a group of blonde foreigners was shouting. There was a pile of wine bottles on the ground as they looked at the big screen high above. Oh! Moon Goddess G above. The opponent's recovery ability is too strong. Mechas are inanimate objects. Although energy power can guarantee endurance, it's useless if it's destroyed. If this goes on, we'll all be killed. They felt that a disaster was about to befall them. After all, every time a mechanical suit crashed, the people would feel bitter. They were all national-level secret weapons. The television was still broadcasting. More than 30% of the mechas have been destroyed in the war ahead. Every country has convened an emergency meeting. They are mobilizing all their hidden mecha reserves and using hidden backup rockets to send them into space one by one to support the front line. A series of cardiac stimulants were injected into everyone's heart. However, everyone knew that this was only a temporary solution. At this time, the television host was still broadcasting. At the same time, every country is launching the second emergency response plan. A super-secret new weapon that surpasses the lunar intercontinental missile, the super solar weapon, is being activated. Don't worry. Some special scenes could be seen on the television. A suppression-level weapon other than the lunar weapon? What's the solar weapon? Unimaginable. Two weapons that represent the sun and the moon? The people were slightly excited and full of anticipation. When Yuan Xinhua saw this, she frowned and curled up even deeper. A new weapon that surpasses nuclear weapons? These countries have hidden it very well. They have already secretly developed a weapon that surpasses nuclear weapons? Will World War II start at any time? That's too cruel. At this moment, he stopped. He did not know if it was better to broadcast live or not. The weapons of this era were very advanced, surpassing those on Earth. However, it was also very suitable for modern Earth to learn. This civilization was different from the Isidal era, which was far superior to Earthlings. They could learn and even copy their technological civilization. They could get their hands on the blueprints and principles and quickly understand them. It would have a shocking impact on the real world. Forget it. He took a deep breath. After several considerations, he still chose to broadcast live. What the F***CK? The big boss is broadcasting live? Don't release it. What if all the gangster countries copy it? 666, I'll send you rockets. Some of the large research institutes continuously sent out gifts and rockets as they watched this scene with fervent gazes. A group of scientists was already researching this war in the outerverse. Surpasses nuclear weapons? How is that possible? Even if our civilization is low, we have already understood many principles. We even have all kinds of advanced guesses and illusions. At present, there is basically no weapon that is more destructive than this. Some stubborn scientists did not believe it. You have to believe it. This is a powerful planetary civilization. Their weapons are hard to imagine. Someone scolded. The scene was in chaos. Even the scene in front of us is epical for Earthlings. Knowledge is the power of everything. As long as we understand the principles, we can research the next stage of nuclear weapons. Super weapons of war. They swallowed their saliva. The scene was silent. Everyone knew what kind of terrifying meaning this was. It was not those illusory bloodline cultivation techniques. It was real benefits. For a country, or even an era, it was enough to change too much. At this moment, on the TV, a special fleet of unmanned aircraft appeared in the various continents of this planet. They formed a fleet and soared into the sky. What's going on with these planes? It looks like they are not loaded with any weapon systems. Their shape looks very special. They look more like crumpled paper balls. Is it some kind of high-level material similar to memory metal? In a short half an hour, the planes of various countries directly flew out of the thin atmosphere. The paper planes of various countries actually merged together. Like bats, they actually began to spread their wings. The planes were like small umbrellas. Then, the umbrellas were quickly interlocked, forming a larger umbrella. Then, the outer layer of the outer layer was removed, revealing the inside. It turned out to be many transparent glass planes. They quickly formed a huge glass mirror. It's a magnifying glass? Oh my God! God! Unimaginable! Countless scientists looked at the mirror above the atmosphere and exclaimed loudly. They had already noticed it. Their faces gradually began to show fear. At this moment, it was as if they saw a majestic cosmic mythical giant holding a magnifying glass and pointing it at the creatures on Earth. This feeling was very shocking. It was like a naughty child squatting under the sun holding a magnifying glass, gathering the sunlight and shining it on a tiny ant on the globe. And the ant was the city on Earth. Boom, without any explanation, the huge concave glass mirror was activated. Whoosh, the sunlight quickly gathered in the atmosphere, and a thin arc shadow covered half of Oceania below. It adjusted the angle and gathered at a point on the north and south continents. Whoosh, the huge white light beam passed through the planet's atmosphere and gathered at a point on the ground. Boom, it was a special military secret base deep in the mountains. There was a huge metal mirror made of special materials on it, which reflected the white sunlight rays that fell on Earth back into the universe. Whoosh, the light beam arrived instantly. It landed near the moon and pierced through a vast and terrifying cosmic creature. Hiss! The cosmic creature screamed loudly. Everyone's confidence was boosted as they looked at the TV and shouted. Is this the sunrise weapon? Interstellar superweapon. It's too scary. The forums on Earth were also crazy when they saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. It felt like a new world had opened up. Those special paper and glass planes flew into the sky and formed a magnifying glass placed outside Earth. The magnifying glass looks like a child's play, but it's really scary. Standing on the ground, a magnifying glass the size of a palm can already ignite paper. In Tibet, a magnifying glass the size of a clay pot can cook rice and burn people to death. Such a huge one, and it's in the universe. This magnifying glass has an area of more than 50 square kilometers. It stands tall in the sky, and because its position is high enough, the shadow caused by it is enlarged. It feels like it is almost blocking the sun of half the continent. Destroying the Death Stars. These countries are too ruthless. I reckon that once the World War breaks out, these sun advent weapons will instantly send these planes into the sky. Their rays won't have any so-called missile trajectories, and they won't have to worry about being intercepted by the missile defense system. With a magnifying glass, they'll instantly hit wherever they point. They were all dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. Too awesome. What was clean energy? This was clean energy. The principle seemed simple, gathering light, but in fact, it required a strong scientific and technological foundation to realize the cosmic magnifying glass. Not only could it be used to fight each other on the planet, but on the ground, it could also be used to reflect light and attack invaders from outer space. It was too exciting, too cool. Extraordinary war technology. In front of them, the 9 continents were really going all out. All the mirror planes in the 9 regions formed an unprecedented mirror sunrise weapon. In the Big Shots group, everyone was shocked by this civilization. They had produced their own unique weapon system. Even an ordinary rank 8 true god might not be able to block this sort of instantaneous focus, the cute girl yelled. Copy, copy, copy. Copy it quickly. Our Earth can also resist the invasion of a rank 8 true god. He could kill his opponent in an instant. His body and soul were destroyed. Akinayama sped up. The premise is that the true god is an idiot who can't run. But this weapon is too cool. He muttered to himself. The television was still broadcasting, and the authoritative voice of the host gave people a sense of reassurance. Everyone, our 9 continents has a total of 73 sunrise strikes. Because of the position of the front of the planet, only 27 mirrors in the northern hemisphere can be used. They all require special materials to construct, and they will be destroyed after one use. Because these mirrors will instantly overheat, and if they aren't repaired in a short amount of time, they might not be able to reflect light a second time, and the heat will instantly pierce through the earth. Everyone was in an uproar. This number reassured them, because there were only 10 some monsters invading the moon. Swoosh, the planes in the sky were once more wrapped in black shells, turning into a giant circular wall that could not refract light. They slightly tilted, calculated the refractive index, and then pulled back the black curtain to reveal the transparent glass bodies. Swoosh, the giant beam of light converged on a certain spot on the planet. It instantly refracted. A second beam of light pierced through the atmosphere of the planet and into space, instantly piercing through the head of a second behemoth. Roar. A heartrending roar echoed through the air. The behemoths were completely terrified and began to retreat. They hid on the dark side of the moon and began to fly back. We can't stop them. Ha ha ha, they are smart, hiding on the dark side of the moon. Dad, we are too powerful. On the black sofa, little Jack hugged his parents and shouted happily. There was no doubt that humans had won this war. Humans have never been so close to death. A professor shouted. He walked out of the university and roared at all the students in the dormitory. We should be glad that we have witnessed a new era. A lunar divination master posted excitedly. This is our planet's intelligent weapon. There is no doubt that we have walked our own path of civilization from the ancient inscriptions. This is our unique weapon. Everyone was excited. Their planet itself was a cannon, sniping the approaching space civilization creatures. Soon, the various continents began to organize the mechanical armors to drag the 2 giant corpses back. Although their size was not too big, and their lifespan and cultivation time were far less than the giant octopus, the 2 of them combined were already half the size of the giant octopus. It was a terrifying and huge amount of energy. Regrettably, most of their bodies were actually condensed energy. Following their death, they were like a bunch of dried-up balloons, rapidly withering. However, they still contained a huge amount of energy and had unimaginable research value. Damn it, the next time we kill them, we might have to use a special method to collect the energy in advance. Otherwise, after they die, the energy will quickly dissipate. What a pity. A leader laughed. Yuan Qinghua rolled her eyes. She was also thinking of an idea, eager to give it a try. However, at this time, something strange happened. Suddenly, from inside the moon, a bunch of human beings who were so tiny that they were almost indistinguishable rushed out. They were holding special metal staffs and using themselves as the source of power. They kept shooting out energy bullets with the metal staffs, as if combining technology and supernatural energy, instantly destroying the mechanical armors. Boom, they quickly dragged the 2 giant creatures into the moon. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the continents were instantly enraged. Where did these creatures come from? How dare they live inside the moon and ambush us from behind? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How could they not be angry? They roared angrily, but they could only watch helplessly as their mechanical armors were all destroyed and their spoils of war were stolen. Furthermore, the solar weapons were unable to attack the tiny creatures. At this time, this war was like a mantis stalking a cicada. However, on the Spore Evolution forum, everyone was too shocked by the new weapon, even the scientists' expressions changed slightly. They had to admit that their new weapon was very powerful and had too many advantages. A huge magnifying glass with a diameter of more than 50 kilometers, the temperature of the instantaneous burst of light was likely to reach hundreds of millions of degrees, the temperature of the core area of a nuclear explosion. What kind of situation was this? It could carry the temperature of a nuclear explosion at any time. At the same time, it was a weapon with unlimited energy without any loss and could be launched indefinitely. However, these 2 Points alone were enough to defeat nuclear weapons that could destroy heavily polluted land. One had to know that the production cost of each nuclear weapon was simply terrifying. This was a meteorological weapon that borrowed the power of nature and unlimited energy. This was the most terrifying part. At the same time, what was even more terrifying was that unlike intercontinental missiles and various nuclear weapons, there was a possibility of being intercepted by anti-missile detection during flight. This kind of instantaneous attack had no launch trajectory at all, and its strategic significance was terrifying. There was no time to react at all. In fact, given enough time, it could completely destroy a continent because the energy was unlimited. It could always be illuminated and swept across. This was simply the legendary sword of the Damocles hanging above one's head. Some people in the research institute discussed. The only drawback is the damage caused by the light beam passing through the atmosphere. However, the atmosphere of this planet is weak. It doesn't matter, but what about our planet? Although they are weak, they also pay attention to the environment. If you look closely, you will find that the magnifying glass has a secondary structure. It can directly pass through the second layer quickly and concentrate the light beam at a point very early. Passing through the atmosphere is similar to a thread passing through a layer of cloth instantly. The damage and evaporation caused by passing through the atmosphere should be very low. Compared to the environmental pollution of nuclear weapons, it must be much lower. The specific environmental impact needs to be tested. But in fact, our current technology is simply unable to do it. Like the Dyson sphere, it needs the support of a huge amount of technology. It belongs to a kind of future technology. Some scientists took a deep breath. What was a Dyson sphere? In principle, it was a solar panel that revolved around the sun. It was very simple. But what about the one in front of them? The principle of the magnifying glass was also very simple. They are planes that can fly directly out of the atmosphere using cellophane balls, but our technology is almost there. We can only rely on rockets to continuously send the magnifying glass assembly materials into space. With our current technology, a conservative estimate would take decades and tens of thousands of wealth. Assembling it in the universe outside the atmosphere is also a problem, and our special materials are also a problem. We can't make a special glass magnifying glass, so we can only make a mirror that doesn't refract, only reflect. In fact, if you want to make a mirror, Na is a good choice. On Earth, high-purity Na will indeed oxidize continuously and is very fragile, but in space, there is no such problem. Na's reflectivity is very good, and its density is low. It is a relatively ideal space mirror material. They had already used their current level of scientific and technological knowledge to discuss the possibility of the sky weapon. The discussion was heated. But in the next second, a scientist suddenly shouted, "Hey! Friends! Look at what these netizens have discovered." The netizens seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Everyone was shocked and instantly speechless. What was all the fuss about? What could these netizens discover? Could it be that their standards were higher than his? They looked at this oppressor-grade meteorological weapon and saw further than they did. They kept shaking their heads, feeling very speechless. But in the next second, they casually skimmed through the content of their discussion. Someone's bold statement instantly shocked them. His tone is very exaggerated. Could it be that he knows more than us scientists who have been in the industry for many years? They hurriedly turned their attention to the internet. At this time, the internet was very lively, because it was not only these scientists who were discussing, but the netizens were also very lively. Akina Yamaguchi, everyone, I have discovered the truth of ancient Xianxia mythology and history from this weapon. This is an ancient mystery in the depths of history, a riddle of the inevitable development of Buddhism and the Earth God system. It has a vital impact on our future extraordinary civilization. If I tell you the true secret of this weapon, you might be shocked. The netizens? What did he mean? They could not understand at all. Although the development of a nuclear weapon after the development of an oppressor-grade weapon seemed very terrifying, what did it have to do with ancient mythology? Akina Yamaguchi, you are still too young, listen to me carefully. Little Sunflower's father's class started. JPG, everyone was waiting for him to speak. But he did not speak. For a moment, everyone was silent. Their teeth hurt. This bastard, was he teasing them again? Dad. Dad. Let's start the class. But soon, there were still some people on the internet who did not have integrity who spoke. Akina Yamaguchi was very satisfied. Cough, 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 let me first sort out the ancient civilization and technology of Xianxia. According to our current speculation, the history of this online game, cough, cough, let's talk about the background of the online game, please don't use reality. On our planet named Earth, ancient Buddhism and Taoism originated from their special nuclear weapons. That was the budding era of Buddhism and Taoism. Then, in the heyday, what kind of oppressor-grade weapon would appear on this planet? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that it was similar to this planet? After the nuclear bomb was the oppressor-grade weapon, was it the meteorological oppressor-grade weapon? Akina Yamaguchi, this is the development history of this planet's civilization. I personally think it can be used as a reference. They also experienced the era of nuclear weapons before reaching the current era of meteorological phenomena. Perhaps in the future of our current Earth, we will also go through this process. When we have the ability to build it, we will build it. What he meant was, the civilization development of this Kyushu planet was the evolution of nuclear weapons into meteorological weapons. Then in ancient Xianxia, nuclear weapons also evolved into meteorological weapons. Even in the future, Earth might also go through this process. From nuclear weapons to meteorological weapons. Did he think it was inevitable? The development of civilization would change from individual nuclear weapons to meteorological weapons that manipulated nature? After all, the power of nature was infinite, but there was a limit to human power. Everyone did not speak, listening to what he had to say. Akina Yamaguchi, then, what if this theory was put in ancient Xianxia? Let's link this to history. If we say that the era of nuclear weapons was the birth of Buddhism, where they discovered nuclear fission and created energy that allowed them to cultivate, then the era of meteorological weapons should be the pinnacle of Buddhism. What do you think it would look like? They thought about it and felt that it was the kind of sects that stood in great numbers, with countless powerful people, and many paradises. Akina Yamaguchi, then, let's think about it again. When we first arrived in the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no nuclear radiation. How did we cultivate? We had no way to cultivate at all. We could only find a way to build a reactor. Later, we also entered the ancient hell and got a lot of relics. Everyone was shocked. Yes, they did not cultivate at that time. Then, in ancient times, this planet had no radiation and was very far from the sun. It could be said that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, so how did they cultivate? They could not keep building reactors, right? Suji was also stunned. That's true. Then, how did the ancient Xianxia people cultivate? Suji was also very curious. Akina Yamaguchi, in ancient times, the radiation on Earth was very low. They should have built reactors to cultivate, using spiritual energy to collide particles, releasing energy, and other fission reactions. But you can't keep building reactors like that, right? This method is very primitive, but how can Earth, a planet like this, continue to obtain energy? Everyone was stunned by this question. Using a magnifying glass like the meteorological weapons in front of them, in an instant, everyone had goosebumps. The conditions on Earth were not suitable for cultivation, but the method in front of them, using a magnifying glass to gather thin radiation energy, this was indeed the only way. Akina Yamaguchi laughed. Everyone, you must have guessed it. They must have used meteorological weapons to gather thin radiation and energy from the sun for cultivation. You should know that a magnifying glass has a focus. If you don't focus it on a point, but on a circle of light, then wouldn't this circle of light be full of energy? This kind of place, perhaps, is the ancient Xianxia legend. A matchless almighty person ascended to the void to build an array, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Cultivating in this place, one can make rapid progress. Whole. Heaven. Blessing. Earth, everyone's mind buzzed as if they had seen an ancient legend flourishing. The development history of planet Jiuzhou was indeed like this. From radiation weapons to meteorological weapons, they also corresponded to the development history of the ancient Xianxia civilization. From the early days of Buddhism to the peak of Buddhism, meteorological weapons began to appear, and paradises were everywhere. And the paradises were clearly above the head of this planet with a magnifying glass. Akina Yamaguchi, everyone, we have overcomplicated the ancient times. Buddha is the Buddha of radiation, and true energy is true energy. They are all literal meanings. But what about the paradises? The ancient legend of gathering the essence of the sun and moon is probably the literal meaning of the convergence. How do you gather it? Use a magnifying glass. Boom, all the netizens gripped their mouse tightly. The blood in their body was boiling, and their hearts were beating wildly in their chests as if they were about to fly up. Actually, all the scientists in the research institute were shocked. They felt as if they were flying, and their hearts were soaring in space. In the lab, all the scientists seemed to have opened the door to theology. They felt like their worldview had been shattered. Once, there was a rebellious Cantonese student who left me. He was very smart and hardworking. He left my lab and did not agree with my research direction. He yelled at me, "Sir, the times have changed." A white-haired old man mumbled. I was angry at first, then I did not believe him. I persisted in my beliefs until today. The scientists looked at him with a complicated expression. This was a scientist from their lab, an authoritative expert in the field of nuclear radiation. Even you have agreed. What else can I say? Someone opened his mouth and was met with silence again. Everyone knew that this old man was famous for his stubbornness. He was different from others. Normally, he would send tweets. As a hot-tempered old man, he had once tweeted strongly about Buddhism and Taoism. No one understands radiation better than me. But he was soon slapped in the face. The online players in the 6 realms of reincarnation came up with a bunch of dumbfounded gadgets: physical Buddha, radiation Sarira, Tesla Buddhist hoop, Gatling Buddhist staff, all kinds of cutting magnetic wires, that caused him to break down and shut him off completely. After that, this white-haired old man no longer said a word. And now, after nuclear weapons, it was the development of meteorological weapons. It was like the development from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. And what era did this correspond to? They had been deducing the meaning behind it, the possibility of its realization, but now it seemed too shallow. He has told us. Some people continued to watch with an uneasy expression. At this moment, Xiao Mingshan was still in high spirits. Now, do you understand? This is the evolution of civilization. Dyson sphere, magnifying glass, these are all uses of cosmic energy. Advanced space civilizations must be like this. As for the blessed enclave, it's literally what it means. Look at the cave. Heaven. Earth. Earth. Word by word. JPG, cave. Heaven. Earth. Earth. On the internet, everyone's widened eyes were filled with disbelief. Every word was like a plumb hammer pounding on their hearts. Cave, heaven, D. They turned their heads in shock and looked at the picture. The sky was using a magnifying glass to gather light, opening a big hole. Isn't that the paradise, the land of radiation? Wasn't it a land of radiation? Everyone sucked in a deep breath. It was as if his previous words were just a prelude, and it was only now that he finally erupted. At this moment, the violent impact was like a dam that had just been built bursting. Blood surged from all the blood vessels in all directions, wanting to burst their hearts. Heavenly paradise, heavenly paradise, heavenly paradise, it's literally a complete construction process. In a certain university in China, an old professor who studied ancient literature suddenly burst into tears as he sat in his office. Is this the truth of ancient myths and history? Blessed enclave. In the 7 realms, in the heavenly court, a beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. So that's how it is. What? Hu Haihan exclaimed in shock. If someone told you that an ancient mythological civilization broke through the vault of heaven and used its divine power to welcome the boundless energy from the vault of heaven, gathering it in a zone of energy for future generations to cultivate, what do you think is possible? Hu Haihan pondered carefully. The power of the vault of heaven sprinkled down, creating a supreme sacred ground. This kind of terrifying power would definitely be unimaginable. Moreover, it would probably cost a great price just to maintain this kind of receiving formation. It might even have to distort the laws of the universe and touch upon the 9th level of power. You don't know, some ancient myths and legends are covered up by history, but when the later generations dig them out, they always make people sigh in admiration. It turns out that they are actually very simple. The Great Tao is the simplest, nothing more than this. Mother Earth sat on the chair and suddenly condensed the water vapor in the air, gathering it into a transparent magnifying glass and shining it at her world tree vines. Using the simplest method to turn the most complicated matter into the most unimaginable method of ancient myths and legends. Qi, the vines emitted light and were quickly ignited. Hu Haihan looked at the magnifying glass and suddenly thought of something. Instantly, he turned pale with fright. On the forum, countless people's minds buzzed, and they trembled in excitement. At this moment, they realized that they had overinterpreted the information transmitted by the ancient people and filled in too much with their imaginations. The forum was instantly occupied by all sorts of news. What the ancient people want to tell us is really the meaning on paper. It's just that we, the later generations, are too ignorant and didn't understand. Twisting the meaning of the predecessors. Countless people were excited to witness a historical moment. This was going to be a groundbreaking scene. The mysteries of history would eventually be completely revealed as they continued to grow stronger. Mount Xiaoming sped up. I've already stopped for a moment. You guys carefully judge it, and I won't say much after you're done. After all, there's no need to mention the advantages of this grotto heaven and blessed land, right? You usually gather the spiritual qi of a piece of land. Don't you need to consume it for such a large-scale formation? Don't you need to maintain it? But this one doesn't, only when it's simple to the extreme can it be considered the true ultimate. Furthermore, there are all sorts of conveniences, and this is the inevitable development trend of transcendent cultivation planets. In that case, let me talk about the next possibility. The ancient mythological period of the grotto heaven and blessed land has already been understood. In that case, the legend of Nuwa mending the heavens, what does it mean? One grotto heaven, one mending the heavens, everyone felt their goosebumps rising. Nuwa mending the heavens was, in fact, Nuwa mending the atmosphere. They always felt that there must have been a terrible war in the prosperous era of ancient mythology. However, everything was shrouded in fog, turning into ancient dust, and future generations had no way of knowing. Everyone was completely silent. At this moment, they only felt that the thick picture of Huaxia's mythological history was coming at them. These ancient epics were too brilliant. Thinking back to that great mythological era, the heavenly realms stood tall in the vault of heaven, and the grotto heaven and blessed land everywhere. It was simply fascinating. At this moment, the people in the research institute were also silent. They had just been discussing the meteorological weapons excitedly, but now they had completely lost interest. Their pride was shattered by Mount Xiaoming's speed, which was almost confirmed to be true. Because there was evidence from all sides. On this planet with thin spiritual qi, cultivation required radiation energy, so this was the only way. And the name Grotto Heaven and Blessed Land was once again confirmed. Coincidence, but how could there be so many coincidences pointing to the same place? How could it be fake? They couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. At this time, the white-haired old man took a deep breath. The previous radiation field is what I've been good at all my life, but it was beaten to a pulp. This new meteorological field in front of us, of course, I won't make any more comments. We don't need to compete anymore. I know that you all looked down on them in the past. The representative of Mount Xiaoming's speed called himself the Academic Forum. Many people talked big, impetuous, bald, and diligently studied knowledge. But in fact, they did spend their lives researching, spreading the truth of the world and ancient history to all living beings. From him, I see the same quality as us, serious, bold, and careful. This quality is called the spirit of science, the spirit of ingenuity. Not only us, the authoritative scientists in the major fields, have it, they have it too. At this time, Yuan Qinghua was also dumbfounded. But after being dumbfounded, she was full of happiness, because these players in the forum were indeed a powerful backup force. They could give her advice and give her enough surprises. In front of her was a huge surprise, the mystery of the blessed land. It's because of their invention, the celestial phenomenon sunfall weapon, that our planet has advanced further and helped us understand the prehistoric mythological history of China. Yes, prehistoric mythological history. The civilization giant of this era had taken another step forward, and the new history was witnessing the past. It seemed that the mystery of the blessed land in ancient times had been completely solved. After all, this was a very real question: where did the spiritual energy of heaven and earth come from? Ancient myths also had to abide by the basic laws of physics and chemistry. In front of her was obviously the only explanation of the ancient era. They set up a formation in the outer space to gather the essence of the sun and moon, turning it into a blessed land for cultivation. However, after obtaining this ancient secret, I also have an idea about this Jiuzhou planet era. Yuan Qinghua's mouth corner raised a faint smile. The big boss of Mount Akina really helped a lot. Time flew by. Several days had passed. On the entire Jiuzhou planet, there was a huge boiling and vibration. Not only the super-large elemental creatures from the distant major planets were defeated, but the 9 continents did not win because they also did not see the inscription on the back of the moon. At the same time, all the satellites and mechanical armors crashed near the moon, and they could only watch helplessly as the spoils of war, the 2 huge bodies of the transcendent beings, were robbed. And the only winner was the super small creature that came out from inside the moon. Everyone knew that this was the beginning. The beginning of a new era. At this time, all the continents were holding a meeting to discuss new strategic countermeasures. The leaders of the continents were holding a meeting. As the most powerful country, the leader of Zhongzhou, Ji Wuxiong, was speaking. Everyone, although we were defeated and lost all our armaments, we still achieved a certain degree of success. What do you mean? A leader asked. Welcome the representative of the ancient mythological beasts, Yuan Qinghua, the representative of Zhongzhou said. Everyone was shocked. In the next second, a young man of the same size as them slowly walked out and looked around. Everyone, we come from the ancient era. Everyone around him was intoxicated and moved by his words. In that distant ancient era, it was just like now, with 9 dragons pulling coffins. That was an ancient mythical history from prehistoric times. The 3 clans had been at war for a long time. As for the one who had been sacrificed, they were also very sad. But in order to protect this land, what did it matter if they died? In order to prevent them from being ambushed, this was the price they had to pay. After a while, Yuan Qinghua finished. Ji Wuxiang took over the conversation and stood up. Although we didn't get the ancient inscriptions on the back of the moon from the battle with the satellites, we can still get the extraordinary cultivation system through these ancient divine beasts. The revival of spirit qi is destined. As soon as he said that, all the leaders looked happy. How could they not covet the individual strength of those gigantic creatures? Even though they held great power, they were just ordinary people. A knife or a gun could kill them. Who didn't want to live forever? Who didn't want to have the extraordinary power to fight against the mechanical civilization? Although they didn't get the back of the moon, it was also excellent to get the cultivation system of the ancient people. Let's talk about the current situation first. Ji Wuxiang said, in fact, we didn't lose too much. The real loss was the huge elemental creature civilization. They didn't get the technological civilization they wanted. And we have already obtained double the complete civilization. Now, we have the same starting point as those people on the moon. But according to observation, those people live inside the moon, but the strength of their technological civilization is not as high as ours, and it is even far lower than ours. Next to him, a blonde old man said, probably because they are developing 2 civilizations at the same time, their energy is divided, and they fall into the middle. Not pleasing either side. That's probably the case. Everyone present nodded, feeling that it made sense. After some discussion, it was finally Yuan Qinghua's turn to speak on stage. Everyone, this is our cultivation system. The 2 major systems of Buddhism and Taoism. Of course, Yuan Qinghua wouldn't give out more information. These were the 2 most basic systems. I suggest that we reform the education model in the future and use the previous questions as exam papers to enter the students' lives. The Sun Supreme? The one who enlightens all beings must be the sage of the primeval era. Isn't it too harsh for the students to learn the daily life of this sage? Only by enduring hardships can one become a master. People, walk the path of the sage. May everyone in the world be a sage. The people looked pensive. This was indeed a good choice. Everyone should cultivate. Yuan Qinghua said with a solemn expression, as for your Sun Advent weapon, It is a common method in our primeval cultivation era. We built a spiritual energy grand array to cultivate spiritual energy in the Holy Land. We formed a heavenly abode. A heavenly abode. Many people felt their minds go blank. They thought that their method was original, and the Sun Advent weapon was unique to them. They didn't expect that it was already popular in the primeval era of the supernatural legends. Yes. Yuan Qinghua was very proud. It glanced around and said, "Everyone, if you focus a beam of light, it naturally has infinite lethality. However, if you expand the range of the beam and illuminate a piece of land surrounded by a valley, wouldn't that be a heavenly abode? Cultivating in it will be full of energy, and your cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds." Everyone was shocked. So that was it, the Moon Advent radiation weapon coincided with the recovery of spiritual energy and rich heaven and earth. This was the first step, the first shot, to reform the planet's environment. However, the Moon Advent weapon couldn't keep exploding. The Sun Advent weapon was the long-term recovery, drawing energy from the outer universe to form a more rich cultivation paradise. This was the second step. After all, the Sun Advent weapon could last for a long time. The development of their civilization coincided perfectly with the destiny of the unseen world. "We understand now," a powerhouse said, completely convinced. He couldn't help but think, as expected of the divine beast under the command of the powerhouses of the ancient civilization. It's very sacred. In less than 5 years, a new era had broken out, and people called it the Spirit Energy Recovery Era. 9 years of compulsory education had begun to become extraordinary. Some well-known universities were built in the valleys of some heavenly abodes. There were energy storage arrays in the valleys, rich spiritual energy, and a huge mirror was built in the sky. You applied for the radiation department of the University of Science and Technology? I applied for the electromagnetics department. I applied for the True Qi engineering mechanics. Countless people were communicating and filling in their applications. This modern social education system, the university, this kind of education without discrimination, the system of selecting geniuses surpassed the formal system of sects and sections. It was very equal and fair. There were no sects in this world. It could even be said that the major countries were the largest top sects on this cultivation planet. The country was the sect, and cultivation was the daily use of the people. Every year, hundreds of millions of students on this planet were eager to fight their way out of the encirclement. Every year, when the college entrance examination results were released, there would be top 3 scorers in each major province. It was a great honor, and these peerless geniuses would also be put in important positions by the country. And the cultivators of this world still maintained the taboo of moon divination master. Whether it is technology or transcendence, moon divination masters have always been exploring the laws of the universe and walking on the path of truth. This sentence was engraved on the first page of every textbook. And in this land that had been exposed to nuclear radiation, as people continued to cultivate, the spirit energy was once again exhausted, and the radiation that pervaded the air became thinner and thinner. And it was too unrealistic to build a lunar advent nuclear weapon to bomb the whole world. At this moment, even Suji was amazed by the creation of the Blessed Enclave. They had solved a problem that Suji couldn't solve. Previously, why did he go to Mercury to build a power station? Because planets that were too far from the sun did not have enough radiation, energy, and spirit energy was thin. And now, they had successfully solved the problem of planets that were too far from the sun and could not absorb energy from the core. They had gathered sunlight together. What an amazing cosmic cultivation civilization. Suji's face was brimming with a smile. The previous sand table was not a real universe, not a real planet, not even an atmosphere, not a distant real sun. Therefore, it did not develop to this level. This is the real deduction of a cosmic civilization. Suji felt that if there really was a cultivation civilization in the universe, it was very likely to be this kind of structure. Perhaps, this was a civilization stage that was inevitable to develop. The transcendence creatures on the planet implemented a long-distance Dyson sphere method, building blessed enclaves, cultivation holy lands, and various top sects everywhere on the planet. This is the real deduction of a civilization. This is the real possible development path of a cosmic civilization. Suji said softly, those so-called novels and cultivation planets are all lies. At this level of development, a similar structure is bound to be built. An array is built in the atmosphere above the head, absorbing the energy of the universe, and refining some kind of magnifying glass, the sex artifact of providence, to form a blessed enclave and gather energy. Swoosh, Suji walked in this new world. The entire planet began to transform into a brand new era of light and darkness. Because there were magnifying glasses in the sky, most of the sunlight was focused on a few circles. In the blessed enclave, the other lands became relatively dim and dark. Even the light seemed to be lacking. Looking at this planet from a high place in the universe, one would be surprised to find that there were extremely bright fragmented light spots on this dark and vast planet. But this division of areas has great advantages, but the disadvantages are also obvious. Suji leisurely walked on this planet. It is basically impossible for other areas to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the universe. The high and mighty sects and lowly ordinary people have come out. He bought a house in the villa area of the city and sat in the yard drinking tea. After all, the previous era of the Great Flood was very unstable. Now that the era was relatively stable, he could naturally temporarily live in it. "Brother, are you drinking tea again?" Outside the yard, a beautiful high school girl stopped her motorcycle and took off her helmet. "Yes." Suji replied with a smile, "Are you going to practice long-distance running again?" "Yes, only by practicing seriously can you become strong. By the way, there have been attacks in the neighborhood recently. You have to be careful. The true energy in your body has been drained, and there are teeth marks on your neck. You have to be sent to the hospital to save your life. Although the people who were attacked are basically girls, as a boy, you have to be careful and protect yourself." Suji said with a smile, "Is it the evil path of practicing evil techniques?" "Yes." The girl took a deep breath. After all, not everyone can enter the blessed enclave. Some people have ideas about the students who can enter to practice and plunder their cultivation energy. "Be careful." She put on her helmet and rode away on the motorcycle. The motorcycle had no power. It was driven by their own radiation and true energy, which was equivalent to a special cultivation method. Riding a motorcycle was a kind of daily exercise. He had to admit that this cultivation method was very effective. Looking at this land, Suji could already imagine the layout of those truly extraordinary cultivation planets in the universe. It must also be the sects that plunder the spiritual energy of the entire planet to form the blessed enclave. It was difficult for ordinary people to practice outside. Everyone could only join the sects, forming a special monopoly. He, Suji looked up at the sky and said, "It's interesting, isn't it?" However, this type of gloomy, pitch-black region didn't have direct sunlight, and there was almost no radiation, so it was instead extremely beneficial for a certain type of creature. A certain secret power was growing and gradually expanding. It roped in countless nobles and the upper echelons of society to join this extremely mysterious organization. They were secretly fighting against the government. However, the government had monopolized most of the blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had no way to cultivate at all. They could only attack the cultivators, which was how they cultivated. On the other hand, the girl was walking on a deserted path in the villa when suddenly a black light flashed in the shadows. "What a beautiful girl," Puff, his pale and powerless hand grabbed out. Suddenly, the girl's expression sharpened. She jumped down from the motorcycle and pulled out a Buddhist staff from her back. "You attacked the girls who were cultivating and attacked my classmate. Was it you, you lowly vampire?" Within the cloak, the shadow's expression changed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. "What a disgusting aura. I'm from the Buddhist department. Are you ready?" The girl held the Buddhist staff with both hands, and a string of Buddhist beads hung around her neck. The golden Buddhist beads continuously flowed into the Buddhist staff like a Gatling gun. "Are you ready to be expiated by me?" Another 80 years passed. The entire planet didn't lack energy. The first batch of celestial emperors finally broke through. Many experts showed their invincible potential. They could even fly beyond the atmosphere and personally refine new Sun Advent divine mirrors to stand on the dome and reconstruct the blessed lands. This era meant that the combat power of cultivators had begun to catch up with the cutting-edge effects of technology. Another 10 years passed. Countless experts climbed to the peak, and a prosperous era appeared. Some reached the peak of Celestial Emperor and were about to break through to God. During this period of time, the mysterious blood-sucking dark creatures dominated the fear of the entire planet. Jishang wanted to seize his throne and establish an eternal dynasty, so he had no choice but to make his descendants his enemies. The mysterious elemental creatures in the outer realms and the Lunarians on the moon seemed to have gone silent. Until one day, rumble, a beam of light descended from the distant sun. What's that? Oh my God! A beam of light. It's a sun advent weapon. A sun advent weapon. It's those elemental creatures. They're learning our technological methods from back then. How can they do that? Ordinary sun advent weapons can't shoot a beam of light from the sun and hit planet Jiuzhou. The people didn't have time to react. Above the sky, a huge beam of light shot down. Puff, it instantly pierced through a large hole with a radius of 100 meters. The high-rise buildings were instantly destroyed, and the people near the buildings didn't even have time to scream. The ground became a bottomless hole, and the surrounding soil turned into golden lava. Oh my God, it's a sun advent weapon. We're doomed. Countless people screamed, cried, and screamed in fear. It was a mess. The beam of light didn't hit any weapons. It was too sudden, and no one could react. Soon, the beam of light swept across the land, cutting everything in the city. The local university was furious and immediately reported to the Jiuzhou Federation. They've made a sun advent weapon. It's the sun. The creatures there must be somewhere high on the sun, between planet Jiuzhou and the sun. They've created a special sun advent weapon, but it can cross the vast universe to reach planet Jiuzhou and still maintain such a huge power. It was a forbidden weapon that surpassed all Death Stars, some lunar divination masters frantically calculated. Oh my God! It's at least 100 times bigger than our sun advent weapon from back then. This was a terrifying number. It wasn't that those elemental creatures didn't do anything in the past 100 years, but they were creating a truly destructive suppression-level weapon. Such a forbidden weapon could instantly destroy every planet in the entire solar system at the speed of light. They could attack if they wanted to, and they could stop if they wanted to. They were carrying out nuclear deterrence just like that. Forget it, hurry up and resist. If this continues, it'll only take a few days to penetrate our planet's core. Are they demonstrating that they have the power to destroy us at any time? You're too stupid. How can a mere light beam penetrate the planet's core? Even if the endless energy keeps shooting and melts the Earth into magma, if the melted hole is tens of thousands of meters thick, the light beam will be instantly buffered, and it won't reach the planet's core. But it won't be able to destroy our planet. It's like a great flood plowing through our planet and destroying our civilization. One of the celestial thearchs quickly took out a special mirror to block the falling light. Reflect it first. Reflect it where? Reflect it to the sun? Or even directly hit the enemy's sun advent mirror and destroy it? That's useless. The sun is so big, and its light is blinding. We can't see the enemy's position at all. Even if there's a millimeter error in the reflection, it won't hit the enemy's launching pad over such a long distance. At most, the light beam will return to the sun and fall into the thick ocean of energy to be quickly buffered. Then what should we do? Forget it, we'll just reflect it to the outside of the universe. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "Don't. The sun isn't afraid of rays, but other planets are. We'll reflect it to Mercury." Poochie, a snow-white light beam was reflected from Earth and landed on Mercury. The huge creatures on Mercury were stirred up, looking dumbfounded. The solar biological civilization on the sun had created solar weapons. Naturally, they saw the horrifying white light beam passing through half of the solar system and reaching Kyushu from the sun. Many of them even came out to see the shooting star and applauded, but why did it suddenly come to us? Bastard! They can fight their own battles. Why did we get involved? Hurry up and use the prepared mirror reflection weapon. Reflect us back to Kyushu? Suddenly, there was a moment of silence. No. Don't reflect us back to Kyushu. Hurry up and get ready. We'll reflect it to Mars. In the entire solar system, snow-white light beams kept reflecting off the planets. The light beams shot out wildly as if they were going to illuminate the entire galaxy. All the TV programs, commercials, and variety shows on the TV stations quickly switched to the reports of the two hosts. Everyone, this is an emergency. The Second World War is about to break out. Everyone in front of the TV was shocked. World War I? Using lunar weapons? Nuclear weapons bombarding the Earth? Could it be that the Second World War was using solar weapons? A war broke out between countries? The meteorological weapons of the major countries would sweep across the land of the other countries. They felt that it was impossible. Recently, the countries had been relatively peaceful. The host reported. The Second World War is a galactic war. The seeds from 80 years ago have completely erupted. Those living beings from the sun's civilization directly ignited the war on all the major planets. The host continued to broadcast, but there is no doubt that the weapons of the Second World War, which affected the entire solar system, are indeed sunrise weapons. This kind of weapon is as powerful as the moonrise weapons, and it can continuously attack infinitely. Its destructive power will far exceed the era of the Moonrise World War. A picture appeared behind the host. It was a huge white light beam. It still descended on the planet, and the seemingly eternal energy particles were reflected. This kind of high-density light beam was too terrifying. If a god was hit by it, he would probably be evaporated instantly. Because this was the great power of nature. In theory, the time of the enemy's sunrise attack is infinite because the energy of the sun is infinite. They are using the natural power of the meteorological weapons to attack us naturally. Then the problem is, the enemy's energy is infinite, but is the ability of our mirrors limited? Because the mirrors are made of special materials, as long as they reflect for a period of time, they will overheat and may be destroyed. Speaking of this, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. Yes, the huge magnifying glass that gathered light in the universe would naturally not be destroyed because the falling light was balanced and could form an infinite light beam attack. However, after passing through the magnifying glass, it would become a terrifying light beam with unimaginable destructive power. The mirror would not be able to withstand it all the time. In simple words, the magnifying glass could be used all the time, but the reflecting mirror could not. The answer is not to worry. Our supernew material can resist the high temperature of 100 million degrees and reflect for 1 minute. And the countries of the 9 regions have urgently discussed that we have more than 1,700 mirrors. Everyone carefully calculated this number, but it could only resist for a while, right? The host continued, but you have to know that after the mirrors overheat, we can take them down for water cooling and all kinds of reforging. We have powerful universities and countless genius students majoring in forging. According to calculations, as long as the strong people of each country manage it well, more than 1,000 mirrors can be used continuously and perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in front of the TV station was excited, praising the strength of their country. Therefore, in this Second World War, our planet has the advantage. We will not be attacked by the enemy's deterrent weapons and can continue to resist. In the future, we can even build a similarly large sunrise mirror and place it in the sky above the planet. It will spread the light beam and let the whole planet be covered by the light beam. We will become a top cultivation planet. Boom, as soon as he said that, everyone became excited. In this world war, they indeed had a huge advantage because they had enough mirrors and could fight a protracted war. The ones to worry about were the other planets. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then this Huga mirror has really helped us a lot. He has provided us with a new way of thinking, turning the whole planet into a blessed land. Indeed. Near the sun, build a giant heliotrope, transform it into a beam of light to transport energy, and then spread it in the opposite direction, covering an area that could turn the entire planet into a paradise. That's not possible. It would be too diluted and cover the entire planet. At most, it would be a little thicker. Everyone started discussing. From the pictures of the universe sent back by the space station on the planet, they could clearly see that the light beam was bouncing back and forth across the entire solar system. It was like an endless network of intersecting light, with the major planets of the solar system as nodes, pulling each other into a huge bright light network. It was simply incomparably vast, and it was as beautiful as the Milky Way. Bang! In the next second, the beautiful refracting light net collapsed. At this moment, the mirrors on Mercury couldn't take it anymore and were pierced through, sinking into the vast energy storm of Mercury. Mercury wasn't a rocky planet, but it was a planet with an energy storm. When such a vast and endless light beam hit the ocean of energy, it was no different from a meteorite falling into the ocean of this planet during the dinosaur era on Earth. It instantly triggered an overwhelming tsunami that would drown all living things on the planet. It was the same for Mercury before them. Kaboom! Save me, save me! The entire ocean of energy surged. Huge Mercury elemental creatures were slapped by the energy tide, destroying the bamboo raft-like buildings on them and destroying the houses. We're begging for mercy, we're begging for mercy. On Mercury, countless extraordinary creatures were shouting, but no one could hear them. This was because the solar system was too huge. Even ordinary gods would have to expend a lot of energy to teleport through space. As for ordinary celestial emperors like them, even if they flew, it would still take several months. They couldn't hear any wailing at all. In the 9 prefectures' cosmic observatory, one by one, the leaders looked into the universe. Mercury had been pierced through, suffering the attack of the solar advent weapon. How terrifying is that? In a solar system, the sun is the source of energy for all the planets. Whoever can control the godly power of the sun will have the supreme authority to rule over the entire solar system. If it weren't for our large reserves, our continents wouldn't have prepared so many energy mirrors to prevent the other countries from suddenly launching a meteorological attack on us. We would be the ones suffering now. The leaders nodded, their expressions solemn. Indeed, they had been preventing the attacks of the other countries' meteorological weapons all these years. After all, every country had launched hundreds of meteorological weapons. Who wouldn't be afraid? However, they hadn't expected that their own people would be the ones to defend against the invasion. This was a great blessing. However, the other party's solar civilization is obviously carrying out a strategic deterrent. They're telling all the major civilizations in the solar system that I have the world's greatest defensive forbidden weapon energy. I can destroy any civilization on any planet in an instant. All of you should surrender to me. But right now, how are they going to make the other party surrender? This situation was just like the little boy back then, carrying out a forceful deterrent. This was a cruel law of nature. The strong were revered. I have a deterrent-level weapon that can instantly attack you. You must surrender to me. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you. If you don't accept it, I'll wipe you out. However, the planets in front of them were so far apart, like distant islands. How could they transmit a message to make the other party surrender? Everyone, let's just take a look. Xianxia took a deep breath and said calmly, the other party's deterrent power obviously can't deter us. It can only deter the other planets in the solar system. We're the only exception. Let's see what the other party's next move is. They must have a plan. As expected. Very quickly, they discovered something unusual. They saw the fine light beam suddenly expand by 10 times, turning into a circle of light. They expanded the light beam? When they looked carefully, the light beam gradually changed shape, turning into symbols. Almost every few seconds, it turned into a word. This is? Xianxia was shocked. He remembered the crayon-shaped infrared ray that he played with when he was young. There were many lamps installed on it, and the light emitted would turn into different patterns. F***CK, Black Technology. It turns out that our childhood toy has already hinted at the development of information transmission between planets. Xianxia was greatly shocked. He was completely dumbfounded. No. Although black technology can also achieve this, those sun elemental life forms clearly haven't obtained a technological civilization. They clearly used extraordinary refining methods to refine the magnifying mirror magic tool. Now, they should be using the sun spell they created to influence the sunbeam pattern. They were sun elemental creatures, so they naturally had this ability. On the spot, all the leaders of the 9 states were instantly shocked. This is a big step for civilization. Hurry up and translate the words. These were 7 words that were constantly changing, meaning immediate submission. Should we reflect it to Mercury? Someone was silent. The surrounding people took a deep breath. Don't reflect it, don't help, pretend not to see it. This time, they directly adjusted the direction and shot the light beam into the vast universe. They didn't land on any planet at all. Thus, a signal to make the other party surrender was shot into the depths of the universe. The sun. The expression of a huge sun elemental creature with golden light flowing all over its body changed slightly. Those cunning and dirty creatures actually didn't reflect our message to Mercury. What should we do? A smaller sun elemental creature asked. How about we turn off the sun god mirror, go up, adjust the direction, and directly aim at Mercury? No need, the huge sun elemental creature said with a smile. Start the next plan directly. Next plan? The elemental creature next to it was shocked. This was an extremely daring plan. The dense light beam was an attack weapon. By expanding the range of the light beam, it could interfere and form words. By expanding the light beam further, it could form an elemental channel. The high-density light beam was naturally a destructive attack. Even gods would be killed. But as long as the light beam was expanded and the density was reduced, as long as it was within the range of the light beam that the elemental creatures could bear, they could naturally enter it, ride the high-speed particle channel, and ride the solar advent weapon to land on that planet. Of course, they wouldn't land in their true forms. These half-elemental creatures were like huge elemental balloons made up of large amounts of elements. Their true form was a substantial heart, which they called the elemental heart. The elemental heart is a material object. Naturally, it can't ride the elemental channel. It's fine to stay here. My elemental sun body can ride the elemental channel and carry out the attack. Even if it dies, this one's true body's heart is still alive. He grinned. This was similar to an out-of-body experience, a long-distance control. But a normal out-of-body experience naturally couldn't cross a long distance of information. But this light beam in front of him was like a network cable, allowing him to achieve an ultra-long distance out-of-body experience, maintaining communication between the two sides. This was a sun spell that they, as sun elemental creatures, had invented as a sun elemental civilization. Those humans spoke very well. The solar advent weapon, the weapon of the sun's descent, because this is, through and through, the descent of the sun god. Boom. In the distant sky above the sun, it suddenly rode the expanding light beam channel. Its huge elemental body seemed to have merged with the light beam. It rode the high-speed light beam train and was quickly rushed toward planet Kyushu. As expected, it succeeded. A vast giant of light clenched his fists and supported them on top of his head. He made a posture that was as straight as a backstroke or a Superman flying. He quickly traveled along the snow-white light beam channel and soon discovered that he had already seen a vast blue planet of life. His heart turned cold. I've also become light. End of chapter 784. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.